A man went blind for 10 years just from looking at the moon once. For this, he was even considered mentally ill by others, because he saw an angel on the moon. 10 years ago, the man was looking at the moon from under the eaves, when he suddenly saw a 6-winged angel shrouded in golden radiance. From that moment on, his eyes could never open again. And from then on, every night, the man would dream of a mental hospital. He felt the mental hospital was calling to him, but no one ever answered when he knocked on the door. But the man couldn't tell any of this to his psychologist. Otherwise, the doctor would continue to consider him mentally ill. The man had been orphaned since childhood, but he had a lively and adorable younger brother. The two brothers had been raised by their aunt since they were young. This day, his brother asked if his eyes were getting better soon, and his aunt also reassured the man that if he couldn't get into college, she would take care of him for life. The man could only say almost better. But in reality, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't open his eyes. However, starting 5 years ago, the man suddenly began to sense his surroundings. At first, it was only a few centimeters, but as time passed, the man could now sense up to 10 meters around him. Whenever he looked up to sense the moon, he would always hear that angels whisper, "Are you still watching me?" Meanwhile, in a small alley, a 4-person team suddenly appeared. They were hunting a monster. A woman shouted Old Zhao into her radio, and the man called Old Zhao immediately replied, "Roger, 3 bulletin boards are in position." The next second, Old Zhao made a gesture, red electricity flowing from his fingertips, and he said softly, "Forbidden ruins, open." As soon as Old Zhao finished speaking, a red light shot up from beneath him, echoing with 2 other red lights in the distance. A red forbidden zone instantly formed, trapping 2 monsters directly within it. The woman in the team took off her hat. "Purification operation begin." It turned out that 100 years ago, an endless mysterious fog emerged in the human world. The toxic mist swallowed more than half the Earth's surface. In just 24 hours, humans couldn't detect what lay beneath the fog-covered areas, nor did they know if there were any survivors within. But in September 1922, humans discovered a massive dragon flying in mid-air above the Mariana Trench. That was Leviathan, the dragon of chaos. It was humanity's first discovery of a mythological creature, its existence overturning all human understanding. Soon after, the mysterious revival began. External gods reappeared in the world. Various monsters from myths and legends began to appear, slaughtering the Chinese people without restraint, beneath the remaining neon cities. But the external gods turned a blind eye, even participating in the carnage. But it was also during this period that people discovered children born after the mist had a chance to awaken special powers. And this special power was called Forbidden Ruins. Later, humans with special powers formed a special organization, China's Night Watchmen, who worked together to resist the invasion of outer gods and monsters. The next day at the entrance of Kanyan City's 6th middle school, Lin Chie appeared at the school gate with a red cloth over his eyes and a white cane in hand. His appearance also attracted a lot of attention. The scene shifted to the classroom, where the teacher was introducing Lin Chie as a transfer student. Before coming, Lin Chie had prepared himself for being ostracized. But to his surprise, his classmates were all very enthusiastic in greeting and helping him. This left Lin Chie quite bewildered. Why is it different from what I imagined? It wasn't until after class that he learned from his classmates that the day before, Lin Chie's aunt had come to school to give candy to each student one by one, asking them to take care of Koye. Upon hearing this, Lin Chie's ribbon in front of his eyes became slightly moist. After school, several classmates insisted on walking Lin Chie home. On the way, they talked about the recent serial killer incidents. Just as they were passing by a bridge tunnel, Lin Chie suddenly smelled a foul odor. One particularly curious classmate immediately suggested they go in and take a look. But when he turned on his flashlight, what came into view was a monster gnawing on a woman's body. Zhang Qian was instantly paralyzed with fear, screaming help continuously. However, Lin Chie had no idea what they were seeing, because beyond 10 meters, he was no different from a truly blind person. At this moment, the monster also noticed them, dropped the corpse and lunged toward the group. The classmates all fled outward, completely ignoring Lin Chie, the blind student. As the beast approached, Lin Chie finally sensed it. He turned and ran desperately outward, but unexpectedly, Zhang Qian in front of him suddenly threw her backpack at Lin Chie. Fortunately, Lin Chie sensed it in time and ducked his head to avoid it. The backpack also happened to hit the monster's head. But just as Zhang Qian reached the tunnel entrance, another monster suddenly appeared and bit her head in one bite. Lin Chie was frozen in shock. While he was stunned, the monster behind him pounced. Lin Chie sensed the monster's movement just in time and barely dodged the attack. With monsters both in front and behind, he had no choice but to fight them. He raised the white cane in his hand and struck at the monster. Although he could track the monster's movements, he overlooked one thing. His body couldn't keep up with his mind's reactions. Soon he felt a tremendous force from behind, and Lin Chie was sent flying, his white cane breaking into several pieces. He struggled to get up, but was horrified to sense the monster beside him gnawing on Jiang Qian's corpse. Just then, Lin Qiye sensed another new monster appearing above him. It lunged fiercely at Lin Qiye. At this moment, with nowhere to retreat, he was filled with bitter hatred. He hated that heaven was too unfair to him, being treated as mentally ill for so many years, finally able to start a new life, only to encounter these ugly monsters now. He gripped the white cane tightly in his hand. I refuse to accept this. He let out a hoarse roar, and suddenly countless golden lights burst from Lin Chie's eyes. At that moment, the angel on the moon turned his head toward Lin Chie's direction. At this time, the ribbon covering Lin Chie's eyes slowly fell, and those eyes that had been closed for 10 years finally opened. At this moment, his eyes were like the sun, unprecedented blazing heat filling his entire body. In an instant, a golden energy erupted from Lin Chie's entire body. A brilliant and blazing pillar of light burst from the old city district straight into the sky. At another location, several people wearing dark red cloaks saw this pillar of light and were immediately shocked. This energy is ridiculously strong, at least a 5th boundary, possibly even 6th boundary. Klein. At this time, in a house, there was also a man in a dark red cloak staring at Lin Chie on the monitor. This doesn't look like a human forbidden ruins, it's more like divine ruins. Divine Code 003, Michael, King of Angels. It turned out that when the King of Angels Michael made eye contact with him years ago, he gave his eyes a power they couldn't bear, and today this power awakened during the crisis, becoming the Divine Ruins, mortal divine domain. His eyes finally regained their sight. But all of this didn't stop the monster's attack. They simultaneously lunged at Lin Chie with all their might, but these attacks seemed too slow in Lin Chie's eyes. He only needed to twist his body slightly to easily dodge the attacks, because he discovered that not only had his vision recovered, but his sensing range and reaction speed had also doubled. He could perceive everything within 20 meters. Facing these charging monsters, he was fearless like an angel descending. He casually played with the half-broken white cane in his hand, then threw it forcefully at the oncoming monster, precisely piercing the monster's left eye, simultaneously penetrating the monster's brain and extinguishing all its life force. But the next second, his head suddenly felt dizzy, and then his body couldn't move. The other 2 monsters wouldn't miss this opportunity, and immediately launched an attack on him. At this critical moment, Night Watchman Zhao Kongcheng appeared in time to block the attack, then with one slash cut the monster in half. After finishing, old Zhao said coolly, "Wasn't that super cool just now? Want to join us and be as cool as me?" Hearing this, Lin Chie just turned his head away. "Not cool at all. I'm afraid of death. I don't want to join you." Old Zhao, hearing this, wanted to find a place to have a good chat with Lin Chie. In the end, Lin Chie used getting his backpack as an excuse to escape the scene. After returning home, Lin Chie immediately prepared to go to his room to sleep. His brother suddenly asked Lin Chie, "Did something happen?" Lin Chie just smiled lightly. "Nothing. Go to bed early." After his brother went upstairs, the younger brother suddenly said to the little black cat on his head, "You smelled it too. He has the scent of blood on him." Lying in bed, Lin Chie's thoughts were racing. He knew that old Zhao must have a huge organization behind him. Although he was curious about what had happened to him, once some secrets are known, there's no way to escape anymore. He didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted to protect his current home. After Lin Chie fell asleep that night, he once again came to that mental hospital. He repeated his usual routine, but this time he discovered that the door that had been locked for 5 years could actually be opened. He went inside and looked around continuously, and after a moment came to a door covered with talismans. Pushing open the door, he found there was actually a woman inside. Then a data panel appeared before his eyes. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Nyx was one of the 5 creator gods in Greek mythology. Could such a powerful god also get sick? Just as he was wondering what illness the goddess had, Nyx suddenly looked at him and exclaimed, "My child, I finally found you, my dear child." Hearing this, Lin Chie was confused. He had been raised by his aunt since childhood and indeed didn't remember his parents. Could the woman before him really be his mother? Just as he was bewildered, Nyx actually walked right past him and hugged a vase behind him, still murmuring, "I finally found you, my dear child." Then Nyx ran to the table beside them, still repeating the same words. Seeing this, Lin Chie was speechless, So she really is mentally ill after all. When he woke up again, it was already morning. How to treat Nix's illness became his primary concern, but he quickly thought of a solution. Lin Chie went directly to the hospital, made an excuse saying his friend was sick, and described Nix's symptoms to the doctor. After listening, the doctor said directly, "Your friend is quite seriously ill. Hospitalization would be better." But Lin Chie said she didn't have the conditions to be hospitalized, so the doctor reluctantly prescribed him several bottles of medicine. As he was going back with the medicine, he was thinking, can real-world medicine be brought into dreams? Just then, old Zhao suddenly appeared. Lin Chie instinctively turned to run, but was still caught by old Zhao. Then old Zhao took him to a love hotel, and immediately threw him onto the bed. Zhao Kongcheng in the hotel explained to Lin Chie, "The range and characteristics of Forbidden Ruins abilities will grow with the master's mental strength. Last night's golden light was Michael's energy fluctuation. Your Forbidden Ruins ability should have awakened at that time." Only then did Lin Chie understand that his sensing ability was his Forbidden Ruins ability, and the dynamic vision and Angel's divine authority after opening his eyes should be the growth of his abilities. At this time, Zhao Kongcheng continued, "Based on the strength of mental power, we divide Forbidden Ruins into 6 major forbidden levels. Like water in a cup, little and still, called First Forbidden Cup Forbidden. Like water in a pond, much but still, called Second Forbidden Pond Forbidden. Like flowing river water, much and flowing, called Third Forbidden Never Forbidden. Like ocean water, vast and boundless, called Fourth Forbidden Sea Forbidden. When mental power is nearly infinite, vast and magnificent, it's Fifth Forbidden Infinite. If mental power is inexhaustible and endless, breaking through spatial dimensions, similar to a Klein bottle, it's Sixth Forbidden Klein." Hearing this, Lin Chie asked what forbidden level old Zhao was after all. When he encountered that ghost-faced person, that was quite impressive. Zhao Kongcheng, who was drinking water, suddenly spat it out, then awkwardly said he hadn't awakened Forbidden Ruins. He relied on combat experience and fighting skills to kill monsters. There are 3 ways to obtain Forbidden Ruins. The first is innate Forbidden Ruins. The second is through special Forbidden Ruins items. And the third is divine bestowal. Some gods will grant their own power to chosen humans, making them their agents in the human world. However, correspondingly, agents will also receive commands from gods, acting according to that god's will. Among the currently discovered divine agents, most are trying to destroy human society and return the world to chaos, representing evil gods. They also founded an organization called the Ancient God Church. So, what command did Michael give you? Which side do you belong to? Hearing this, Lin Chie looked disdainful. "I don't know what he wants to do. Even if he gives commands, I won't follow them. At worst, I'll just return these eyes to him." Then Lin Chie stood up to leave. But Zhao Kongcheng grabbed Lin Chie. "Aren't you curious about the organization behind me?" Lin Chie said he didn't want to know anything. According to novel logic, once I know the secret, I either have to join or be killed. This made Zhao Kongcheng so angry he punched his head. Then said they were soldiers. At most they'd make Lin Chie sign a confidentiality agreement. Zhao Kongcheng continued, "We are an organization established by the military to resist mythological creature invasions called Night Watchmen. The existence of us Night Watchmen is to protect people from suffering. Such a noble and cool organization. Isn't it perfect for young people to serve their country? So, come join us too. Very noble, very cool, I respect you all, but I can't go. I have an aunt and a cousin. My aunt's health is already failing. My cousin is still too young, they can't support this family. For these 10 years they never gave up on me, a disabled person. Now that my eyes are finally better, how could I abandon them? Right now I just want to stay by their side steadily and protect this family." After hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng smiled, then sighed. "Go ahead. I was thinking too simply about you." When Lin Chie returned home, just as he was preparing to take off his clothes and sleep, something suddenly fell from his pocket. Picking it up, it was Zhao Kongcheng's badge. It read, "If darkness ever comes, we will stand before millions, blade drawn toward the abyss, blood staining the sky." When Lin Chie fell asleep and came to the mental hospital again, after rummaging around in the director's office for a while, he found a white coat and a stethoscope, then walked toward ward number 1, preparing to begin today's treatment. Lin Chie's first treatment subject was Nix. Although Lin Chie had asked the doctor and researched a lot of Greek mythology, he still had no clue about the treatment. Suddenly, Lin Chie looked at Nix kneeling on the ground, constantly calling for her child, and had an inspiration. After all, she's just lovesick, imagining everything around her as her own children. If I could go along with her fantasy, perhaps I could open her heart. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye immediately hugged Nix and whispered in Nix's ear, "Mother, I'm back." Upon hearing this, Nix immediately burst into tears and hugged Lin Qiye tightly. At the same time, the system showed treatment progress increased by 3%, reaching the condition for extracting abilities. Lin Qiye then clicked the extract button, and the next second a wheel appeared out of thin air. Soon the wheel stopped, landing on an ability called Starry Sky Dancer. Lin Qiye reached out to grasp it, and immediately those 4 words transformed into a light and entered Lin Qiye's body. Lin Qiye felt a mysterious power rapidly transforming his body, his entire being from soul to flesh feeling cleansed. The next day when he woke up, Lin Qiye felt refreshed for the first time. He walked out of his room and told his aunt that he could see. Hearing this, his aunt burst into tears, and his brother also excitedly danced with joy. Coming to school, his classmates were all happy that Lin Qiye could see. Lin Qiye was glad he could finally live a normal person's life. But that evening after school, he discovered Zhao Kongcheng had appeared in his home. Lin Qiye was first stunned, then asked, "How did you find my home?" Zhao Kongcheng waved the badge in his hand. "I put this thing in your pocket, it can track location." Lin Qiye just silently said he wouldn't join the night watchman. At this time, Zhao Kongcheng took out a stack of bills and handed them to Lin Qiye. "I know, so I'm not here for that this time." It turned out that after hearing Lin Qiye's words, Zhao Kongcheng thought of himself. Zhao Kongcheng had lost his father since childhood. His mother worked 2 jobs to support him alone. After growing up, he could have safely been a village cadre. But he chose to be a soldier against his mother's wishes, and later joined the night watchman for various reasons, rarely having the chance to go home. But he never regretted it because he carried the mission of protecting humanity. But Lin Qiye made the opposite choice from him for the sake of accompanying his family. This reminded Zhao Kongcheng of his former self, so he wanted to give this money to Lin Qiye, letting him honor his aunt properly. Lin Qiye directly refused the money, saying he could already see and had the ability to support his family. Seeing this, Zhao Kongcheng also smiled, then stood up to leave. And just as Zhao Kongcheng was about to return, he suddenly received an emergency situation. Other members had discovered Ghostface King's blood traces, and from the blood traces, he was likely fleeing toward the Old City District or downtown. Zhao Kongcheng immediately said he was in the Old City District. "Hong Ying is already bringing people your way. Your mission is to evacuate residents of the Old City District. The captain is taking the main force to downtown. The downtown has huge traffic flow. If Ghostface King appears downtown, the consequences would be unthinkable. Just because the Old City District has fewer people doesn't matter." Zhao Kongcheng immediately became dissatisfied upon hearing this. But the other party didn't listen to his complaints and continued, "If Ghostface King really goes to your area, absolutely do not engage in direct conflict. He's not someone you can handle. Try to use the unbounded airspace to trap him." Although Zhao Kongcheng was indignant, as a soldier he could only obey orders. He knew the unbounded airspace couldn't trap Ghostface King at all, but still took out the unbounded airspace from his car and quickly ran toward the Old City District. Without realizing it, he came to the bottom of Lin Qiye's building again. He was thinking that Lin Qiye's family should be having dinner right now, but suddenly he smelled a damp stench. Finally, he focused his gaze on a sewer manhole cover. Thick damp stench was continuously rising from it. He knew he had hit the jackpot. He immediately reported to the radio that he had encountered Ghostface King while preparing the unbounded airspace equipment. The earpiece immediately transmitted excited voices. "The main force is moving toward the Old City District. They'll arrive in 10 minutes at most. Old Zhao, don't fight Ghostface King directly. Just use the unbounded airspace to trap him. No matter what, don't fight Ghostface King. Casualties caused by mysteries happen every moment. We night watchmen aren't gods. We can't prevent all casualties. Losing a veteran team member because of Ghostface King would absolutely not be worth it." Just as Zhao Kongcheng was preparing the unbounded airspace, Ghostface King burst out from underground. At this time, Zhao Kongcheng said in a deep voice to his earpiece, "Shangnan, do you remember the oath we made? This time there aren't millions behind me, but behind me is that child's entire world." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kongcheng drew his blade and fought Ghostface King head-on. At the same time, Lin Qiye, who was having dinner, noticed Little Black barking frantically on the balcony. He came to the balcony to comfort Little Black, but discovered Zhao Kongcheng's billboard using the unbounded airspace. He then rushed out immediately. At this time, in the heavy rain, Zhao Kongcheng, covered in wounds, lit a cigarette. What bad luck today. At the same time lamenting that the captain was really fierce, actually able to injure Ghostface King this badly. But a river forbidden monster is still abnormally powerful even when severely injured, not to mention Zhao Kongcheng was just mortal flesh. Looking at the approaching Ghostface King, Zhao Kongcheng once again raised his blade to meet him, but the gap between their levels was too great. He simply couldn't break through Ghostface King's defense. Ghostface King just casually swatted Zhao Kongcheng away. The next second, Ghostface King let out a roar, and a fierce Ghostface appeared beneath Ghostface King's feet. Zhao Kongcheng's expression immediately changed. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghostface Devouring Earth. The moment this ghost face appeared, Zhao Kongcheng felt dizzy and disoriented. In just an instant, Zhao Kongcheng took several hits from Ghostface King. He knew that continuing like this meant certain death. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, using his perception to sense everything. He stood there like a statue, as if completely unaware that Ghostface King had quietly come behind him. Just as Ghostface King was about to finish him with one strike, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly turned to block. But although he successfully blocked this fatal blow, he was also knocked back several meters. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly smiled, his smile full of mockery. "Stinking spider, if I had forbidden ruins, you'd have died 800 times already." Ghostface King seemed to understand. He was thoroughly enraged and furiously lunged at Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng dodged immediately, seizing the opportunity to slash at Ghostface King's neck. However, the blade got stuck. Ghostface King also seized the chance to punch Zhao Kongcheng, sending him flying several meters. At this time, Zhao Kongcheng remembered the day he first joined the Night Watchman, when he was awarded his badge. He was told this was the symbol of Night Watchman, and also the final killing move. The Ghost God Guide in the badge could burn all of a person's life in exchange for a massive boost in mental power. Even without Forbidden Ruins, it could make you awaken Forbidden Ruins in the final moments of life. Zhao Kongcheng now took out his badge, struggling to get up from the ground. "Looks like it's time." At this time, angry pounding suddenly came from outside the billboard. "Zhao Kongcheng, I know you're in there. Let me in quickly." Lin Chie's voice became increasingly urgent. However, Zhao Kongcheng directly refused him. "You little brat, hurry home and eat dinner. This is Ghostface King, not Ghostface Man. He's 2 realms higher than you. You can rest assured, as long as I, Zhao Kongcheng, am here, this thing won't hurt a hair on your family." After saying this, he took out his badge and fiercely stabbed it into his neck. Instantly, his aura suddenly surged. Forbidden Ruins. Life Extinguishing Flash Moon. Then, he just lightly swung his blade once and severed Ghostface King's arm. Looking at the agonized Ghostface King, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes glowed red as he laughed heartily. "I knew it. I, Zhao Kongcheng, am a fucking genius." Seeing this, Ghostface King once again used Ghostface Devouring Earth to trap Zhao Kongcheng. But the current Zhao Kongcheng was worlds apart from before. He just lightly swung his blade, and Ghostface Devouring Earth shattered like a mirror. But just then, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He knew his time was running out and he had to fight quickly. He gathered his strength and engaged Ghostface King in combat again. He clearly felt his power waning. After exchanging several moves, Zhao Kongcheng landed a hit on Ghostface King's arm, chopping Ghostface King's arm into pieces. But similarly, Zhao Kongcheng was also sent flying by Ghostface King's punch. Zhao Kongcheng struggled to get up from the ground and spat out black blood, but at this moment he felt no pain whatsoever. Ghostface King wasn't dead yet, so he couldn't fall. Suddenly, a loud crash came from behind Zhao Kongcheng. He whipped around with an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. "How did you get in?" Lin Kie casually smoothed his hair. "I just stared at it, and it opened." Then Lin Kie was about to walk toward Ghostface King. "Let me lend you a hand," but Zhao Kongcheng raised his blade to block Lin Chie's path. "Get back." Lin Chie was about to say something, but suddenly noticed Zhao Kongcheng's injuries. Zhao Kongcheng smiled and said, "One more strike. I'll strike once more. After this strike you can help me." Zhao Kongcheng took a deep breath and gripped his blade handle tightly. "Kid, watch this strike carefully. This strike will be very cool. Forbidden Ruins. Life Extinguishing Flash Moon." A giant red crescent moon appeared, severing Ghostface King's head and sending it rolling to the ground. Then Zhao Kongcheng fell straight down. He raised his badge high and smiled lightly. "Not a loss. I got to experience Forbidden Ruins before dying. I did it." Blade drawn toward the abyss, blood staining the sky. Lin Chie was in tears. "That strike was so cool, cooler than anyone I've ever seen. Can you teach me?" Before Lin Chie could finish speaking, Zhao Kongcheng completely lost all signs of life. Just as Lin Chie was keeping watch beside Zhao Kongcheng, Ghostface King's severed head suddenly made gurgling sounds. Then several claws popped out, and a red spider crawled out. However, at this moment, Lin Chie was still murmuring, "I'm someone who can't stand owing others favors. You saved my entire world, but what can I do for you?" At this time, the ghost-faced king behind Lin Chie actually wasn't dead, and his body was slowly recovering. Suddenly, Lin Chie drew Zhao Kongcheng's blade. He turned to look at Ghost-Face King, his eyes already blazing with golden flames. Lin Chie activated Starry Sky Dancer's ability. His physical abilities enhanced to their limit, easily dodging dozens of Ghost-Face King's attacks, seizing the opportunity to thrust fiercely at the Ghost-Face on Ghost-Face King's chest. However, the gap between their realms was too great. Lin Chie's attack could only leave a very light wound. Seeing that one strike couldn't kill it, he frantically swung his blade and stabbed. 10 strikes, 100 strikes, 1,000 strikes. He used all his strength, striking the Ghost-Face again and again. Watching his main body gradually crumble, he used his final strike. In an instant, a golden light burst forth, and Ghost-Face King's main body dissipated. After doing all this, he sheathed Zhao Kongcheng's blade and tied it to his body, then carried Zhao Kongcheng's corpse on his back, declaring with determination, "You saved my entire world. In exchange, I'll guard your world for 10 years. After walking for an unknown amount of time, other Night Watchman members arrived one after another. Seeing Zhao Kongcheng's corpse, they were all stunned in place. Lin Chie's tears mixed with rainwater kept falling. He used all his strength to shout to the sky, "Junior Lin Chie seeing off General Zhao Kongcheng, triumphant return." The next day, in the Night Watchman office, Lin Chie recounted to everyone the complete process of Zhao Kongcheng's death in battle, and stated that he was the agent of Michael, wanting to join the Night Watchman for 10 years. Hearing this, Chen Muye also said, "Night Watchman isn't a community volunteer organization. Once you join, you can't leave, so I can't agree to your 10 years. Lin Chie smiled. "I'm just informing you, not discussing with you. Just say whether you'll accept me or not." Chen Muye laughed upon hearing this. "Fine. If you have the ability to leave the Night Watchman on your own after 10 years, then go ahead. But if you want to leave through proper procedures, no way." Lin Chie readily nodded. "If I can't leave after 10 years, that's my problem." Hearing Lin Chie's such lawless response, Chen Muye was also shocked. Lin Chie would need to undergo training next, so he temporarily lived at Team Captain Hong Ying's house, and had his comrades deliver his advanced salary to his aunt. To completely cure the goddess, Lin Chie would go feed her medicine every day. When he went to give medicine today, he felt the goddess's condition had improved considerably. She was actually happily swinging on a swing. The goddess also quickly noticed Lin Chie, greeting him happily. Lin Chie walked to the goddess's side and handed over the medicine. The goddess took it without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp, then stared at Lin Chie with a loving expression and said, "My child, you seem to have something on your mind?" "Sort of," Lin Chie replied perfunctorily. After all, having just experienced Zhao Kongcheng's death in battle, and immediately having to leave the home he'd lived in for 10 years, these were matters no outsider could help with. The goddess seemed to think of something. "In that case, child, I'll give you my bracelet so you can—" Before she could finish, she realized the bracelet she mentioned was gone. The goddess thought for a while before remembering that her bracelet had been won by a little girl. Lin Chie was surprised to hear this news and asked, "What did you compete in? How did she win the bracelet from you?" The goddess explained calmly. "She said she wanted to compete with me in creation. If I won, she would give me my children. If I lost, I had to give her my bracelet." Lin Chie was even more shocked at this point. A little girl could actually beat the night goddess who created the world in creation? Who exactly is she? So Lin Chie continued asking for the girl's name. The goddess thought again and said, "She seems to be surnamed Ji. Oh right, she also said she left you a letter here, you can look for it." Hearing this, Lin Chie immediately started searching through the mental hospital, finally finding a note under the desk. After one glance, his expression became somewhat strange. The note read, "To someone, I don't know who you are, but I know you're the real master here. When you see this letter, it should be several years later. Don't laugh at my poor handwriting, after all I'm still young. Sorry, I detained your hospital for a while, but considering I'm returning it to its rightful owner, don't blame me. Also, I borrowed something from your patient. I'll return it when I find you again. One more reminder, there's another space under this office. When I grow up, I'll come find you, stranger. After all, you're my hope of going home. Bye, Genian." Seeing this letter, Lin Chie immediately realized this mental hospital still hid many secrets. Finally, he discovered a tunnel under the mat. After entering the basement, he discovered that this place was actually a prison cell. Suddenly, he found that the ghost-faced king he had slain was actually in the prison cell. Just as he was looking at the ghost-faced king with a puzzled expression, the system popped up a message explaining, "As a mythical creature killed by your own hands, you have the right to decide the fate of the ghost-faced king's soul. Choice 1, obliterate its soul, making it completely disappear from the world. Choice 2, make its fear index toward you reach 60, and you can hire it as a hospital orderly to care for patients while providing you with a certain degree of protection. Current fear index is 1. After reading the explanation, Lin Chie finally understood that this psychiatric hospital also had the ability to capture souls. It seems that any mythical creature I kill with my own hands will be imprisoned here. If I killed a real god, wouldn't that god also become my employee?" Suddenly, the ghost-faced king's roar interrupted Lin Chie's thoughts. Lin Chie's eyes flashed with golden light, and the ghost-faced king was so frightened by the angel's divine power that it knelt down and begged for mercy. Although the ghost-faced king's fear value had already reached 60 points, Lin Chie still mercilessly obliterated its soul because it had killed Lin Chie's idol. The next day, Lin Chie came to the dojo, ready to begin a month-long special training. The captain threw him a knife and told him that he could only have his own sword after passing the special training, and until then, he would use this one. Lin Chie looked at the knife in his hand and couldn't help but feel sad, because this was exactly Zhao Kongcheng's knife. The captain explained, "You are the person he chose, so his knife is entrusted to your care. From today on, you will practice swordsmanship with me." After saying this, the captain drew his sword and prepared to begin the special training. As expected, Lin Chie was beaten without any ability to fight back. At noon, when Timo helped him bandage his wounds, while advising him not to feel psychological pressure, back when I first sparred with the captain, I was beaten and laid up for a whole day and night. As they chatted, the two began talking about forbidden ruins. Lin Chi said he could perceive everything within a 20-meter radius. Suddenly, Hong Ying walked past them, and looking at her perky and round buttocks, the two exchanged glances. Lin Chi said seriously, "White underwear." Thus, their deep friendship was instantly established. Subsequently, when Timo began explaining the Forbidden Ruins sequence. The so-called Forbidden Ruins sequence is humanity's classification of the danger levels of Forbidden Ruins. The earlier the sequence number, the more dangerous it is. Forbidden Ruins sequences after 600 are classified as harmless Forbidden Ruins, which have very little effect, at most killing mosquitoes and insects. Sequences 400 to 599 are classified as low-risk Forbidden Ruins, which have lethal capabilities but pose no great threat and might have unexpected effects if used properly. Sequences 200 to 399 are called dangerous Forbidden Ruins, capable of causing large-scale threats to human society and possessing the ability to fight against mysteries. Sequences 90 to 199 are high-risk Forbidden Ruins, possessing extremely strong combat power, and those who hold such Forbidden Ruins sequences are undoubtedly 1 in a million powerhouses, like our captain. As for sequences before 89, these are ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins, which not only possess extremely strong large-scale destructive power, but also have incredible special abilities. These types of Forbidden Ruins have transcended the realm of humans, often possessing the ability to destroy an entire city. Lin Chie's mortal divine domain has sequence number 003, but that belongs to the angel Michael, not to him. His current abilities focus on perception and prediction. Although he can use the angel's divine power, the true power of the divine ruins is far more than this. This situation either means the angel only gave him a small portion of abilities, or other abilities have always existed but he cannot sense them. On his first day of school, the male student stole the school bully's girlfriend, and even confessed to all the girls in the school, asking them to come to his dorm, because most of them had been replaced by monsters, and what these monsters liked to do most was invite lone members of the opposite sex for nighttime rendezvous, then eat them. When they were spit out, they would also become monsters. Lin Chie was here to deal with these monsters. And all of this started with a not-so-clever act of peeping. Yesterday, Li Yifei left his keys in the classroom after school, but unexpectedly encountered the class monitor and a teacher. He originally thought the two were having an affair, but didn't expect the class monitor to turn into a monster and eat the teacher. Then the monster spit out an egg. With the gurgling sounds coming from the egg, the teacher actually broke out of the shell. Li Yifei was terrified and hid under the podium, until this morning when he came to the night's watch to report the case. After Li Yifei finished his account, the captain began analyzing. This monster has the ability to disguise and assimilate, and may have already caused spreading infection. Among lower-level mythical creatures, assimilation is the most troublesome ability. If you're not careful, the number of victims will grow exponentially. And disguise is an even more dangerous ability, indicating it has intelligence no less than that of humans. At this point, another team member pushed his glasses. We need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. It's possible that the entire second high school has been infected, or even spread outside the school. In response, everyone decided to split into two groups. One team would follow the victim's social connections to search for other infected individuals. The other team would enter the school to follow the trail and quickly find the main body. Arriving at the school, after changing into school uniforms, they decided to split up. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan went to the office building to investigate the dean, while Lin Qiye mixed into the class to contact Liu Xiaoyan, then used his ability to identify the infected. Lin Qiye kept searching in the hallway, 1, 2, 3, and more. He couldn't believe that on just this one floor, 6 people had been infected and turned into monsters. If a riot broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Finally, Lin Qiye came to the classroom and found that Li Yifei, who had been very scared earlier, had actually returned to school. So he asked Li Yifei, "Is there anything that can gather all the teachers and students in the school together? I need to assess the situation of the entire school." Li Yifei immediately thought of the flag-raising ceremony. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hong Ying and the others found that the infected teacher was not there. Taking the opportunity, they quickly entered the room to investigate, and unexpectedly found a human's skin under the floorboards. At this time, the flag-raising broadcast sounded, and students lined up to go to the playground. Lin Qiye then discovered that a girl in the crowd had been infected. Seeing this, he asked Li Yifei about the girl's identity. Li Yifei said her name was Tian Li, and she was in the same dorm as Liu Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately notified Hong Ying and the others, indicating that the source of infection might be in the girl's dormitory. Just as Hong Ying went to investigate the dormitory, Lin Qiye came to the flagpole and snatched the flag from a student's hands, telling him that the school leadership had temporarily changed the flag bearer. After saying this, he walked up to the flag platform and closed his eyes to begin sensing. This investigation startled him. There were infected people everywhere in the crowd. He immediately prepared to go meet up with Hong Ying. On the way, he quickly reported this situation to the captain through the radio. At least 60 teachers and students in the entire school were infected. If they wanted to solve this secretly, it would probably be impossible. Once the main body knew of our existence, it would likely control over 60 infected people to attack teachers and students indiscriminately. If even one slipped through and escaped the school, it would be a disaster affecting the entire city. Upon hearing this, the captain told Lin Qiye to calm down first, because the infected had already begun infiltrating outward. When investigating Liu Xiaoyan and the teachers' residences, they discovered that their family members had all been infected. While speaking, the captain raised his hand and shot an arrow, taking down a monster. We'll gradually check the social connections of the infected and cut off the transmission. Leave the school to you guys. You must find the main body and eliminate it in the shortest time possible. Also, I'll have Leng Xuan open the unbounded airspace so the monsters in number 2 middle school can't escape. Then you can deal with the monsters without worry. Lin Qiye agreed, then rushed to the girls' dormitory to meet up with Hong Ying. He told Hong Ying, "There's a group of girls about to return to the dormitory now. Do you need me to come up and help you?" Hong Ying smiled cheerfully. "No need. You go to the teaching building and prevent the monsters from attacking indiscriminately. I can handle this." Just as Hong Ying finished speaking, they were spotted by a group of students. Looking at Hong Ying's impressive chest muscles, the female students immediately determined they weren't students from this school, so they asked which class they were from. Hong Ying casually brushed them off with a few words and made an excuse to leave. The faces of several girls instantly darkened, and they blocked the two of them together. "You two sisters are so beautiful, with perfect features and lovely skin, truly enviable." As they spoke, the girls began reaching out to touch them, so beautiful that it makes one want to devour you in one bite. After saying this, they revealed their monster forms and lunged to bite Hong Ying and her companion. Seeing this, Hong Ying directly opened the box in her hand, and instantly, a long spear appeared in her grasp. With just a light strike, one monster was left with only its head. The other two monsters were stunned. Then she spun her spear, and with another swing, the two monsters were instantly consumed by flames. At this moment, another infected person appeared at the end of the corridor. Just as Hong Ying was about to attack, she noticed more and more infected people surrounding them. Seeing this, Hong Ying sneered, "Come on, the more the better. Those few just now weren't enough for my warm-up." Moments later, explosion sounds erupted from the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, a romantic feast was being staged in the classroom. The school bully was holding a nutrition drink, making a heartfelt confession to Han Ruo Ruo. Ruo Ruo agreed directly, and even asked the school bully to meet her in the grove after school. Just as the school bully was overjoyed, Lin Chiye suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Ruo Ruo, actually I really like you too. Could you be my girlfriend? Suddenly, all the classmates were confused by this scene. At this moment, Han Ruo Ruo shyly replied, "All right then, I'll agree to you too." The school bully was completely bewildered now. In all his years, this was the first time he'd heard that confessions could be intercepted. Upon hearing this, Lin Chiyi got up and left. "Then let's meet in the garage after school." At the same time, chaos erupted in the girls' dormitory. Leng Xuan also activated the unbounded airspace. Just moments ago, Hong Ying had just finished clearing out the infected, when a teacher grabbed the two of them to escape, saying it was dangerous here and they should leave quickly. Suddenly, a bullet shot straight toward the teacher's chest. The next second, the teacher revealed its monster form, with gaping maw about to bite Si Xiaonan. Lin Chiye directly took 7 steps at once, 1 shot striking the monster's jaw, 2 shots severing the monster's head. Hong Ying, who had come to her senses, breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing you arrived in time, otherwise Xiaonan would have been in danger." So the three began discussing the location of the monster's main body. Lin Chiyi first analyzed. Logically, it should still be in the girls' dormitory, but now, all the monsters in this building have been cleared by you. Could it have sensed danger and escaped early? Suddenly, Si Xiaonan pointed upward nervously. "Look, what is that?" Lin Chiyi and Hong Ying looked up and saw a tongue monster. Seeing this, the two immediately gave chase. They finally chased it to the rooftop where they saw the monster's main body. The monster stood at the edge of the rooftop preparing its ultimate move, ultimate head attack. Instantly, it made both of them dizzy and disoriented. The monster also took this opportunity to escape. At the same time, the infected hiding among the crowd all transformed into monsters at this moment, lunging at the people beside them. The panicked students wanted to flee but found themselves blocked by an invisible barrier. Seeing this, the two divided their tasks clearly. Hong Ying, with higher combat ability, pursued the snakehead monster, while Lin Chiye was responsible for maintaining student order. He came to the crowd, telling everyone to stay calm and follow his arrangements, but the students shrouded in fear completely ignored him. Watching the situation gradually spiral out of control, Lin Chiye fired a warning shot. Instantly, everyone around froze in place. Lin Chiye took the opportunity to quickly swing his blade, killing the infected among the crowd. After eliminating the infected in the crowd, he had the students line up to exit through the school gate. After arranging the students, he notified Leng Xuan to close the passage. Meanwhile, Li Yifei also organized classmates to resist the monsters. He blocked the classroom door, creating a safe zone, then called on physically strong classmates to rescue students on other floors. They made ropes from cloth strips and climbed to the 3rd floor. Just arriving at the 3rd floor, they saw a monster continuously guarding a classroom. So they all went up together and took down the monster with coordinated strikes. When they were about to rescue the trapped students, and Qing Yu inside the classroom refused Li Yifei's rescue because he analyzed that there were too many injured students in the classroom, and moving the defensive line would be too dangerous. Moreover, he suspected these people were monsters in disguise, just trying to trick them into coming out. Seeing the students inside unwilling to move, Li Yifei prepared to go back first. Suddenly, several monsters came upon hearing the noise, and immediately took down one of the students. Fortunately, Qing Yu in the classroom opened the door in time to save them, temporarily escaping disaster. But the noise of monsters hitting the door was too loud, and soon attracted all the nearby monsters. In just 2.5 minutes, they broke down the classroom door. Seeing this, the students in the classroom felt hopeless. At this moment, Lin Chiye descended like a divine soldier, dancing his long blade, 1 strike per monster, eliminating all monsters in just 2.5 seconds. This scene left the students in the classroom stunned, and Qing Yu actually began studying the monster corpses, excitedly saying, "Finally found something interesting." However, he then turned around and fawningly greeted Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye simply exchanged names, then asked Li Yifei about Han Ruo Ruo and Liu Xiaoyan's situation. Li Yifei said they were mixed in the crowd and hadn't gone berserk, so he found an excuse to isolate them in a classroom. Lin Chiye was also satisfied with Li Yifei's approach. Hearing Lin Chiye's approval, Li Yifei was overjoyed and begged Lin Chiye, "Please put in a good word with the night watchman later. He's been dreaming of joining." Upon hearing this, Lin Chiye told him to first escort the students to the auditorium. Now isn't the time to discuss this. At this time, Hong Ying told Lin Chiye the monster had escaped. and Xiaonan was still tracking the monster's trail. But the deputy captain, after reviewing materials, learned that this monster was called the Nanda Snake Demon, possessing extremely strong disguise abilities and high intelligence. Able to blend into human society without being detected, it could devour humans and implant snake seeds into human bodies, then control human actions. Ultimately, it could completely devour human society, replacing humans with its own snake demon offspring. Fortunately, its infection ability had limitations. The main body could only produce one snake seed per day. Learning this information, Lin Qiye knew this demon had been lurking in the school for a long time. Now the monsters were secondary. The most important thing was to rescue the other students first, so he led a group of students to rescue others. Just moments ago, Liu Yuan had a conflict with classmates over rescuing the trapped school beauty, and they almost came to blows. At the critical moment, a ferocious monster jumped out, lunging straight at the students. Just as a student was about to die in the monster's jaws, at the crucial moment, Lin Qiye arrived in time, severing the monster's head with one sword, saving the student. After dealing with the monster, Lin Qiye walked toward the last infected person, the school beauty Han Ruo. Seeing this, Liu Yuan directly stood in front of Han Ruo to protect her. Lin Qiye stepped aside and let them leave. Then Lin Qiye had Li Yifei take the remaining students to the auditorium as well. At this time, Qing Yu came to Lin Qiye's ear and shared some of his speculations. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye looked shocked, then handed his pistol to Qing Yu, telling him to be careful. After that, he went alone to search for the Nanda Snake Demon's main body. As soon as Lin Qiye left, everyone asked Leng Xuan, "Have you seen two students who got separated?" Leng Xuan told her. Han Ruo and the other went into the music building. Upon arriving, he immediately notified Hong Ying. At this moment, Liu Yuan in the piano room had completely become a lamb for slaughter, saying he would definitely protect her. Hearing this, Han Ruo smiled and beckoned him over. When Liu Yuan approached, she immediately clung to him, saying she wanted to do some interesting things with him. Just as Liu Yuan's mind was filled with romantic thoughts, Han Ruo directly revealed her true form and devoured Liu Yuan in one bite. When Lin Qiye arrived, Liu Yuan had already been infected and turned into a monster. Lin Qiye dispatched him with one strike. After dealing with Liu Yuan, Lin Qiye continued searching for Han Ruo. But when he just entered the piano room, he actually saw Han Ruo had returned to human form. Seeing this, Lin Qiye immediately expressed his desire to chat with her. "I want to ask why you would suddenly expose yourself at all costs just to reproduce in large numbers." Hearing this, Han Ruo suddenly became somewhat nervous. "Reproduction is my ancestral instinct. What would you humans understand? A creature with such high intelligence as you could definitely suppress biological instincts. So what exactly is your conspiracy?" After Lin Qiye finished speaking, Han Ruo laughed. "You seem to really enjoy reasoning. Guess what? After I implant a snake seed in you, will that girl with the long spear still be able to detect it?" After saying this, Han Ruo transformed back into her true form and lunged at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye could only dodge frantically. This Nanda snake demon seemed to be the main body, much stronger than the previous monsters. Then Lin Qiye fell into constant flight. He just needed to hold out until Hong Ying arrived. So Lin Qiye unleashed his limited mental power to counterattack, hoping to sever the Nanda snake demon's tail and limit its mobility. The Nanda snake demon, with one tail severed, howled in pain. In the chaos, another tail sent Lin Qiye flying. Watching the Nanda snake demon charging straight at him, Lin Qiye was completely stunned. "I'm not going to gloriously sacrifice myself on my first day of mission execution, am I?" Suddenly, Hong Ying's fire spear drove back the Nanda snake demon. Seeing Hong Ying's outstretched hand, Lin Qiye felt warmth in his heart. Having teammates is great. But the next second, Hong Ying caught her long spear, while he fell straight down into the bushes. Hong Ying then came over to ask if Lin Qiye was hurt. Lin Qiye said helplessly, "I'm perfectly fine. You should focus on dealing with the snake demon." Who knew the snake demon would run away after seeing the three of them together? Fortunately, Lin Qiye's eyes could clearly see its escape trajectory. Getting the location information, Hong Ying danced her fire spear, then gathered strength for a throw. The fire spear pierced through the house like cutting through tofu. When they arrived, they found the snake demon was completely dead. But looking at the corpse, Lin Qiye was thoughtful. This snake demon feels like it died a bit too suspiciously. At this moment, many students in the auditorium were celebrating their survival after the disaster, and Qing Yu was inquiring about Lin Qiye's organization. Li Yifei proudly boasted, "Their organization is called the Night Watchmen. Even if you know now it's useless, you'll have your memory erased later. After all, if this kind of thing got out, it would cause great panic. And Qingyu curiously asked, what are the conditions for joining them? Speaking of this, Li Yifei became even more proud. Do you want to join them? It's not that easy. Their recruitment standards are very high, but after this incident is over, I'll be able to join them. At this time, Lin Qiye also arrived at the auditorium, notifying everyone that they were safe. Everyone present was happy to hear the news. Li Yifei was even more excited as he stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Qiyi, I made such a great contribution this time. Joining the night watchman should be no problem, right? Lin Qiye just said lightly, perhaps. Suddenly, a pistol was pressed against Li Yifei's head, and Qingyu fired 3 shots, emptying the clip. Instantly, all the students were in chaos. The boy's head had 3 holes shot through it, but he didn't die from this. Instead, he was particularly excited because he thought he had awakened superpowers. But actually, he was a monster. It turned out that Qingyu had always suspected Li Yifei had problems, and even before Lin Qiye came to the auditorium, he had been testing Li Yifei. Seeing Li Yifei's confidence about joining the night watchman made Qingyu even more suspicious, and seeing his fawning behavior when he met Lin Qiyi, this made Qingyu certain he was the Nanda Snake Demon. So Qingyu fired 3 shots at Li Yifei. After being shot, Li Yifei still asked Lin Qiye, did I awaken superpowers? Lin Qiye directly exposed the truth that he was the Nanda Snake Demon, but Li Yifei refused to believe it, always insisting he was Li Yifei. Lin Qiye grabbed him up. Divine might of angels, flash. Countless golden light frantically poured into Li Yifei's mental world. Suddenly, Li Yifei's body went limp and he fainted. The next second, a powerful hand suddenly gripped Lin Qiye's wrist. Li Yifei's eyes also suddenly opened. He asked Lin Qiye in confusion, how did you discover me? With your realm, you shouldn't be able to see through my disguise. Lin Qiye immediately shook off Li Yifei's hand. I indeed couldn't see through it. Otherwise, it would have been exposed when you reported the case. But ever since entering this school, everything that happened here seemed reasonable yet was full of oddities everywhere. Since you wanted to escape, why did you brazenly run to the piano room? Since you wanted to massacre, why didn't you expand the infection range? The 3rd floor wherein Qingyu was located was full of injured students who had completely lost resistance, but the infected didn't attack them. But when you came to rescue them, the infected swarmed up. It seemed chaotic and patternless, but through analysis you could discover that everything you did had only one purpose, which was to highlight that Li Yifei was a hero who would risk everything to save his classmates. And all of this was to enter the night watchman. So when Qingyu and I made a bold guess, you, Li Yifei, are the 2nd personality that the Nanda Snake Demon created for disguise. Actually, with your lifespan and talents, you could enjoy everything human society has to offer. Why take the risk to orchestrate this play? I guess it's because the Ghostface King incident half a month ago scared you? You were worried that you too would be hunted by the Night Watchman, so you staged this whole drama. And all of this was just to join the Night Watchman to stay above this muddy water. Hearing this, the Nanda Snake Demon couldn't help but applaud. Truly wonderful. I never expected to fall into your hands. The next moment he revealed his true form. Lin Qiye looked at the large hand attacking him. He smiled slightly. Sorry. Night has fallen and strength has reversed. Under the blessing of Starry Sky Dancer, countless afterimages appeared on the battlefield. In less than a second, the Nanda Snake Demon's entire body split open with multiple blade wounds. Lin Qiye then took the opportunity to behead it with one strike, just as everyone was about to return after cleanup. A staff member hurried over. Captain Chen, something's wrong. The Nanda Snake Demon's head is missing. I suspect someone hid the head. Upon hearing this, Silence immediately ordered the broadcast of memory whisper throughout the entire campus. After having their memories wiped, whoever stole the head would turn themselves in. At this moment, Qingyu was desperately covering his ears and running frantically around campus. He opened a manhole cover and hid in the sewers, barely managing to withstand the broadcast. After that, he hurriedly opened his backpack, wanting to look at the Nanda Snake Demon's head. The next second, his eyes flashed with green light. He instantly saw clearly the bones inside his palm. Then he frantically cut the head with a small knife, constantly shouting, I understand, I understand. So this is how it works. So fascinating. After cleanup, Lin Qiye came to the underground prison of the mental hospital. The system prompt appeared again. Unlike the previous Ghostface King, this Nanda Snake Demon had 2 loyalty indicators, making him wonder if it was caused by dual personality. He stepped forward and said to the Nanda Snake Demon, Now it's time for you to show me your value. If I'm not satisfied, you'll disappear. The Nanda Snake Demon knelt on the ground, saying he could infiltrate and penetrate. and when he matured, his combat power would be stronger. But Lin Chiye was unsatisfied after hearing this, so he asked if he could take care of the mental hospital. Just being able to make the old ladies happy is enough. Upon hearing this, the Nanda snake demon was furious. Damn it, making me do this kind of work, you might as well kill me. But seeing Lin Chiye actually preparing to act, he backed down, saying that although he couldn't do it, Li Yifei was very good at it. So Lin Chiye took out a labor contract, having him let Li Yifei control this body except when absolutely necessary. Therefore, Li Yifei successfully became the first caretaker of the mental hospital. Nix took one look at him and immediately treated him as her grandson. For most of this month, Lin Chiye chatted and took medicine with Nix daily, and her condition had improved considerably. He believed that before long the treatment progress could reach 50%. During this time, through cultivation, he had completely stabilized his advancement. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the next realm, and in a few days the new recruit training in Kangyan would begin. Meanwhile, in a temple somewhere, a man was striking a wooden fish in meditation. Suddenly he began frantically striking the wooden fish as if out of control, until the abbot appeared, and only then did he awaken. The abbot handed him a letter. "Benefactor Cao Yuan, your letter has arrived." Looking at the letter's contents, he puzzledly asked the abbot, "I am burdened with heavy sins. Do you think I should go?" The abbot said, "Cao Yuan has been meditating in this Buddhist temple for years, and the demonic nature in his heart has been suppressed. He may go." Before leaving, the abbot reminded Cao Yuan, "On this journey to Kangnan, you will meet a benefactor. If you seize the opportunity, you can not only wash away your sins but also achieve enlightenment." Upon hearing this, Cao Yuan asked the abbot who this benefactor was, but the abbot only told him, 2 woods to set him upright, 8 gods with 1 fallen dot entering night for 10 years, to help the mortals stood their ground. Sitting in the car, Cao Yuan kept thinking about what this phrase the abbot said meant. Just now, Lin Chiye had arrived at the training camp. The instructor who received him was named Hong Hao. Hong Hao first familiarized him with the surrounding environment. Lin Chiye noticed that people passing by kept glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally. About this, he asked Hong Hao, "Why do they keep staring at me?" Hong Hao replied, "Divine agents are rare commodities. The last divine agent who came out of the training camp is now the captain of the masked squad. You should know that the masked squad is one of the 4 special action squads. The strength of these 4 captains throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom is second only to the commander-in-chief. It's normal for them to be curious about you." Meanwhile, another instructor in the distance also smiled and greeted Lin Chiye. However, when he looked down at the roster, he showed helplessness. What the hell kind of lineup is this year? Besides Lin Chiye, this angel agent, there are 3 ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins users, one of whom is at least in the top 50 sequences. If we didn't have the masked squad, I really couldn't control them. At this time, someone pointed at a name, and this instructor's eyes widened. Bai Li Tuming? How did this young master come here too? After Lin Chiye familiarized himself with the training camp, he came to the dormitory. Just as he was checking the bedding, suddenly a burly man in a suit barged in, looked around and said into his radio, "Safety confirmed. The young master can come in." A group of security guards came in carrying things, then stood on both sides, leaving a path for the young man. As soon as the young man entered, he gripped Lin Chiye's hand tightly, his face glowing as he called him brother. This really confused Lin Chiye. Then the young man had the security guards bring out the meeting gifts. He said his name was Bai Li Tuming, and he could also be called Fatty. These watches were specialties from his family, nothing valuable, telling Lin Chiye to take whatever he wanted and not to mind. Lin Chiye briefly introduced himself, then declined Fatty's kindness and left. 2 days later, new recruit training began. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang stood on stage disparaging the new recruits, saying this group of rookies wasn't even as good as trash. At this time, a young man unconsciously made a disdainful sound. Yuan Gang immediately became interested after hearing this. "What? Is someone dissatisfied?" The young man from earlier raised his hand first to express dissatisfaction. The next second, more and more people in the crowd raised their hands. Seeing this, Yuan Gang roared, "Since so many of you are dissatisfied, I'll give you a chance to recognize yourselves." At this moment, on an airplane, the masked squad members were eating barbecue. The next second, the cabin floor suddenly opened, and several people fell straight down, all striking poses for a cool landing. Seeing the imposing masked squad, the crowd below erupted in heated discussion. Everyone was surprised that they actually invited the masked squad, and their entrance was so cool. Seeing this, Yuan Gang smiled. "Who told you to be dissatisfied? Later you'll recognize yourselves and know what real top experts are like." So Yuan Gang began announcing the rules. 239 new recruits against 5 masked squad members. No matter what methods you use, as long as you can take off any mask from the masked squad, you win. Battle time is from now until 9 p.m. tonight. If you win, it proves you're really awesome, and I'll apply tomorrow to have you graduate early. But if no one can do it before 9 p.m., then it proves you really are trash, and you should throw your ridiculous pride into the toilet and do whatever the instructors tell you to do. Understand? If you need weapons, you can find them in the warehouse. After saying this, the instructor team left the scene. Instantly, many new recruits on site became indignant. Damn, so arrogant. They're all at the same level, it's just combat experience. Even if the masked squad is incredible, we have over 200 people. We could overwhelm them with numbers. They're simply looking down on us. Charge, brothers. Kill them. The next second, the field erupted in flames as everyone activated their forbidden ruins to attack. But at this time, Lin Chiye was pulling Fatty toward the rear. About this, Fatty was confused. The masked squad is obviously finished. Why are we running? Upon hearing this, Lin Chiye calmly explained, how could a special squad be defeated so easily? Their combat power is still completely unknown. Rushing forward without knowing their forbidden ruins abilities and combat methods is simply suicide. Indeed, as Lin Chiye predicted, the new recruits who launched attacks not only failed to harm the masked squad at all, but were even sent flying by their single strikes. At this moment, Lin Chiye pulled Fatty to the weapons warehouse, only to find the warehouse door was locked. Since his forbidden ruins didn't have large-scale destructive capabilities, he had Fatty try using his forbidden ruins. Who knew Fatty said he didn't have any forbidden ruins at all? Hearing this, Lin Chiye was confused. How did you get into the Night Watchman? Suddenly, a red-haired woman ran over. A tremendous aura emanated from around her, and the next second, the warehouse door was blasted to pieces. So Lin Chiye asked if she was using an ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins. But the woman's attitude was arrogant. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? Instantly, Lin Chiye swung his sword straight at the woman's neck. Molly instinctively wanted to draw her blade, but she quickly realized something was wrong. A blade appeared out of nowhere and collided with Lin Chiye's sword. Seeing this situation, Molly quickly drew her blade and warily searched for enemies. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Moon Ghost from the masked squad. Moon Ghost asked, "You're that angel agent, right? The aura on you is very similar to our captain's. No wonder you could detect my presence." But Molly didn't want to waste words with him and directly activated her forbidden ruins to attack. She severed Moon Ghost's right hand with one strike. However, in the next second, Moon Ghost's arm instantly regenerated. Seeing this, Molly looked shocked. How is this possible? Even high-speed regeneration couldn't be this fast. Lin Chiye, who saw through everything, explained at this time, "Your attack never touched him at all, because the moment your blade contacted his body, he decomposed his arm into moonlight to avoid the attack." Hearing Lin Chiye's words, Moon Ghost smiled. "Indeed, the angel agent is the most dangerous. Then I'll have to take you out first." Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded nearby. A group of new recruits holding weapons shouted excitedly, "Brothers, seize the opportunity. Knock off his mask and we win." Instantly, countless bullets shot toward Moon Ghost, but not a single one hit him. Seeing Moon Ghost approaching head-on yet unable to hit him, all the new recruits were dumbfounded. In an instant, Moon Ghost rushed to their front, just as Moon Ghost was about to swing his blade to finish them. Suddenly, Moon Ghost felt a strong suppressive force, and then his Forbidden Ruins moon transformation ability couldn't be used. Then Lin Chiye engaged in fierce combat with Moon Ghost, blade to blade. Suddenly, Lin Chiye retreated sharply and shouted, "Now, open fire!" But when the new recruits were about to shoot, their weapons actually floated up by themselves. Vortex and Rose from the masked squad emerged. They said happily, the mice hiding in the cave finally came out. "You're surrounded by us, surrender quickly." Moon Ghost hurried to his teammate's side and said, "Good thing you came in time. There's a angel agent among the new recruits. I almost had trouble." Hearing this, Vortex laughed. "So what if he's a angel agent? Right now he's just a new recruit. Watch how Grandpa Vortex gives him military training." Rose on the side couldn't stand listening anymore and immediately waved her hand, signaling them to finish the battle quickly. Feeling the pressure, Molly's expression grew serious as she looked at Lin Chiye. "What do we do now? Fight them?" Lin Chiye told her not to act rashly for now. Then Lin Chiye shouted to the other new recruits, "Everyone listen to me. Even if the masked squad is powerful, there are only 4 of them. Even if we can't win, as long as everyone can break through simultaneously, there's definitely a chance of escape." The new recruits who heard this plan all thought it made sense. New recruits running away if they couldn't win wasn't shameful. Hearing this, Vortex laughed. You little chicks, why do you just want to run around? Just let us defeat you obediently and get it over with. Wouldn't that be better? At this time, Lin Chiye secretly had Molly use her forbidden ruins to break through the wall beside them. Then Lin Chiye held his long blade and called on everyone to attack, finding the right moment to escape. Upon hearing this, Rose's aura suddenly surged. Want to attack by force? Then let me play with you. Seeing Rose's imposing presence, the new recruits were all scared stiff. Molly also took advantage of everyone's attention being on Rose to quietly gather power, and with one strike broke open the wall beside them. Lin Chiye also immediately shouted, "Now, move!" Seeing hope of escape, everyone sprang into action. In this situation, whoever ran slowly would be in the front row. Vortex directly controlled the force field to launch countless blades and weapons, instantly throwing the new recruits into chaos. Rose also raised her hand and summoned a pink hammer, immediately blocking the crack that had just been created. Standing on the hammer, she looked down mockingly at the new recruits. Keep running! Why aren't you running anymore? Seeing this scene, Fatty was dumbfounded. Holy crap, this masked squad is too ruthless. Should I still use my... Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chiye grabbed him and ran. Fatty asked urgently, Didn't you say we were breaking through? What are you doing? Lin Chiye explained helplessly. Are you stupid? The main gate has no one there now. We can just walk out. Just like that, Lin Chiye, Fatty, and Molly openly left through the main gate. Seeing this, Molly couldn't help but praise, using those new recruits as a diversion to attract the masked squad's attention. You're really cunning. After seeing Lin Chiye escape, Rose didn't care about anything else and directly resolved the new recruits on sight. Vortex chased after him first, but as soon as he got out of the door, he saw a cart suddenly coming towards him. Lin Chiye, on the other hand, was holding the key with a big smile on his face as he greeted him. Just as Vortex looked puzzled, he suddenly saw that the cart was piled high with explosives. Before he could react, flames shot up to the sky in an instant, swallowing everything around them completely. When the smoke cleared, the armory that had been standing right in front of them was now razed to the ground. The other members of the masked squad looked at the scene before them in disbelief. After a long moment, Rose finally came to her senses. It started exploding at the entrance first, then triggered all the ammunition in the entire armory to explode along with it. At this moment, Vortex emerged from the smoke, cursing and swearing. That kid's heart is really damn insidious. If I hadn't reacted quickly and opened my devouring vortex in time, I might have croaked right there. Suddenly, he quickly felt for his mask. Thank goodness the mask is still there. Didn't mess up. Otherwise, I'd have no face to see anyone. Meanwhile, the instructors were all praising Lin Chiye, worthy of being an angel agent. He really has some skills. To successfully break through under such circumstances and even nearly blow off Vortex's mask. Another instructor looked at the report in his hand and raised a question. Why hasn't Lin Chiye used the Angel's Ruins yet? That's a sequence 003 Mortal Divine Domain. If he had used it just now, he could have easily broken out without needing to detonate explosives, right? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gong said, he's waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, Lin Chiye and his two companions had also escaped to a safe place. Fatty said with a worried expression, Chiye, you were so ruthless, you didn't blow him up to death, did you? Lin Chiye was nonchalant about it. If he died that easily, then he would be someone who got into the special squad through connections. Too bad I didn't blow off his mask just now. Otherwise, we would have won. At this time, Molly stood up and took the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Molly. Forbidden Ruins. Universal Vibration. Sequence 076. I can control the vibration frequency of all objects that come into contact with me within the Forbidden Ruins range. Lin Chiye also shook hands with her. I'm Lin Chiye, Angel Agent. That one is called Bailey Tooming. He doesn't have Forbidden Ruins. After getting to know each other, Molly seriously asked Lin Chiye, why did you trick them into being decoys? Lin Chiye thought about the next plan while saying, they were never going to escape anyway. We were able to break through because there were only 3 of us. Once the number of people breaking through increases, the masked squad will definitely redirect their main force to intercept us. At that time, none of us would be able to leave. In the end, we just took advantage of the value difference between ourselves and the majority, forcing the masked squad to make a choice. If we had stubbornly tried to break through together with the others, not a single person would have escaped. Fatty became worried after hearing this. According to what you're saying, the masked squad is too strong, right? They're practically flawless. Aren't we doomed to lose? Lin Chiye directly refuted Fatty's statement. As long as we haven't been eliminated yet, there's still a chance. Now, a large number of recruits have been eliminated, and those who can stay are either teaming up like us, or are people with stronger abilities. They're all preparing to find opportunities to ambush the masked squad from various corners. The masked squad will definitely hurry to defeat them one by one. And in the training camp, the places suitable for stealth combat are only the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory building, and tactical research room. Among these locations, only the dormitory building has the largest area and strongest concealment. There must be the most ambushed teams there too. And considering the consumption of time, physical strength, and mental energy, the masked squad will inevitably choose to tackle the toughest bone first. But the masked squad has a fatal flaw, which is their numerical disadvantage. And this is exactly our biggest opportunity. It's time to take the initiative and strike. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu was also leading a group of people discussing how to ambush the masked squad. At this moment, one of his teammates thought this ambush was a bit too obvious and might get them wiped out by the masked squad in one go. Shen Qingzhu didn't care much about this opinion. Don't worry. Everything is going according to my plan. Moon Ghost, who had been eavesdropping nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but reveal himself to complain. I've been listening to your plan for so long, I really can't take it anymore. Your plan has too many flaws. If you went to the battlefield, you'd definitely mess it up. Instantly, everyone reacted and drew their swords, charging toward Moon Ghost. Moon Ghost took down most of the recruits in just a few moves. Shen Qingzhu looked at Moon Ghost, his thoughts racing. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a black barrier expanded with him at the center, quickly enveloping Moon Ghost. Only after being trapped did Moon Ghost realize something was wrong. At this moment, Shen Qingzhu spoke. Mask, I know you can't hear my voice, but you can definitely read my lips. Now all the gas around here has been extracted by me. In a vacuum environment, humans don't die immediately. They can generally survive for 16 seconds. In this vacuum environment, everyone except me can only live for 16 seconds. 7 seconds have already passed. You'd better remove your mask yourself, or I don't mind killing you and them together here. As soon as Shen Qingzhu finished speaking, a long blade shot toward him. He instinctively raised his sword to block, but he quickly realized something was wrong. However, it was already too late. He was actually kicked away by air. Moon Ghost slowly deactivated his invisibility, looking at him with a cold expression. After Shen Qingzhu was kicked away, the gas in this space returned again. Moon Ghost's voice was ice cold to the extreme. You madman, using such ruthless methods in a mere sparring match. Shen Qingzhu tremblingly raised his hand. How else could I force you out? At this moment, the ring on his middle finger emitted sizzling energy. The next second, a violent explosion erupted thunderously. Lin Qie's trio, who had been secretly observing from a distance, also noticed this situation. Lin Qie observed while analyzing. Just as I thought, the masked squad first dispersed to expand their search area in the dormitory district. After any member makes contact with the enemy, everyone quickly converges on them. This guy named Shen Qingzhu, although he made a big commotion, still couldn't break the mask. The masked squad has probably started converging on his position. Fatty beside them raised a question. Didn't you just say we should actively hunt the masked squad? Then why are we still here watching from the sidelines? Molly said with frustration. Idiot. He's waiting for the masked squad's captain to make a move. Until now, only his ability remains unknown. Gathering intelligence on your prey before hunting is common sense. After observing for a while, Lin Qie felt that this Shen Qingzhu probably had more tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Moon Ghost and Shen Qingzhu were engaged in a chase scene. Seeing Shen Qingzhu keep chasing and setting off explosions, Moon Ghost immediately threw his long blade backward to slow down Shen Qingzhu's pace, but the long blade was immediately reflected back by the barrier. Fortunately, he had turned his body into moonlight in advance, avoiding critical damage. Then Shen Qingzhu raised his hand, and the ring emitted sizzling energy again. Instantly, a violent explosion erupted thunderously. Moon Ghost walked out of the thick smoke somewhat angry. Why do these recruits love explosions so much? Are they all art school graduates? Shen Qingzhu said, I compress oxygen and nitrogen to a certain ratio, then add some sparks to trigger explosions. This kind of large-scale indiscriminate killing ability is exactly your nemesis. Hearing this, Moon Ghost adjusted his mask. With your current realm, your attack range is only 10 meters. You're still 100,000 miles away from large-scale indiscriminate killing. This is enough. After saying this, Shen Qingzhu charged toward Moon Ghost again. Suddenly, the light above his head dimmed, as if covered by something. Looking up, he discovered it was actually a giant square object falling from the sky, scaring him into hurriedly exerting force to resist. This palm-sized giant hammer was no joke. Rose shrunk the hammer, saying playfully, Forbidden Ruin Sequence 068, Minotaur's Hammer. No wonder the original instructor wanted us to intervene. This is indeed a bit troublesome. At this moment, all members of the masked squad assembled. Vortex looked around, puzzled. Wasn't it said that among this batch of recruits, besides one angel agent, there are 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins? Just now there was that woman with the katana, plus this man who controls air. Where's the third one? King Face didn't answer, only saying, "We've been tricked." Vortex turned back to see 4 people walking toward them. At the same time, windows in the dormitory buildings on both sides suddenly shattered, with countless firearms aimed at them. Along the route, vines and earth walls dozens of meters high also rose, firmly blocking the 5 people's area. Combined with a dormitory building structure, this place had clearly become a closed dueling ground. As the smoke cleared, Shen Qingzhu appeared leading dozens of recruits. He sneered at the masked squad. "You don't think we still don't know that one of the masks can turn invisible after fighting until now, do you? Actually, the real battle formation was completed long ago. The plan just now was deliberately spoken for this moon-masked assassin to hear." Hearing this, Balance couldn't help but praise. This setup is indeed clever. They know they can't win in a direct fight, so they set up a closed, circular firepower network here. They want to use their numerical advantage to wear us down. Vortex looked at King Face and said, "This is getting a bit troublesome. Captain, you should make your move too, right? I still want to go back early for barbecue." Seeing Vortex being so arrogant, the recruits immediately opened fire. But Vortex just raised his hand and opened a purple vortex, swallowing all the attacks. Seeing the attacks had no effect, the recruits all became nervous. Shen Qingzhu shouted, "Keep attacking. Their spiritual power can't hold out much longer." Sure enough, Vortex had already started complaining to King Face, "Captain, I'm almost drained." Upon hearing this, King Face told Vortex to stop. Instantly, the purple vortex disappeared and the ammunition detonated. Seeing this, the recruits all got excited. "Success! Brothers, push harder!" But these bullets actually stopped again in front of King Face. At the same time, Shen Qingzhu's movements also slowed down. He instantly realized time had been slowed down, and this suspended time. King Face seemingly slowly drew the black blade from his waist, a flash of golden light. Then a giant blade split the entire building in half. Molly, who was secretly observing from a distance, saw this scene with disbelief. "Is this really cup forbidden? It's like he's cheating." At this time, Fatty beside her explained, "You're right, he really is cheating. Behind King Face is the god of time, code 017. His divine ruin is just controlling time. The black blade in his hand is a forbidden object that can unleash the forbidden ruin, Ge Yuan. Its effect is to condense one's speed into blade energy. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade energy. Although this forbidden object's danger level isn't high, in King Face's hands, it possesses killing power comparable to ultra-high risk. Using just cup forbidden acceleration, he can unleash blade energy comparable to river forbidden." Lin Tie and the other were very surprised to see Fatty so familiar with King Face. Fatty continued explaining, "The Ge Yuan in his hand was originally given to him by my family. When I was little, I often used that blade to chop mosquitoes." Hearing this, Molly asked in surprise, "Your family is the Bailey family known as the Forbidden Object Museum? Keep it low-key, I'm just a kid from an ordinary family." Molly said disdainfully, "I hate rich young masters the most." Just now, after King Face split the building in half with one slash, he began arranging actions. "Rose, Moon Ghost, Vortex, you 3 follow me to search other areas. Balance, you stay in the dormitory area and see if there are any fish that slip through the net. It's time to properly meet that angel agent who's been running away," Balance complained while cleaning up. "With things like this, how could there be any stragglers? The captain is being too cautious." As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Yuan emerged from the rubble, pushing away stones. This scared Balance quite a bit. Am I jinxing it? But interesting. You're fine even like this. As a recruit, your adaptability is quite good, Cao Yuan explained. "I didn't adapt, I was just resting in the room." "Floating stones? Is this your forbidden ruin?" "Feels pretty good. Just eliminate me quickly." Balance was stunned. "What did you say? Don't you want to resist?" Cao Yuan sat down cross-legged with a helpless expression. "It's boring. And I'm afraid if I resist, I'll kill you." Balance burst into laughter. "Interesting. You're just a recruit, but your tone is quite big. Are you looking down on me?" Cao Yuan said seriously. "Maybe I can—" This immediately aroused Balance's curiosity. "If that's the case, then I must try it." While the two were talking, a sword energy attacked Balance. He dodged while controlling the surrounding rubble to counterattack. Molly, holding her katana, easily shattered all the stones. Lin Jie also took the opportunity to grab Cao Yuan's collar, wanting to take him away. But Cao Yuan asked Lin Jie, "Why are you saving me? I want to be eliminated." Lin Jie was also stunned for a moment, then said, "Suit yourself. But we're about to fight the masked squad here. If you don't intend to participate, please don't interfere with our actions." At this time, Fatty shouted from behind, "Kie, come help me. I can't drag this Shen Qingzhu out by myself." After hearing the name Kie, Cao Yuan asked Lin Kie with shock what his surname was. Lin Kie turned back and said his surname was Lin. Cao Yuan immediately recalled what the abbot had told him about the benefactor's characteristics: 2 woods to set him upright, 8 gods with 1 fallen dot entering night for 10 years. To help the mortals stood their ground. Suddenly, a hand interrupted his thoughts. Balance looked at him with anticipation. "I finally got rid of that katana woman just to find you. Come cut me. I'm really too curious. Don't worry, you can't kill me." Cao Yuan picked up his blade at this moment, muttering to himself, "It seems he now thinks I'm a deserter. I need to change this bad impression." Then he drew his sword and looked seriously at Balance. "I want to confirm one last time. Are you confident you can survive?" After getting a positive answer, Cao Yuan slashed over. Balance immediately deployed his defense. At the moment of confrontation, Balance felt intense unease. This slash truly made Balance feel a life-and-death crisis. In the life-and-death moment, fortunately, King Face arrived in time. A terrifying blade energy sent Cao Yuan flying along with his sword. King Face looked at Balance somewhat helplessly, saying he had underestimated the enemy. Balance rubbed his eyes, still not recovered. What exactly was that thing? This is the Black King destruction known as Under the Gods, all beings are equal. Forbidden Ruin sequences in the top 30 are all called the Divine Realm, and this Black King destruction is Forbidden Ruin sequence 31. This power is too strong, and he's too weak. So after using the Forbidden Ruin, he completely loses consciousness. He's now fighting on instinct. This is truly indiscriminate attack. When he goes crazy, he'd even cut his own mother. Hearing this, Balance's body slowly rose. Looking at the crazed Cao Yuan seriously, understood. I was indeed underestimating the enemy just now. Now I'll go all out. He spread his palms. Instantly, countless rubble flew towards Cao Yuan. At the same time, Balance also jumped onto the stones, starting to fight Cao Yuan. Watching Balance's ability, Vortex couldn't help but sigh. I really envy Balance's ability. He can fly whenever he wants. Hearing this, Rose punched him on the head. "Idiot. The captain told you to stay here, not to watch Balance fight. Quickly find that angel agent from earlier." Just as they were talking, Molly descended from the sky, slashing at them with her blade. Vortex used his Forbidden Ruin and immediately blocked Molly's attack. At the same time, Lin Chie in the distance immediately told Shen Qingzhu to help Molly. Shen Qingzhu said indignantly, "Who are you to command me?" Lin Chie's eyes flashed with golden light. "You guys help me hold off the other members of the masked squad. I'll fight their captain." This left Shen Qingzhu speechless. Before leaving, he said, "Damn it, if we don't win, you're in for it." And Fatty was currently secretly watching Molly's heroic figure, completely unaware that Moon Ghost had already come behind him. After Moon Ghost swung his blade down, it was blocked by a golden barrier. Then, the air suddenly became quiet. The two stared at each other, both feeling a bit awkward. Moon Ghost attacked again, but the small blade instantly broke into 2 pieces. Looking at the broken blade, Moon Ghost fell into thought. Fatty shyly held up the necklace around his neck. "Sorry, I have this Yao Guang protecting me. Physical attacks can't hurt me. By the way, it can also be used for attacking. It's sequence 171, ranked as a high-level Forbidden Ruin." The entire battlefield was filled with smoke, and except for Lin Kie and King Face, everyone else was engaged in chaotic battle. At this moment, Lin Kie also found King Face. "What? Just watching?" King Face waved his hand. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Meanwhile, in the instructor's underground room, there was crazy shaking. "Should we change locations? They won't collapse this place, will they?" "Probably not. This is underground. They're just a bunch of cup forbidden. How could they possibly?" But after looking at the surveillance, the instructor immediately lost confidence. "Do you think this level of battle is something a bunch of cup forbidden could produce?" Yuan Gang looked at the list in his hand, quite satisfied. This recruit training actually produced so many geniuses. Maybe in a few years, the vacant 5th Special Squad will emerge again. At this moment, Lin Chie and King Face were staring at each other in the field. King Face drew Ge Yuan, breaking the silence first. "I know, as a new divine agent, you have many questions. After this battle, you can come find me to chat. Thank you." After saying this, Lin Chie directly launched an attack. King Face also immediately deployed his Divine Ruin, Time Divine Domain. Instantly, Lin Chie felt his movements slow down, like being shackled. Fortunately, it was now nighttime, and with the blessing of Starry Sky Dancer, Lin Chie's movements were faster than during the day. At the moment their weapons collided, King Face was greatly surprised. So fast. Does the mortal divine agent also have acceleration abilities? King Face didn't wait for Lin Chie's answer, and instantly appeared behind him, swinging a strike. Fortunately, Lin Chie reacted in time and only had a few strands of hair cut off. The next moment, Lin Chie hurriedly distanced himself from King Face. Only then did he have time to catch his breath. If I hadn't been beaten up by Chen Wei before, I probably couldn't even last 5 seconds now. Suddenly, King Face swung his blade at Lin Chie again. The two engaged in combat once more. In just 2.5 minutes, they exchanged 250 strikes. Meanwhile, in the distant ruins, Fatty and Molly had already ceased fighting with the masked members. They were all watching the battle between Lin Chie and King Face. Fatty, holding binoculars, sighed. These two fight so fast. I can't see the people clearly at all. Aren't they tired fighting like this? Moon Ghost replied helplessly. I don't know if they're tired, but I've been beaten for a whole day. I'm really tired. Suddenly, Fatty shouted excitedly, Chi, go for it! Take him down! Seeing Fatty cheering, the masked squad members weren't to be outdone and also shouted encouragement. King Face in the battle teased, Listen, my support is more powerful than yours. Lin Chie was unfazed. Having deployed your divine ruin for so long, with cup forbidden spiritual power, you should be near your limit, right? King Face didn't deny it, only saying, My divine ruin is very strong, but spiritual power consumption is also rapid. But I still have strength for one final strike. By the way, is winning this battle so important to you? Lin Chie charged toward King Face again. I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to give my all. King Face, hearing this, also held Ge Yuan in front of him. Well said. Then I'll also use my final strike and give my all. This time you can't dodge. Instantly, King Face emanated powerful divine pressure, surging into Lin Chie's mind, causing his movements to pause for a split second. When he came to, King Face's blade was already in front of him. Instantly, Lin Chie's eyes flashed with golden light. Two powerful divine forces collided. The explosive shockwave pushed back the distant crowd several steps. Just as the two were in a deadlock, Lin Chie felt a warm current, instantly filling him with power. Lin Chie's eyes blazed with even brighter golden light, instantly shattering King Face's time divine ruin. Before King Face could react, Lin Chie's blade was already slashing toward his mask. A crisp sound rang out. The next second, the mask shattered thunderously. All the onlookers were stunned at this moment. The instructors behind the surveillance were also stunned. The mask actually cracked? King Face looked at Lin Chie and whispered, Sorry. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with golden light. The mask fragments that had shattered in midair rapidly flowed back to King Face's face. Lin Chie's figure also mysteriously returned to his position before the attack. In a daze, the mask on King Face's face had restored to completeness. Lin Chie was confused. What's going on? King Face explained. Just now, I released my realm restrictions and used Time Divine Ruin to rewind everything within a 2,000-meter radius by 3 seconds. Lin Chie's eyes widened like copper bells, pointing to the distant spectators. Can't they see it? King Face coughed lightly. Except for you who has a divine ruin, everyone's memories have also returned to 3 seconds ago. However, my teammates and some of the stronger instructors should have realized I rewound time. Hearing this, Lin Chie was furious. You actually cheated. King Face felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Chie, I admit I lost to you just now, but this recruit training must continue. You understand what I mean? You want me to pretend I didn't win? To act like none of that just happened? Sorry, my principles don't allow me to do that. I will tell all the recruits the truth. Hearing Lin Chie's words, King Face raised his hand showing 5 fingers, 500,000 yuan bonus, plus 1 forbidden object, and I'll owe you a favor. How about it? Is it enough? Hearing such generous conditions, Lin Chie felt his principles might not be that important. He immediately agreed to this deal. At this moment, in the surveillance room, the female instructor asked worriedly, Wasn't the mask just broken? Yuan Gang nodded. I sensed that King Face should have used that technique. This was a desperate measure. The training must continue. This isn't for our face, but for these children's future. He looked at the time. 9 o'clock. The battle is over. Instantly, a booming voice swept through the training camp. Battle over. Masked squad wins. Yuan Gang stood on the platform, angrily scolding the recruits. I'm very disappointed in you. 239 people against 5 people. Most of you didn't even touch a hair on the masked squad. Just like I said before, you are all trash. Since you lost, then, as I said before, abandon all your pride and dignity, forget your past, and devote yourself completely to the training. Saying this, he pointed to the blackboard beside him. This training lasts 1 year. The first half is pure physical training. During these 6 months, we will use a forbidden object to suppress the vital energy in your bodies. You will lose the special powers you're proud of and become completely ordinary people. During this period, we will torture you in various ways, making you physically and mentally exhausted, keeping you always on the edge of collapse. You will despair, suffer, and even want to die. But unfortunately here, You can't even die if you want to. As for the second part, we'll talk about it after you can survive this half year. Just when everyone thought they'd have to sleep in the wilderness, they discovered the dormitory building had been restored to its original state. Many recruits were confused. Only Shen Qingzhu was shocked to the point of trembling. What kind of power is this? Using just half an hour to restore it to its original state. Lin Chie touched the rebuilt dormitory building, sighing inwardly. That guy probably made another move. Fatty looked confused beside him. What the hell? Qi, why are you talking in riddles too? Meanwhile, King Face seemed extremely weak, being carried forward by Vortex and Balance. Vortex said heartbrokenly, Captain, why did you have to do this? The dormitory building could have been repaired by the logistics team. Why did you have to use time reversal to piece the building back together? This puts too much burden on your spiritual power. Hearing this, King Face knocked Balance on the head. You can't say that. Those 3 buildings were cut down by me. One person does one person's deeds. At this time, Rose also asked puzzledly that, Captain, actually we've wanted to ask you for a while. You used time reversal once more today, right? Did we lose? King Face didn't avoid the question. We did indeed lose. These youngsters are truly formidable. They're much stronger than we were back then. I believe that with this training, they should be able to complete it quite easily. However, the next day on the training ground, Shen Qingzhu looked pained and was trained to the point of rolling his eyes. Many other recruits were directly trained to lie flat. Yuan Gang stood in front of Shen Qingzhu mockingly. What? Can't handle just 50 laps? I remember you were quite arrogant at first, saying 100 laps would be easy. Why can't you do it now? After hearing this, Shen Qingzhu tremblingly stood up. As a man, I can't say I can't do it. You just wait and see. Meanwhile, Fatty had been sent to the medical room. The doctor beside him said, This fat kid's physical fitness is really poor. He's like this after just 20 laps. But his spirit is really something. He's the first one to run himself unconscious. Until now, only Lin Chie could pass by running the full 100 laps in the entire training camp. Seeing him not even breathing hard and looking completely calm, everyone collapsed. What kind of monster is this guy? 100% laps without even breathing hard. Is this a human Gundam? At this time, Yuan Gang shouted from a distance, Lin Chi, come here, someone's looking for you. The person waving hello nearby was none other than King Face. This time he came specifically to chat with Lin Chie about divine agent matters. And Lin Chie's first question was, what exactly is the relationship between agents and gods? King Face explained. Essentially, agents and gods are in a contractual relationship. Due to certain reasons, gods generally don't appear directly in human society. If they want to do something, they must find a suitable person to help them complete it. At this time, humans and gods form a contract. The essence of the contract is exchange. Gods give part of their divine power to the agent, and in exchange the agent needs to help the god complete certain tasks. Of course, not everyone can become an agent. Only after the god recognizes you have the qualification to become an agent and complete this contract. Hearing this, Lin Chie became more confused, because he had no memory of any contract at all. This made him wonder if the angel giving him divine power had other purposes. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chie asked King Face, what is your contract with the god of time? King Face said calmly, about 8 or 9 years ago, I was still an ordinary person. That day I was crossing the street when a drunk driving truck came rushing over. Just as I was about to be hit, time around me suddenly stopped. Then, the god of time pulled me into the void and signed a contract with me, granting me his divine ruin. In exchange, I must enter Takamagahara in the future and retrieve something from inside for him. Hearing this, Lin Chie was somewhat surprised. Takamagahara. Is that the mythical land of the gods from Japan? Does it really exist? King Face didn't give a definitive answer. Since the god of time says it exists, it must exist. It's just that I haven't found it yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone was using binoculars to secretly observe the female soldier's chest muscles. Just as he was getting into it, suddenly a wooden stick hit Fatty on the head. You little rascal. Playing dead during training every day, but you get excited when spying on female soldiers training. The instructor snorted. You didn't listen to a word of the blade techniques I just taught, did you? I've said it many times, firearms are crap. Only cold weapons are useful. If you don't practice blade basics well, you'll just wait to die when facing enemies. After saying this, he dragged Fatty to the training platform. Perfect, come here. Use the blade techniques I just taught to spar with me. Seeing Fatty dawdling, Instructor Han immediately got angrier. Pick up that wooden sword on the ground quickly. Don't worry, wooden swords can't kill you, but you won't escape physical pain. Instantly, he swung his blade at Fatty, while still reminding him, watch your opponent, raise your sword, standard guard defense. A ding sound rang out. A golden barrier protected Fatty, blocking the instructor's attack. Instantly, the air became quiet for a moment. Fatty immediately apologized. Sorry, I'll turn off auto defense right now. Who knew Fatty's clumsy hands would hit the wrong button, switching to attack mode instead. The next second, the instructor's wooden sword was cut into 3 pieces by 2 golden lights. Seeing this, Fatty quickly apologized again. The instructor wordlessly told him to get down, so he looked for a new sparring partner in the crowd. At this time, the listless Cao Yuan in the crowd caught his attention. "That sleepy brat. You, come here for combat training." Cao Yuan looked confused as he walked onto the platform. "Why is this instructor so excited? I've led so many batches of recruits, and you guys are the most disrespectful, peeking at female soldiers in class and sleeping. Today I must fix your bad habits." Then, he threw a wooden sword at Cao Yuan. Cao Yuan looked at the sword for a moment, then said, "Sorry, instructor. I can't touch any blade, not even wooden ones. I'm afraid I can't control myself and will kill you." Hearing this, the instructor trembled with anger. "You brat! Are you looking down on me? I order you to pick it up. Don't underestimate any instructor." After hearing this, Cao Yuan helplessly bent down to pick up the sword. The moment he grabbed the sword, overwhelming killing intent erupted from his body. Instructor was also startled by this scene. Then, Cao Yuan's eyes turned red, looking excitedly at the instructor. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his position and charged at the instructor. Fortunately, the instructor reacted quickly and dodged the attack, but this strike clearly scared him. Cao Yuan also followed with a backhand strike. The instructor hurriedly blocked it, but the attack was too fierce, instantly breaking the wooden sword. The instructor was also sent flying, and that slash even stirred up a strong wind on the training ground. The steadied instructor Han drew his saber and shouted, "All recruits, immediately disperse and evacuate. Remember, this is not a drill, this is real combat." The next second, Cao Yuan attacked again, but even though the instructor switched to a real blade, he was still pushed back by Cao Yuan's wooden sword. In just 2.5 seconds, the instructor was knocked to the ground. At this moment, the crazed Cao Yuan grinned while heading toward the surrounding recruits. Seeing his direction, the instructor's heart jumped. "This is going to be trouble." The instructor directly threw his sword at Cao Yuan, but it was blocked by his single hand. Cao Yuan was instantly attracted back to the instructor, so he swung his sword at the instructor. At the critical moment, Fatty appeared in front of the instructor, deploying Yao Guang to block the attack. Seeing this, the instructor was somewhat anxious. "Didn't I tell you to evacuate? Why did you come over? It's too dangerous here." While speaking, the blade was about to shatter Yao Guang's shield. Suddenly, Lin Tie appeared and kicked Cao Yuan away. The 3 looked at Cao Yuan, who was still in a crazed state, somewhat helplessly. At this time, Lin Tie said, "Fatty, get me a sword or I can't fight." Then Fatty rummaged through his pockets and found a small blade called Wind Thorn. Before Fatty could explain, Lin Tie urgently took the blade to fight Cao Yuan. In just 2 seconds, both had created several afterimages from their strikes. At this time, Lin Chie discovered the blade was mysteriously emitting energy fluctuations. The next second, a violent explosion erupted. Seeing this, the instructor somewhat doubted life. "Isn't the power of your forbidden object a bit excessive?" Fatty explained embarrassedly, "This blade stores received impact force, then releases it in the form of explosions." At this moment, Lin Chie in the field looked somewhat disheveled. The explosion was too sudden. It broke several of my ribs. As the smoke cleared, Cao Yuan held his straight blade, excitedly charging at him. At this point, Lin Chie knew he couldn't avoid it. Instantly, magnificent golden light erupted from his body. Immediately, Cao Yuan was controlled by Lin Chie's divine might even. Lin Chie didn't expect the divine might to work so well. Then he said to Fatty, "Quick, give me something that can seal forbidden ruins." After searching, Fatty took out a forbidden object called Sealing Scroll. Lin Chie tore open the sealing scroll and flew toward Cao Yuan. In an instant, Cao Yuan's head was completely wrapped by the sealing scroll. Instantly, he weakly collapsed to the ground. Yuan Gang saw this scene somewhat helplessly. How did it become like this again? Are these recruits a demolition team? At this time, that instructor lying on a stretcher passed by. "Sorry, Chief. When you told me these recruits weren't simple, I really didn't take it seriously at first. Now, because of my carelessness, we almost had a teaching accident. I'm willing to accept any punishment." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang took his hand and sighed. "It's not your fault today. You didn't see how absurd the competition between these new recruits and the masked squad was a few days ago." This incident made Yuan Gang realize that conventional training methods were probably insufficient for these new recruits. He needed to step up the intensity and give them some tough training. Seeing Yuan Gang speak like this, his subordinate cautiously asked, "Commander, are you planning to use that sighing journey?" Yuan Gang clenched his fist excitedly. "Exactly. It's time for these new recruits to taste some hardship." After observing for several days, Cao Yuan discovered that only Lin Qiye fit the description of these verses. Therefore, Cao Yuan took the initiative to befriend Lin Qiye. Upon hearing this information from Cao Yuan, Lin Qiye was very puzzled. How could this golden cicada master reveal my information so accurately? However, after thinking for a moment, he stopped pondering it. Lin Qiye picked up a steamed bun and said while eating, "Forget it. Do as you please. Anyway, I don't know anything about disaster relief or tribulation, and I can't make any guarantees for you." Suddenly, the loudspeaker sounded, and Yuan Gang's voice echoed through the dining hall. "Attention all, you have 10 minutes left to eat. 10 minutes later, assemble everyone. Special training outside the camp." Upon hearing the announcement, the fatty's eyes lit up. "Qiye, we can leave the camp. This is great news. Finally, we can go out and explore." "I don't think it's necessarily good news. The fact that we can leave the camp means that the facilities here no longer meet the requirements for special training." Hearing Lin Qiye's words, the fatty was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. The place they had arrived at was Jinnanshan. Lin Qiye began to explain to the two of them. This Jinnan Mountain is an unnamed wild mountain on the outskirts of Canyon City. It's not very famous, and hardly anyone comes here all year round. Cao Yuan looked at the mountain and muttered, "This mountain is barely over 4,000 meters high and doesn't cover much area. How can the difficulty of special training be increased here?" Suddenly, Yuan Gang's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. "Attention! Do you see the mountain range behind me? Soon, each of you will be equipped with a 35-kilogram load. The goal of this special training is simple: to cross this mountain range before dawn tomorrow. Report!" Suddenly, a hand shot up from the crowd. Molly spoke up. "Is it just a regular weighted cross-to-country exercise?" In response to Molly's question, Yuan Gang replied calmly, "Don't worry, this weighted cross-to-country exercise isn't as simple as you think. Do you see the drones overhead? They're equipped with machine guns, but the guns are loaded with stun rounds. The weights you're carrying have its own positioning function. After training begins, these drones will enter the mountains to hunt you down. Being hit by a bullet means failure, and the punishment for failure will be unforgettable for life. There are 3 rules I need to emphasize. First, you cannot discard your load without permission. Second, you cannot touch the drones in any way. Third, you cannot attack each other. Violating any of these rules will result in immediate failure. Alright, now enter the mountains. The special training begins." At the same time, somewhere in Jinnan Mountain, a figure in black crouched down and opened a red umbrella, with waves of energy emanating from within. After setting it up, the figure in black chuckled sinisterly. "Now no one will be able to leave this Jinnan Mountain." At this moment, Fatty, who had just entered the mountain, was already collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. "Wait for me, guys. I really can't go on." Cao Yuan looked at him with disdain. "Don't you have plenty of gadgets? Just pull out some little toy and you'll be fine." Hearing this, Fatty got angry. "It's all because I saved you yesterday, which let Instructor Han know about my abilities. Before entering the mountain, he confiscated my free space." Speaking of this, Fatty voiced his confusion. Whether during training or here, the instructors always have that forbidden object that suppresses forbidden ruins active. "So, Cao Yuan, why were you still controlled by your forbidden ruins yesterday?" Lin Qiye speculated. "That forbidden object probably can only suppress ordinary forbidden ruins. My mortal divine domain and Cao Yuan's Black King's annihilation can both be released." Hearing this, Cao Yuan suddenly understood. "So Qiye, you've been using your forbidden ruins all along?" Fatty beside him said disdainfully, "No wonder training seemed like child's play to you. You've been cheating with your forbidden ruins the whole time." Suddenly, Cao Yuan made an alert gesture. A drone was circling above the 3 of them, but they soon realized the drone's target wasn't them, but a recruit hiding in the bushes ahead. Even though the recruit was trying his best to dodge, he was quickly hit by the shock bullet. The next second, a mechanical arm extended and grabbed the unconscious recruit away. Seeing this, Fatty sighed deeply. Getting eliminated doesn't seem so bad. Who cares about the punishment? If you ask me, hiding from drones in these mountains all day is the real punishment. Suddenly, their positioning devices around their necks started making sounds. At the same time, voices came from a tent elsewhere. "Chief, the audio is working fine. We can begin." Yuan Gang sat in his chair and said indifferently, "Then let the punishment begin." Hearing the voices from the device, Fatty was puzzled. What's going on? At this moment, the captured recruit was answering questions with a blank expression. "My name is Wang Liang. I'm 24 years old, 174 centimeters tall, weighing 92 kilograms. After hearing this, the instructor continued asking, "Do you have someone you like?" Wang Liang replied with an infatuated expression, "I've never dated anyone, but I've liked the older sister upstairs for a long time. She's really beautiful. I dream about her every night." The instructor asked teasingly. What do you dream about doing with her every night? I dream about her stepping on my face with high heels, then whipping me with a leather whip. I love that the most. All the recruits, after hearing Wang Liang's little secret, were desperately trying to control their laughter, afraid of being discovered by the drones. Lin Qie speculated. The instructors must be using some kind of forbidden object that makes people tell the truth. Just then, a big hand patted Lin Qie's shoulder. Fatty looked serious and said coldly, Qie, you must promise me one thing. If I get hit, please kill me immediately, right away, on the spot. The man who was usually fearless as a leader was truly afraid today, because he discovered that his subordinate Li Liang liked him, the kind of like where he would protect his backside with his body. It all started because Li Liang was always bullied as a child and faced daily harassment. Later, Shen Qingzhu, who was a year older than Li Liang, couldn't stand it anymore. Shen Qingzhu single-handedly sent a dozen thugs to the hospital. Because of this incident, he was also expelled from school and had to go home to farm. Since then, Li Liang vowed to follow Shen Qingzhu for life. Although Shen Qingzhu had a bad temper, after spending time together, Li Liang discovered he was actually the gentlest person in the world. Sometimes Li Liang even wished Shen Qingzhu would be stricter with him, like whipping him with a whip. Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but laugh out loud even while covering their mouths. Shen Qingzhu couldn't take it anymore and jumped out to kick the three of them. That's enough, you three. You've been laughing non-stop from the beginning. Damn it, clearly that kid is being punished. So why am I the one being socially executed? Suddenly Lin Qie kicked Shen Qingzhu away with one foot. It turned out Fatty had spotted a drone. If it weren't for Lin Qie's kick, Shen Qingzhu would have been eliminated. At this time, Fatty reminded from the side, Qie, this drone reloads very quickly. We'd better run. Hearing this, Lin Qie looked at Shen Qingzhu. Let's split up. This way, each of us only has a 50% chance of being caught. Be good to your friends. They all truly care about you. Hearing Lin Qie actually lecturing him, Shen Qingzhu immediately got angry and called for Deng Wei behind him to leave together, still muttering, I found that guy annoying when we fought the masked squad. Just because he's a divine agent. What's he showing off for? Just wait, I'll definitely be the first to get out this time and show you who's the strongest. But suddenly, Deng Wei accidentally tripped over a rock and fell heavily to the ground. He was gasping for breath and trembling all over. Brother Shen, I really can't go on. You go alone. Seeing his condition, Shen Qingzhu hurriedly went forward to check his injury. Deng Wei said he had just twisted his ankle, and it was getting worse. He could barely move now. While the two were talking, two drones had already locked onto their position. Seeing that Shen Qingzhu still wasn't leaving, Deng Wei persuaded him, Brother Shen, don't worry about me. You're destined for great things. You must get first place this time to show them. Hearing this, Shen Qingzhu's expression became serious. Without saying a word, he got up and left. The fallen Deng Wei kept cheering Shen Qingzhu on. At this moment, Shen Qingzhu kept telling himself, to become strong, you must be ruthless. He must be the first person to get out and let everyone know how strong he is. Looking at the drones so close, Deng Wei had given up resistance. Come eliminate me. I just feel sorry for Brother Shen. He'll have to listen to some weird questions later. Looking at the shock bullet flying toward him, he closed his eyes resignedly. But just then, a figure appeared to block the attack for him. Deng Wei looked at Shen Qingzhu in disbelief. Brother Shen, the rules say we can't remove our loads. Hearing this, Shen Qingzhu looked disdainful. Rules my ass. Real strong people are never bound by rules. With that, he threw the rock in his hand at the drone. The next moment, the drone exploded. Shen Qingzhu smiled coldly. The rules also say we can't attack drones, but I'm doing it anyway. Then he extended his hand to Deng Wei. You useless thing. Can you still stand up? Your brother Shen is here to save you. Deng Wei stared at him, stunned, with countless emotions in his heart but not knowing how to express them. Brother Shen has once again given up his own future for us worthless people. At the same time, the instructors learned about the destroyed drone and immediately brought out shock missiles. At Yuan Gang's command, all missiles headed toward Shen Qingzhu's location. Seeing this, Shen Qingzhu was somewhat speechless. Missiles? These instructors really know how to make things interesting. Suddenly, he showed an expression of wild joy. These missiles need oxygen from the air for propulsion. I just need to use my forbidden ruins to extract all the air around us, and these missiles will be useless scrap metal. Just as the missiles approached, Deng Wei suddenly shouted from behind, Brother Shen, did you forget you can't use your forbidden ruins now? The next second, they were blown away. After the smoke cleared, Hooks grabbed the unconscious pair and took them away. 10 minutes later, the instructor looked at the dazed Shen Qingzhu and sneered, Catching you wasn't easy, you troublemaker. You used up our entire group of missiles. Tell me, how dare you break the rules and blow up our drone? Under the influence of the truth ring, Shen Qingzhu honestly apologized. "I'm sorry, I got carried away." Just as the instructor was about to find some difficult questions to punish Shen Qingzhu, Instructor Han suddenly ran in. "Stop the punishment. We have an emergency situation." Instructor Han looked troubled. The spatial forbidden object has been discovered by a recruit. It all started when Lin Qiye looked at the moon. The moon at 7 or 8 in the evening should be at the horizon position, but now the moon was at the highest point overhead. From this, Lin Qiye deduced that this space had been altered by a forbidden object. The instructor's purpose was to drain these recruits here. As night fell, Lin Qiye also used Starry Sky Dancer to turn nocturnal creatures into his eyes. Lin Qiye had been observing their movements through nocturnal creatures and discovered they had been walking in circles the whole time. Hearing Lin Qiye say this, Fatty immediately expressed disbelief. "That's impossible. If we kept passing the same place, we would have noticed long ago." Then Lin Qiye pointed to the scenery around them. "The scenery around us is all fake. Our judgment of the environment mainly relies on vision, and the instructors are using this exact point. Through some forbidden object, they've altered the visual landscape of the entire Jinnan Mountain, misleading us into walking in circles. This is also why the moon's position is wrong, because the sky's scenery has also been modified, probably to prevent any of us from using stellar navigation." After hearing this, Cao Yuan asked Qiye, "Don't you have nocturnal creatures as scouts? Can they help us find the way out?" Lin Qiye replied, "They can't, because this forbidden object's visual illusion is constantly changing. Even nocturnal creatures can't escape the misdirection. Then even if we know we're walking in circles, it's useless. We still can't get out." Lin Qiye denied Fatty's statement. "Although we can't directly find the exit, I found the location of that forbidden object. As long as we disable the forbidden object, we can naturally get out. However, I believe the instructors definitely won't make it that simple. Are you coming with me?" Hearing this, Cao Yuan immediately chose to go along. Although Fatty hesitated for a moment, he soon agreed as well. At the same time, in the instructor's tent, everyone was discussing the discovered forbidden object. The Sea Mirage umbrella not only modifies the visual landscape of the nearby space, but can also sense approaching forbidden ruins and issue warnings through the umbrella cover. Now the entire Jinnan Mountain area has been cleared. Only those recruits can approach the Sea Mirage umbrella. Hearing this, the female instructor said, "The surveillance around the Sea Mirage umbrella shows no abnormalities, and we brought the forbidden object that suppresses forbidden ruins this time too. Logically, no one should be able to get close." Suddenly, Yuan Gang interrupted her. "Not necessarily. That forbidden object can only suppress forbidden ruins ranked after sequence 40. Don't forget, among our recruits this time, there's someone with a divine ruins." Hearing this, the young instructor's face darkened. "Chief, you mean Lin Qiye?" Yuan Gang said with a grave expression. "Release all backup drones. All shock missiles target the Sea Mirage umbrella direction. The sighing journey has existed since we were recruits in training. Over 20 years and not a single recruit has ever made it out. I hope this record won't be broken on our watch." The three of them, Lin Qiye, were amazed seeing so many drones. "Qiye, it's really as you said. Looks like they're determined not to let us out." Just as Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan were discussing tactics, they suddenly discovered Fatty had disappeared. At this moment, Fatty had voluntarily exposed himself to the view of numerous drones. He gave a thumbs up. "Qiye, if crisis comes one day, would you rather be a hero for 1 second or a coward for a lifetime?" Hearing this, Lin Qiye was confused and didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, Fatty shouted at the drones, "Hey, I'm here! Come get me if you dare!" The next second, 4 drones simultaneously fired shock bullets at him. He barely managed to leap and dodge the attack. He lay weakly on the ground. "What are you two waiting for? Go! If all 3 of us go together, none of us will escape." Seeing Fatty voluntarily sacrifice himself, the two didn't know what to do. Coming to his senses, Lin Qiye immediately pulled Xiao Yuan away. Fatty had just immersed himself in his heroic lines, when he was immediately chased mercilessly by the drones again. At the same time, the female instructor was observing the field situation through surveillance in real time and indeed found a figure near the Sea Mirage umbrella. It should be Lin Qiye. The instructor behind her said, as expected, that Fatty was just to draw away the drones, creating an opportunity for Lin Qiye to approach the Sea Mirage umbrella. But he definitely didn't expect we were prepared for this. With his command, all shock missiles headed toward the Sea Mirage umbrella location. Looking at hundreds and thousands of missiles coming at him from above, that figure couldn't help but curse, "Holy shit!" He immediately fell in front of the Sea Mirage umbrella. Seeing this, the female instructor breathed a sigh of relief. Report, Lin Qiye has been hit and lost mobility. Halfway through speaking, she suddenly noticed something. Wait, something's wrong. The Sea Mirage umbrella has failed? No, this isn't Lin Qie, it's Cao Yuan. Yuan Gang looked at his watch. We've been tricked, but there's only half an hour until midnight. No matter what, Lin Qie can't reach the exit in this half hour. As long as midnight arrives, this sighing journey will end, and the record of no one leaving the mountain within the time limit will still stand. At this moment, Cao Yuan, who had lost mobility, smiled with relief. The rest is up to you. Like him, Lin Qie looked at the now normal moon and smiled. Cao Yuan, fatty, thank you. It turned out this was all their plan. 15 minutes earlier, Cao Yuan had proposed that he go alone to disable the forbidden object, ensuring Lin Qie could get out, because he determined the instructors would heavily defend around the forbidden object. At this time, Yuan Gang was announcing over the broadcast, half an hour left until training ends. You know, if taking the mountain path, Lin Qie would have absolutely no chance of getting out in half an hour. The only possibility was climbing the cliff in front of him. Without hesitation, Lin Qie immediately activated Starry Sky Dancer and began free climbing. Finally, at 23:59, Lin Qie appeared at the exit. He straightened up and saluted. Report, Recruit Lin Qie has reached the exit and completed the training mission. Yuan Gang couldn't help but laugh. Good boy, welcome to the finish line. Lin Qie, you've created a miracle. At this time, everyone in the cafeteria was discussing Lin Qie, saying he was indeed worthy of being a divine agent, the only person to complete the sighing journey in 20 years. Shen Qingzhu beside them looked displeased. Damn it, that guy stole the spotlight again. Hearing everyone's discussion, Cao Yuan also started praising. Qie, you're the first person to complete the project in decades. You've really brought honor to us aberrants. Hearing this, Fatty looked confused. You said us aberrants? Besides you two, who else? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qie and Cao Yuan looked at Fatty like he was an idiot. Fatty instinctively wanted to say he was just a kid from an ordinary family, but was stopped by the two speaking in unison. Right after dinner, Hong Hao found Lin Qie. Wang Mian told us about it. He promised to give you benefits, and you indeed didn't reveal the mask-breaking incident. Now it's time for us to fulfill our promise. The bank card on the left has 500,000 yuan. Password is 6/8. The box on the right contains a forbidden object. With that, Hong Hao couldn't help but tease. Speaking of which, you're really something, kid. After all, not many people can fleece the chief. Hearing this, Lin Qie asked in surprise, are all these from Instructor Yuan alone? Hong Hao nodded. Yes. Having the mask squad come was the chief's idea. He didn't expect you could actually split the mask. So the chief took responsibility himself and put together these conditions. We wanted to help him pay part of it, but he wouldn't let us. Lin Qie directly pushed the bank card back. Forget about this one. Seeing this, Hong Hao explained, actually you don't need to do this. The chief is the deputy captain of the night watchman team stationed in Beijing and also holds a position in the upper levels. Do you think he lacks this 500,000? Lin Qie said plainly, he doesn't take money from soldiers. Hearing this, Hong Hao imperceptibly prepared to take back the box. Good boy, I was right about you. Lin Qie awkwardly grabbed his hand, but their other hands were fighting over the box on the table. In the end, Lin Qie still took out the forbidden object from the box. Hong Hao introduced to Lin Qie, it's called Azure Heart. It maintains Azure Guard, sequence 278 forbidden ruins, within a 1-meter range at all times, able to resist most mental attacks. Hearing this, Lin Qie was overjoyed. His 2 divine ruins had no abilities oriented toward mental power, and his abilities were all offensive with poor defense. Having this would perfectly cover his weakness in mental defense. When Yuan Gang learned that Lin Qie had said he doesn't take money from soldiers, he also said the same thing as Hong Hao with relief. At this time, Hong Hao curiously asked why he would give Lin Qie such a precious forbidden object. Yuan Gang explained, even if King Face hadn't made a deal with him, I would have found a way to give Azure Heart to him. Old Hong, you don't understand. The storm is about to rise, and the eye of this storm is on Lin Qie. At this moment in the mental hospital, Li Yifei was nagging Nix not to always eat with his hands. Nix looked tearful, saying she simply didn't know how to use chopsticks. Li Yifei patiently taught her again. Suddenly, Nix grabbed Li Yifei's hand and asked, Great-grandson, when is your dad coming back? He's been gone so long, is he causing trouble outside again? Just as Li Yifei didn't know what to do, Lin Qie appeared wearing a white coat. He greeted Nix joyfully. Mother, I'm back. Nix was overjoyed, my child, you've finally come back for dinner. But Li Yifei started crying. You still know to come back. Do you know how hard it's been for me alone? Seeing Li Yifei crying, Nix immediately started lecturing Li Yifei. And when Lin Qie saw Nix's treatment progress, he was pleasantly surprised. I remember last time Nix's treatment progress was just over 20%. How did it jump straight to 48%? So he quietly asked Li Yifei what he had done to Nix during this time. Li Yifei said it was just normal life, acting like a grandson and coaxing her every day. Hearing this, Lin Qie understood, for Nix, family life with companionship is the best treatment. Then he gave Li Yifei a thumbs up. You're really a caregiving genius. During dinner, Lin Qie looked at the food Li Yifei made and fell into thought. Where did these ingredients come from? Li Yifei said, the vegetables and rice are all grown from the wasteland I cultivated, and the fish are caught from the courtyard pond. Lin Qie ate while thinking turning Li Yifei into a caregiver was really the right choice. At this time, Nix was frantically serving Lin Qie food. Lin Qie couldn't refuse, but as he ate, he noticed Nix's treatment progress had reached 49%. Lin Qie was confused. Just eating a meal can increase progress? So from then on, he happily accepted Nix's feeding, but in the end, he ate like a pregnant woman. Yet found Nix's treatment progress was still stuck at 49%. Puzzled, Lin Qie suddenly looked at Li Yifei beside him. Quick, Li Yifei, perform a talent show for Grandma. Li Yifei could only helplessly perform a backflip, but didn't expect to strain his back halfway through. Seeing this, Nix was extremely happy. It's been so long since our family has been this lively. Then she became sad. After you children grow up, each of you goes farther away. I clearly have so many children, but in the end, I'm still left alone. Hearing this, Lin Qie and Li Yifei hurriedly comforted her. At least now you have us, don't you? Right, we won't leave. Whether influenced by their words or not, Nix's treatment progress suddenly reached 51%. At the same time, Lin Qie received a prompt to randomly draw from Nix's divine abilities. Lin Qie began drawing from Nix's divine abilities. As the wheel spun, Lin Qie didn't dare blink, afraid of drawing transcendent fertility. But in the end, the pointer still stopped at darkest erosion. Suddenly, a mysterious power appeared and enveloped him. Darkest erosion. Erode everything around you with the most primal darkness. All objects or creatures covered by darkness are under your control, and the range and control strength of the darkest divine ruins will increase with your mental power growth. Seeing the description, Lin Qie was extremely excited. I really hit the jackpot. This should be one of the core divine abilities of the Night Goddess. At this time, the system reminded him, Nix's treatment progress has exceeded 50%, allowing short-term activity outside the god's mental hospital. Waking up, he kept recalling that sentence. Does this mean Nix can come to reality? Then he avoided surveillance and came to the dormitory rooftop. He wanted to first familiarize himself with the effects of the darkest divine ruins. He stood still and closed his eyes. The next moment, waves of dark energy spread from him in all directions. Soon, everything around was gradually covered by this darkness. With a thought, he saw a piece of stone split from the wall for him to control, but he could clearly feel that due to his low realm, his control over objects within the divine ruins was very limited. He could only perform simple cutting and movement. But with this divine ruins, he could trigger Starry Sky Dancer regardless of day or night. Unfortunately, his mental power was still too weak. He could only maintain this divine ruins for 2 minutes. At this time, he remembered about letting Nix briefly leave the mental hospital. So he returned to the mental hospital again. Lin Qie asked with an embarrassed smile if Nix wanted to go out for a walk. Nix smiled and said, as long as you want me to accompany you, I'm willing to go anywhere. After getting Nix's agreement, Lin Qie returned to reality. And Nix also floated behind him asking, Thanatos, is this your divine kingdom? Lin Qie smiled and answered, this isn't a divine kingdom. This is the real world. Nix pointed confusedly at the brilliant city, but this is clearly a divine kingdom. Qie continued explaining, those are lights lit by humans using technology. The current world is probably completely different from the world in your memory, Mother. Unfortunately, I can't leave this training camp now, otherwise I could take you around. In the modern world, there are many interesting things. Hearing Lin Qie's words, Nix smiled gently. Although I don't understand what you're saying, as long as we're under this night sky, I can take you anywhere. Just as Lin Qie was about to say something, Nix took his hand. Imagine the place you want to go in your mind. I can take you there using Night Flash. At the same time, the high-altitude patrol fleet suddenly issued an alert. Respond immediately to the alert. Divine power fluctuation detected at longitude 118 degree 24 feet, latitude 35 degree 7 feet north, concentration 4.7, confirmed as a divine presence. At this moment, in an office somewhere, the operator analyzed and reported, divine power fluctuation concentration 4.7, confirmed as a divine presence. The location belongs to the city of Kangyan. Hearing it was Kangyun, Xiao Pingge beside him had mixed feelings. A divine presence manifesting directly, and it's that city of all places. What are these gods trying to do? Then he ordered the full alert. Immediately contact the military. Deploy both carrier battle groups from nearby waters to Kangyan. Also, report to the commander-in-chief to see if we can deploy a human sealing there. Hearing the latter sentence, the operator was obviously shocked. At this time at Lin Chie's home, a large bowl suddenly broke. Aunt sighed pessimistically. Really, I can't even wash dishes properly anymore. At this time, young Jin came over, hearing the sound. Mom, don't move. I'll sweep it up. I'll wash the remaining dishes too. You go rest, Yang Jin said while picking up the pieces. If my brother were here, he'd scold you again. You come home so late from work. Don't do these household chores. Rest early is more important than anything. Aunt looked out the window and sighed. Speaking of which, I wonder how your brother is doing now. Little did she know, at this moment, on the tall building opposite, Lin Chie was secretly watching what was happening at home. Nix, who brought him here, asked, Thanatos, are those two mortals opposite your friends? Why are you watching them from afar instead of going to greet them? Lin Chie said, they're not friends, they're family. Sometimes not seeing family is the best way to keep them from worrying. After watching for a while, Lin Chie suggested going back. Being away from the training camp too long isn't good either. This time was too hasty. Next time when there's time, I'll bring Nix to other places properly. Just then, Little Black, who was sleeping at home, suddenly woke up and kept barking in Lin Chie's direction. Young Jin came to calm him. Little Black, stop barking, or you'll wake up Mom. Then he looked toward Lin Chie's direction with Little Black, another Western god? Why would my brother be with her? At this time, Nix had just brought Lin Chie back to the dormitory rooftop. When they found Yuan Gang waiting for them with a long blade. I am Yuan Gang, Deputy Captain of the Night Watchman 006 team stationed in Beijing. May I ask your divine name? Facing the imposing Yuan Gang, Nix said her name lightly, Nix, but it was these three words that made Yuan Gang feel unprecedented pressure. At this moment, he was sweating profusely and panicking inside. Then the earpiece transmitted Xiao Ping's voice. Old Yuan, 2 carrier battle groups are heading your way, and a human sealing is also on the way. You must hold on. So Yuan Gang continued. So it's the night goddess. I wonder what brings you to our great Xia, Nix blurted out. I came to find my son. Lin Chie, who arrived later, saw the tense atmosphere and hurriedly came forward to mediate. She means she came to find her agent. Seeing Lin Chie's appearance, Yuan Gang was shocked. How are you here? Lin Chie hurriedly explained. It's a long story. In short, the agent she's looking for is me. This statement directly fried Yuan Gang's CPU. Aren't you the angel's agent? Lin Chie scratched his head helplessly. I'm playing both sides. At this moment, the fleet and carriers had arrived at the designated coordinates and reported to Yuan Gang, Chief Yuan. The 04 Air Force Brigade has arrived at Kang'an airspace and can launch attacks at any time. Yuan Gang continued tensely, Goddess, since you've found your agent, please leave Great Xia territory. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin Chie also persuaded from the side, the agent is found, you should go home too. Alright, I'll listen to you, Thanatos. Remember to come home often. After confirming Nix had left, Yuan Gang immediately reported, this is Yuan Gang. The divine presence has left. Cancel the attack. Repeat, cancel the attack. At the same time, hearing Yuan Gang say the divine presence had left, everyone in the Night Watchman Command Center breathed a sigh of relief. Only Xiao Pingge frowned slightly. The fluctuation signal disappeared on the spot. Does this night goddess also have spatial teleportation abilities? Unable to figure it out for now, he said calmly. Report to the commander-in-chief that the human sealing doesn't need to go. At the same time, in a canyon somewhere along the Yangtze River, a carriage was moving steadily on the water. Suddenly, a modern phone ringtone sounded, but the boy driving the carriage was fast asleep. The person in the carriage woke him up with a fan handle, and only then did he hurriedly answer the phone. Then he said to the person in the carriage, Master, the commander says the god in Kangyan has left. Should we turn back now or what? Turn back. That cursed place, Kangyan. Better not go if we can avoid it. At this moment, on the dormitory rooftop, Lin Chie and Yuan Gang sat on the ground. I've turned off the earpiece. Tell me, what's really going on with you? Lin Chie said awkwardly. I was sleeping peacefully in bed when she suddenly pulled me here. Then we chatted for a bit, and she made me her agent. That simple? Then why does she call you Thanatos? Foreign gods, you know. Calling Chinese names isn't smooth, so she gave me a new name. Fine. So what task did she give you as her agent? Hearing this question, Lin Chie hesitated for a long time. It seems like, come home often? Yuan Gang knew immediately this kid was making things up. Can't you make up something more believable? Forget it, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. But you becoming the agent of two gods is unprecedented. Go back to sleep. I'll handle the rest. Before leaving, Yuan Gang suddenly called out to Lin Qiye. I want to seriously ask you one question. Are you still on humanity's side, on our great Xia's side? To this, Lin Qiye answered without hesitation. I made a pact with someone to protect Great Xia for 10 years. From that day on, the Night Watchman's Divine Sequence files added a new entry, Sequence 043, Divine Presence. In the blink of an eye, it was winter. Fatty complained while training, getting up this early in the dead of winter is really torture. Yuan Gang on the side saw Fatty complaining and immediately shouted, Bailey Tooming rubbing your face while running. Add 10 more laps. However, 10 laps were nothing to Fatty now. He quickly caught up with Lin Qiye and Cao Yuan. The new year is coming soon. No matter what, they should give us a holiday for the new year, right? To this, Lin Qiye said, You're thinking too much. We're in closed training. How could they possibly give us a holiday? At that moment, a shocked question echoed from the chief instructor's office. What did you just say? Sitting across from him was Chen Muyan, the captain of the 136th squad stationed in Kangyan. I said the training camp needs a break. Yuan Gang refused without hesitation. After all, this closed-door training has been in place for decades, and there's no precedent for taking a break to go home for the new year. But Chen Muyan was very firm, insisting that even if the camp didn't close, he would still approve a leave of absence for Lin Qiye, and that Lin Qiye must go home with him for the New Year's Eve dinner. Yuan Gang lit a cigarette and casually said it was impossible. That's against the rules. Chen Muyan got angry upon hearing Yuan Gang's response. I don't care if you let him go or not. Anyway, I'm telling you, 2 of our squad members are already lying in wait outside the training camp. If you don't agree, they'll start taking people by force. Yuan Gang was startled by this. He never imagined Chen Muyan would do such a thing. He asked Chen Muyan in confusion, Isn't your 136 squad usually very low-key? Chen Muyan frowned and explained, Kanyan City has been unstable lately. Members of the ancient god church have infiltrated the city. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang was startled. The ancient god church? How dare they? But he quickly recovered from his shock. Are they planning to target Lin Qiye? But they're being a bit too arrogant, aren't they? As long as I'm here at this training camp, no one will be able to harm any of the new recruits inside. Chen Muyan looked at him seriously and said, You're the deputy captain of the Shangjing City Squad and a Sea Realm expert. With you here, it's certainly safe. But can you guarantee there are no traitors among the instructors? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The next moment, the table in front of Yuan Gang was smashed to pieces. According to what you're saying, our training camp is now facing internal and external troubles, surrounded on all sides. If even our training camp can't stop the ancient god church, what makes you think your team 136 can keep Lin Qiye safe? Because we only have 6 people in total, and we absolutely understand and trust each other, so we have no internal troubles. As for external threats, Team 136 has never been afraid. Hearing this, Yuan Gang fell into silence. Being able to serve as deputy captain of the Shangjing City Squad and hold the position of chief instructor, he was naturally no fool. Just as Chen Muye said, he indeed couldn't guarantee that all the instructors in the training camp were clean, so he asked Chen Muye what they should do next. To this, Chen Muye calmly replied, It's simple. Give everyone leave, escape like a cicada shedding its shell, scatter and break up the whole into parts. Yuan Gang also immediately gathered all the recruits through the broadcast and announced the leave arrangements. The first half of the year's physical training is over, starting from today until the second day of the new year. A total of 4 days of leave. After returning, we'll begin the second half of the year's Forbidden Ruins and Weapon Tactical Training. Hearing this, Fatty was so happy he danced with joy. Great. Lin Qiye, did you hear that? The leave god I've been praying to every day really works. Quick, pack your things. I'll take you somewhere else to have a great time. As soon as Fatty finished speaking, Yuan Gang said, This leave has one requirement. You cannot leave Kanyan. Anyone who violates this rule will be directly stripped of their qualification to become a night watchman once discovered. Hearing this, Fatty nearly fainted. Lin Qiye said he had no house in Kanyan, and Fatty will have to rely on himself when the time comes. Soon, the training camp arranged buses. As soon as everyone left the training camp, they felt completely relaxed, their spirits refreshed, as if some kind of shackle had been broken through, and a cool sensation flowed from their brains throughout their entire bodies, cleansing every inch of their skin. Everyone's realm improved at this moment. Yuan Gang said indifferently, Did you think we used that precious forbidden object just to suppress your forbidden ruins so simply? While your forbidden ruins were being suppressed, your mental power flow was also being compressed. That forbidden object has suppressed you for half a year, and now that it's suddenly released, your mental power that has been restrained for so long will rebound violently, easily breaking through the shackles of your realm and entering a new realm. While queuing to board the bus, several star knives were placed on the ground. Yuan Gang said, "Everyone come get a knife. Remember, keep the knife with you at all times during the leave. However, absolutely do not use it, unless absolutely necessary." Lin Qie opened the knife and found no engraving on it, proving this was a temporarily loaned standard knife. Combined with everything that happened today, he always felt this leave was not simple. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away from the training camp, at the number 039 missile launch base, a woman led 2 sheep to this place. The guards immediately raised their guns and aimed, asking what she was doing here. The woman said she got lost while herding sheep. Hearing this, the 2 guards lowered their guard and even notified others to stand down. Then they enthusiastically gave the woman directions on how to leave. Suddenly, the woman said flirtatiously, "Do you think I'm pretty?" As she spoke, she suddenly raised her head. Her eyes filled with eerie green light. The guard who made eye contact with her gradually turned to stone, and by the time he realized what was happening, he found his companion behind him had already become a stone statue. When he tried to pull the alarm, his petrified body made it impossible to move, and he finally shattered himself into stone fragments. At this time, the woman removed her headscarf, revealing her true face. So unromantic, truly tasteless men. Just minutes ago, the recruits in the bus were chatting and laughing, all discussing how to have fun during this leave. Only Lin Qie remained silent, worried. Seeing this, Cao Yuan asked him what was wrong, why he wasn't happy even though they were on leave. Lin Qie replied thoughtfully, "I always feel there's something wrong with this leave. Well, I hope I'm just overthinking it." Hearing Lin Qie's seemingly random words, Cao Yuan was confused. What's wrong? What's not right? At this time, alarms suddenly sounded in the underground base of the training camp. There are fast-moving objects approaching the base, and the vehicles carrying the recruits. Yuan Gang beside him looked shocked. Is it really such a coincidence? Lock on and shoot them down immediately. After some operations, the female instructor looked embarrassed. The moving objects are our own weapons. The interception system can't lock onto them. Hearing they were their own weapons, Yuan Gang was stunned. He couldn't think of how to respond next. At this moment, 5 missiles were already approaching the training camp airspace, with 3 missiles targeting the training camp and the remaining 2 targeting the buses carrying recruits on the highway. The recruits were also attracted by these missiles, but due to the distance, they could hardly see clearly what was flying toward them. By the time they could see clearly, the missiles were already near the buses, and they had no time to escape or counterattack. Suddenly, a long spear flew out, precisely intercepting one of the missiles in midair, but due to the close distance, the explosion's shockwave still affected the bus. At this moment, except for Lin Qie, all the recruits in the bus lost their balance and fell to one side. Lin Qie realized he had to quickly control all these missile fragments, otherwise with their number and speed, few people present would survive. The next second, an extreme darkness erupted with him at the center, wrapping around the bus and quickly forming a hemisphere. Countless fragments flew and contacted the darkness, all stopping in mid-air without exception. At this time, Lin Qie in the bus held the railing with one hand and controlled the darkest divine ruins with the other, his body covered in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably. If he hadn't just advanced to the pond forbidden, he definitely couldn't have held on, but he finally couldn't hold on anymore, lost consciousness, and fell to one side like the others. After stopping for 2 seconds, the bus continued to be affected by the impact. Looking carefully, you'd find that although the bus's exterior was badly damaged, not a single fragment had penetrated into the bus. At this moment, a thin golden film covered half of the training camp, saving the lives of all instructors and logistics personnel inside. At this time, the female instructor hurriedly caught up with Yuan Gang. News from the recruits' side. A Team 136 member arrived in time and shot down the missile with one spear. Then a black light flashed, and all missile fragments were intercepted, protecting all the recruits' lives. Hearing about the black light, Yuan Gang nodded. Should be Lin Qie's doing. Then he changed his tone. The recruits barely left the training camp before missiles came flying. There's definitely a traitor among us. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward, shattering the entire ground, and the next moment rings of light spread out from him in all directions. Report to headquarters immediately. Investigate where those missiles marked as ours came from. At this moment, inside the number 39 missile base, blood splattered everywhere in chaos, with intermittent calls for help. But the soldiers were all petrified on the spot without exception, and the one who acted was the agent of the god Medusa, Snake Girl. At this time, a male voice came from the side. The divine agent used divine ruins. The missiles didn't cause the night watchman recruits' deaths. Continue with the next phase of the operation. Snake Girl looked at Lin Chie's photo and said, "Seems like an interesting boy. We'll meet soon." As she spoke, her face flushed red, showing a sickly excitement. The next day, Lin Chie woke up from his coma. Looking at the room, he always felt a sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, Wu Shangnan popped up, startling him. "Chie, you're finally awake." Hong Ying slapped Wu Shangnan on the back of his head. "Look how you scared Chie," Si Xiaonan asked quietly. "Chie, are you feeling better?" Lin Chie was somewhat bewildered. "My body's fine, but how am I here?" Chen Muye explained. "Chie, you probably used your divine ruins and overdrew too much mental power in a short time, causing you to faint. Hong Ying and Wen Qimo happened to arrive and brought you back directly," Wen Qimo added with a smile. "Don't worry, all the recruits are fine. That instructor Hong even said he wants to report your feat of blocking the missile fragments. You might even get a medal." Lin Chie stood up slowly with Hong Ying's support, saying, "I didn't expect Instructor Hong to figure out it was me. But why were we attacked by missiles? And who wanted to attack us?" Chen Muye explained calmly, "You're wrong. It wasn't an attack on you all. The ancient god church's target was only you, and that little fatty." Hearing about the ancient god church, Lin Chie immediately thought of Wang Mian's previous warning. Although he knew that being a dual divine agent of the angel and goddess of night would attract the ancient god church's attention, he didn't expect them to be so insane. On the other side, Yuan Gang was also reviewing the report of this attack incident. The female instructor beside him was reporting intelligence. "It's been confirmed that the ancient god church attacked the Noah 39 missile launch base, and the missiles were fired from there. Moreover, according to intelligence, their target this time was Lin Kie and Baili Tuming." Hearing this, Yuan Gang had an as-expected expression. Their target is indeed the first dual divine agent in history and the only heir of the Baili family. But I really didn't expect the missile launch base to fall without warning. Based on the large number of stone statue fragments at the scene, and snake eyes continuously painted in blood, it should be the ancient god church's Medusa agent, Snake Girl. Suddenly, Instructor Hong walked in from outside asking, "Commander, shouldn't we call off the leave and protect Lin Chie and Baili Tuming?" Yuan Gang immediately rejected him. "Not only can we not call off the leave, we have to act like we're unprepared. After all, we're not afraid of thieves stealing, but of thieves watching. Remember, we can't protect them for life." The female instructor asked excitedly, "Commander, are you planning to use them as bait to lure out the ancient god church and solve this once and for all?" Of course, Yuan Gang's idea wasn't a temporary decision. When he agreed to Chen Muye's leave proposal, he wanted to use Lin Kie and Fatty to sweep out the rats hiding in Kangnan. But Chen Muye was opposed to this suggestion because he felt it was too dangerous to use Lin Kie as bait. If an accident occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. To this, Yuan Gang said calmly at the time, "People always have to grow up, Captain Chen. You can't protect Lin Kie forever. Someday he'll have to leave here and become a strong person who can stand on his own. Too much protection now might not be a good thing." Hearing this, Chen Muye remained silent. He indeed agreed with what Yuan Gang said. That night, to celebrate Chie's return home, Team 136 gathered together, drinking and celebrating. After some exchanges, Lin Chie drank everyone under the table except Chen Muye. Then he said to Chen Muye, "Captain, I want to go see my two friends. After all, as the host of Kangyan, it's not good to just leave them aside." But Chen Muye told him, "It's an extraordinary time now. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to leave Hong Ying's house." Hearing this, Lin Chie smiled sheepishly. "Captain, I'm actually quite capable of fighting now." Chen Muye sighed with relief. "I don't know about your fighting ability, but you've definitely become more confident." As he spoke, he threw Lin Chie a room card and a star knife. "Your little fatty friend is staying at a 5-star hotel downtown. He asked me to tell you the room number is 9039. At the same time, Fatty in the hotel was happily taking a bath. After finishing his bath, he felt refreshed and radiant, but when he walked to the living room, he was startled. He roared at Cao Yuan. "How the hell did you get here? Didn't I get you a single room at the small hotel next door?" Cao Yuan said indifferently. "The single room isn't as comfortable as this presidential suite." "It's fine. Just pretend I don't exist. Do whatever you want. I won't bother you." Fatty angrily went forward to drive Cao Yuan away. Go, go, go. You're affecting my enjoyment of life. Tonight I want to enjoy my private space alone. Not a single living thing can appear." Cao Yuan pointed disdainfully to the side. "Then how do you explain that mouse?" "Nonsense. How could there be mice in this 5-star hotel? Then Fatty looked in that direction and indeed saw a small mouse, but the mouse looked somehow strange. At this moment, Lin Chie had already arrived at Fatty's hotel. Just as he was communicating with the staff, suddenly an explosion occurred on the top floor of the hotel. Lin Chie immediately sensed something was wrong. Are they making their move again? At this time, Fatty was still in midair, angrily scolding Xiao Yuan. Do you know how many people in this city want to take my life? When others get off the bus, they all avoid me like the plague, but you still shamelessly stick to me? Aren't you afraid of dying? Xiao Yuan only said calmly, not afraid. Hearing this, Fatty was stunned. What a madman. As he spoke, he pulled out Yao Guang. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, you'd be waiting to die with me. The next moment, Yao Guang created a protective shield on the ground, successfully catching both of them. Cao Yuan was very surprised. You just finished bathing and you're carrying forbidden objects on you? Fatty said proudly. Of course. I have them all with me. They're all in my dimensional space. Cao Yuan's gaze scanned back and forth like a scanner over Fatty's key areas. The location of your dimensional space is quite something. Fatty quickly pulled his clothes tighter in embarrassment. Just then, another explosion came from the hotel's top floor. Fatty sighed. These people ambushing me really went to great lengths. Fortunately, there are instructors to hold them back. Xiao Yuan asked, they're all coming for you? Has the young master of the Bailey family's life always been this exciting? Hearing this, Fatty replied cheerfully, I've encountered countless assassinations since childhood, but haven't I lived well? My bodyguard team will arrive tomorrow, then let's see who dares to make a move against me. Cao Yuan pointed around. Don't you think it's too quiet around here? I think you should worry about surviving tonight first. Sure enough, 2 uninvited guests walked out of the darkness. Hello there, young master of the Bailey family. And this bodyguard? Fatty frowned and asked, just 2 people? There should be 3, right? There's another one outside maintaining the unbounded airspace. Fatty asked with a smile. Since when do night watchmen do assassin work? Immediately, the thin assassin's expression changed. We're no longer night watchmen since we got out of the Fasting Institute. Hearing about the Fasting Institute, Fatty was puzzled, but Xiao Yuan said calmly, the Fasting Institute is a prison for criminals with forbidden ruins, half of whom are former night watchmen who committed crimes and were expelled. Fatty was shocked. How do you know so much about it? Don't tell me you came from there too. Cao Yuan explained, if the Night Watchman's commander-in-chief hadn't protected me and sent me to Mount Juhua, I should indeed be locked up there now. Fatty understood, so he angrily scolded the 2 men. So you're ex-cons. No wonder you'd take a job to assassinate me. But you can kill me, but why blow up the hotel? What if innocent people get hurt? People who once swore to protect this country, now for profit don't even care about people's lives? The red-haired man was instantly enraged. You're slandering us. We didn't blow up the hotel. Don't lump us together with those wild dogs. We may have been night watchmen, but we still have basic principles. We're not killing you for profit, just to repay a favor. At this time, the thin man stopped the red-haired man from continuing. Enough, old Guan, you're saying too much. They're still fighting upstairs. We don't have time. Let's send them on their way quickly. Got it, Captain. With the red-haired man's low roar, he instantly burst through his clothes, looking like a wild beast. This scene scared Fatty and Cao Yuan into breaking out in cold sweat. It's actually the 214th ranked Forbidden Ruins. Organic reconstruction. Can control his own muscle tissue, and instantly burst out terrifying speed and strength. This is too impactful. While speaking, the red-haired man had already rushed to the 2 of them. At the same time, Lin Chie was moving against the chaotic crowd. A sign ahead caught his attention. It's actually an unbounded airspace, but he immediately recognized this wasn't Team 136's sign. The signs used to deploy unbounded airspaces were only available to night watchman teams stationed in various cities. This meant other city night watchmen were involved in this matter. Immediately, many doubts arose in Lin Chie's mind. If they came to protect Fatty, why appear at this exact moment? And why secretly deploy an unbounded airspace? That means they can only be here to kill Fatty. At this moment, Lin Chie recalled the scene when old Zhao came to his house to find him. At that time, he refused old Zhao's invitation because his principle was to stay as far away as possible from dangerous unknowns. Old Zhao had said he lacked the spirit of a young person, and that someday he would understand. When there's something you must protect, no matter how dangerous ahead or how many unknowns, you must go forward. At this time, Lin Chie couldn't help but imagine old Zhao beside him saying, are you sure you want to enter this unbounded airspace? You don't even know how many people are inside, or if there are high realm experts. Lin Chie said to himself, I'm sure I'm going in, because inside are my friends, people I want to protect. Only at this moment did he fully understand the meaning of old Zhao's words. On the other side, the red-haired man wasn't angry when his attack was blocked, just said mockingly, "The necklace is good, but the user isn't good enough." As he spoke, his punching speed got faster and faster, continuously smashing the protective shield. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared in the protective shield. Seeing it couldn't hold much longer, Fatty urgently asked Cao Yuan for help. At this time, Cao Yuan was gripping his blade hilt, confronting the thin man ahead, with no time to rescue Fatty. The thin man also seized the opportunity to control 3 knives to kill Cao Yuan. On the other side, Fatty's protective shield was also broken by the red-haired man's bare hands, but Fatty reacted quickly and wasn't hit. The red-haired man looked incredulous. "You can still dodge my attack?" Fatty laughed. "Did you really think I only know how to use forbidden objects?" This half-year of physical training wasn't for nothing, but before Fatty could get proud, the next second the red-haired man's fist hit his face, immediately smashing him into the wall. According to the no harm under smoke rule, indeed when the smoke cleared, Fatty was wrapped in golden light, completely unharmed. Although the red-haired man's attacking arm was injured, his expression became more excited. "Your necklace has quite complete functions. It even has ultra-high temperature automatic defense." After Fatty steadied himself, he began reaching into his crotch, saying lewdly, "Just wait. It seems I have to use my big treasure to give you some color." Immediately, a golden beam shot straight into the sky from his crotch. This sudden golden light even startled Fatty himself. "Damn, I forgot to turn it off after last use, almost cut myself." While the red-haired man was stunned, this golden light split into 7 beams in the sky, attacking the red-haired man from different directions simultaneously. Just one hit left the red-haired man smoking all over. Before he could recover, he suddenly felt a breeze behind him. The next moment, a huge rock shattered behind him. He turned to look, shock appearing in his eyes. What is this thing? He saw Cao Yuan covered in black aura, holding a knife and approaching him, continuously making Kike's strange laughter. Behind Cao Yuan was his captain who used the 3-sword style. This thin captain looked weakly at Cao Yuan and swallowed. "He's not human at all, he's a ghost, he's a demon." Suddenly, an arrow shot straight at Cao Yuan's face. Cao Yuan swung his long knife, precisely blocking the arrow. But the next second, he was blown away by the arrow's huge impact force and crashed into the building behind him. The archer was silently watching everything from a high building hundreds of meters away. The woman snorted coldly. "Daring to catch my arrow is seeking death." After speaking, she pulled out another arrow to aim. This time she actually shot 2 arrows in succession. Cao Yuan dodged the first arrow by moving quickly, but couldn't dodge the second arrow in time. Suddenly, his killing aura exploded, and he slashed the arrow in half with one strike. The distant woman was a bit stunned seeing this. "That's too fierce, isn't it? Whatever, let's attack the main target first." At this time, Lin Chie finally arrived, asking with a smile behind the woman, "Who are you talking about as the main target?" Seeing this, she immediately shot an arrow at Lin Chie. Lin Chie lightly blocked the powerful arrow with just his finger. He picked up the arrow and observed it carefully, finding no problems. Only then did Lin Chie confirm there was something wrong with the woman's forbidden ruins. The woman aimed her bow again. She was very nervous inside, but still asked with feigned composure, "How did you enter the unbounded airspace? Where's old Han? What did you do to my arrow just now?" Before the woman finished speaking, Lin Chie flashed to her side. "You ask too many questions. If you're asking about that balding old man, I can only regretfully tell you he has been killed by me." Lin Chie's speed terrified the woman. She immediately took out a dagger to launch a sneak attack, but was blocked by Lin Chie's single hand the next moment. The controlled woman snorted. "I know now, you're that dual divine agent, right? You finally showed yourself." Hearing this, Lin Chie's expression turned stern. "How do you know about the dual divine agent? Do you have people in the training camp? Tell me honestly now, or you might get a better outcome." The woman laughed mockingly. "You're too naive. How could I possibly tell you these things?" However, the next moment, darkness invaded her eyes. She immediately knelt before Lin Chie, her miserable screams echoing in the night sky. Lin Chie looked at her coldly. "It seems you're unwilling to answer my questions. In that case, be my test subject." At this moment, the commotion on the rooftop also attracted the attention of everyone below. The red-haired man said, "That's little Liang's voice. What happened to her up there? Do they have more people?" When Fatty heard this, he was also confused. "What are you talking about? There are only 2 of us. Both of us are here. Someone is coming from above you." Hearing about above, both of them looked ashen with despair, because upstairs was the out-of-control Cao Yuan. At this time, the woman was kneeling and questioning what Lin Chie had done to her, why she couldn't move. Lin Chie looked at the woman who could still resist and understood the current range of Darkest Erosion's ability. It seems the effect on intelligent beings is very poor now, and the higher the intelligence, the harder to erode. At his current realm, he probably can't even control cats and dogs. Suddenly, a fierce gleam flashed in the woman's eyes. Is this the power of a god? It seems my mission this time is more dangerous than expected, but I must complete my mission. The next moment, she stabbed her thigh with the dagger. Sure enough, the intense pain helped her break free from Lin Chie's control. Lin Chie also suffered backlash from the other party breaking free of the darkest erosion. Fortunately, the woman was only at the pond forbidden in mental power. Otherwise, this backlash might have knocked Lin Chie unconscious directly. Taking advantage of Lin Chie's distraction, the woman pulled out 3 arrows and aimed at Lin Chie. Don't think being a divine agent makes you invincible. As she spoke, 3 arrows shot out simultaneously. From the surrounding airflow, these 3 arrows were far more powerful than before. But this time, Lin Chie didn't even raise his hand, and all 3 arrows were blocked outside his body. The woman was terrified seeing this scene. Lin Chie gave the woman no more chances, killed her with 1 slash, and left gracefully. At the same time, a telescope turned toward the woman's location. The sniper smiled. This kid is really something, getting stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the red-haired man below was still continuously attacking Fatty's protective shield. I don't believe it. If I can't handle that monster, can't I handle you, little brat? Suddenly, another explosion occurred on the hotel's top floor. Fatty said happily, Gao Yuan, see? Hold on a little longer. The instructors will come support us once they finish fighting. The red-haired man saw his captain being brutally killed and roared, Useless! I still have to deal with this Fatty myself. Fatty asked puzzledly, Wasn't that your captain? How can you be so rude to him, huh? The red-haired man didn't respond to Fatty's question and directly attacked him. At this critical moment, the protective shield was actually broken by the red-haired man. Fatty's eyes were full of surprise. My Yao Guang was actually smashed. It seems I can only use this. After speaking, he pulled out a gorgeous mirror. The red-haired man just looked at himself in the mirror once, and instantly his brain felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer. His entire spirit became dazed. Before he could react, Fatty used 6 flying swords to attack him simultaneously, instantly causing a huge explosion. Fatty saw this scene and showed a confident smile. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, a voice appeared behind him. Didn't your instructor teach you to always watch your back? Fatty was scared to death. Suddenly, the red-haired man spat out blood, and a figure directly killed the red-haired man, returning that line about instructors not teaching you to watch your back. Fatty was very excited seeing Lin Kie arrive. Kie, you finally came. I knew you'd definitely come save me. Just as Lin Chie was rejecting Fatty's enthusiasm, he suddenly sensed a strong killing aura. Lin Chie looked at Xiao Yuan and said, It's not over yet. The real trouble is this guy. Xiao Yuan also heard the commotion on Lin Chie's side at this time, and when he turned around, he was full of excitement. Lin Kie stared intently at Xiao Yuan while asking Fatty for a forbidden object that could control Xiao Yuan. Fatty searched for a long time before finding the sealing scroll. At the same time, Fatty said, This thing should be called the Xiao Yuan Demon's Suppressing Lock from now on. Hearing this disgusting name, Lin Chie shuddered. While the two were dawdling, Xiao Yuan also charged toward Lin Chie, looking at him as if he were a toy. Lin Chie blocked with his knife and felt that Xiao Yuan was several times stronger than before after advancing to the pond forbidden. It seems to safely get him out of his current frenzied state. I can only first control his knife. Lin Chie raised both hands, immediately enveloping both of them in darkness. After the two fought for a while, Lin Chie discovered that this darkest divine ruins couldn't control anything around Xiao Yuan. His killing aura is too strong. It can actually block the divine ruins' erosion. Just as Lin Chie was distracted, Xiao Yuan knocked him back several meters with one strike. Fatty, hiding behind the trash can, also saw, Today's Xiao Yuan is much stronger than in the training camp. Even advancing to the pond forbidden wouldn't be this outrageous, right? Lin Chie explained. That's because there's no suppression from the training camp's forbidden object now. This is the true power of the Black King's annihilation. After speaking, Lin Chie charged at Xiao Yuan again. He used the darkest divine ruins to control stones from the ground, instantly wrapping Xiao Yuan up like a big dumpling. But in less than a second, the dumpling glowed purple, and Xiao Yuan broke free from the stone wrapping with a roar. But after breaking free, he couldn't find Lin Chie. Just as he was puzzled, Lin Chie appeared behind him. Xiao Yuan immediately sensed someone behind him. As he turned around, the two almost kissed. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, but Lin Chie had no time for this. His eyes glowed golden, and instantly the angel's divine might spread throughout his body. Xiao Yuan was also stunned by the angel's divine might at this moment and couldn't move. Lin Chie quickly took out the Xiao Yuan demon's suppressing lock and tied Xiao Yuan up like a big dumpling, even giving him a kick to help him calm down. Xiao Yuan struggled to stand up from the ruins after a while. After removing the tape, he said with slight dissatisfaction, Kie, can you be a bit gentler next time? Lin Kie replied expressionlessly as he sheathed his knife. You weren't gentle at all when you were chopping at me just now. At this time, the unbounded airspace had long been broken, and the flames burning on the hotel's top floor showed no signs of being extinguished. Cao Yuan looked up and analyzed. The instructor's battle is still continuing. They're now fighting river forbidden enemies. Good thing we jumped down directly. Lin Kie turned to leave, saying to both of them, that kind of enemy isn't something we can handle. Standing here exposed is too risky. Let's go, I'll treat you two to noodles. After speaking, Lin Kie led the two to a very remote location. This place was not only far from the main road, but the signboard was also broken and tattered. But the aroma from the noodle bowls could be smelled from far away. Fatty looked at the noodles in the big bowl and asked curiously, Kie, when you said treat us to noodles, you meant coming to this kind of place? Lin Kie rolled his eyes and explained, given our current situation, could I take you to a big restaurant? We have to choose this kind of place where no one comes, so we can eat peacefully. Then Lin Kie added, don't worry, although the storefront doesn't look like much, the taste is definitely first rate. But he was thinking, my $50 is only enough to treat you to noodles anyway. After speaking, Lin Kie took out his wallet and asked the owner how much it cost. Pork noodles 10 yuan, pork chop noodles 12 yuan, and this young man's noodles 42 yuan, 64 yuan total. Lin Kie was stunned hearing this number and immediately asked, why are this fatty's noodles so expensive? Before the owner could answer, Fatty explained first, I saw this shop had quite a lot of toppings, so I added them all. It's just a pity there's no caviar and pineapple that I like most. Lin Kie said with a dark face, Fatty, pay for your own noodles. Fatty immediately panicked. Kie, didn't you say you were treating me? Besides, look at me in this bathrobe. Do I look like I have money? Lin Kie said calmly, I changed my mind. After a lot of wrangling, Cao Yuan finally took out a crumpled 50 yuan note to help Fatty pay. But in exchange, Fatty had to cover Cao Yuan's food and lodging for the remaining days. While the three were eating noodles, Lin Kie asked about the battle just now. They accurately blew up the 90th floor and attacked you directly? Fatty pointed to the towel on his body. Yes, you see I am still wearing a towel. But they should have used some kind of mass destruction, not hot weapons. Lin Kie analyzed. Your strategy of jumping off the building to escape is correct. Once they catch your figure, you can't escape at all, and you will only be involved in the instructor's battle. Cao Yuan interrupted at this time. You live too ostentatiously. You need to register your identity when staying in such a hotel. Anyone with ulterior motives can find out your whereabouts with just a check. Fatty muttered, isn't this what I'm used to? When I was playing in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, I stayed in better hotels than this. This level of assassination is a piece of cake. Just as the three were talking, Shen Qingzhu and the other two walked in from outside. One of them said with a little grievance, Brother Shen, we have eaten noodles for 2 meals in a row, and we are eating noodles tonight? Shen Qingzhu retorted coldly, what do you know? This noodle is a specialty of Kangyan. It's a rare opportunity. How can we not eat a few more meals? After that, Shen Qingzhu asked the boss for 3 bowls of clear soup noodles. The boss saw the group and said with a smile, it's you again? You've had clear broth for 2 meals in a row, and you're still eating this? Fatty was stirring the super large bowl of hero noodles in his bowl, greeting the 3 people. Shen Qingzhu's 2 subordinates looked at Fatty's luxurious noodles, practically drooling. Shen Qingzhu glanced back, and both followers immediately lowered their heads. He looked at the price list again, his eyes showing internal struggle, but finally gritted his teeth and said to the boss lady, let's change the order. Give us 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles and 1 bowl of clear broth noodles. When Shen Qingzhu was quietly paying, Lin Kie used his mental power to scan and discovered that his wallet was completely empty, with just enough money to pay for the noodles. The 2 followers asked with concern, Brother Shen, we're both eating shredded pork noodles. Why aren't you eating shredded pork noodles? Shen Qingzhu pretended not to care as he replied, I just wanted you guys to try something different. I just like eating clear broth. Simple and pure is the true essence of noodles. Cao Yuan ate his noodles while quietly complaining, another poor guy. Seeing that the noodles hadn't arrived yet, Shen Qingzhu asked Lin Kie, by the way, are you okay from the injuries you got in the car earlier? Lin Kie said he was fine. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Qingzhu slowly spoke, thank you for back then. If you hadn't blocked those missile fragments, we all would have been injured. Fatty asked in confusion, arrogant guy, when did you become so polite? Shen Qingzhu glared at Fatty and said, fat ass, I've always been clear about gratitude and grudges. How is that being polite? I know this vacation definitely isn't simple. If you guys need help, just tell me. Lin Kie raised an eyebrow, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Speaking of which, I actually do have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. Being Fatty's personal bodyguard during the vacation, and in exchange, Fatty would pay 1,000 yuan per day in protection fees. When Shen Qingzhu heard about the 1,000 yuan, his eyes immediately widened, and he agreed to the deal without hesitation. However, he made one request. This deal only counted for him alone, not his 2 followers. Shen Qingzhu also agreed readily. In the dim street, Fatty leaned close to Lin Qie's ear and whispered, "Why do you want the arrogant guy to protect me?" Lin Qie explained, "This time, both you and I are targets. If I stay by your side long term, it would actually be more dangerous. Cao Yuan becomes indiscriminate when he goes crazy, so you need a normal person by your side, and that person needs to be skilled." After listening, Fatty had a sudden realization. "You're still the smart one." Walking at the back, Shen Qingzhu suddenly stopped. "Hey, Fatty!" Fatty turned around and grinned. "Since I'm your employer now, could you use a different form of address?" Shen Qingzhu took a deep breath and slowly said, "Bailey Tuming, can we discuss getting an advance on one day's wages?" Fatty scratched his head, saying he didn't have any cash on him. Tao Yuan suddenly spoke up. "I have 300 yuan here, is that enough?" Shen Qingzhu nodded and took the money, quickly returning to the noodle shop and handing the money to his 2 followers. "This is 300 yuan. You guys use this to eat something good for the next 2 days. After settling his 2 followers, Shen Qingzhu rejoined the 3 of them. But embarrassingly, the hotel had been bombed, and they didn't know where to stay for the night. Cao Yuan suggested finding a temple to spend the night. As soon as he said this, Fatty immediately objected. "This is a modern city. Where are you going to find a temple in the middle of the night?" Suddenly, Lin Qie thought of a place, and immediately led everyone to the Dream Butterfly Fragrance Inn. When Fatty saw these words, his buttocks tightened. "Qie, are you serious?" Lin Qie frowned. "There aren't many places in Gangneung City where you can check in without ID registration, and this place has relatively good conditions. If you don't want to stay here, we can only sleep under bridges." Having no better choice, everyone had to accept it. Lin Qie originally wanted to book 3 rooms, but Shen Qingzhu insisted on sharing a room with Fatty. "Since we agreed on personal protection, we need to share a room." Cao Yuan also said he wanted to share a room. "This way the 3 of us can play poker when we're bored." Before Fatty could object, Cao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu had already chosen a room for him. When the 3 arrived at the room, Shen Qingzhu and Cao Yuan both looked embarrassed, while only Fatty appeared completely natural. Seeing the 2 like this, Fatty teasingly joked, "Are you guys still?" Cao Yuan asked in surprise, "Aren't you?" Fatty looked smug. Young master here stopped being one when he was 7. Shen Qingzhu walked to the window and observed carefully for a long time, making sure no one was watching before drawing the curtains. "The bed here is quite big. If we squeeze together, we should be able to sleep." Fatty said it was all fine, then asked if Cao Yuan had any objections. However, Cao Yuan had already found the inn's proprietress. "Excuse me, do you have anything here that's exciting and fun for 3 people to play together?" The boss replied with a sleazy expression. "I have everything here." "What exactly are you looking for?" Cao Yuan leaned close to the proprietress and whispered, "Playing cards." Meanwhile, Lin Qie, who had returned home, was being scolded by Hong Ying. "If you hadn't come back, I was about to go out looking for you." Wen Qimo, lying on the sofa, yawned and said, "I can testify that in this past half hour he's mentioned you at least 200 times. Finally, after Lin Qie's sincere apology, Hong Ying eventually let him off, telling Lin Qie to go to bed early and instructing Wen Qimo to stay alert at night and protect Lin Qie. Wen Qimo yawned again in response. Got it. With me in the living room, no one can sneak in." That night, Lin Qie tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, so he decided to visit the mental hospital. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, he found himself contemplating a door. Li Yifei came over and asked in surprise, "Qie, what are you doing here? Can't this door be opened?" Lin Qie pondered and replied, "I've now broken through to a new mental realm. Maybe I can open this door now." Li Yifei asked curiously, "What's behind the door?" Lin Qie said, "Behind the door might be the hospital's 2nd patient." Li Yifei immediately said, "If there's another patient, can you raise my salary?" Lin Qie refused without hesitation. When Lin Qie placed his hand on the door, powerful energy immediately emanated from the surroundings, and the door showed signs of opening. Lin Qie was secretly delighted. It seems my guess was right. Each door here corresponds to one of my realms. Now that I've broken through to the pond forbidden, my mental power might be sufficient to open the restriction on this 2nd door. As the door slowly opened, a beam of light flashed from within. In the dim room, a pair of deep, abyss-like eyes gazed at Lin Qie. "You've finally come." Lin Qie looked at Merlin, very confused. Because he didn't look sick at all. He was the legendary magician who helped King Arthur ascend to the throne. not only proficient in all categories of magic but also able to foresee the future. However, the Merlin here was probably not the historical figure, but rather a deity created from the British people's longing for the unknown. The deities created are deities of magic and wisdom. What, so it's a man? Li Yifei poked his head out to look and quietly muttered. Merlin, sitting quietly in his chair, glanced at him, and blue light appeared in his hands. The next moment his entire body transformed into energy, instantly becoming a blonde, blue-eyed, graceful queen. He smiled and said that gender held no meaning for him. Li Yifei was so startled he kept backing away. Lin Qie seemed unsurprised by this and slowly explained, "This is Merlin, the legendary great magician proficient in transformation magic. Never mind turning into a woman. He could turn into your father if he wanted. Lord Merlin, please change back so we can talk properly." As soon as Lin Qie finished speaking, Merlin returned to his original form. "You must be Lin Qie. 10 years ago, I prophesied that you would open this door." Hearing such mystical words, Lin Qie became interested. "Then tell me, what does my future look like?" Merlin shook his head in refusal. "I don't know. Prophecy isn't omnipotent. When you first opened the door, I tried to glimpse your fate, but both your past and future are a blur. Only the present can be seen somewhat clearly. You are currently in the midst of a dangerous whirlpool. One wrong step and you'll be shattered to pieces, and this might even implicate those around you." Li Yifei suddenly understood. "No wonder you came straight here to open the door as soon as you got back. You encountered trouble outside." Lin Qie quickly asked how to ensure his friend's safety. Merlin shook his head again. "I can't see any clearer information. The current me cannot make overly precise prophecies. My crystal ball is missing." Hearing this news, Lin Qie was slightly shocked. Merlin seemed to remember something, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 10 years ago, a little girl came to this room and challenged me to a contest. She said if I won, she would let me leave, but if I lost, I would have to give her my crystal ball. We started with a single fallen leaf, deducing the changes of an entire forest over the past 50 years, present and future 50 years, ending in a draw. Then we analyzed 10 water drops. Later we discovered that no matter how we competed over external objects, we couldn't determine a winner. So we decided to take each other as targets and deduce everything about the other. In the second round, she successfully deduced part of my destiny. But in the third round, I was unable to see through her. Merlin recalled the situation at that time, his frown deepening. Her existence completely exceeded my expectations. Whether past, present, or future, she left no traces. She was like a ghost that didn't belong to this world. No matter what methods I used, I couldn't glimpse even a corner of her fate. So I lost, and she took away my crystal ball. Li Yifei swallowed and nudged Lin Qie with his hand, whispering, "That mysterious? Who was that girl?" Lin Qie shook his head, saying he didn't know either. But undoubtedly, the girl who took away Merlin's crystal ball, the girl who took away Nix's bracelet, and the girl who left the envelope in the dean's office were all the same person. Genian. But how could a 12 or 13-year-old girl defeat the goddess of night in creation, and defeat Merlin, the great prophet, in destiny analysis? The more Lin Qie learned, the more he felt this girl calling herself Genian was full of mystery. If he could know who she was, perhaps the origins of this mysterious god's mental hospital would become clear. However, for the current Lin Qie, investigating this seemed premature. Now, finding a way to cure this legendary great magician and extract some of his abilities was the urgent matter. Lin Qie asked Merlin what illness he had. Merlin looked at Lin Qie like he was looking at an idiot. "You're the one who's sick." Lin Qie immediately showed a gentle smile. "Sorry, I misspoke. I meant, do you have any mental disorders? Otherwise, why would you be here?" Merlin shrugged indifferently. "I don't know. I'm just a scholar trying to explore the true face of the world." Before Lin Qie could speak, Merlin continued on his own. "What do you think the world is? What are we? For fish in a fishbowl, the fishbowl is their world. They don't know that beyond the fishbowl there are land and oceans. Is the world they perceive the real world? So how do we know that the world we perceive is the real world? Might we not also be just fish in a fishbowl, created by some higher dimensional being?" Lin Qie was confused by this, while Li Yifei questioned whether he had any evidence. Merlin turned to gaze at him leisurely. "Our sudden appearance of mythological figures in your world, isn't that evidence?" Lin Qie then asked, "If it's really as you say that we live in a false world, then what would that real world look like? Have you found it?" Merlin spoke frantically. "I found it! I found it! I used magic to communicate with some mysterious dimension. Although I don't know exactly where it is, I can vaguely foresee that it's the real world. It's at the bottom of the sea, with all kinds of little houses, pineapple-shaped ones, head-shaped ones, stores selling strange food, and what seems to be a strange yellow square. Merlin began recalling what he had seen and heard, his eyes growing wider and wider, his body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Lin Jie frowned, realizing things weren't simple, and quietly stepped back with Li Yifei. Suddenly, Merlin exploded, turning into a cloud of pink smoke. Both Lin Jie and Li Yifei were stunned. The god of wisdom and magic had actually become Patrick Star, shouting, "SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish!" Suddenly, he saw Nyx sitting in a chair in a daze, and excitedly ran toward Nyx. Lin Jie and Li Yifei kept chasing behind, trying to control him. Patrick Star ran happily up to Nyx and asked, Mr. Krabs, you're here too?" Nyx was startled, staring blankly at this pink unknown object, falling into contemplation. She reached out somewhat confusedly to touch. "Are you also my grandson?" Patrick Star didn't answer, just happily kept shouting, "Mr. Krabs." After a moment, Nyx tremblingly extended her hand, pulling Patrick Star Merlin into her embrace, tearfully saying, "My good grandson, I finally found you." The two, witnessing everything from afar, were dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood what was wrong with Merlin. Lin Jie analyzed in a doctor's tone. Merlin used some kind of magic to connect to a so-called real world and transmitted his consciousness there. But that real world had some strange effect on him, ultimately leading to mental disorder. Looking at the two happily warm god, Lin Jie felt quite troubled. Finally, Lin Jie decided to inject him with some sedative first, hoping he could return to his original state. This version of Merlin was really too troublesome. Li Yifei asked in confusion, "Who's going to inject the sedative?" Lin Jie looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. A certain humble little nurse exploited by his black-hearted boss sighed and went forward alone with the sedative. After a while, Li Yifei finally managed to hold down Patrick Star and began the injection, while Lin Jie held back Nyx to prevent her from interfering. After injecting Patrick Star with the sedative, blue light immediately appeared, and Merlin returned to his original form. Lin Jie went forward to check Merlin's condition, finding that his consciousness was just a bit fuzzy, probably after effects from the recent mental confusion, but nothing serious. However, Nyx was frantically scolding Li Yifei, saying Li Yifei had taken away her second grandson. At dawn, Lin Jie slowly woke up in bed looking out the window. Somehow, the outside world was already covered in silver. Hong Ying was continuously dancing with her spear outside. Although snow was everywhere, the heat emanating from Hong Ying's body melted all the snow within a foot around her. Lin Jie smiled and greeted Hong Ying. "Sister Hong Ying, do you get up this early to practice spear work every day?" Hong Ying noticed Lin Jie's arrival, wiped her sweat and said, "Master said that if you don't practice martial arts for 1 day, you'll regress for 100 days. Since I started learning the spear, I've been getting up early to practice every day for 12 years now." Lin Jie raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "You've practiced for 12 years, so how old are you, Sister Hong Ying?" Hong Ying smiled. "A girl's age can't be asked casually. I'm not telling you." After speaking, Hong Ying led Lin Jie to breakfast, but neither of them noticed a small gray mouse quietly watching everything from the corner. At this time, in Kangnyeon City's complex underground sewer system, dense swarms of rats surged like a tide. They were like a well-trained army, with a cloaked youth sitting in front like a general. He grabbed the mouse that had returned from Hong Ying's house, pointing his finger at the mouse's head, immediately understanding Lin Chi's location. This ability came from the Nantuo snake demon's snake seed, using artificial neurons to link other creatures' consciousness, controlling their actions and achieving shared vision. The youth named it Fish Seed. He possessed over 400 rats implanted with fish seeds, able to completely control any disturbance in Kangnyeon City. When mysterious beings appeared, he could find them before the night watchman, then analyze them. The youth slowly removed his hood, revealing an ordinary face. If Lin Jie were here, he would immediately recognize him. His name was Qingyu, who had joined forces with Lin Jie to solve the Nantuo snake demon, requested to join the night watchman, then disappeared without a trace. And Qingyu turned around, his gaze falling on the chessboard on the stone platform again, murmuring, "From the shared vision of the fish seeds, Kangnyeon City's situation is very delicate. Hidden strong individuals from various buildings, dozens of river forbidden fighters, former night watchmen who escaped from the fasting place, the mad scorpion mercenaries who disappeared 3 years ago, a woman suspected of being from the ancient god church, and even 2 sea forbidden beings lurking in the depths. Powerhouses hiding very deep. Kangnyeon's waters are getting deeper and deeper." He looked at the corner of the chessboard, his expression somewhat hesitant. "The positions of these chess pieces are too dangerous. Should I remind Lin Jie?" After a long while, he seemed to make up his mind and slowly stood up. "After all, we've shared hardships together. This time I'll help you out." On the other side, Hong Ying, who was out and about, was quite socially confident. attracting the attention of many passers-by. The thin-skinned Lin Qiye wished he could bury his head in the ground. Hong Ying put her arm around him like a brother. "It's New Year's. What's wrong with being happy? Right, little brother Qi?" Lin Qiye was somewhat helpless about Hong Ying's carefree behavior. "Speaking of which, during the days I wasn't here, were there any mysterious incidents?" Hong Ying thought for a moment and said, "I only encountered a pond-forbidden lizard, which was easy to deal with. But something was strange. When the logistics people went to clean up the corpse, they found only half a body left." Lin Qiye's brow furrowed slightly, as if he thought of something. Someone is secretly collecting mysterious corpses? Suddenly, Lin Qiye sensed danger. He easily dodged the attack and caught the projectile that flew over. The black-clothed attacker didn't immediately flee but stood in place looking at the three people. This person was Qingyu. Hong Ying snorted coldly, seeking death. After throwing the two large bags in her hands to Lin Qiye, she flickered and chased after that person, trailing after images. Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye stood there stunned. This doesn't really count as a sneak attack, more like a not-too-serious joke. At this moment, Lin Qiye noticed there was actually a note tied to the projectile. After opening it to read, his pupils suddenly contracted, and without a word, he turned and threw all the bags to Si Xiaonan. "Xiaonan, you take these back first. I have something very important to do." The note was also thrown out with the bags. After the note hit the ground, it clearly read, "Old Town District 30,901, someone wants to harm your family." Meanwhile, at Lin Qiye's home in the Old Town District, Lin Qiye's aunt and younger brother Yang Jin were putting up New Year decorations. The aunt looked at the blessing character in her hand, thinking of Lin Qiye. "Put this one on your brother's door later. That child is far from home. Ordinary blessings won't work. I specially went to the temple to pray for this one." Yang Jin smiled lightly. "Mom, how can blessings have near and far distinctions?" The aunt glared at him. "What do you kids understand? This is called better to believe than not believe. Your brother's life outside must be very hard. After using this blessing, I hope those spirits and gods can look after him." Yang Jin shrugged, indicating he understood. At this time, there was a small van parked by the roadside downstairs from the residential complex. The man sitting in the driver's seat was reporting to his superiors. Scorpion 3 reporting. "No anomalies detected around the target. Report complete." A sniper lurking on a rooftop was also reporting into his radio. Scorpion 9 reporting. "Target woman is cutting vegetables in the kitchen. No anomalies detected. Report complete." On a different angle of another building, there was also a lurking sniper. Scorpion 8 reporting. "Target boy is active in the living room. No anomalies detected. Report complete. Received. Continue standing by on site." Scorpion 3 in the car immediately became unhappy. "Scorpion 1, we've been guarding here for 2 days already. How much longer do we have to wait?" "Wait for the target to appear. Snake Lady said that if the target still doesn't come before tonight, we'll directly kidnap that woman and child and hand them over to Snake Lady for disposal." Snake Lady again. "When did we Mad Scorpion become some woman's lackeys?" Scorpion 1's voice immediately became serious. "Scorpion 3, watch your words. Since we chose to believe in the ancient god church when we had nowhere else to go, we cannot violate our contract with the gods. Otherwise you'll harm not only yourself but all of us Mad Scorpion mercenaries." Suddenly, a sniper hidden in civilian housing asked, "Our target is that dual god agent. If he really appears, can we handle him with just us?" "Don't worry. Even if we can't handle him, there's still that person. That's Believer rank 16, just half a step away from Sea Forbidden. Dealing with a newbie still in Pond Forbidden won't be a problem." Suddenly, Lin Qiye, outside the car, spoke leisurely. "Believers? Come tell me about this believer you just mentioned." At the same time, darkness centered on Lin Qiye quickly enveloped the van. Scorpion 3 in the car was instantly terrified. He quickly reached for his radio, but Lin Qiye outside the car lightly tapped the window, and the entire glass shattered into pieces. Though Scorpion 3 was a battle-hardened warrior, he immediately opened the door and rushed out, pulling out a dagger and charging at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye leaned back to dodge the attack, then used a hand chop to knock away the dagger. Scorpion 3 angrily pulled out the submachine gun from his waist, frantically pulling the trigger at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye flickered and dodged the attack, then reached out and grabbed in the void, twisting the submachine gun's barrel into a pretzel with his bare hands. Under the effect of darkest erosion, although he couldn't directly tear metal yet, changing its shape was still possible. And for something like a submachine gun, once the barrel was blocked, there was only one result: explosion. Scorpion 3's submachine gun suddenly exploded, directly mangling his arm. Lin Qiye simultaneously controlled small knives to fly up, hovering at Scorpion 3's throat. "I'll ask again, what are believers?" At the same time, darkness climbed up Scorpion 3's pupils, and unprecedented pain surged through his mind, as if something was gnawing at his brain. Although darkest erosion couldn't yet control human minds, the pain it caused was definitely nightmare level. Sometimes it could also be used effectively for interrogation. Under the dual torture of body and mind, Scorpion 3's psychological defenses quickly collapsed, and he spilled everything he knew. From Scorpion 3's description, so-called believers were subordinate organizations of the ancient God Church. The formal members of the ancient God Church were all composed of divine agents, extremely small in number. Although individually powerful, their limited numbers restricted their influence. Therefore, to compensate for their numerical disadvantage, the gods of the ancient God Church created believers in the name of the gods. They selected members from countless ambitious and powerful individuals as external members of the ancient God Church. Every member who became a believer would sign a soul contract with a certain god of the ancient God Church, promising that when the era of the dark gods descended upon the earth, these believers would become rulers above millions. In short, believers were lackeys of the ancient God Church. Their group of mercenaries worshipped Medusa of the ancient God Church, codenamed Snake Lady. After Lin Qiye finished questioning, he ended his life without hesitation. Although he did provide intelligence, he had wanted to harm his own family, and dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's pupils suddenly contracted, and without thinking he quickly retreated, then rapidly ran toward the van to use it as cover. But after hiding behind the van, another bullet came from a different angle. Snipers, 2 of them. This is troublesome. Sniper rifle bullets are too fast. I can barely dodge them now, but I can't capture them with divine ruins. Just as Lin Qiye was thinking rapidly, a bullet whizzed past his head, instantly startling Lin Qiye. But then he realized, looking at this bullet trajectory, it's aimed at the direction that was just shooting at me. It's our sniper, Leng Xuan. At this time, Scorpion 9 on the rooftop was frantically calling him on the radio, but he had already been shot in the head. The sniper in the civilian housing had realized there was an expert on the other side, but the next second he was also shot in the head. After Leng Xuan eliminated the 2 snipers, he put away his gun, because his sniper rifle couldn't intervene in close combat. Seeing the second sniper get shot in the head by Leng Xuan, Lin Qiye stood up from behind the van and looked in a certain direction. Within his mental perception range, 4 figures were rapidly approaching him. After the 4 people got close, they immediately opened fire without a word. Facing the first wave of intense firepower, Lin Qiye could only use cars as cover. After the 4 mercenaries finished their first volley and found it wasn't very effective, they spread out their formation to flank Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye directly activated Darkest Divine Ruins. Under the blessing of darkness, Lin Qiye's speed increased several times, easily dodging bullet attacks. At the same time, he lightly slid his finger through the air, and 2 straight knives flew out from his sword case toward Scorpion 4. Seeing 2 scar knives flying toward him, Scorpion 4 decisively dropped his gun and drew a short knife from his outer thigh to counter the scar knives. However, at the moment the 2 knives clashed, Lin Qiye had also reached his front, directly using Darkest Divine Ruins to disarm Scorpion 4's weapon, then gave him a flying kick, sending him flying several meters away. Next, Lin Qiye controlled the 2 straight knives, efficiently eliminating Scorpion 4. Looking at the lifeless Scorpion 4, the remaining mercenaries knew guns were completely useless against this monster Lin Qiye, and could only engage in close combat, so 2 people charged forward with knives. At this time, Lin Qiye was still calculating the enemy's remaining fighting strength. This 9-man mad Scorpion squad has already lost 4 people. Among the remaining 5, one hasn't shown up yet, but just these 4 people taking turns attacking can time me down completely. Lin Qiye could see that they were trying to use numbers to wear down his stamina. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Under the enhancement of Starry Night Dancer, Lin Qiye alone could outlast all 4 of them. The only uncertain factor now was the last person who hadn't appeared, namely Scorpion 1. Meanwhile, a man on a building looked at the people fighting below and snorted, "A bunch of idiots. With this level of skill, you dare call yourselves Snake Ladies believers? Disgraceful." He took a deep breath and exhaled a smoke ring. To subdue that guy, you just need to capture that woman and child. Such a simple thing, yet so many people died. With that, he threw his cigarette on the ground and walked toward the stairs, talking to himself. His name was Lu Liang, believer rank 16, a river forbidden powerhouse just half a step away from sea forbidden. He was strong, but he was more cautious. From being a nobody to where he was today, he relied not on force but on strategy and caution. If he could avoid direct combat, he would never fight, even if the enemy was just a sword-wielding youth. A mysterious dual god agent versus 2 powerless ordinary people. Lu Liang knew how to choose. When he reached Lin Qiye's family's door, he suddenly froze. Lu Liang frowned and carefully examined this mangy dog for a moment, muttering, "This dog is really ugly." Meanwhile, downstairs Lin Chie knocked away both men's short knives with one strike. Next, Lin Chie's eyes burst with dazzling golden light. Angel's divine might. The moment the divine might erupted, Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 7 felt their minds being crushed layer by layer, immediately unable to move. Lin Chie's blade flashed, quickly slicing across both men's necks, blood splattering. This was the killing opportunity Lin Chie had been waiting for. Angel's divine might helped him break the deadlock. With the 4-on-1 balance broken, Lin Chie fighting the remaining Scorpion 5 and Scorpion 6 was already a sure victory. The remaining two men saw their companions easily killed by Lin Chie, and panic appeared on their faces. One of them grabbed his radio and angrily demanded why Scorpion 1 still hadn't acted. However, no matter how much he shouted, there was no response. Lin Chie also took advantage of the two men's distraction to easily eliminate them. Although all the enemies in sight had been killed, Lin Chie didn't relax at all. His gaze carefully swept the surroundings, as if searching for something. Suddenly, Lin Chie's mental power detected a man. "You must be Scorpion 1. You're late." Scorpion 1 chuckled. "Late? I came at exactly the right time." With that, he began undressing, quickly removing his shirt. Scorpion 1, bare-chested, picked up the nameplate on his chest and lightly kissed it. The next moment, the nameplate began violently trembling, and waves of eerie aura emanated from it. Immediately, streams of fresh blood like crimson rivers floated from the surrounding corpses into the nameplate. Scorpion 1 explained, "This is a forbidden ruins, boiling blood, sequence 209. It absorbs the blood of all dead creatures within a short period of time, obtains their power when they were alive and superimposes it. This is my treasure that I escaped from the rainforest. Those idiots have no idea I possess this thing. I never thought I could defeat a dual god agent with these worthless fools. The only purpose of them coming here is to become my sacrifice. Now that my strength has reached the river forbidden, as long as I can kill you, I'll have a place among the believers." Lin Chie's spiritual power could clearly sense the surging power from Scorpion 1's body. He also felt it was somewhat troublesome, so he used Divine Void to control the guns behind him to fire. The moment the bullets left the barrel, Scorpion 1's legs suddenly kicked against the ground, his entire body flying close to the ground like an arrow released from a bow, breaking through the bullet siege and charging toward Lin Chie. Lin Chie's shooting skills were already pitiful to begin with, and Scorpion 1's speed was astonishingly fast. A series of shots failed to hit the enemy with even a single bullet, which made him so frustrated that he immediately threw away the guns. At this moment, Scorpion 1 had already approached Lin Chie. Then the blades clashed together. Lin Chie only felt his arm go numb, and his body staggered backward several steps. In terms of strength, Scorpion 1 was clearly superior. Subsequently, the two figures collided rapidly in the snowy ground. After this bout of fighting, Lin Chie's expression became increasingly grave. It seemed that until now, Scorpion 1 was the only enemy he had encountered who could completely suppress him in both speed and strength. It was true that Starry Night Dancer could provide Lin Chie with a 5-fold boost in speed and strength, but under the blessing of blood boiling, Scorpion 1 had directly fused with the attributes of the other 8 mercenaries. Scorpion 1 in the blood-boiling state was like a frenzied combat machine. With just a folding knife in his hand, he repeatedly repelled Lin Chie. Scorpion 1 seized the moment when Lin Chie's dual blades were knocked away, delivering a kick to his chest. This single kick sent him flying several meters away, finally crashing into a back wall before coming to a stop. Lin Chie coughed up blood as he stood up, staring intently at Scorpion 1. Scorpion 1 gripped his folding knife and approached Lin Chie step by step, his tongue flicking across his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Just as Lin Chie was about to make his move, a clear phone ringtone rang out. Lin Chie trembled, pulling out his phone from his pocket to see it was a call from his aunt. The moment Lin Chie saw the caller ID, he was slightly distracted, and in the next instant, an extremely sharp whip kick swung toward his face. Lin Chie crouched down like lightning to dodge the strike, countering with a sweeping leg kick that heavily struck Scorpion 1's ankle. Scorpion 1's body merely swayed slightly, steady as a mountain. Lin Chie cursed under his breath, so tough, as his star knife suddenly blocked the folding knife, but the terrifying force transmitted through the blade still pushed him back a meter. Though he managed to barely steady himself, his phone was shaken from his grip. Scorpion 1 glanced at the constantly ringing phone and sneered, "A family call? Is it that woman? Or that child? Oh right, today is New Year's Eve. They probably want to ask how you're doing out there, if you've prepared New Year's dinner, and then tell you they're all fine." Lin Chie slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ice-cold killing intent appeared in his dark eyes, and he slashed toward Scorpion 1 with his blade, only to be easily blocked. After blocking, Scorpion 1 didn't forget to taunt. "What a warm family." I bet they have no idea what you're doing. No idea that you're so close yet so far away. Lost in New Year's joy. How could they imagine that you're fighting for your life so close to them? While speaking, Scorpion 1 forcefully swung, pushing Lin Qiye back several meters. Lin Qiye gripped his blade handle tightly. After prolonged combat, his mental strength was nearly at its limit, and his darkest divine ruins couldn't be maintained much longer. If he couldn't resolve the battle quickly, he would surely die. He charged at Scorpion 1 with both blades, darkness emerging in his eyes again, and the surrounding darkest divine ruins stabilized. Seeing this, Scorpion 1 scoffed, "End of your rope." The next second, both men charged at each other. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Qiye suddenly steadied himself, disappearing from in front of Scorpion 1 while using his darkest divine ruins to stir up a large amount of snowflakes. The falling snowflakes immediately blocked Scorpion 1's vision. His brow furrowed slightly, but drawing on years of combat experience, he quickly calmed down, instantly turning to block, successfully parrying Lin Qiye's blade coming from the side. Seeing Lin Qiye's form exposed, Scorpion 1's lips curved into a smile that said, "I knew you'd try this." But then he couldn't smile anymore. Among the falling snowflakes, Lin Qiye struck Scorpion 1's folding knife with one blade, while his other hand was completely empty. "Where's the second blade?" An intense sense of crisis immediately surged through him. Just as he was about to react, Lin Qiye's eyes once again burst with brilliant starlight, and his left hand gestured lightly. Instantly, the angel's divine might poured into Scorpion 1's mind, completely scrambling his mental state, causing his movements to freeze for a second. At this moment, there happened to be a straight blade attacking from behind Scorpion 1. In the next moment, the straight blade cut through the falling snowflakes and silently pierced into Scorpion 1's back. He collapsed immediately, completely losing his life force. Having resolved everything, Lin Qiye hurriedly picked up the constantly ringing phone. The moment he answered, his aunt's anxious voice came through. "You child, I've been calling you for so long and you didn't answer. It's New Year's and you didn't even call home first? Don't you want your aunt anymore?" Lin Qiye quickly explained. "I was just chatting with my comrades and didn't notice." As they talked, fireworks bloomed in the sky, and they chatted about everyday matters amid the sound of fireworks. Suddenly, Lin Qiye saw the busy figure upstairs and smiled. "Aunt, Happy New Year." Happy New Year." At this moment, Leng Xuan slowly walked over, asking Lin Qiye if he regretted joining the night watchman. Qiye didn't turn around, just smiled lightly. "Nope." Leng Xuan sat down beside him and said, "You won't be able to return for a short time. The more frequently you come back, the more people will notice this place. Actually, even if you hadn't come today, they wouldn't have been in danger." Hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately turned to look at Leng Xuan with confusion. After Leng Xuan's explanation, Lin Qiye finally understood. It turned out that when the captain went to Qiye's house to deliver materials last time, he had placed a forbidden object called Weiyang on the door. This forbidden object looked like just a transparent piece of paper, but it could create a miniature divine ruins. Once someone tried to use divine ruins to break through Weiyang's protection range, it would activate, teleporting the protected people inside to the underground chamber of the office. Like the unbounded airspace, it was one of the few artificial divine ruins that the night watchman possessed. But this item wasn't cheap. Even within the night watchman, not many people could afford to use it. However, basically everyone in Squad 136 had their family members protected by this item. Lin Qiye was immediately confused. Are the night watchmen really this wealthy? Do ordinary team members' families get equipped with such treasures? Hearing this, Leng Xuan looked at Lin Qiye meaningfully. Otherwise, why do you think the captain is so poor? After saying this, he patted Qiye's shoulder. "Let's go. You can't eat this family's New Year's dinner, but another family will always welcome you." Lin Qiye took a deep look in the direction of his home, where his aunt was serving plate after plate of fresh, hot dishes onto the small wooden table, with young Jin sitting beside her smiling. A moment later, the two returned to the office. As soon as they opened the door, a rich aroma of food hit them. Hong Ying was caught red-handed stealing a chicken leg, claiming she was just testing the taste for everyone first. Her expression clearly showed how delicious the chicken leg was. When Lin Qiye was getting his bowls and chopsticks, he saw Hong Ying and asked if she had caught the archer. Hong Ying pressed her lips together and shook her head with a bitter expression. "No, that guy ran too fast. I couldn't use my divine ruins to chase him in broad daylight in the city, so I let him escape." Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully. "It's fine. He probably didn't have malicious intent, just his identity. Fresh fish soup is here." Before Lin Qiye could finish, a voice from behind suddenly interrupted him. Chen Muye walked over carrying a pot of fish soup. As the last two dishes were served, everyone was called to eat. Chen Muye slowly raised the wineglass in his hand, his gaze sweeping over everyone. This year, Old faces were lost and new ones joined, and many things happened. But once again, we successfully protected this city for an entire year. As the captain of Squad 136, as a night watchman, I want to thank everyone present on behalf of the countless lives in Gangneung City. After speaking, he bowed deeply to everyone. I hope that next year at this time it will still be us sitting here, not one less. Cheers! Happy New Year! The next moment, everyone's glasses clinked together, producing crisp, ringing sounds. At the same time, in a certain hotel, Fatty was passing wine to Shen Qingzhu, saying, "Boss, looks like it's just the three of us celebrating New Year this year. Let's drink until we drop." Shen Qingzhu shook his head in refusal, saying he didn't drink during work hours. Fatty laughed, saying his bodyguard team had arrived, so even if they all passed out drunk, it would be fine. Just as Shen Qingzhu was about to say something, Fatty's expression suddenly became stern. "This is the boss's order." Shen Qingzhu could only reluctantly accept the drink. In the cramped, damp hotel room, 3 teenagers sat by the window, watching the fireworks fill the sky, clinking their beer cans together. As dawn approached, the fireworks and firecrackers that had been going off all night still showed no signs of stopping. Lin Chie groggily walked out of the office. What used to be the business consultation hall was now a complete mess, with scattered wine bottles everywhere. Looking at the several drunk people, Lin Chie didn't wake them, but took a broom and went outside to start sweeping snow. As he swept, his brow furrowed slightly. The training camp's vacation isn't long this time. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow, which is the second day of the new year, will be the last day of vacation. But so far, those enemies hiding in the shadows don't seem to have made any major moves. Especially that mysterious Medusa agent, Snake Girl, who hasn't appeared yet. Have the instructors already secretly eliminated them? Or have they all gone after Biley Fatty? Or are they still waiting for some opportunity? Suddenly, firecracker sounds rang out again. But this time Lin Qiye felt something was off. There seemed to be explosion sounds mixed in with the firecrackers. Immediately, thick smoke rose in the distance. That direction was the hotel where Fatty and his group were staying. At the same time, 3 teenagers were jumping out of windows to escape, with explosive firelight behind them. 2 figures landed steadily on the ground, while only a chubby boy fell with a thud. Shen Qingzhu frowned and reached into the void, instantly removing all the air from the hotel's second-floor room. The burning flames disappeared instantly. Then Shen Qingzhu led the 2 in a mad dash. Fatty was chasing from behind, shouting, "My dear ministers, don't panic! My lord's bodyguard team has been secretly protecting me. Nothing will happen. You 2 slow down, wait for me." Cao Yuan gritted his teeth, grabbed Fatty and threw him over his shoulder, running with difficulty toward the other end of the alley. "I told you to drink less last night. Now that enemies have attacked, you're still not sober." Shen Qingzhu, who was running ahead, suddenly stopped, because 4 figures had appeared in the smoke ahead. Without a word, Shen Qingzhu walked in front of Fatty, coldly staring at the 4 people ahead. The 4 were the Biley family's 4 forbidden object users, also Fatty's personal bodyguard team. Cao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu were immediately confused. Bodyguards I can understand, but what are forbidden object users? Fatty immediately explained, "The term forbidden object user only exists in our Bailey family, because high-risk forbidden objects can only be used to their maximum potential by suitable masters. And our family has particularly many forbidden objects, so we collectively call these people forbidden object users. These 4 forbidden object users, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, each has peak river forbidden combat power, and the 4 together can even fight against the sea forbidden. That's why I said we're very safe." As Fatty finished speaking, the leader of the 4 forbidden object users, Fire User, came forward carrying a severed head. "Young master, 3 river forbidden enemies have all been eliminated. Also, following your instructions, we booked the entire hotel in advance, so no one was injured." Fatty immediately praised them for doing well and dismissed them. However, at this moment, Wind User frowned and stepped forward to report, "Young master, there are still enemies approaching nearby. Please wait here while we deal with them." Fatty waved his hand and they disappeared in a flash. After a long silence, Cao Yuan finally spoke slowly. "Is this real supernatural power?" Shen Qingzhu also came back to his senses, looking at Biley Fatty with a tone that questioned reality. "So what do you need me for?" Fatty pondered for a moment before saying uncertainly, probably to make up 3 people for poker. At the same time, the training camp had lost its former liveliness. The spacious cafeteria now had only a dozen or so instructors leisurely eating lunch. One instructor sighed that after all the recruits left, life felt somewhat boring. As these instructors chatted, they mentioned that several instructors had gone missing recently, supposedly out on secret missions, and the atmosphere in the camp felt strange lately. The instructors were discussing this when 2 figures walked into the cafeteria. Instantly, everyone stood up and saluted one of them. Yuan Gang walked up to them with a stern expression, his gaze fixed on one particular instructor, an inexplicable authority emanating from him. Yuan Gang slowly asked, "Why?" Under Yuan Gang's oppressive stare, that instructor's face immediately turned pale. He pressed his lips together, his raised arm trembling slightly. The instructor opened his mouth and said hoarsely, "Chief, what do you mean?" The Hong instructor, who had been standing behind, opened a file and said calmly, "During the recruit's third extreme training exercise outside the camp, you disappeared from surveillance for 2 hours. Where did you go? On the day of the training camp's baptism, you sent out 2 encrypted messages via satellite phone. Who were you messaging?" That instructor immediately broke down, shouting, "Instructor Hong, stop!" He covered his face with trembling hands and cried in pain, "I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. They captured my parents back home." After saying this, he painfully banged his head against the table, as if in repentance. Yuan Gang watched him for a long moment before looking away and saying calmly, "You don't need to tell me these things. When you get to the Night Watchman Tribunal in Beijing, someone will naturally ask you. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll spend the rest of your life in the Abstinence Institute. And Wang Gui and Wu Ruotong, did you think you could get away with it?" The two immediately started, quickly exchanging glances before launching into action. Their movements were too fast, so fast that the other instructors couldn't react. But Yuan Gang just snorted coldly, and golden ripples exploded outward from him as the center. The terrifying force was like 2 massive hammers, sending them flying backward. Wang Gui struggled to get up from the ground, despite the overwhelming power difference, instead of despair. His eyes showed a crazed look. "Yuan Gang, Lord Yiyu asked us to give you a gift." After he spoke, Yuan Gang noticed that both their bodies were rapidly distorting, as if about to explode. Yuan Gang immediately stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and golden ripples rose like a cross, forming a golden bell that completely isolated the two from their surroundings. Instructor Hong frowned at this scene and said gravely, "So they were brainwashed by Yiyu. When did these ancient god church people make their move?" Yuan Gang looked down at the flesh and blood on the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. "This farce has gone on long enough. It's time to end it." At this moment, atop a signal tower in Canyon City, a woman casually rested her hand on the railing, revealing an alluring and seductive face with a half-smile. Just then, her phone rang. After answering, a voice came from the other end. "Those people we planted in the training camp have been exposed. Yuan Gang has left the camp. You don't have much time." Hearing this, Snake Girl drawled, "Ending so early? I haven't had enough fun yet." A serious voice immediately came from the phone. "Snake Girl, I think I need to remind you that you didn't come to Kangnan to play. You're still a newcomer to the ancient god church, and your realm isn't high. This contact with Lin Chie must focus on recruitment. If recruitment is truly impossible, then let Han Xiaoyun take action and eliminate him on the spot. Lin Chie is history's first dual divine agent. If we can't recruit him into our ancient god church, we absolutely cannot let him continue living in this world. With Han Xiaoyun's combat power, only Yuan Gang in this Kangnan city can defeat him head-on. But someone will hold Yuan Gang back." After listening, Snake Girl hung up the phone, tossed away the photo in her hand, and murmured thoughtfully, "It seems besides Han Xiaoyun and Yuan Gang, there's another sea-forbidden expert hidden in the city. It's also time to meet this dual divine agent." Lin Chie was completely unaware of this. Seeing Lin Chie's outfit, Chen Mui asked if he was preparing to go out. Lin Chie gripped the door handle and replied that he was going to pay New Year's respects. Actually, he was worried about the explosion at the hotel earlier and didn't know if they were in danger. He thought he should go check. If they were indeed fine, he'd pay New Year's respects while he was at it. Chen Muye didn't stop Lin Chie upon hearing this, just told him to be careful on the road. After Lin Chie left, Chen Muye and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, and then Wu Xiangnan woke up the sleeping group. "Let's go, time to work." After leaving the office, Lin Chie headed straight toward the lovers' hotel. But the further he walked down this path, the more uneasy Lin Chie felt. But he couldn't pinpoint the source of this unease. He looked ahead and stopped with a frown. He noticed a strange crack on the wall surface. The crack seemed naturally formed and didn't look like much at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it felt deliberately drawn. The pattern resembled an eye, a long, sinister snake eye. Lin Chie's frown deepened as he crouched down and swept away the snow at his feet. On the sidewalk where he stood, these strange patterns had somehow appeared everywhere. These snake eyes were made of black lines, looking like charcoal pencil marks or natural stains. The snake eyes were densely packed, covering everything. Lin Chie fully expanded his mental power, his expression growing increasingly grave, because he saw that everything around him had twisted into strange snake eyes. Even the sun had somehow transformed into the shape of a snake eye. This entire street had become a world of snake eyes. Lin Chie finally knew where his unease came from. This was Snake Girl's forbidden ruins. Suddenly, a seductive figure slowly walked from down the street. It seems the rumored dual divine agent is not only intimidating by reputation, but also truly handsome. Looking at the approaching person, Lin Chie frowned. "You're the ancient god church's Snake Girl? Are you here to kill me?" Snake Girl's lips curved upward in an extremely seductive smile. "Actually, I originally had no intention of recruiting you. Although they covet your unprecedented dual divine agent status, I don't care. To me, personally strangling a genius in the cradle is what truly pleases me. But now I've changed my mind. Such a handsome face would be a shame to ruin." As Snake Girl spoke and smiled, every gesture displayed endless charm. Lin Chie immediately drew his blade, but struck only a shadow. Indeed, without understanding Snake Girl's forbidden ruins, the probability of killing her was too low. Even when she came right up to him, his attacks had no effect. Snake Girl had somehow moved to a tree. She spoke in a lazy, elegant manner. "How rude. You didn't even let me finish talking?" Lin Chie glanced at her coldly, not interested. "Use whatever tricks you have." Suddenly, Snake Girl hung upside down from the tree like a snake, her vertical pupils filled with unusual excitement. A cold, domineering CEO type? "I like it. Come be my slave, submit at my feet. I'll use my noble and beautiful feet to thoroughly trample your body in dignity, giving you supreme pleasure." Snake Girl became more excited as she spoke, her body unconsciously writhing, her face flushing with an unusual redness. "Just thinking about it makes me so excited. I can already imagine stripping off your clothes, stepping on your head, and calling your name wantonly. Come, what are you still hesitating about? This is what countless men dream of. Become my slave. Not only can you possess me and enjoy supreme pleasure, but you can also join the ancient god church and become a god above millions in the future dark age." Lin Chie was speechless. This woman is a pervert, isn't she? He gripped his dual blades tightly, sending a clean blade light towards Snake Girl. The frenzied Snake Girl's form dispersed again, the blade cutting through air with a slight hum. The next moment, Snake Girl appeared behind Lin Chie. "So you're still rejecting me?" Lin Chie's expression hardened. "I'm not only rejecting you, I'm going to kill you." Hearing this, Snake Girl's eyes immediately flashed with evil black light, and her black hair scattered over her shoulders seemed to come alive, growing thicker and longer, writhing like black pythons. "Then go die." As her words fell, all the snake eye patterns on the street simultaneously lit up with red light, densely covering everything around. The sunlight in the sky had completely disappeared, replaced by strange red light covering heaven and earth. Lin Chie assumed a combat stance, not daring to relax in the slightest. Snake Girl's form flickered and vanished from her original position. As if predicting the future, Lin Chie dodged to the side, and a black blade brushed past him, missing his heart by mere inches. Teleportation? These two words flashed through Lin Chie's mind. Then Lin Chie tried to use his darkest erosion to control the handleless blade in Snake Girl's hand, but could never erode it in the slightest. It was like a darkness insulator. No matter how hard Lin Chie tried, he couldn't control it. Suddenly, black light burst from Snake Girl's eyes. "Come, look into my eyes." Without hesitation, Lin Chie closed his eyes. "If I look, I'll turn to stone. Am I sick? Look at your eyes." Lin Chie knew about the famous mythological creature Medusa. As long as he avoided eye contact with her, she couldn't do anything to him. Fighting with closed eyes might be extremely difficult for others, but for Lin Chie, it posed no difficulty at all. With his mortal divine domain, he no longer needed eyes to gather information. Seeing one of her signature moves easily countered, Snake Girl couldn't help but feel annoyed. The black pythons formed from her hair hissed and lunged at Lin Chie from all directions. Lin Chie, who dodged the attack, looked extremely grave. Snake Girl's methods were numerous and strange. The elusive teleportation, the petrifying snake eyes, and the pythons formed from her hair. Fortunately, her own realm wasn't high. Judging from her mental strength, she should be at the pool forbidden like himself. But being at the same pool forbidden, why could her forbidden ruins coverage area be as large as an entire street? While Lin Chie was thinking, Snake Girl teleported to the wall again, kicked off forcefully, and shot toward Lin Chie like a sword, only to be easily blocked again. Suddenly, Lin Chie's mental power detected where Snake Girl had just appeared, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Snake Girl, I understand your trick now." So Lin Chie slashed out with his sword again, and Snake Girl instantly disappeared from her original position. The moment she vanished, Lin Chie gripped his blade in reverse and thrust it toward the empty air behind him. The next second, Snake Girl's form automatically appeared at the blade's tip. Then Snake Girl's figure teleported to a position 2 meters behind. She covered the blade wound on her chest, her snake eyes fixed on Lin Qiye, filled with fury. Lin Qiye held his blade, eyes closed, surrounded by the darkness of night, walking slowly towards Snake Girl. At first, I thought these strange snake eyes on the street were just a bluffing tactic. It wasn't until just now that I realized they are your ability itself. These snake eyes are all part of your Divine Ruins ability. Your teleportation doesn't allow you to choose landing spots at will. You can only appear where these snake eyes are located. At least at your current realm, this Divine Ruins can only possess this level of power. After your teleportation secret is exposed, with just your hair that can turn into pythons and your poor fighting skills, you're no match for me at all. As for your petrifying snake eyes, you can try. After we make eye contact, let's see if I turn to stone first, or if you die first. After speaking, Lin Qiye opened his eyes, one bright, one dark. In an instant, the divine might of two gods clashed in the air. In just a moment, Snake Girl's spirit felt like it was being torn apart by these two divine forces. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face pale as paper. Is this the power of a dual divine agent? Although the petrifying eye was terrifying, with Snake Girl's current realm, to completely petrify Lin Qiye, who was also at the pool forbidden, would require at least 10 seconds of eye contact. But under Lin Qiye's dual divine might, lasting 5 seconds would already be impressive. Lin Qiye took advantage of Snake Girl's injury and rushed forward to finish her with one strike. But just as the straight blade was about to sever Snake Girl's head, Lin Qiye was knocked back several meters by a long spear. He looked up with a frown to see an extremely refined man holding a silver spear. He gazed calmly at Lin Qiye and spoke politely. I'm Han Xiaoyun, believer rank 13. After steadying himself, Lin Qiye's heart had already sunk. Just from that single strike, Lin Qiye clearly recognized the gap between them. The man before him was definitely at the peak of River Forbidden, possibly even reaching Sea Forbidden. With such a disparity in strength, plus the opponent's believer status, Lin Qiye's situation became extremely dangerous. The roles of hunter and hunted had switched once again. Han Xiaoyun adjusted his glasses and dismissed Snake Girl. Snake Girl snorted coldly and disappeared from Lin Qiye's perception range. Are you also here to recruit me? Lin Qiye asked while extending his consciousness into the mental hospital in his mind. Facing an enemy of this level, he had no chance of winning whatsoever. Only one path remained before him now. Han Xiaoyun shook his head gently, spear at the ready, and a powerful whirlwind exploded outward with him at the center.
I'm afraid I'll disappoint you.
I'm not here to recruit you. I'm here to kill you. Just as Lin Qiye was about to summon Nyx, sudden changes occurred. A golden light suddenly appeared. And then Squad 136 teleported over. Chen Muya said seriously, Squad 136, all members present. Who seeks death? At the same time, Fatty's battle was also extremely intense. The wind, rain, thunder, lightning bodyguard team was completely outmatched by this sea forbidden expert. Cao Yuan, hiding nearby, complained, Fatty, your bodyguard team seems to be losing. Fatty's body shook as he quickly covered Cao Yuan's mouth. Bah! Shut your crow mouth. Damn it. Where did this sea forbidden lunatic come from, insisting on chasing after me? 4 forbidden object users working together can barely fight against sea forbidden. If he keeps fighting so desperately, the 4 forbidden object users and all of us will be finished. Although the 4 were beaten badly, they still stood in front of Fatty even while severely injured. This completely enraged the sea forbidden expert. He decided to use an ultimate move to eliminate everyone. At this moment, Fatty stepped forward to protect his guards, because these 4 were not only his protectors, but also family who had lived and died with him. Just as Fatty was about to fall victim, Yuan Gang appeared behind the assassin. The assassin grinned upon seeing this, showing a triumphant expression. Hee, you finally came, Yuan Gang said coldly. You've been so brazenly releasing sea forbidden aura, and even risking your life to hunt Bailey Tooming just to lure me here? The assassin proudly replied, So what? Since you're here, you definitely can't leave quickly. Yuan Gang scoffed, his gaze toward the man filled with contempt. Then you have the chance to let another sea forbidden expert kill Lin Qiye? What makes you think that in this Gangnan city, only I, Yuan Gang, can kill sea forbidden experts? Meanwhile, Lin Qiye's squad was confronting Han Xiaoyun. However, Han Xiaoyun looked at everyone with a hint of regret. The Night Watchman squad guarding Gangnan? A Night Watchman squad from a third-tier city can't do anything to me. In the Night Watchman one city, one squad system. The more important the large city, the stronger the average strength of the Night Watchman squad stationed there. So the Night Watchman in this small city of Gangnan would at most be River Forbidden. Seeing Squad 136 members, Lin Qiye first felt joy, then worry. If he were alone, he could still rely on Nyx's Night Flash to escape. But with so many people here, how could they run? After such a long time together in Lin Jie's heart, Squad 136 members were no longer just comrades. Perhaps, as Leng Xuan said, this place had become his second home. He wouldn't abandon his family. At this moment, Hong Ying smiled happily. "Qi, little brother, we're here to save you." Seeing Hong Ying still able to laugh so carelessly in this situation, Lin Jie's lips curved slightly upward, thinking idiot to himself. Lin Jie took a deep breath, silently gripping his blade handle tighter, determination appearing in his eyes. Then Lin Jie stood behind Chen Muye. "Looking at the towering Han Xiaoyun, Captain, that's a sea forbidden expert. Can we beat him?" Immediately Chen Muye drew his blade, murderous intent radiating. "Let's try." As he approached Han Xiaoyun, Chen Muye recognized him. "I remember you now. You're Han Xiaoyun, former captain of the Gusu City Night Watchman Squad. Why are you now willing to become the ancient god church's lapdog?" Hearing Chen Muye's words, Han Xiaoyun shook his head again. "When the day comes that you watch your own squad members die before your eyes, you'll understand my choice. With just your 2 river forbidden, 4 pond forbidden, and 1 ordinary person, you can't defeat me. There's no need for meaningless sacrifice. Let me remind you once more, my target this time is only that young man. If you leave now, I won't make things difficult for you. Don't make meaningless sacrifices." Chen Muye said nothing. Leng Xuan was first to pull out a grenade launcher, launching an attack at Han Xiaoyun. After the grenade explosion, smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Han Xiaoyun was seen wielding his silver spear completely unharmed. However, at this moment, Hong Ying's long spear also followed closely. Han Xiaoyun leaped lightly to dodge the attack. Just as he was about to counterattack, he suddenly looked dazed for a moment. In his eyes, Hong Ying had transformed into one of his former teammates. But in less than a second, clarity returned to his mind. No, it's a mental illusion type forbidden ruins. On the road, Wen Qimo had his index fingers crossed in a strange position. He stared at Han Xiaoyun, his eyes flickering with unusual light. After Han Xiaoyun regained clarity, he snorted coldly, stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and a violent snow ring exploded outward with him at the center, easily pushing Hong Ying and her spear away. Han Xiaoyun used his abundant mental power to forcibly suppress the illusion, and the woman in green in his eyes disappeared, returning to Hong Ying's appearance. Instantly, Wen Qimo groaned, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. But he still smiled casually. "It's not a powerful forbidden ruins, but it seems unexpectedly effective against someone like you who's haunted by inner demons." Han Xiaoyun chuckled. "Is that so?" Then he raised his spear slightly. In the snowy field, whirlwinds suddenly appeared, stirring up the accumulated snow and filling the sky like a sandstorm. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster. Lin Jie was shocked. Is this the high-risk forbidden ruins of Sea Forbidden? It's terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly, a faint white light emanated from Lin Jie's side. Immediately after, Lin Jie felt his body lighten, and the resistance brought by the fierce wind disappeared completely, as if a thin membrane had formed on his skin's surface, perfectly counteracting the wind's force. It was Xiao Nan's Forbidden Ruins Causeless Kill. This forbidden ruins could attach to a person's skin surface, isolating the effects of the external environment on oneself, while also healing wounds and providing a certain level of defense. Chen Muye stood at the forefront, the fierce wind making his cloak flutter loudly. With eyes calm as still water, he spoke. 5 years ago, the Gusu City Squad encountered the ancient god church's Yiyu head-on. Of the 8 team members, 3 died. At that time, squad captain Han Xiaoyun went missing, but reappeared 2 years later as a believer. Upon hearing Chen Muye bring up these old events, Han Xiaoyun's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "So, what are you trying to say?" A flash of light immediately appeared in Chen Muye's eyes. "I want to know, are you a true believer or a false one? Did you join the believers with ulterior motives? Are you an undercover agent?" Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyun directly interrupted Chen Muye's words. "You're overthinking it. Once you become a believer, you can only be a believer for life. Their soul contract is more terrifying than you imagine. Before joining them, no matter what thoughts and purposes you might have had, after signing the contract, they will all vanish into smoke and you'll become their puppet completely. If one day your team members were nailed to crosses, you would only have 2 choices. Either fight to the death and die together with your teammates, or abandon all dignity and freedom in exchange for the other's survival. What would you choose?" Chen Muye's brow furrowed tightly. "They actually use such methods to force you to sign the contract?" After activating his forbidden ruins, Han Xiaoyun said, "The ancient god church's methods are only more brutal than you can imagine. No matter who I once was, or what I experienced, now I am only the believer rank 13, Han Xiaoyun. I can never go back." As his words fell, his sea-forbidden spiritual power erupted completely, and terrifying pressure surged skyward. Chen Muye fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. I understand. I will show no mercy to believers. Han Xiaoyun smiled upon hearing this, a smile of relief, yet one that was heartbreaking. He nodded slightly. That's right. As Chen Muye drew his long blade, his forbidden ruins instantly expanded, and an ancient yet eerie building rose from the ground, enveloping everyone within. Lin Chie looked at the three characters Yama Hall on the plaque, falling into deep shock. Wu Xiangnan explained, "This is the Captain's Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 037, Black Impermanence." Lin Chie was amazed. Such a high-sequence Forbidden Ruins should be in a special squad, or the Night Watchman team in the capital. Why would the captain come to Kanyan City to become the captain of Squad 136? At this moment, Han Xiaoyun clearly recognized this Forbidden Ruins and said in surprise, "This is Black Impermanence? You're Chen Muye?" Chen Muye raised an eyebrow slightly. "After all these years, there shouldn't be many people who know me." Han Xiaoyun smiled. "Among young people, indeed not many know you, but 10 years ago, who didn't know the two prodigies Black and White Impermanence of the capital? You suddenly disappeared 10 years ago. I never expected you'd end up in Kanyan City." "Why?" Chen Muye uttered 3 words. "I felt like it." Han Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. "No, that's not right. You were already at the River Forbidden before you disappeared. 10 years have passed, and White Impermanence has already become a captain in the capital squad. How are you still at the River Forbidden?" This time Chen Muye uttered 4 words. "That's not important." Han Xiaoyun nodded. "Indeed, knowing these things or not is no longer important to me." As he spoke, Han Xiaoyun suddenly accelerated, attacking Chen Muye. Chen Muye stepped back, dodging the sweeping spear, his body rapidly becoming a phantom, reappearing beside Han Xiaoyun. What followed was a strike without any flourish but incredibly fast. This blade directly opened a wound on Han Xiaoyun's chest, blood gushing out. Having landed a hit, Chen Muye immediately struck again at Han Xiaoyun. One strike directly chopped off a large chunk of Yama Hall's front gate. Though this Yama Hall was only a materialization of forbidden ruins, it wasn't something ordinary people could damage, showing how terrifying this strike was. But when Chen Muye turned around, there was actually a wound on his face. Han Xiaoyun said, "You're strong, but in terms of realm, you're inferior to me. This is a fatal flaw." Chen Muye nodded. "I know, so I never planned to defeat you alone." As his words fell, Hong Ying's fire-red spear, wreathed in flames, flew from behind him, targeting Han Xiaoyun directly. Han Xiaoyun slightly dodged, avoiding this strike, letting the massive flames explode behind him. He said expressionlessly, "This kind of attack cannot defeat me." What responded to him was only the bullet fired by Leng Xuan from afar with his sniper rifle. Though Han Xiaoyun turned his face to dodge this shot, he was still somewhat surprised. This is a specially made sniper bullet? He didn't get an answer, but instead faced the combined assault of Chen Muye and Hong Ying. Lin Chie looked at Wu Xiangnan beside him and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to join?" Wu Xiangnan shook his head. "My Forbidden Ruins is quite special. I must use it at a crucial moment, and besides, I can't hold a blade anymore." Lin Chie didn't ask further, nodding. "Then I'll go first." With that, he drew his dual blades, expanded his Forbidden Ruins, and charged toward the battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, Hong Ying was entangled in combat with Han Xiaoyun. Suddenly, Chen Muye appeared behind Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoyun wanted to dodge, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, his entire spirit becoming confused again. He knew this was Wenkimo's heart demon magic again, so he forcefully summoned his mental strength, breaking free from Wenkimo's Forbidden Ruins. With this, Wenkimo immediately spat out blood. After all, he was using the Pond Forbidden to affect the Sea Forbidden. It was truly too much of a stretch. Being broken free by Han Xiaoyun naturally resulted in mental backlash. However, the moment he bought was enough for Chen Muye. Sure enough, while Han Xiaoyun was still breaking free from heart demon magic, Chen Muye had already reached his back, striking decisively. After one strike, Chen Muye didn't linger in battle, immediately flying back. However, the wound that had been cut open on Han Xiaoyun's body was emitting an eerie black mist. Han Xiaoyun seemed to sense something, and raised his left hand. At this moment, his left hand looked as if it had decayed. Chen Muye said coldly, "Under the impermanence blade, flesh can be severed, souls can be severed, and lifespan can also be severed." Han Xiaoyun laughed, even laughed somewhat happily. "So this is black impermanence? Perhaps I really can die here today." Just then Lin Kie arrived. He struck directly at Han Xiaoyun's neck with his blade. Han Xiaoyun raised his spear to block, then swept horizontally, sending Lin Kie flying. He then swung his spear at Lin Kie, sending an attack slashing over. Chen Muye and Hong Ying were now behind Han Xiaoyun. The two launched consecutive attacks on Han Xiaoyun, actually suppressing him for a moment. At this time, Han Xiaoyun's whole body shook, strong winds blowing Chen Mui and the other back. Before he could take action, Wu Xiangnan appeared behind him and grabbed him in a bear hug. Seeing this, Chen Muye grabbed Hong Ying and Lin Qiye, one in each hand, and immediately fled. Under Wu Xiangnan's cloak, one could vaguely see a terrifying amount of explosives. Then came a loud explosion, accompanied by a huge mushroom cloud rising from the blast. Both Hong Ying and Lin Qiye were stunned, while Chen Muye remained calm. Hong Ying asked somewhat uncertainly, "Captain, what's the situation?" Chen Muye was silent for a moment, then explained, "Don't worry, Xiangnan's Forbidden Ruins is rebirth. In the River Forbidden he has 12 revival chances and won't die." Lin Qiye thought, "There's actually such an outrageous Forbidden Ruins in this world? No wonder he said timing was crucial for making a move." Hong Ying asked incredulously, "Does he always fight this way?" Chen Muye shook his head. "No, long ago, before he was injured, he wasn't like this. He was very strong back then." As the explosion smoke cleared, everyone saw Wu Xiangnan rapidly reconstructing at the explosion's center. After his revival was complete, he looked at the figure behind him with deep wariness in his eyes. "Even using up my last revival chance, I still couldn't kill him?" Han Xiaoyun, looking disheveled, looked at Wu Xiangnan and asked, "Are you the immortal of the Blue Cloud Squad?" What responded to him was another bullet fired by Leng Xuan. Even after taking this shot, Han Xiaoyun still didn't fall. He murmured, "So close. Just a little more, and you could have killed me." Then he thrust his spear into the ground and said, "Unfortunately, next, I will show you the true great wind disaster." He made a grasping motion with both hands in front of his chest, and countless air currents spread outward from between his hands. The wind generated by these currents grew stronger and stronger, eventually producing a terrifying howling sound. Looking at Han Xiaoyun before him, Lin Qiye couldn't help but shout, "What he's holding is an eye of the wind. The power within is extremely terrifying. Once formed, the unbounded airspace will be torn apart instantly. When that happens, the whirlwind it creates will probably be enough to level half of Kangnan City." Han Xiaoyun stared at the eye of the wind in his hands, saying meaningfully, "To solve the problem fundamentally, you don't have much time left." Lin Qiye was startled. Han Xiaoyun seemed to be hinting at something. Seeing this, several people launched attacks, but whether it was Leng Xuan's bullets or Hong Ying's spear, none could approach Han Xiaoyun. Wu Xiangnan said, "There's a wind domain around him. Nothing can penetrate it. We can't stop him." Outside the unbounded airspace, Yuan Gang was leading Bai Li Fati and the other two, rushing toward this location. Shen Qingzhu, who was running, suddenly froze. Seeing him stop, Cao Yuan asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Can you see inside the unbounded airspace?" Shen Qingzhu shook his head. "I can't see inside, but for some reason, I suddenly want to snap my fingers at it." As this snap echoed, the eye of the wind in Han Xiaoyun's hands, which was about to form, instantly dissipated into nothing. Everyone in Squad 136 was amazed. Such a huge eye of the wind, how did it just disappear? On the other hand, Han Xiaoyun laughed, his smile full of relief, and praised, "Well done." Lin Qiye sensed something and looked toward one side of the unbounded airspace. There, a gap had appeared in the unbounded airspace. It was Yuan Gang who had opened the barrier, letting Fati and the others in. Fati asked, "Why did you snap your fingers?" Shen Qingzhu hesitated. "I don't know, maybe it was instinct." Lin Qiye looked at the several people walking toward him, and understood roughly what had happened. Han Xiaoyun's eye of the wind was, in essence, just extremely compressed air, and Shen Qingzhu's Forbidden Ruins could manipulate air. As long as he created a vacuum around the eye of the wind, it would naturally cease to exist. This was like professional specialization, a perfect counter. Looking at Han Xiaoyun again, he was slowly descending, his expression showing a trace of loneliness and relief as he said, "Come on." Yuan Gang leaped forward, delivering a full-force attack directly at Han Xiaoyun. Striking Han Xiaoyun so hard he crashed to the ground, raising huge clouds of dust. Han Xiaoyun lay motionless in the crater he had created, but Yuan Gang had no intention of letting him off easy, launching a storm like assault on Han Xiaoyun, shaking the ground continuously. Seeing the situation was decided, Chen Muye withdrew his Forbidden Ruins. Yamahal gradually dissipated. Yuan Gang grabbed Han Xiaoyun by the neck, lifting him up, and said in a deep voice, "Former captain of the Gusu City Night Watchman Squad, the current believer rank 13, Han Xiaoyun, you have fallen into my hands. Spend the rest of your life repenting in the Abstinence Institute." Han Xiaoyun looked up at him, his eyes full of pain and pleading. Suddenly, a straight blade pierced through Han Xiaoyun's heart, spurting out a large amount of blood. Yuan Gang was shocked and roared, "Captain Chen, what are you trying to do?" Chen Muye expressionlessly withdrew his long blade. "Kill someone." Yuan Gang looked at Han Xiaoyun, whose life force was rapidly weakening in his hands, and growled. He was no longer a threat, destined to be imprisoned in the Abstinence Institute. His life and death were for the tribunal to decide. What right do you have to kill him? Chen Muye glanced at him. He wanted to kill my team members, so he must die. Moreover, for him, this is also a form of liberation. Han Xiaoyun, who had been put down by Yuan Gong, now had a gentle smile on his face. Suddenly, Han Xiaoyun's mouth was saying something softly. Chen Muye quickly leaned down. Han Xiaoyun said intermittently, "Be careful of Yiyu. He will definitely return to kill that boy." Having said this, Han Xiaoyun completely lost his life force. Yuan Gang looked at Chen Muye standing up, asking with dissatisfaction, "Captain Chen, regardless of anything else, this matter doesn't follow protocol." Chen Muye said indifferently, "If you think I don't follow protocol, then go complain to Brother Shopping." With that, he turned and coldly dropped a line. "In Kangyan, I, Chen Muye, am the protocol." Then he walked toward the squad 136 members. Looking at the departing Chen Muye, Yuan Gang's expression became helpless, murmuring, "This person's temper is still so fierce." Hong Ying looked at Chen Muye walking over and asked quietly, "Captain, what exactly was Han Xiaoyun's situation?" Chen Muye sighed. "Just a poor soul controlled by the ancient god church." Hong Ying scratched her head. "But I saw he really seemed to want to kill Qi Yi. Can the ancient god church control people so thoroughly?" Wu Xiangnan nodded. "Once the ancient god church's contract is signed, it binds to the soul and works from the thoughts themselves. That is to say, even if they're dissatisfied with orders, they cannot refuse or obstruct the execution of orders in any way." Si Xiaonan's expression changed slightly, as if remembering something, and sighed. "Isn't that like being a puppet?" Chen Muye nodded slightly. "Yes. Except some people willingly become puppets and enjoy it, while others suffer unbearably." Wu Xiangnan spread his hands. "All right, it's New Year's. Let's not think about these things anymore. Regardless, this battle is completely over." With that, he pulled Lin Qiye over. "Qiye, call those friends of yours to come eat at home tomorrow." Hong Ying also agreed. "Right. The next time we see you will be in half a year." Chen Wei smiled. "Xiangnan is right. Before, you two were both targets of the ancient god church, so it wasn't convenient to gather together. Now that things have settled down, as the host in Kanyan, it's appropriate for you to invite them home for a meal." Hong Ying volunteered. "Come to my house. My place is quite big." Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Lin Qiye smiled. "All right, I'll ask them." Before long, Lin Qiye stood with Fatty and the other two at the main gate of Hong Ying's mansion. Fatty said somewhat surprised, "Wow, Qiye, your accommodation conditions are pretty good." Lin Qiye shook his head. "This is a friend's house. I'm just staying temporarily." On the other side, Tao Yuan sniffed. "I smell meat." Shen Qingzhu was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you a monk?" Tao Yuan said seriously. "No, I just have Buddha in my heart." Shen Qingzhu shrugged. "Didn't you say to invite friends for a meal? Why did you have to call me too?" Then he saw Lin Qiye, Fatty, and Xiao Yuan all looking at him like he was an idiot. Fatty helplessly patted Shen Qingzhu. "Even being tsundere should have limits, right? Calling you obviously means, we think you've been doing quite well as a tool person these past 2 days." Shen Qingzhu roared, "Fat guy, what are you talking about?" The four of them, fighting and playing, entered the house and immediately became well-behaved. Only Bailey Fatty was still very active. He was about to start giving out watches again. He came to Chen Muye's side. "Captain Chen, your temperament is truly extraordinary. Only this Rolex can barely match your aura. Please accept it." Then he came to Wu Xiangnan's side. "Brother Xiangnan, I didn't bring anything good on this trip. This is a specialty from my family, a green water ghost. Please be sure to accept it." After that, he came to Hong Ying's side. "Sister Hong Ying is so beautiful. It's just that your wrist looks a bit empty. This Van Cleef and Arpels perfectly suits your temperament." When Kimo looked at this scene and asked somewhat uncertainly, "Qiye, is this the landlord's foolish son? I can see this person is nice, just not too bright in the head." On the other hand, Cao Yuan was holding a large bowl, focused on eating. In the time everyone was chatting, he had already finished 2 large bowls. Finally, everyone was full and satisfied, and they all helped clean up the dining table. Soon, the training camp's vehicle had arrived at the main gate. Lin Qiye and the others shouldered their prepared packs and walked toward the pickup vehicle. Fatty looked at the squad, 136 members, seeing them off at the door, and smiled to Lin Qiye. "Qiye, the atmosphere in your squad is fantastic. I hope I can join you guys in the future." Cao Yuan nodded. "Right, especially the captain. He cooks really well." Lin Qiye smiled. "There will be opportunities. Let's go. We should return to the training camp." Early in the morning, what woke Lin Qiye wasn't the alarm clock, but Bali Fatty's earth-shaking snoring and his babbling that crackled outward. "Young master wants fried chicken." And this monkey, Lin Qiye really couldn't stand it anymore. He got out of bed, grabbed his slipper, and threw it at Fatty's head. Fatty jumped up with a start. "Enemy attack? Our enemies attacking?" Lin Qiye said helplessly. "No enemy attack, but assembly is soon. You wouldn't want to be late on your first day of assembly, would you?" Soon, everyone assembled in the square. Yuan Gang wore the night watchman badge on his chest, standing on the platform and announcing loudly, "The reason I've gathered you here today is for one thing only, to award honors to two among you. The crowd immediately began whispering. After all, receiving merit before even leaving the training camp was unprecedented. Fatty looked at the instructors on the platform, frowned as he counted twice, and asked quietly, "Qi, did you notice that some instructors seem to be missing?" Lin Qie had noticed this from the beginning. 3 are missing. They should be spies planted by the ancient god church. They probably didn't end well. Fatty nodded. Spies? That makes sense. No wonder missiles happened to strike just as we left the camp. On the platform, Yuan Gang used the badge on his chest to demonstrate while introducing the Night Watchman's merit system. From lowest to highest, they are Spark, Ash, Star, and Sea. Spark is the easiest to obtain, completing important tasks and protecting people's safety. Ash is much harder, only by killing super high-risk mysteries and quelling major disasters. As for this Star badge, you need to kill infinite-level mysteries and quell major events that could cause social upheaval. Star badges are very rare. Only less than 1% of the entire Night Watchman organization can obtain them. As for C, that's the highest honor for Night Watchman. The entire Great Xia has no more than 10 people who possess it. Even the high-level Night Watchman cannot give specific standards for how to obtain it. At this point, someone suddenly raised their hand. "Report." Yuan Gang nodded. "Speak." That person continued. "Instructor, if no standard can be given, how do you determine whether someone can receive this medal?" Yuan Gang thought for a moment. "When everyone thinks you should have it, they will naturally award it to you. If you insist on a standard, in the past 5 years, the only person to receive a C badge was the masked squad captain, King Face. 5 years ago, the Divine Sequence 040 Yamata no Orochi landed on the East Sea. King Face sacrificed his own lifespan to travel through time, returning to 1 hour before Yamata no Orochi's landing. He ordered the evacuation of civilians in the surrounding coastal areas, and led the masked squad in a desperate battle with Yamata no Orochi for half an hour, holding out until one of humanity's ceiling-level fighters arrived. That time, they saved millions of people. Looking at the new recruits below, he continued, "If any of you can make contributions greater than his in the future, you can naturally apply for a C badge." Lin Qie also remembered that 5 years ago, there were indeed reports of super large-scale tsunamis in the East Sea. He never expected the truth behind it to be like this. Seeing no one had further questions, Yuan Gang continued, "Now, I'll announce the first person to receive a badge, Lin Qie. In the missile attack incident, he acted decisively to save over 50 new recruits, preserving the future seeds of the Night Watchman. Afterward, he fought alongside Squad 136 and killed the Believer rank 13. I hereby award him the Star Badge." All the new recruits looked at Lin Qie with envy. This was the second highest difficulty Star Badge. As for jealousy, there was none. After all, this person had saved all their lives. An instructor on the platform was also quite envious, whispering, "Even Instructor Yuan only has 3 Star Badges. This recruit hasn't even left the training camp yet and has already received one." Hong Zhao beside him smiled. Just the fact that Lin Qie shouldered the missile fragments for the entire bus of new recruits on the bus alone makes him worthy of this badge. This training camp contains all the future of the Night Watchman, the future backbone force protecting the nation. If something happened to them, there would be a gap in the Night Watchman, and the entire nation's defense would weaken. In recent years, the mysteries that have appeared are becoming stronger and stronger. If the Night Watchman's strength weakened, it would be a major crisis sweeping the entire territory. So Lin Qie's action of protecting the new recruits indeed prevented a major event that could have caused social upheaval. Yuan Gang heard their discussion and said quietly, "Old Hong, you're right, but there's actually another deeper meaning. The attitude of the higher-ups." Hong Zhao was startled. "The higher-ups?" Yuan Gang nodded slightly. Lin Qie, who severely injured the Snake Girl and participated in killing Han Xiaoyun, shows he has rejected the ancient god church and firmly stands on our side. Such a resolute stance from a dual god agent. In the eyes of the higher-ups, it would be unreasonable not to reward him. After Lin Qie's award ceremony was complete, Yuan Gang continued loudly, "There's one more person, Shen Qingzhu, for eliminating the destructive eye of the wind of the Great Wind disaster and protecting Canyon City from disaster. I award him the Ash Badge." Shen Qingzhu was completely stunned, question marks popping up above his head. "What? Eliminating the eye of the wind? Who? Me?" Fatty was also incredibly shocked. Holy crap, when did he protect Canyon? Lin Qie had already guessed roughly what happened and smiled. "It was when you snapped your fingers." Shen Qingzhu, who went on stage to receive the award, wasn't as calm as Lin Qie had been. He was even flushed with excitement. After the award ceremony, Yuan Gang dismissed everyone. On the way, Shen Qingzhu's lackey asked, "Brother Shen, didn't you go to make money? How did you earn a medal instead?" "But Brother Shen, you're still our Brother Shen, so awesome." Shen Qingzhu tilted his head up arrogantly. "Look at how inexperienced you all are. It's just an Ash Badge. In the future, I'll get something even better than this." Fatty behind them saw Shen Qingzhu like this, and pursed his lips. The arrogant guy is at it again. No, I need to deflate his arrogant attitude a bit. Then he shouted at Shen Qingzhu. Qiye is the strongest. Qiye is the most handsome. Qiye is awesome. This made Shen Qingzhu almost curse at him. Lin Qiye also said helplessly, "Are you a child? Let's go. Hurry up and eat." He then led the way toward the cafeteria. In the training camp classroom, the instructor, Teacher Gu, was teaching theoretical knowledge. He came to Shen Qingzhu, who was sleeping soundly, and knocked on the desk. "Shen Qingzhu, tell me, what is the essence of spiritual power?" Shen Qingzhu was quite a character. He stood up and said, "I don't know." Teacher Gu nodded. "Very good. Go run 10 laps around the track." Shen Qingzhu's eyes lit up, said "Great," and ran out. Teacher Gu sighed helplessly and turned to Lin Qiye. "Lin Qiye, you answer." Lin Qiye stood up and answered fluently. "The essence of spiritual power is supernatural force produced by conscious activity under specific circumstances." Teacher Gu nodded approvingly. "Excellent. I hope everyone understands that theoretical knowledge is no less important than practical combat in the process of eliminating mysteries. Only through continuous learning and exploration can we understand the truth of the world." Lin Qiye suddenly raised his hand. "Teacher, I want to ask a question. Do you think the world we live in is real?" This question left Teacher Gu dumbfounded. What kind of question is this? Lin Qiye then rattled off a series of questions like pouring beans, for fish living in the deep sea, for two-dimensional beings. What makes us so sure that our current world is real? What is true reality? What is the true world? What lies beyond this heaven and earth? Under the observation of higher dimensional beings, what are we? Is there a possibility that we were created by higher dimensional beings? Teacher Gu murmured. "There shouldn't be, right?" Lin Qiye was delighted to hear this. "Why?" "Teacher, do you have any evidence to refute my theory and prove the reality of this world?" Teacher Gu was completely bewildered now, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Why did I ask him a question? But finally, he gritted his teeth and slapped the desk, saying, "Lin Qiye, your question is excellent, but I cannot give you an answer right now. But don't worry, I won't avoid this question. Give me time to research, and I will definitely give you an answer." With that, he had the students study on their own and left the classroom for his office. Bailey Fatty gave Lin Qiye a thumbs up. "Awesome, Qiye. Asking questions that even the teacher can't answer." Lin Qiye sighed and murmured, as expected, Merlin's condition isn't so easily resolved. On their way to the office, Instructor Han and Instructor Hong happened to see Teacher Gu walking toward them. So they greeted him with a smile, but Teacher Gu walked straight ahead as if he hadn't seen them. This puzzled Instructor Han. What's that supposed to mean? Why is he ignoring us? Instructor Hong shrugged. No idea, like he's possessed or something. In the second class, all the new recruits assembled on the field. Instructor Hong introduced, during the use of Forbidden Ruins, there are 3 important evaluation criteria. The first is power and lethality, which mainly depends on the Forbidden Ruins itself, a fixed factor that cannot be influenced by humans. The second is whether the person and the Forbidden Ruins are compatible, and whether maximum power can be unleashed. This can only be achieved through long-term integration with your Forbidden Ruins. Others cannot help you with this. As for the third category, it's the duration and coverage range of the Forbidden Ruins. Simply put, it's precise control of spiritual power. And this is exactly the goal of our training. With that, he pointed to the devices in the box beside him. This is called ACE. When you wear it, it will continuously output a type of spiritual current for 24 hours. Then he smiled maliciously. The spiritual current won't cause injury, but it will stimulate your muscles, making you perform some incredible movements. Your task is to use spiritual power continuously for 24 hours to counteract this spiritual current. You must keep your spiritual power balanced with the current. If your spiritual power is insufficient, the current will stimulate your body. But if your spiritual power is too strong, the ACE will also react accordingly, sending even stronger current through your body. The ACE current changes irregularly, so you need to constantly output different amounts of spiritual power. Fatty picked up the device and fiddled with it, couldn't help but complain, "This watch is so ugly, nowhere near as good as a Rolex." Tao Yuan also casually put the wristband on his hand without much concern. Then he felt his body shake, and he did a backflip, actually flipping 3 or 4 meters backward. Lin Qiye and Fatty looked at him in surprise. Cao Yuan shook himself. "Don't look at me, you'll flip too when you put it on." Fatty scoffed, "If you can't do it, don't blame external factors. With young master's build, forget backflips. I'd struggle to even roll on the ground." "How is that possible?" As Fatty put the wristband on his hand. The next second, Fatty transformed into the most agile fat person in the world, tumbling and leaping, jumping around frantically, doing over a dozen backflips in a row. While bouncing around wildly, he cried out, "Chi Yi, save me!" Lin Chie didn't know what to say at that moment. On the field in front of him, all the students had transformed into jumping beans, bouncing around everywhere, and some were even doing ballet. Instructor Hong nodded with satisfaction. You know what, this year we have more people doing backflips than in previous years. Pretty good. Looking at the new recruits on the field being tormented by the wristbands, Lin Chie put on the bracelet with some apprehension, then did a backflip. However, he landed quite steadily. Lin Chie nodded to himself. This thing was harder than he had imagined. Instructor Hong watched the recruits running around chaotically on the field, unable to suppress his grin. Alright, that's it for today's lesson. Dismissed. Everyone go eat. Oh right, don't forget to wear them while eating and sleeping, no matter what you're doing. The recruits on the training ground suddenly felt like the sky was falling. This is asking for our lives. Cao Yuan shuffled sideways like a crab to Lin Chie's side, looked him up and down and said in surprise, Chie, you adapted so quickly? Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. Lin Chie nodded. Okay. Then he pointed to Bailey Fati, who was still tumbling around everywhere, shouting, Chie, save me! What do we do about this guy? Cao Yuan was also speechless. If all else fails, we'll just drag him along. Before long, the recruits made their way to the cafeteria, some walking, some crawling. Once in the cafeteria, they faced another problem. Their hands wouldn't obey them, making it impossible to eat. Of course, a few gifted individuals had already adapted and could move freely. After Lin Chie and Cao Yuan ate a few bites, they noticed Fatty holding chopsticks but not eating. So they asked, why aren't you eating? Not hungry? Fatty said helplessly, oh man, I'm afraid I can't control myself. Lin Chie thought for a moment, picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Fatty's face. Hey, try picking up this piece. Fatty was straining so hard even his face was tense, barely managing to pick up that piece of meat from Chie's hand. Fatty was delighted, finally did it, but as soon as he relaxed, he was shocked by the electric current again, and rolled on the ground twice before lying flat. Cao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is it really that hard? I think it's not too bad. Oh right, the meat today is really fragrant. Fatty was both angry and frustrated, tears streaming down his face. Chie, save this child. I'm about to starve to death. What else could Lin Chie do? He couldn't just watch the fatty starve into a skinny monkey, so he could only sigh deeply, took his bowl and chopsticks to feed Fatty. While eating, Fatty kept thanking him. Chie is still the best to me. Cao Yuan glanced to the side and laughed. Looks like we're not the only table doing this. It turned out that right next to them were Shen Qingzhu and his two followers. Shen Qingzhu had excellent control, while his two underlings couldn't eat at all and could only rely on Shen Qingzhu to feed them. Lin Chie and Shen Qingzhu made eye contact, and Chie sighed. When will these days ever end? During the noon break, Lin Chie came to Chief Instructor Yuan Gong's office. Looking at the box on the desk, Yuan Gong was startled. Forbidden object? Lin Chie shook his head. This is my spoils of war from fighting a believer. It seems to possess a forbidden ruin called boiling blood. Yuan Gang picked up the pendant and examined it. Sequence 209's boiling blood? You want to turn this thing in? Lin Chie thought for a moment. If I turn it in, what can I get? Yuan Gang put down the pendant. Boiling blood isn't high risk, but in specific situations, it can play a significant role. If you turn it in, you can exchange it for some merit points, or 2 million in cash. It depends on what you want. Lin Chie really hadn't expected this thing to be so valuable. After thinking, he said, then I'll take the 2 million. But I also want to know some information. Yuan Gang frowned. What information? Lin Chie slowly spoke. I want to know about Chen Muye and Wu Shangnan. What exactly happened to them? Yuan Gang sighed. So you still... Forget it. The matter concerning those two isn't really a secret. The more senior night watchmen all know something about it. There's no harm in telling you. Do you know about the special squad Azure Wing? Lin Chie was startled and shook his head. No, I don't. Yuan Gang nodded and continued. 5 years ago, during the great disaster when Yamata no Orochi invaded the East Sea, after the mass squad battled with Yamata no Orochi, a human sealing arrived in time, and descending with him was a special squad, which was Azure Wing. Wu Shangnan was a member of Azure Wing. Hearing this, Lin Chie was completely shocked. He was actually a member of a special squad. Yuan Gang stood up, looked out the window and reminisced. Azure Wing was very strong, and the mask squad had just been formed then. Their combat power was far from matching Azure Wing. So after Azure Wing arrived, they took over the battle against Yamata no Orochi. That human sealing and the entire Azure Wing squad joined forces, finally severely injuring Yamata no Orochi and forcing him back into the mist. Hearing this, Lin Chie couldn't help but ask, enter the mist? Isn't the mist deadly? Yuan Gang waved his hand. Some forbidden objects can give people the ability to move briefly in the mist. When you reach that level, you'll naturally know. Originally, the High Command's order was to attempt to hunt down Yamada no Orochi, and if not possible, retreat immediately. The forbidden objects on Azure Wing could guarantee their entire squad could operate in the mist for 24 hours. Everyone thought they would return, but after 24 hours they completely lost contact. It wasn't until about 80 hours later that Wu Xiangnan appeared alone on a raft from the mist. When he was found, he had already fallen into a coma. He slept for a full day before waking up. The Azure Wing squad was completely wiped out. According to him, they had been chasing Yamada no Orochi all along. When they couldn't catch up and were preparing to return, they seemed to have lost their way in the mist and entered a strange world. Lin Chie was slightly shocked. What strange world? Yuan Gang took a deep breath. They suspected that place was Takamagahara. And the reason Azure Wing was wiped out was because they met a god named Susanoo in Takamagahara. After the fierce battle with Yamada no Orochi and then rushing through the mist for most of the day, the entire Azure Wing squad was exhausted and had no energy left to fight Susanoo. In the end, all members of Azure Wing except Wu Xiangnan died in battle. Wu Xiangnan, due to his special forbidden ruin, was killed 3 times in succession during the battle, but his complete resurrection was delayed by an hour. When he woke up, only his comrades' corpses remained around him. It was also in that battle that his hands were injured by Susanoo's Ame no Murakumo sword, and he could never hold a blade again. Even resurrection couldn't eliminate this. Later, while escaping from Takamagahara, he encountered attacks repeatedly, dying 4 more times before finally returning alive to Daxia territory. Since the surviving member of Azure Wing was completely broken both physically and mentally, the High Command ultimately canceled the Azure Wing designation, and Daxia's 5 special squads became 4. What happened after that? How Wu Xiangnan came to Konglan and became the vice captain of Squad 136? I don't know. Hearing this, Lin Chie couldn't help but sigh deeply. I never thought he had such a past. Yuan Gang nodded and continued. As for Chen Muye, his story is even more complex. I don't know much about what exactly happened back then. 12 years ago, Chen Muye had just graduated from the training camp and was recruited into the Night Watchman squad in Beijing along with another genius. Their 2 forbidden ruins were extremely rare and complemented each other. Chen Muye's forbidden ruin was 037 feet's black impermanence, while the other person, the current Beijing squad captain Xiaoping, had the forbidden ruin 038 feet's white impermanence. Due to their forbidden ruins, they were also called Beijing's black and white impermanence at the time. Lin Chie suddenly spoke up. I've always been curious. Who named these forbidden ruins? Are they related to the black and white impermanence in our Daxia mythology? Yuan Gang shook his head. The origins of these 2 forbidden ruins are too ancient and involve the highest secrets. With my clearance level, I can't access that information. I only know that later, suddenly one day, Chen Wei seemed to have received some special order, and from then on, he disappeared from Beijing. Even Xiaoping couldn't find him. For this, Xiaoping even went to the commander-in-chief, but the commander-in-chief only replied, "Classified matter," and turned him away. At that time, everyone was busy with the world-ending catastrophe, and it was only much later that Xiaoping had time to investigate Chen Muye's whereabouts, only to discover that he had come to Kanyan City to be a captain. Later, I heard from Xiaoping that he came to Kanyan several times asking Chen Muye to return, but was refused each time. Finally, Xiaoping had to give up completely, returned to Beijing, and gradually became the current captain. Lin Chie suddenly remembered something and asked, "The world-ending catastrophe you just mentioned, what was that?" Yuan Gang thought for a moment, seeming to think it was okay to tell him, and said, "That was a forbidden object, the most terrifying forbidden object in history. Its name was Shiva's Grudge." Hearing this name, Lin Chie was startled. Shiva? I remember he's one of the 3 main gods in Indian mythology, the god of destruction. Yuan Gang nodded. That's right. Shiva's Grudge is an ancient parchment scroll, possessing the sequence 008, world-ending level, terrifying divine ruin. As long as you write a name on Shiva's Grudge, the concept it points to will be directly destroyed. For example, if you write Daxia on it. Hearing this, Lin Chie was suddenly shocked. You mean? Yuan Gang nodded with a grim expression. That's right. It would directly erase all of Daxia from the conceptual level, meaning annihilation of the country. Hearing this, Lin Chie couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. How can such an absurd forbidden object exist? Yuan Gang explained, however, the mental power required to activate this forbidden object is extremely massive. Even writing a person's name on it to erase an ordinary person would directly drain a river forbidden powerhouse, not to mention achieving something as absurd as destroying a country. Hearing this, Lin Chie asked in confusion, if that's the case, its threat doesn't seem that great. Why is it called the world-ending catastrophe? Yuan Gang sighed. Humans can't do it, but that doesn't mean gods can't. If divine power is poured into this forbidden object, while it might not be able to destroy a country, destroying a city would still be easy. Back then, when Shiva's grudge manifested at Daxia's border, it attracted the evil god Jeyu from the mist to invade. For this, 5 human sealings gathered and fought fiercely against 2 gods. Loki, the Norse god of mischief, and Gaia, the Greek Earth Mother. Lin Chie listened with surging emotions and then, Yuan Gang just shrugged, then I don't know. But since then, the High Command has never mentioned Shiva's grudge again. I'm just a vice captain of the Beijing squad, not a particularly high-ranking figure. I have no way of knowing such top secrets. Speaking of this, Yuan Gang patted the box. Alright, I've told you about both people, and even threw in the Shiva's grudge story. Any other questions? Lin Kie thought for a moment and smiled. No more, thank you, Instructor Yuan. Yuan Gang nodded. Good. The 2 million will be transferred to your account in about 2 days, and the forbidden object will be handed over now. Night fell, and thousands of lights lit up. Some went to bed early, while others could no longer sleep. In a bedroom, a figure sat under a bookshelf, constantly searching through books, muttering non-stop, "No, that's not right." Only when you got close could you see clearly that this person was Instructor Gu. His eyes were deeply sunken, as if possessed, constantly flipping through the book in his hands. His eyelids were fighting heavily, so he decided to sleep for a while first. But when he actually got into bed and heard the wake-up alarm, he couldn't fall asleep at all. His mind now had only one thought: is it right or not? Is this world real or not? Training camp, shooting range. 3 gunshots all hitting the 10 ring. What was surprising was that this came from Bailey Fatty's hands. Who would have thought he was so skilled with firearms? Putting down the gun, Fatty looked at Cao Yuan beside him and asked puzzledly, "By the way, we haven't seen Instructor Gu for 2 months. Where did he go?" Cao Yuan fired 3 shots in succession, scoring 2 9s and 1 10. Also quite good. He took off his ear protection and shook his head. Don't know. At this time, Lin Chie also fired 3 shots in succession, but the result was 3 complete misses. Fatty couldn't help but laugh. "Kie, you really need to practice your marksmanship. Among our 200+ recruits, there aren't many who can miss 3 shots in a row." As he spoke, he put his arm around Lin Chie's shoulders. "I say, Kie, why don't you just become my apprentice? I'll teach you some of my shooting skills. How about it?" Lin Chie nodded earnestly. "Sure, then during close combat training later you can be my sparring partner." Hearing this, Fatty slowly backed away. "Sorry, little brother overstepped." When they came outside to rest, Lin Kie took a sip of water and said, "Instructor Gu disappearing for 2 months is indeed strange. I was hoping he could give me an answer." At this moment, Instructor Hong walked in and beckoned to Lin Chie. "Lin Chie, come here for a moment." After Lin Chie came out, he stood at attention. "Instructor Hong, what can I do for you?" Instructor Hong's forehead veins were bulging. "Don't you know what you've done?" Lin Chie was completely confused. What did I do?" Seeing that he genuinely didn't know, Instructor Hong said, "What kind of twisted question did you give Instructor Gu that drove him to mental breakdown? Right now, he's still in the psychiatric hospital receiving treatment." Lin Chie was also somewhat surprised. What are his specific symptoms? Instructor Hong thought for a moment. He's completely obsessed. For a while, he would just stare at walls all day, muttering something under his breath. Then he'd occasionally start gesticulating wildly, saying he was going to find some real world. But after 2 months of treatment, his condition has improved somewhat, and now he can live relatively normally. Hearing this, Lin Kie thought this sounded just like a copy of Merlin. Wait, didn't this mean that Instructor Gu's treatment plan could also apply to Merlin? Seeing Lin Kie standing there in a daze without speaking, Instructor Hong thought he felt guilty and patted his shoulder. "I'm not here for anything major. It's just that in the next couple of days, Instructor Gu will come to the training camp to pack his things and prepare to go home for recovery. If you run into him, absolutely don't mention anything about the real world again. No, if you see him, just walk away and don't let him see you, understand?" Lin Kie smiled with such sincere brilliance. "Don't worry, Instructor. I absolutely understand." As soon as Instructor Hong left, Lin Chie turned to Fatty and Cao Yuan and said, "I need to ask you two for an important favor. In the next couple of days, if you see Instructor Gu, be sure to tell me immediately." The two were startled. "Why?" Lin Chie touched his chin and smiled. "I want to ask him about something very important." 2 days later, on this sunny day, a sneaky figure appeared at the entrance of the training camp. This figure was hiding behind a tree, occasionally peering toward the training camp. The guard instructor was furious. Did this person think he was blind? He roared, "Who's there? What are you doing?" The figure quickly came out. "Keep it down, it's me." The guard instructor was about to draw his sword when he heard the voice and paused. "Old Gu, why are you dressed like this?" Instructor Gu covered his head helplessly. "I came back to get some things. But the doctor advised that it's better not to meet people directly related to my condition. In short, It's best if I'm not recognized. The guard instructor obviously didn't understand, and could only say, I see, then go quickly. Those recruit kids are all in the cafeteria eating right now, so if you take a detour, you'll be fine. What the two didn't know was that this scene was caught by a recruit on lookout, who spoke into his walkie-talkie, confirmed, it's Instructor Gu. On the other side, Bailey Fatty's walkie-talkie in his pocket crackled to life. After listening to what was said, Fatty smiled, and said into the walkie-talkie, thanks, brother. 2 Rolex watches coming your way. But when Fatty was about to brag to Ling Chie, he found that Ling Chie had already disappeared. Cao Yuan shrugged. He rushed out while you were talking on the walkie-talkie. Sure enough, Instructor Gu, who was heading to the instructor dormitory, came face to face with Lin Kuye, who had come to greet him. Instructor Gu, long time no see. This greeting nearly scared Instructor Gu's soul away. He thought, long time no see, more like long time no haunt me. But he still managed to ask, is there something you need? Lin Chie scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, I just wanted to ask, what did the doctor tell you? How did he treat you? Instructor Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid Lin Chie would ask about the real world again, so he answered, nothing major, just some counseling, took some medicine, relaxed my mindset, and got better. Lin Chie persisted, how did he counsel you? What medicine did you take? Instructor Gu couldn't help but blurt out, what, are you sick or something? Lin Chie said solemnly, yes, I am. This statement nearly choked Instructor Gu. Before he could ask more, Lin Chie continued, actually, I've been agonizing over that question too, losing sleep over it, and my mental state is getting worse and worse. Hearing this, Instructor Gu thought this sounded similar to his own symptoms, and immediately believed 7 or 8 parts of it. So you're sick too? Lin Chie sighed deeply. That's why I want to know how you recovered. Maybe it could work for me too. Seeing that he didn't seem to be faking it, Instructor Gu sighed and shook his head. Fine, fine. Come with me to the office to talk. So Lin Chie happily followed behind Instructor Gu toward the office. Meanwhile, at the God's Mental Hospital, Li Yifei was truly going crazy. Holding a syringe, he had been chasing Merlin, who had turned into a starfish, for over 20 minutes, unable to catch up with Merlin, who was trying to catch jellyfish. Nix was watching the show from the side, thoroughly entertained. Finally, Li Yifei gritted his teeth, leaped forward, and jabbed the syringe right into Merlin's buttocks. Merlin immediately let out a soul-stirring sound, then collapsed to the ground again, falling into deep sleep. Li Yifei sat down on the ground exhausted, thinking this really wasn't a job for humans. Oh wait, he wasn't human anyway, so never mind. But he didn't notice that at this moment, a figure was walking toward him from behind. It was Lin Qiye, who had returned here. The moment he saw him, Li Yifei's nose felt sour, and he directly hugged Lin Qiye's leg and wailed, Qiye, this really isn't a job for humans. Every day I have to coax Nix and play running games with this perverted starfish. I'm having such a hard time. Lin Qiye smiled and patted his shoulder. Yifei, you need to be strong. After all, you're not human either. You're a snake demon. Li Yifei looked at Lin Qiye's smile and sighed helplessly. So, when exactly can you send the next caregiver? Lin Qiye laughed dryly. Well, that might take some more time. I'm in the training camp now, and I can't really contact other mysterious creatures. Hearing this, Li Yifei instantly felt his life became a little darker. Lin Qiye quickly coughed twice and said, but don't worry, I might have found a way to treat Merlin. I'll come and talk to him. When Merlin woke up again, he was already on the big bed in his hospital room. Lin Qiye sat on a chair not far away, looking at Merlin with a smile. Good evening, Mr. Merlin. Merlin nodded. Good evening, Director Lin. It seems the crisis around you has been resolved. As he spoke, Merlin got off the bed and walked toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. Mr. Merlin, you saw that again? Then take another look. How will my luck be in the near future? Merlin came close and sat down, saying, the future is hard to predict, but at least for the next few days your luck isn't bad. Lin Qiye smiled. Then I hope this luck includes today's conversation. Mr. Merlin, this time I want to discuss something with you, about the real world you mentioned before. I have some different perspectives. Merlin's expression became serious. Please go ahead, Director. Lin Qiye took a deep breath and said earnestly, I think our world is real. Merlin looked puzzled. Why? Lin Qiye shrugged. Because I think it's real, so it is real. Hearing this, Merlin couldn't help but frown. That's idealistic thinking. Lin Qiye slowly stood up. So what if it's idealistic? This world is home to my family, friends, and countless people with flesh and blood. Even if this world is fake, are their lives and joys and sorrows unimportant? Whether the world is real or not is inherently an idealistic question. If you think it's real, then it is real. If you think it's fake, then even if it is real, so what? Upon hearing this, Merlin was completely speechless, falling into deep shock. Having said this, Lin Qiye turned and walked away, saying as he walked, the truth you seek is your instinct as a seeker of knowledge. But I don't think this should be your everything. Even if you found the real world, that doesn't mean you belong there. You're pushing yourself too hard, Mr. Merlin. After finishing his speech, Lin Chie, with his back to Merlin, almost laughed out loud, thinking, the doctor who treated Instructor Gu really has some skills. These aren't words that just anyone can say. Next time I see Instructor Gu, I need to get his contact information. At this moment, Merlin had fallen into deep thought, and the treatment progress bar above his head jumped slightly, rising to 2%. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Lin Kie, indicating that he could extract an ability. Then a flash of light appeared, and a huge wheel appeared before Lin Kie. It was filled with various magical abilities that Merlin was proficient in. As the wheel spun rapidly, Lin Chie couldn't help but feel nervous. Finally, the wheel slowly stopped, landing on Summon Magic Mastery. Lin Chie was slightly shocked and slowly raised his hand, gently touching the wheel. Then his eyes burst with intense light, and countless theories and knowledge of summoning magic flooded into his brain. This knowledge made Lin Chie's head feel like it was splitting. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Then the real-world Lin Chie suddenly woke up from his consciousness. The headache from just now was still vivid, making Lin Chie gasp for breath. He turned his head and looked at Bailey Fatty, who was sleeping soundly and snoring like thunder, and suddenly smiled. Since I can use magic now, why not try it right away? According to the knowledge that had entered his mind, summoning magic was divided into 3 categories. First was dimensional summon magic. By sacrificing valuable offerings, the soul travels to another plane to sign contracts with certain beings. After returning to reality, you deploy magic circles to summon them. Second was targeted summon magic, which involved making contact with certain beings in the real world, obtaining their consent, and then being able to summon them from other places, such as humans and objects. And the last was random summon magic. As the name suggests, no one knows what will be summoned. The casting medium is also very simple. You might summon a frost dragon with a leaf, or summon an old hen with a divine artifact. Lin Chie crouched on the ground, examining his own slipper. Dimensional summon magic and targeted summon magic have 2 high requirements. Right now I can only try random summon magic, but I can't bear to sacrifice my own slipper. Suddenly Lin Chie tilted his head and looked at Fatty's pair of pink cat ear slippers. I never noticed before, but today the more I look at them, the more I like them. They're simply heaven-sent sacrificial offerings. Thinking this, Lin Chie directly grabbed Fatty's pink slippers. Good, I'll use these. With the sacrifice ready, he decided to act immediately. Lin Chie directly set up the magic circle and placed Fatty's slippers inside. As Lin Chie began casting, the magic circle also burst with intense light. The slippers were slowly lifted up and finally disappeared completely. Seeing the sacrifice succeed, the light of the magic circle gradually faded. Lin Chie discovered a problem. Isn't this random summoning? Where's what I summoned? Suddenly, he heard a buzzing sound in his ear. A mosquito flew by. Lin Chie didn't think much of it at first, but soon realized something was wrong. It's May now. Where would mosquitoes come from? Holy crap, I sacrificed a pair of slippers and summoned a mosquito? The mosquito swayed and landed on Fatty's thigh. Fatty scratched at it, turned over, and continued sleeping. Lin Chie was speechless for a moment. A mosquito summoned from Fatty's slippers biting Fatty. Isn't this a kind of recycling? But now Lin Chie was even more eager to try. This magic is quite interesting. One night passed, and Fatty woke up with a scream. His body was covered with mosquito bites. If not 100, then at least 80. Fatty was going crazy. Where do mosquitoes come from in May? He scratched while asking, Kie, there are mosquitoes in our room, and I estimate more than 1. Did you get bitten? Lin Kie replied while brushing his teeth. No. Fatty got out of bed strangely and asked questioningly, where are my slippers? Did they get kicked under the bed? But when Fatty crouched down to look under the bed, he was startled with another holy crap. He looked under the bed in amazement. What's all this stuff? Under his bed was a pile of all sorts of strange things. Small dolls, wooden fish, light bulbs, leftover food, and even a pair of worn stockings. Fatty picked up the stockings with a puzzled expression and asked uncertainly, these aren't, Lin Chie replied. Don't know, they're definitely not mine. How could I have stockings? Suddenly, Lin Chie smiled wickedly, but they might be Cao Yuan's. Hearing this, Fatty felt his worldview being shattered. Cao Yuan, you with your thick eyebrows and honest face, how do you have such hobbies? During breakfast, Cao Yuan, who was eating, felt very uncomfortable. He looked at Fatty, who was staring at him with strange eyes. What's with that look? Fatty was completely earnest. Cao Yuan, I really didn't expect that you look so honest on the surface but have such hobbies. Cao Yuan was completely confused. What hobbies? What are you talking about? Fatty glared. You have your own preferences, that's fine. But why did you hide your stuff at my place? While Cao Yuan was getting more and more confused, Fatty looked heartbroken. I'm the only son of the ordinary Bailey family. If this gets out and people misunderstand, how can I face all those beautiful sisters who have feelings for me? Cao Yuan now had no idea what was going on. No, Fatty, what exactly are you talking about? How did you get carried away talking about yourself? Seeing that continuing this conversation might expose something, Lin Chie quickly intervened. It's not important, none of it matters. Let's eat quickly. Tao Yuan then remembered something. By the way, don't we have 2 or 3 months before graduation? I heard that every year before graduation, the instructors will issue a score ranking sheet, ranking all the recruits. Lin Chie frowned slightly. What's this ranking for? To eliminate recruits with too low rankings from becoming night watchmen? Cao Yuan shook his head. That won't happen. Generally, the training camp doesn't eliminate recruits. I only know that this score ranking seems to be used to determine where everyone goes after graduation. I don't know the specifics. Hearing this, Fatty suddenly shuddered. Wait, doesn't that mean after graduating from here, all of us will have to separate? Cao Yuan's expression darkened, and he nodded. Yes. Fatty slumped on the table dejectedly. Can I apply to go to the same place as Chie? Cao Yuan thought for a moment. With Chie's status as a dual agent of gods, he'll very likely be snatched up by some special squad or transferred to the Beijing squad. As for you, you definitely can't get in. Give up on that dream. As he spoke, he patted Fatty's shoulder. Lin Chie shook his head and said, Actually, I don't really want to go to the special squad or to the capital. If possible, I'd still like to stay in Kanyan. By the way, how exactly is this score ranking calculated? Is it based on exams? Cao Yuan shrugged. I heard the score ranking is quite complex, involving all our training projects. But the most important part is a hidden score that no one knows what it's for. While the new recruits were eating breakfast and chatting, the instructors had already arrived at the back mountain. The faint sound of helicopter rotors could be heard. Yuan Gang gazed at the distant sky and smiled. Very good, it seems the carnival day for these rookie eggs is about to begin. As he spoke, several military transport helicopters had already appeared above the instructors. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed in routine fashion. This morning, Lin Chie woke up from his sleep. As soon as he woke up, he noticed something was wrong. He sat up and looked at the alarm clock. It was already 5:30 a.m., but where was the whistle? Lin Chie picked up his toiletries and walked toward the bathroom, thinking as he went, usually the instructors blow the whistle to wake us up at 5 a.m. Why is there no sound at all today? When he reached the bathroom, Lin Chie saw Cao Yuan washing up. Cao Yuan saw Lin Chie and greeted him. Chie, you're awake too? Lin Chie nodded. What's going on today? Why didn't they blow the whistle? I feel something's not right. Cao Yuan was stunned and stopped washing his face, joking. Could it be that the instructors are feeling merciful today and want to let us sleep in? Just like that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chie looked at the 6:30 clock, and he was certain, absolutely certain, something was definitely wrong. Then, he grabbed his precious slippers that he couldn't bear to sacrifice, went to Fatty's bedside, slapping Fatty's chubby face. The crisp sound was loud enough to wake up the neighbors. But strangely, even though Fatty's face was slapped red, he showed no signs of waking up at all. Lin Chie knew something was fishy. At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open forcefully, and Shen Qingzhu appeared at the doorway. This is bad. Li Liang and the others have been sleeping continuously, no matter how we try to wake them up.
Wait, what are you doing with that slipper?
Lin Chie very naturally didn't answer the slipper question. Them too? It seems this isn't natural sleep, but they've fallen into some kind of mental trap. Shen Qingzhu's expression was serious, not just them. 70% of the people in our dormitory building have fallen into this state. Lin Chie thought for a moment and asked, what about the instructors? Shen Qingzhu frowned even deeper. I just went out to look for them, and here's the strangest part. The instructors and logistics staff have all disappeared. Now there are only U.S. recruits left in the entire training camp. Lin Chie nodded slightly. Were there any signs of fighting? Shen Qingzhu shook his head. None. Lin Chie thought for a moment and said, I see. At this moment, Cao Yuan walked in just in time to hear their conversation. Chie, what did you figure out? Lin Chie spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a drill or an exam. The instructors and others disappeared collectively without any trace of battle, which can only mean they withdrew voluntarily and very discreetly. Think about it. The instructors are all River Forbidden experts, or above, and Chief Yuan Gang is even Sea Forbidden. How could such a lineup be silently eliminated? Cao Yuan heard this and nodded with some understanding. Indeed. Then, the three of them walked directly along the corridor toward the outside. As Lin Chie walked, he said, now that the instructors have disappeared collectively, they just want to create an environment, an isolated and helpless environment with only U.S. recruits left. I guess they're observing our every move right now. Hearing this, Shen Qingzhu couldn't help but raise a friendly gesture toward the surveillance camera. Damn it, playing with us again? Screw your test. And this scene was naturally seen by the instructors behind the monitors. Instructor Hong nodded. hot-tempered, acting impulsively, -1 point. After saying this, he deducted 1 point from Shen Qingzhu on the scorecard in his hand. Congratulations to Shen Qingzhu for earning the title of first person to lose points. Instructor Han asked at this time, Old Hong, is it really okay to just release 3 river-forbidden mysterious creatures into the training camp like this? The highest realm among the recruits is only pond forbidden. What if there are casualties? Instructor Hong smiled. Don't worry, this is also a traditional project of the training camp. And these 3 mysterious creatures all have restraints applied. Their strength is significantly weakened. If it really comes to a critical moment, we can also kill them remotely. Speaking of this, Instructor Hong suddenly smiled somewhat evilly. Besides, there are some atmosphere group members hidden in the camp. They can also act at critical moments. Nothing will happen. Instructor Han was stunned. Atmosphere group? Where did the atmosphere group come from? Did you hire cheerleaders? Why is it called that? Instructor Hong smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Soon, Lin Tie and the others had gathered all the remaining conscious recruits on the rooftop. Lin Tie scanned everyone present and asked, what time did you all wake up? The recruits began recalling when they woke up, and to summarize, they all woke up before 6 a.m. Lin Tie nodded as expected. Among everyone present, not a single person woke up after 6 a.m. Cao Yuan was somewhat puzzled. What does this have to do with when we woke up? Lin Chie's expression was serious. If I'm not mistaken, 6 a.m. is likely a time node. Those who didn't wake up before 6 a.m. will have their spirits dragged somewhere and continue sleeping. Shen Qingzhu was somewhat surprised. Did the instructors do this too? Lin Chie shrugged, not sure, but this sleeping in has no good consequences style is very much something the instructors would do. Cao Yuan hurriedly asked, so what do we do now? Lin Chie's mind was racing. If all this is a drill arranged by the instructors, what's the completion standard? Could it be to wake up the others? But if the mental trap was created directly by the instructors, how are we supposed to break it? Thinking of this, Lin Kie asked, does anyone have forbidden ruins related to mental attacks? A recruit said, I know a girl named Zhang Xiaoxiao. Her forbidden ruins is mental related. Speaking of this, he turned his head toward the female dormitory direction. But the atmosphere over at the girls' dormitory is very strange right now. It seems like not a single one is awake. There's no sound at all. Lin Kie nodded and said loudly, we need that girl named Zhang Xiaoxiao right now. Leave a few people to guard this building. The rest come with me to the warehouse to get weapons. Then we'll go to the girls' dormitory. After saying this, he took some people downstairs and rushed toward the weapons warehouse. Before long, the group arrived at the weapons warehouse. Now there was a new problem. The weapons warehouse was locked. The key was with the instructors, and they couldn't get the weapons. But this couldn't stop Lin Chie and the others at all. Shen Qingzhu threw a piece of bubblegum into his mouth, and in a moment blew out a bubble. That bubble floated wobbling toward the tightly closed door of the warehouse. Seeing the bubble reach its position, Shen Qingzhu smiled proudly and snapped his fingers crisply. The bubble immediately burst with brilliant light. Exploding with a thunderous roar, the small iron door couldn't withstand such impact and was blown to pieces. Just like that, Lin Chie's group used some unconventional methods to enter the weapons warehouse. Everyone went straight for the star knives, taking out their own and extra ones to distribute to those guarding the building. The teamwork was smooth and seamless. But just as the group was about to return to the dormitory building, a scream suddenly came from the cafeteria. Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth. It's coming from the cafeteria. Which way should we go first? Lin Chie made a decisive decision. Let's go to where the scream came from first. Saving people is the priority. In moments, several people arrived at the cafeteria entrance. The iron chain locking the cafeteria had been broken by something. Shen Qingzhu suddenly sniffed and his expression darkened. There's a smell of blood. Hearing this, Lin Chie nodded seriously. Everyone be careful, follow behind me. As Lin Chie opened the cafeteria door, the scene before them shocked the group into commotion. The entire cafeteria now looked like a spider's den, with spider webs everywhere. Everyone followed closely behind Lin Chie, walking inside step by step. Lin Chie picked up a spider thread and said in a low voice, this isn't ordinary spider silk. It should be from some kind of mysterious creature related to spiders. Suddenly, a recruit pointed in one direction and growled, That's Wang Li who lived on the second floor. How could this happen? Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and it was indeed a familiar recruit. Her body mutilated, chest and abdomen torn open, all internal organs gone. For a moment, the recruits panicked. This isn't acting. There really is a powerful mysterious creature here. Even Cao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu showed some signs of panic. At this moment, Lin Chie suddenly shouted, Quiet! With this word, all the recruits fell silent. Lin Chie's leadership ability was clearly evident at this moment. Lin Chie turned to look at the corpse on the ground and analyzed, from when we heard the scream to when we appeared here, it was definitely no more than 2 minutes. Speaking of this, Lin Chie slowly drew his long knife, including the time for feeding. That mysterious creature is very likely still hiding here. Lin Chie then drew his long knife and prepared for battle. Tao Yuan called out somewhat worriedly, "Kie." Lin Kie, with his back to him, nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After saying this, he led Cao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu deeper inside, instructing as they walked, "The others don't come in. The more people, the more likely to trigger the spider webs, making it more dangerous." Actually, without Lin Chie's instruction, these recruits might not dare to go in anyway. When they reached the depths, the spider webs around them became even denser. Suddenly, Lin Chie's eyes focused, looking ahead. Not far in front of him, on the ceiling, a huge white spider was perched there, its blood-red eyes staring at Lin Chie, making hissing sounds. Suddenly, Lin Chie's chest emitted a faint glow. Lin Chie was startled. Azure Guardian was activated? This spider just launched a mental attack. He held his breath and focused, flipped his long knife in his hand, then suddenly hurled it toward the spider's direction. The long knife directly nailed into the ceiling, cracking a large piece of it. But the distance was a bit far from the spider, leaving the spider confused. What was this move supposed to mean? Pointing east to strike west? Looking at the three of them, Tao Yuan was somewhat surprised but had been mentally prepared. Shen Qingzhu almost laughed out loud, saying in a low voice, "I've lived this long and never seen anyone with such poor aim." Lin Chie was completely speechless. "My darkest divine ruins can now extend to 20 meters. And within these 20 meters I can hit whatever I aim for. But beyond 20 meters it's really all up to fate." Shen Qingzhu, who had finished laughing, snapped his fingers. "Let me handle this." Then he snapped his fingers at the spider. Immediately a violent explosion occurred where the spider was, and a large piece of the ceiling was blown down. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated and settled, the spider suddenly burst out from the remaining smoke, rushing rapidly toward the three of them. The three immediately prepared for battle, ready to launch a counterattack. But ridiculously, the spider actually made a turn in midair and fled toward the back door, obviously trying to escape. The three were completely stunned. What's wrong with this spider? Is this some kind of flanking tactic? The instructors in the monitoring room naturally saw this scene too. Yuan Gang couldn't help but frown. Why is this spider so cowardly? Just running away. How can it put pressure on these rookie eggs? Instructor Han came to Yuan Gang's side and smiled. "Is this what old Hong called the atmosphere group? Wang Li's corpse was made quite realistically. It really fooled all the recruits." Yuan Gang looked at Lin Chie, who was still thinking in the monitor, and smiled. Isn't there still one who wasn't fooled? After all, he's the dual god agent chosen by two gods. How could he not have some skills? But don't worry, the good show is still to come. We won't let them off this easily. The spider had run away, so Lin Chie and the other two simply started thinking on the spot. With such a huge difference in strength, why would the spider still run? This was wrong, very wrong, 12 parts wrong out of 10. Shen Qingzhu couldn't figure it out and asked directly, "So what do we do next?" Lin Chie thought for a moment. "That spider is fast and strong. We won't chase it. Let's stick to the original plan and go to Building 3, the girls' dormitory first. But to prevent it from attacking our base, we need to leave more people to protect those still sleeping in the dormitory." Shen Qingzhu thought for a moment and volunteered. "I'll go back and guard." Lin Chie nodded. "Good. Your strength is sufficient. If the spider comes, you should be able to hold it off until I come to help." While the three were discussing, they didn't know that the spider was running frantically at this moment, all 8 legs spinning like phantoms. The spider was scared out of its wits. Although Lin Chie's knife throw didn't hit me, he looked so fierce. And that man who snaps his fingers to create explosions, the way he looked at me was like he wanted to dismember me piece by piece. As the spider ran, its body gradually changed, actually transforming into a little boy. He said somewhat aggrievedly to himself, "I just wanted to find a place to sleep. Why did they have to hit me?" Finally, he burst into tears. "This place is too dangerous. I want to get out." As he cried, the spider suddenly shivered. He remembered what Yuan Gang had said to him. "If you dare to sneak away, I don't mind adding a dish of braised spider to the cafeteria." Immediately, the spider's crying stopped. "No, I absolutely can't run. That man would really stew me." For a moment, he stomped his feet in frustration. "They're all bad people. Bad people. What should I do?" When the spider calmed down, he began to recall the task Yuan Gang had given him. "First, I need to control the spirits of those sleeping people." Remembering his task, the spider looked around and ran toward an abandoned warehouse. When he reached the warehouse, he looked around cautiously, and after confirming no one was inside, he walked in with relief. The first step was to weave webs. He waved his hands and countless spider threads poured out, instantly filling the entire abandoned warehouse with him at the center. Then, he stretched his hands toward the air, and spider threads with strange fluctuations shot out, turning into invisible threads that flew out of the abandoned warehouse, and in moments connected to the foreheads of those still sleeping recruits. Suddenly, cocoon-like spider webs appeared one after another at the top of the warehouse, empty inside but seemingly wrapping something. The spider said to himself, "Sorry, the instructors told me to cast the web at 6 a.m. and turn those who hadn't gotten up into soul forms and trap you. Blame them if you want to blame anyone." Suddenly, the spider was startled and looked in one direction, saying somewhat surprised the others woke up long ago, they just can't return to their bodies. But this guy actually slept until now. In that bundle of spider silk was the soul of Bailey Pang Pang, sleeping soundly. The spider sighed. "Look how soundly he's sleeping. I really envy you." After an unknown amount of time, Fatty woke up from his dream, stretched greatly, rubbed his eyes and said, "Why did I sleep so comfortably today? Didn't the instructors blow the whistle?" When Fatty saw everything in front of him clearly, cold sweat broke out. "What the hell is this? Hey, you bastard, where did you take me? Is this still in the training camp?" When he looked down, he discovered the clue. This is a mental type forbidden ruins that can separate souls. This is quite rare. Whatever, let's get out first. Thinking this, Fatty extended his hand, and a ring actually glowed with golden light on his spirit body. Then, he pulled hard, and the ring transformed into a knife-like spirit body in his hand. It was the soul-severing blade. At the same time, the spider who had started bathing and sleeping suddenly felt pain in his brain and woke up. When he looked again, he found that Fatty had disappeared. When he came to Fatty's previous position and picked up the spider silk, he found it had been cut by a blade. "This guy can actually hurt my soul weaving." At the same time in the male dormitory, Fatty burst out of the room like a rabbit, just bumping into the returning Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu looked surprised. "How did you wake up?" Fatty excitedly explained what had just happened, then took out his ring and said, "Luckily, my forbidden object is directly bound to mental power, otherwise the outcome would be hard to say." Shen Qingzhu hurriedly asked, "What about the others? How are they?" Fatty smiled. "They're fine, just trapped. I can save them." Hearing that Fatty could save people, Shen Qingzhu was naturally happy, but also puzzled how to save them. Fatty took out a monocle and put it on, smiling slightly. Could what I say be false? As Fatty adjusted the glasses, the corridor in his eyes was full of purple spider threads. Fatty took a deep breath. His chest Yaoguang emitted golden light, and he stepped on a flying sword and floated up. Seeing this scene, Shen Qingzhu couldn't help but sigh. Being rich is fucking awesome. Fatty prepared and laughed loudly, then flew on his sword, turning into a golden light and flying directly through the long corridor. Those spider threads were all severed, and those recruits lying on beds sleeping also woke up instantly. They came to the corridor, asking each other about what had just happened. One of Shen Qingzhu's followers ran over. "Brother Shen, what happened?" "I just had a nightmare where I was trapped in a web by a big spider, and couldn't wake up no matter how hard I struggled." Fatty looked at him expectantly. "Do you remember how you escaped?" The follower thought hard and recalled, It seems like there was a glowing pig flying in the sky, and then somehow I came back." Hearing flying pig, Fatty was furious. "I stepped on Yaoguang, held the soul-severing blade, and saved you all from fire and water. But from your perspective, it was just a pig flying?" Shen Qingzhu's follower was embarrassed. That pig wasn't. Before he could finish, Shen Qingzhu slapped him on the back of the head and cursed, "You useless fool! You let someone steal your soul like that. What kind of night watchman will you be in the future? You might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. If it weren't for him saving you, you'd still be sleeping." Fatty waved his hand. "Forget it, Brother Zhu. Don't scold him. I'm magnanimous and won't hold it against him." Suddenly, Fatty's eyes widened. Detected. He quickly turned to Shen Qingzhu and said, "That big spider is hiding in the warehouse. Now that many recruits are awake, we have strength in numbers. We could overwhelm that spider even by piling on." But Shen Qingzhu looked serious. "It's not that simple. That spider really kills people." Fatty looked incredulous. "Isn't this a drill by the instructors?" Shen Qingzhu shook his head, "But we saw someone die with our own eyes, and the death was extremely gruesome. Even if we have more people facing a Chuan realm mysterious creature, there will definitely be casualties. We need to think of a way to kill the spider while minimizing casualties." Fatty was somewhat surprised by these words. In his impression, Shen Qingzhu was the type of brainless, hot-tempered brute, but he didn't expect that when facing a real emergency, he would be calmer than anyone else. At this time, Fatty noticed something was wrong, looked around, and asked puzzledly, "By the way, where's Kie?" Shen Qingzhu explained, "He took people to the female dormitory. There might be mysterious creatures in that building." Fatty nodded and muttered, "If there are mysterious creatures in the female dormitory, doesn't that mean Molly is in danger?" "No, I have to go to the female dormitory." Shen Qingzhu was stunned and exclaimed, "Wait, you're not going to kill that spider?" Fatty didn't hesitate and threw the soul-severing blade's ring to Shen Qingzhu. "You have so many people, dealing with one spider should be enough. This is the soul-severing blade, it can cut soul spider silk. I'll lend it to you." I'm going to play hero and save the beauty." After saying this, Fatty bounced away and disappeared in a flash. On the other side, at the entrance of the female dormitory, they had also reached a stalemate. The building was clearly right in front of them, but Lin Chie's mortal divine domain couldn't detect the building's existence at all, as if it had been blocked by someone. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. Cao Yuan was now sweating profusely and turned back. No good, this door still won't open. Suddenly, a recruit named Li Xiaoguang behind Lin Chie said, "The space here has been cut off. My Forbidden Ruins is somewhat related to space, so I can sense the condition of this building. Although it appears to be in front of us, from a spatial perspective, it's no longer here." Lin Chie frowned and asked, "Then how do we get in?" Li Xiaoguang slowly drew the long knife from his back. "Let me try." As the long knife was unsheathed, a strange spatial fluctuation spread out. Li Xiaoguang held the long knife and slowly slashed toward the female dormitory door. This slash passed through the dormitory door without leaving any trace, but the space in front of the door was cut with a pitch-black knife wound. Then, accompanied by a sound of cracking, it burst open. Li Xiaoguang sheathed his knife and quickly said, "Get in quickly. I can only open a corner of this space. It will automatically repair itself soon." After saying this, he led everyone inside. After everyone entered, the spatial gap slowly closed, leaving everyone in an empty space. Everyone walked toward the stairs. As soon as Lin Chie stepped on the stairs, he heard a scream from upstairs. Several people ran upstairs immediately. As soon as they reached upstairs, Lin Chie was stunned. He had just come upstairs and saw a bedroom. Cao Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. Is this how the female dormitory is designed? Going upstairs leads directly to a bed? This design doesn't seem right. Lin Chie looked at the joint on the ground and shook his head, crouched down and gently rubbed it twice, saying, "This joint is too smooth. Although the construction maniacs of the training camp are skilled, they couldn't achieve this level. It's as if someone cut two places separately and then spliced them together. There must be a mysterious creature in this building that's good at spatial transfer." As he spoke, Lin Chie walked to a door on the side, opened it to reveal the chaotic space inside. Lin Chie nodded. Sure enough, the internal layout of this building is completely messed up, like a scrambled Rubik's Cube. Other recruits saw the scene inside the door and were mentally shaken. Is this the power of mysterious creatures? Indeed bizarre and abnormal. Li Xiaoguang looked around and scratched his head. There's still a fork ahead. Which way is the path upstairs? Should we split up? But Lin Chie shook his head. There are mysterious creatures in this building. Splitting up at this time is definitely not a wise choice. The left path leads to another dormitory. Behind that dormitory is a bathroom, and further back is half a staircase going down. The right path goes through two consecutive dormitories, and then has a staircase going up. Li Xiaoguang was somewhat surprised. You can sense the path? Lin Chie nodded. Yes, but there are range limitations. I can't sense many rooms. Cao Yuan thought for a moment. So it seems we should choose the right path. But Lin Chie shook his head. We need to break through this wall. The recruits were confused. Break the wall? Why break the wall? Lin Chie explained. My spirit cannot penetrate this building from the outside, but it can be used normally inside. This means that from an internal perspective, each room here is just displaced. There's no spatial isolation. In other words, all the walls inside this building can be broken through. Cao Yuan thought for a moment and understood, I see. Indeed, rather than following the opponent's design, it's better to jump out of the framework and choose our own path. At this time, a tall recruit in the team said, "Leave breaking the wall to me." He then stepped forward, placed his hands on the wall surface, and they glowed with green light. In less than a few minutes, the entire wall was melted through with a huge hole. When everyone looked inside, it really was a staircase leading to the upper level. Lin Chie took the lead, walking at the front with Cao Yuan and Li Xiaoguang. As soon as the three stepped on the stairs, the surrounding space suddenly began to change rapidly, causing dizziness. When the changes stopped, the three found themselves in a completely unfamiliar scene. Cao Yuan saw this and frowned. We've been separated from the others. Lin Chie's expression wasn't good either. The space has been scrambled again. Is it because we destroyed the wall, or does it change every so often? Speaking of this, he turned to look at the two. Anyway, let's try to stay together and not separate too far. If the mysterious creature can only do this much, although it's troublesome, it doesn't pose much of a threat. Cao Yuan nodded. Right. As long as enough people entered the female dormitory, breaking through here is just a matter of time. Just then, Lin Chie's eyes focused, frowning as he looked to one side, then turned and walked in that direction. Cao Yuan was startled and asked, "What's wrong? Chie, what did you sense?" Lin Chie remained silent and came to a dormitory door, slowly raised his hand and opened the door. When the door was completely open, Cao Yuan and Li Xiaoguang were stunned by the scene before them. In the dim corridor, blood was scattered everywhere. A female corpse cut in half at the waist lay there quietly, lifeless, having died long ago. Looking at this female recruit's corpse, Lin Chie and the other two fell silent for a moment. When they approached, Li Xiaoguang was startled. "I know this person. A comrade said he wanted to pursue her before. I didn't expect this." Lin Chie crouched down and examined carefully, frowning. "There's only this one wound at the waist, and the cut is very smooth. It should have been severed by some kind of sharp weapon in one strike. The upper limb muscles are rigid. The atmosphere must have been very tense at the time. She was confronting something." Tao Yuan nodded. The mysterious creature she was confronting should be far stronger than her, so it only took one strike to leave her with no ability to resist. Li Xiaoguang thought for a moment and asked, could it be that the mysterious creature used space-related forbidden ruins to directly split her body? Lin Qi slowly stood up. Impossible. This kind of wound can only be made by a weapon. Either that mysterious creature is also skilled in swordsmanship, or there's a second mysterious creature here. Suddenly, Cao Yuan's ears twitched and he said, "Wait, did you hear any sound? Like some heavy object being dragged on the ground." Speaking of this, all three heard that dragging sound. The sound got closer and louder. Suddenly the sound paused and then came toward Lin Qie and the other two. Lin Qie said in a low voice, "It's coming. The mysterious creature that killed this female soldier." Li Xiaoguang gritted his teeth. "What do we do? Fight or run?" Lin Qie drew both knives. "Fight. We at least need to hold it off. If other people encounter this river-forbidden mysterious creature, they basically have no chance of survival." Li Xiaoguang heard this and nodded, drawing his large knife. "All right, I'll listen to you." The sound got closer and closer, like something sharp being dragged on the floor tiles. Soon, a blurry figure appeared at the end of the corridor in front of the three. It was a headless figure with a tall build, over 2 meters high, with a terrifying large mouth on its chest and abdomen. Even more terrifying was the long knife in its hand, which looked to be over 3 meters long. The sound was coming from this long knife being dragged on the ground. Li Xiaoguang saw this figure and couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell is that thing? It's moving way too slow. At this rate we could totally..." Before he could finish his sentence, the headless mystery suddenly stomped hard. Its entire form shot toward Li Xiaoguang like a cannonball. Unlike its sluggish movements just moments before, it now moved like lightning, reaching Li Xiaoguang in an instant and swinging its blade down at him. Li Xiaoguang had no time to react. He was sliced clean in half at the waist. His body split in two as he was sent flying. Cao Yuan was right beside Li Xiaoguang, yet the mystery acted as if it couldn't see him at all. Seeing Li Xiaoguang's severed body, Cao Yuan gritted his teeth and reached for his long blade. Suddenly, Lin Qie reached out to stop Cao Yuan from drawing his sword, and gestured for him to stay quiet. Immediately after, the scenery around them changed rapidly, and when it stopped, they were both in a restroom. Cao Yuan looked grief-stricken, murmuring, "Li Xiaoguang?" But, to his surprise, Lin Qie patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, he's not dead. That was just an illusion." The moment the blade was about to hit Li Xiaoguang, two people suddenly appeared and instantly took Li Xiaoguang away, while creating an extremely realistic human replica that was cut in half. If I'm not mistaken, this is all the instructor's doing. Cao Yuan suddenly understood. So the corpses we saw in the cafeteria earlier, and that female corpse in the hallway just now, they were all fake? Lin Qie nodded. Right. If it weren't for that split-second exchange just now, I probably still wouldn't have figured it out. Also, I think I know that mystery's weakness now. It should be sound. Seeing Cao Yuan's confusion, Lin Qie explained. Its base speed isn't actually fast, but it can keenly detect nearby sound sources, then use its ability to move there at near teleportation speed. After thinking for a moment, Cao Yuan understood indeed. Thinking about it this way, Li Xiaoguang was attacked because he spoke up. Lin Qie agreed, and very likely the louder the surrounding sounds, the faster it moves. Without sound, it can only move slowly. Cao Yuan nodded. So that's the weakness you meant. As long as we deliberately reduce our movement sounds, even someone at the Pond Forbidden might be able to kill it. Suddenly, Cao Yuan frowned and asked, "Since we've already figured it out, why didn't we just kill it back there?" Lin Qie sighed. "Well, is it possible that I only just figured out this weakness?" Meanwhile, at the entrance to the restored female dormitory, a chair was being smashed against the door. It was Bailey Fatty swinging the chair, trying to break it down. He was exhausted and panting, complaining, "What the hell is this thing made of? I can't even break it open." Finally, he just threw the chair aside. "This little trick can't stop me." With that, he reached down and pulled out what looked like a piece of chalk, a forbidden object, and drew a circle on the dormitory door. The circle suddenly glowed with a faint light, and when the glow faded, a dark hole remained. Without hesitation, Fatty stepped forward. "Molly, don't be afraid, your hero is here to save you." But as soon as both feet crossed the threshold, the space around him shifted and changed, making him dizzy. Just as he was about to throw up, the space stabilized, and he found himself in an office. He looked around. What the hell? Is this Inception? Thinking this, he pushed open the door behind him and walked out. Outside was an empty corridor. He scratched his head, with no other choice. He decided to just walk forward, calling out as he went, "Molly, Chi, Sao Yuan, where are you all?" Suddenly, Fatty heard the sound of something heavy being dragged. While he was still wondering what the sound was, a figure appeared behind him, and 2 hands quickly covered his mouth tightly. Fatty looked back in terror, only to see it was Molly with one hand covering his mouth and the other gesturing for silence. Molly whispered, "Don't speak, come with me." Then, a blue light portal appeared behind Molly, and a woman's hand reached out, grabbing Molly's clothes and pulling both of them into the portal. Finally, both of them disappeared completely into the portal. The next second, they fell into a room. There was also a blonde female soldier there, who sighed in relief. Safe. Hearing this, Molly sprang up like a fish, grabbed Fatty by the collar, and whispered angrily,
"You were shouting so loudly just now. Do you want to die?"
Fatty looked completely confused. "Why can't we talk? And what was that thing just now?" The blonde soldier explained, "That's a river-forbidden mysterious creature. We call it the Sound Hunter." Hearing about the Sound Hunter, Bailey Fatty looked puzzled. Molly explained that the creature could trace the source of sounds, and the louder the surrounding sounds, the stronger it became. This intelligence cost us over a dozen sisters' lives to obtain. As she said this, the hatred and rage in Molly's eyes almost became tangible. Fatty was even more shocked. "You mean over a dozen recruits actually died? But isn't this just a drill?" Molly gritted her teeth. "A drill? What kind of drill would cost over a dozen lives? Anyway, I'm definitely going to kill that mysterious creature with my own hands." It was then that Fatty noticed there were several other recruits in the room, not speaking but constantly working with their hands. Fatty looked puzzled. "They're doing what?" Molly went to a black-haired female soldier and patted her shoulder, saying quietly, "Xiao Xiao, connect his to your mental link too." This girl was Zhang Xiao Xiao, the one Lin Tie, and the others were looking for. She extended her finger and drew a line in the air, and an invisible mental thread connected to Fatty's forehead. Suddenly, Fatty's mind became lively. The female soldiers were systematically analyzing the room's layout changes and patterns. Molly said in their minds, "They're drawing a real-time spatial distribution map of the dormitory. The mysterious creature controlling space has joined forces with the Sound Hunter. We've tried to kill the Sound Hunter multiple times, but just when we're about to succeed, the space gets completely scrambled." Fatty looked at the drawings in the soldiers' hands with amazement. "So you want to find the pattern in the spatial disruptions? Amazing. How did you think of that?" Molly smiled proudly. "Everyone has their strengths. Among us female soldiers, we also have strategists like Lin Chie." She looked toward a bespectacled black-haired girl. Thanks to Aziz's constant leadership, she was the first to discover the Sound Hunter's killing mechanism. And finding the spatial change patterns was also her idea. Aziz was currently immersed in thought, constantly trying to summarize patterns from the various drawings. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and she exclaimed, "I know, I finally figured it out." Meanwhile, in the restroom, Sao Yuan looked at Lin Kie with surprise. "Kie, what did you just say you figured out?" Lin Kie calculated once more and nodded. "Indeed. I know the pattern of the spatial disruptions now." Seeing Sao Yuan's confused expression, Lin Kie explained, "The spatial disruptions seem complex, but there are actually only 2 basic types of changes: horizontal cross-section rotation and vertical cross-section rotation, and each rotation angle is an integer multiple of right angles." If Sao Yuan had understood a little before, now that Lin Chie had explained it, well, guess what? He was completely lost. Cao Yuan scratched his head. "Kie, just tell me straight, can you predict the spatial change patterns now?" Lin Chie shook his head. "No. The information I have is still too limited, and I haven't observed enough instances. But this change pattern feels familiar somehow." Cao Yuan was startled. "Familiar? You've encountered this before?" Suddenly, a harsh dragging sound rang out, and both Lin Chie and Cao Yuan were startled. The Sound Hunter was here. They quickly stood up, grabbed their weapons, and prepared for battle. Cao Yuan made several hand signals to Lin Chie, who nodded in understanding and walked toward the door. At the door, Lin Chie gently pushed it open, but the hinges had a problem and made a loud creaking sound. When this sound rang out, both Lin Chie and Cao Yuan's faces darkened. Despite all their calculations, they'd been ambushed by the door. Sure enough, the next second, a massive attack came crashing down, and the entire door exploded. Lin Chie and Cao Yuan were both blown back by the impact. When they got back up, the smoke was beginning to clear, and the Sound Hunter stood in the doorway, facing them from a distance. Lin Chie pointed at the Sound Hunter, and Cao Yuan nodded. Moving as quietly as possible, they both charged at the Sound Hunter. As they got close, Cao Yuan suddenly leaped up, gripping his scabbard and swinging it at the Sound Hunter. The Sound Hunter twisted and slashed with its blade, sending the airborne Xiao Yuan flying. Xiao Yuan shot out like a cannonball, crashing into a pile of debris. Lin Chie took advantage of the opening and drove both blades straight at the Sound Hunter's chest, but the blades only penetrated about 5 centimeters before getting stuck tight. This thing's body had suddenly hardened. Lin Chie realized the danger, so sound doesn't just increase its speed, but enhances all its attributes. And this thing's intelligence is probably quite high. It knows to create noise at critical moments to strengthen itself. At that moment, the Sound Hunter's massive hand suddenly rose, reaching for Lin Chie's head. Lin Chie quickly leaped up and jumped down from the Sound Hunter's body. Upon landing, Lin Chie immediately deployed his darkest divine ruins, and the 2 long blades stuck in the Sound Hunter vibrated free and returned to Lin Chie's hands. Just as Lin Chie was facing off with the Sound Hunter, an eerie laughter suddenly rang out. Lin Chie thought, "This is bad," and saw a figure with twisted movements crawling up from the smoke behind him. Standing there was Xiao Yuan, gripping his long blade, his entire body wreathed in murderous aura and black smoke. He had entered Black King's annihilation mode. Then Xiao Yuan let out a howl and charged at the Sound Hunter with a sinister grin. Watching Xiao Yuan battle the Sound Hunter, Lin Chie felt somewhat speechless. If only Xiao Yuan had some sense right now, didn't keep laughing maniacally, and moved more quietly, he would have finished off this mystery long ago. Watching the 2 increasingly fierce fighters, Lin Chie couldn't help but sigh. I shouldn't have let Xiao Yuan attack in the first place. Suddenly, Lin Chie felt everything around him shake, and he frowned. Here it comes again. Sure enough, the scenery around him rapidly changed, and when it stopped, he was in front of a staircase. Lin Chie thought to himself, it seems the second mystery in this building doesn't want me interfering with their fight. Its intelligence is probably quite high too, but Lin Chie didn't care. He slashed with both blades, cutting through a wall beside him to pieces. That space-controlling mystery obviously didn't expect that with the headless man being held back by Xiao Yuan. I no longer needed to hold back. So Lin Chie became a human bulldozer, not taking the conventional route, charging straight forward while smashing through walls. As he ran, he used his forbidden ruins to sense the surroundings. Suddenly, a silver cube appeared in his perception. Lin Chie stopped. That must be the second mystery. But so far, all the mysteries I've encountered have been creatures. I've never seen such a regular shape. It looks like a Rubik's Cube. Wait, a Rubik's Cube? Lin Chie suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face as he said to himself, I see. Just as Lin Chie spotted the cube mystery and had his realization, the female soldiers on the other side also made progress. Bailey Fatty scratched his head in confusion, repeating Aziz's words, Rubik's Cube? What Rubik's Cube? Aziz smiled and explained, if we consider each room as a small block on a Rubik's Cube, then this entire cave is actually an irregularly shaped neat-order Rubik's Cube. Each spatial disruption can be seen as this cube being rapidly scrambled, with the small block's positions changing at high speed, creating the illusion of being untraceable. But actually, as long as you master each rotation's direction and angle, you can predict it. By analyzing the first 32 disruption diagrams, I've summarized this cube's change pattern. That means from the next disruption onward, I can predict the change trajectory. Hearing this, the female soldiers were naturally delighted. Fatty was even more amazed. But Aziz wasn't finished. Not only that, I already know where that mystery is hiding. So we need to make a choice now. Do we kill the space-disrupting mystery first or kill the Sound Hunter? Molly shouted. Of course we kill the Sound Hunter first. The other female soldiers also agreed. Kill the Sound Hunter first. It killed so many of our sisters. It must die. Hearing this, Aziz nodded. All right, then let's simulate the next disruption sequence now. When the next disruption begins, that's our chance to kill the Sound Hunter. Back to Lin Chie's side, he sat on the ground, constantly drawing with his finger, calculating something. He had also realized that the room's disruptions followed a Rubik's Cube pattern. Between him and the cube mystery, there were 4 solid walls. While breaking through walls wasn't difficult, the cube mystery would definitely sense his intentions when he started breaking them. And then it would scramble the space again, making it much harder to find. Thinking of this, Lin Chie stood up, slowly drew his long blade. At this point, I can only take a gamble. Lin Chie held both blades and assumed a charging stance toward a wall. Then Lin Chie pushed hard with both feet and shot forward like an arrow. In an instant, the wall in front of him shattered, and Lin Chie charged right through. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Chie broke through 2 walls, with only 1 wall left between him and the cube mystery. The cube mystery seemed to sense something and began spinning rapidly. Lin Chie felt his vision blur as the surrounding space changed rapidly. But seeing this, Lin Chie smiled. This cube mystery fell for it after all. Then, he pushed off the wall and suddenly charged toward the ceiling above. By the time the cube mystery realized what was happening, it was too late. Lin Chie was already right in front of it. Lin Chie looked at the cube mystery up close and smiled happily. I knew it. I won the bet after all. You saw me charging around so recklessly and thought I hadn't figured out the change pattern, so you simply flipped your space above mine. Our current situation, in chess terms, would be called checkmate. With that, Lin Kie swept both blades horizontally, slashing down at the cube mystery. Meanwhile, Fatty followed the female soldiers upstairs. He looked puzzled at the reduced numbers. Why split up? We don't have many people to begin with. Isn't separating at this time a bad idea? Molly sighed. Though we now understand the spatial disruption pattern, we still don't know the Sound Hunter's exact location. By moving in separate groups, as soon as one group locates the Sound Hunter, the others can immediately converge. She couldn't help but mock Fatty. You can't even understand such simple logic. What do you rich kids keep in your heads? Fatty immediately looked sentimental. You, of course. The cheesiness made Molly punch him directly. Get lost. At that moment, a Z at the front signaled everyone to stop and whispered, Do you hear that sound? It sounds like fighting. Molly was startled. Strange. The other groups haven't encountered the Sound Hunter. How could there be fighting? The next second, a loud crash rang out as a figure smashed through the ceiling and fell down. It was Cao Yuan in Black King's annihilation mode. Before the female soldiers could react, the Sound Hunter also jumped down from above, raising its blade to strike Cao Yuan. Cao Yuan raised his long blade to block the strike, but the floor beneath couldn't bear the weight, and collapsed again. Both figures fell down. Fatty was stunned. Holy shit, is that Cao Yuan? Molly was also amazed. He can actually fight the Sound Hunter one-on-one with all that noise and not get cut in half? That's incredible. She looked at Az. What do we do now? Az waved her hand. Follow them. Tell the other groups to converge here. Having someone who can directly engage the Sound Hunter is a huge advantage for us. At her command, all the female soldiers moved out, leaving only Fatty standing there confused. If Cao Yuan is here, where did Chie go? Meanwhile, Cao Yuan had been slashed by the Sound Hunter all the way down to the basement with sparks flying. Before Cao Yuan could catch his breath, the Sound Hunter was already moving toward him. But then suddenly, the Sound Hunter's grip loosened, and its entire massive blade floated up. Seeing this, Az shouted through the mental link, Now, attack! The female soldiers immediately launched an all-out assault on the Sound Hunter. The reason they controlled the blade was to prevent the Sound Hunter from using it to create noise and strengthen itself. As long as they kept the blade off the ground and controlled the sound level below a certain decibel, killing the Sound Hunter would be easy. But just then, the surrounding space suddenly began to shift. Az was shocked. No, this change pattern is wrong. But the next second, the scene that appeared was surprisingly normal. Az quickly scanned with her eyes. This isn't spatial disruption, this is back to normal. The dormitory is back to normal. Molly was shocked. Could it be the other space-disrupting mystery was killed? Molly guessed correctly. At that moment, Lin Chie looked at the silver fragments not far from him, and sighed. Killing a river-forbidden mystery really isn't easy, even one without attack power. Outside the abandoned warehouse, Shen Qingju stood at the entrance with his men, blocking the door. He looked the warehouse over and nodded. Looks like it's hiding in there. One recruit asked eagerly, Brother Shen, what do we do, just charge in and hack it to death? Shen Qingju looked at him with disappointment. All you know is charging. Can't you use your brain? You think there's some random cat or dog in there? That's a river-forbidden mystery. Besides, your soul already got hooked once. Can't you learn from it? The subordinate could only scratch his head awkwardly. Shen Qingju pulled out a radio and spoke into it. Are the bombs ready? The recruit on the rooftop replied, Ready. With the amount we've prepared, we should at least be able to injure this river-forbidden mystery. Shen Qingju nodded. Good. Now you'll all ambush outside the warehouse while I go in alone. The subordinate was startled. Brother Shen, you're going in alone? There's a river-forbidden mystery in there. Brother Shen, you by yourself. Before he could finish, Shen Qingzu interrupted. Nonsense. Do I need you to remind me? I'm just going to confirm if it's still there and test its strength. Actually, Shen Qingzu had always been puzzled. This river-forbidden mystery had suddenly fled at the beginning, which felt strange. He continued addressing everyone. We've set up bombs around the area. If a real fight breaks out, I'll have you detonate them. I can drain the air around me, so the explosion flames won't hurt me, and I can use air walls to block shrapnel. All you need to do is wait for my signal. With that, Shen Qingju pulled out a piece of bubblegum and smiled confidently. After the bombs detonate, follow the original plan to hunt down the injured spider. With that, he walked casually into the warehouse, blowing bubbles. At that moment, the spider boy had woven a large web and was sleeping soundly in the warehouse. The moment Shen Qingju entered, Spider Boy sensed it, and looked down to meet Shen Qingju's raised gaze. For a moment, their eyes met in silence. The next second, Spider Boy let out cries that sounded like an abused person calling for help, completely bewildering Shen Qingju. This mystery can actually take human form, and it can talk, worthy of being river forbidden. But why is it calling for help? The next second, Spider Boy revealed his true form. turned a corner in mid-air, smashed through the ceiling, and tried to escape. Shen Qingzhu swallowed the words how fierce that were on the tip of his tongue. After breaking through the ceiling, Spider-Boy wished he had 8 more legs and ran with the urgency of wind. Shen Qingzhu realized the danger and quickly shouted into the radio, "It's escaping! Detonate the bombs!" At his command, bombs on the warehouse roof exploded spectacularly. Spider-Boy leaped down from the rooftop, screaming even more miserably. Not for any other reason. Spider-Boy's butt was on fire, and the air even carried a strange aroma of cooked meat. Spider-Boy ran frantically in front while a bunch of recruits chased and blocked him from below. Spider-Boy had exceptional escape talents, using spider silk to move between buildings at extremely high speed. But Shen Qingzhu's arrangement was quite thorough. At that moment, 3 recruits appeared in front of Spider-Boy, leaping up to pounce on him. Spider-Boy stared at the 3, his eyes flashing red, and the next second, all 3 fell from mid-air, as if they'd lost their souls. Shen Qingzhu, who had caught up, happened to see this scene. He looked at the 3 on the ground, then at Spider-Boy, thinking, as expected. Then he waved his hand, and the ring on his finger transformed into a soul-severing blade. He struck several times in mid-air, cutting the spider silk connected to the unconscious recruits' heads. Spider-Boy immediately let out a muffled groan, while the 3 lying on the ground also woke up. Shen Qingzhu looked at the fleeing Spider-Boy and thought, with the web damaged, the spider mystery probably suffered backlash too. He immediately grinned wickedly. This is a good opportunity. With that, he snapped his fingers at Spider-Boy. A massive explosion erupted in towering flames, swallowing Spider-Boy within. The next instant, Spider-Boy burst through the smoke and continued his frantic escape. Shen Qingzhu was stunned. This thing won't die? This is a bit too overpowered. Meanwhile, Lin Chie was on the roof of the female dormitory, having finished checking the system. The cube's soul had also been detained by the mental hospital. But can a cube work as a caretaker? At that moment, Lin Chie heard a fine tapping sound in front of him, and then an 8-legged figure shot out from in front of him, crashing heavily in front of Lin Chie, not far away. Lin Chie looked at the spider mystery in the crater before him and fell into deep confusion. What's this situation? Door-to-door delivery? The spider mystery was also stunned. What kind of out-of-the-frying-pan and into-the-fire plot is this? One man and one spider stared at each other wordlessly. Finally, Spider-Boy couldn't take it anymore. He trembled as he backed away, saying, "Don't come any closer." Lin Chie indeed didn't approach. He directly used his darkest divine ruins, sending 2 long blades slashing towards Spider-Boy. Spider-Boy frantically retreated, not realizing he'd reached the edge of the roof. He suddenly tripped and fell toward the ground below, leaving only Spider-Boy's long, miserable scream. Lin Chie's 2 long blades turned in mid-air and quickly embedded themselves in Spider-Boy's chest and abdomen. Lin Chie stood at the edge of the rooftop and couldn't help muttering, "Strange. Why did I hallucinate a talking spider? Are the after effects of mental exhaustion this severe?" When Shen Qingzhu arrived with his men, he only saw Spider-Boy's motionless body with 2 long blades stuck in his chest. He looked up and saw Lin Chie sitting on the edge. Lin Chie spread his hands. "Sorry, you're too late." Shen Qingzhu didn't mind and asked, "You came out? So the cave problem is solved?" Lin Chie shook his head. "One is solved, but there's another one. I'll leave that to the others." As soon as he finished speaking, a female voice rang out, "The last one is here!" Molly appeared across from them with a group of female soldiers, holding a bag containing a bloody severed arm. It was the Sound Hunters. Seeing this, Lin Chie leaped down from the building, examined it, and asked puzzledly, "How is there only one arm left?" Molly shrugged, couldn't control the vibration frequency properly. The rest got pulverized and splattered on the walls. Lin Chie had originally planned to collect the Sound Hunter's corpse for summoning magic, but now that seemed impossible. Fortunately, the spider mystery was still intact in one large piece. Suddenly, the sound of an engine approached from far away, and soon a military vehicle stopped near everyone. Yuan Gang stepped out, surveyed the scene, and smiled. "Well done. It's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting carnival day drill." At these words, all the recruits present were collectively confused. What carnival day? What drill? Yuan Gang naturally knew what they were worried about and waved his hand. "Don't worry, no personnel died during this drill. We've graded each of your performances today, and the results will be announced tomorrow morning. By the way, training is canceled for today and tomorrow. Get some good rest. That's all. Dismissed." Hearing that no one was hurt and they got 2 days off, the recruits cheered loudly. But Lin Chie was sneakily trying to drag Spider-Boy's corpse away, looking quite guilty. Suddenly, a cough sounded behind the furtive Lin Chie. Yuan Gang stood behind Lin Chie. "What are you moving it for?" Lin Chie couldn't exactly say he wanted to use it as a sacrifice for summoning, so his brain short-circuited and he said, "I want to eat braised spider legs." Yuan Gang naturally wouldn't believe that, and said helplessly, "All mystery corpses from the drill must be recovered. You won't get your braised spider legs." At that moment, an instructor came behind Yuan Gang and whispered something. Yuan Gang sighed after listening. Hand over the cube's corpse. Lin Qi's eyes wandered, not daring to look directly. The cube exploded. There's no corpse! I chopped it up and it turned into sand-like particles and disappeared. Nothing was left. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is that so? If there's nothing, then there's nothing. With that, he turned and walked away. While the recruits rested, the instructors were in complete chaos. Each had different grading standards for the recruits. This one said you graded too high, that one said you graded too low, this one said you were biased, that one said you were petty. It nearly escalated to personal attacks. In short, it was a mess. But they finally produced a grade sheet and handed it to Yuan Gang. Everyone's scores were on it, except Lin Qi's. For no other reason, these instructors didn't dare grade him. Yuan Gang was startled hearing this. Don't dare to grade? Why not? Instructor Han nodded and explained. In this drill, whether in combat ability, perception, or command capability, Lin Qie was at the top level. If we graded properly, he'd probably get full marks. Instructor Hong nodded. That's exactly our dilemma. If we give him 20 points, there's never been a perfect score in our recruit training camp's history. Yuan Gang thought briefly, then give him 19 points. Instructor Han was puzzled. How do we explain the 1-point deduction? Yuan Gang smiled. 1 point deducted to prevent arrogance. Besides, trying to pocket the cube's corpse always comes with a price. In the God's mental hospital, Spider-Boy cried pitifully in his cage. I just wanted to sleep. How did I end up in prison for no reason? Before long, footsteps approached from far away, and a figure appeared before him. Lin Qiye wore a smile more villainous than any villain. Welcome to my God's mental hospital, little spider. This smile nearly scared Spider-Boy into fainting on the spot. After calming down, Lin Qiye asked curiously, Are you a spider? Upon hearing this, Spider-Boy became furious. You're the spider. Looking at the aggrieved Spider-Boy, Lin Qiye remembered the voice he heard when he saw him on the rooftop. It was Spider-Boy speaking. With a thought, Lin Qiye made a system panel appear above Spider-Boy's prison cell. It was the same old choice of 2 options. Fear value over 60 could turn him into a caregiver, and Spider-Boy's fear value was incredibly high at 359. Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. This fear value is ridiculously high. Am I really that scary? Spider-Boy overcame his inner fear at this moment, lying against the cage and pleading softly, Please don't kill me, okay? If you really want to eat braised spider legs, I can give you 1. No, I can give you 2. Hearing this, Lin Qiye was speechless. I don't want your spider legs. I want you. I want you to come work as a caregiver at my hospital. Spider-Boy looked confused. Caregiver? What does that do? Lin Qiye thought about the current state of the mental hospital and organized his words. Just accompany old men reading books, make old ladies happy, sometimes cook meals, wash clothes, and run marathons. It's actually quite relaxing. Spider-Boy completely missed the problematic parts of Lin Qiye's description and asked carefully, If I become a caregiver, you won't kill me? Lin Qiye nodded, of course. Then he reached out and summoned a contract, saying, Come on, let's sign the employment contract right now. After settling Spider-Boy's matter, Lin Qiye came to the cage where the Rubik's Cube was held. It was the familiar choice of 2 options again, but the difference was that the Rubik's Cube required intellectual recognition to become a caregiver. Lin Qiye's computational abilities were naturally all within its sight, so it also recognized Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye now realized that each caregiver had different hiring requirements. Li Yifei was about loyalty, because loyalty was the prerequisite for him not to betray. As for Spider-Boy, the best way to control him was to use his fear. And this Rubik's Cube, it wasn't a traditional creature, having no loyalty or fear to speak of. To better control it, he had to make it submit intellectually. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye said, Show your value. My mental hospital doesn't support freeloaders. After the Rubik's Cube laid everything out to Lin Qiye smiled very happily. Li Yifei was just about to go wash clothes when he stepped out, and saw Lin Qiye leading a child with a Rubik's Cube floating behind him, walking over leisurely. Li Yifei looked puzzled. Qiye, what's going on? Lin Qiye patted Spider-Boy's head. New caregivers. This one is called Aju, and that one is called Rubik's Cube. Hearing they were new caregivers, Li Yifei immediately burst into tears and snot, directly sliding on his knees and hugging Lin Qi's thigh. Qiye, you really care about me. You know I was about to collapse from exhaustion working alone. While crying, Li Yifei's eyes unconsciously glanced at the Rubik's Cube and asked, What can this thing be used for? Lin Qi snapped his fingers. Come on, Rubik's Cube, demonstrate. As soon as he spoke, all the dirty clothes and detergent from Li Yifei's building floated up, spinning continuously around the Rubik's Cube. Then the Rubik's Cube spun faster and faster, until only a water ball could be seen floating in mid-air. When the Rubik's Cube stopped again, Li Yifei couldn't help but widen his eyes. Rubik's Cube brand automatic washing machine, spin dryer, mahjong machine, and so on and so forth. At your service. Li Yifei clapped excitedly. Finally, I don't have to hand wash clothes and dishes. Kia, you don't know how many calluses I've developed on my hands during this time. Then Li Yifei looked at Aju. What about you? What's your special skill? Aju said somewhat embarrassedly, I can sleep. Lin Kie remembered something at this moment and said, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Aju doesn't know anything, but he has good potential, so teach him more. Then he disappeared before everyone. Li Yifei thought for a moment, patted Aju and said, Aju, do you know how to play mahjong? Aju was confused. What's going on? Lin Kie had just finished instructing Li Yifei about the new caregivers Aju and Rubik's Cube when he was shaken awake by Baili Fatty. Lin Kie looked at Fatty with surprise. You're up this early? I don't care who you are, get off Fatty right now. Fatty ignored Lin Chie's teasing and said excitedly, yesterday's exercise scores are out. You're first. You got 19 points, 2 whole points higher than second place. Lin Chie was surprised. How did I lose 1 point? Where was it deducted? Fatty shook his head, indicating he didn't know, then smiled and said, speaking of which, aren't you curious who came in second? Lin Chie was about to say he wasn't curious, but seeing Fatty's expectant face, he went along with it and asked, don't tell me you're that second place? Fatty chuckled. You saw through me. That's right, your boy and Cao Yuan tied for second. But after Fatty finished speaking, he found that Lin Chie had disappeared too. Turning around, he saw Lin Chie was already at the door. Fatty, I have something to do, I'll be right back. Then he turned and left. Fatty wanted to chase after him, but Lin Chie ran very fast and closed the door behind him. Fatty somewhat dejectedly took out a watch and said regretfully, I was just about to say I'd give you a watch to celebrate properly. On the other side, Lin Chie left the dormitory and went to the secluded weapons warehouse. With no one around, it was perfect for his experiments. Thinking this, he placed the Rubik's Cube fragments in the magic circle. As the fragments were devoured by the magic circle, a beam of light emerged, enveloping Lin Kie within it. At this moment, Lin Kie seemed to be standing on a sea of stars, with light orbs of various sizes floating around him. Inside them, he could vaguely see creatures that looked incredibly powerful. Lin Kie nodded. Choosing this secluded weapons warehouse was really the right choice. This commotion is way too big. Lin Kie scanned those light orbs and reached toward one of them, but just as he was about to touch the orb, there was an invisible barrier on it that prevented Lin Kie from making contact. Lin Kie withdrew his hand. It seems these are all high-level summoned creatures. With my current soul strength, I can't form contracts with these creatures yet. Suddenly, he looked toward a smaller light orb nearby. This one should be possible. Inside that light orb was a small mummy, silently walking forward in a desolate desert. Lin Chie was somewhat puzzled. With my magical talent, it should at least be a creature with strong combat power, but this mummy doesn't look powerful at all. Lin Chie shook his head. Whatever, let's try it. Time is running out. Then he raised his hand and manifested a magic circle on the desert. The little mummy wobbled over to the magic circle, looking up at Lin Kie somewhat confused. Lin Chie immediately transformed into a pyramid scheme leader. Accept my summons, and I'll make you the king of this world. The mummy didn't know if it understood, but it still stepped forward and stood in the magic circle. A flash of light passed, and Lin Kie and the little mummy disappeared from this desert world. When Lin Kie opened his eyes again and saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but smile. Success! And that tiny mummy was now sitting in front of him. The mummy looked left and right, then stood up and walked toward the weapons piled in the warehouse. It first picked up a rifle and examined it up and down, then opened its mouth wide and bit down on the rifle. Lin Chie was stunned. How does this thing eat weapons? This wasn't over yet. The little mummy grabbed a grenade in its left hand and a long knife in its right hand, shoving them into its mouth voraciously. Lin Chie was going crazy. Wait, these can't be eaten. But before he could stop it, the mummy's form rapidly expanded, becoming adult-sized within a few breaths. Even more outrageous, various weapons emerged from its body. All the things it had just eaten. Lin Kie looked it up and down. It seems this little thing's ability is to store the weapons it eats and turn them into its own power. The mummy pointed at the other weapons, as if asking something. Lin Chie understood immediately. You're asking if these can be eaten, right? Then he waved his hand. Go ahead and eat boldly, eat to your heart's content. Consider it a welcome gift from me. Several hours later, Instructor Hong and Instructor Gu came to the weapons warehouse door, preparing to retrieve some weapons. As soon as they entered, the two conversing men found that today's echo was particularly loud. Looking again, good heavens, there wasn't even a hair left in the weapons warehouse. Even the weapon racks were gone, empty enough to make one's heart panic. The two immediately exclaimed in unison, "Holy shit, where are the weapons?" This was immediately reported to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang's reaction was similar to theirs. What the hell? The weapons warehouse is empty? What does that mean? Instructor Han felt his temples throbbing. It means literally what it sounds like. All the weapons are gone. Instructor Hong nodded. We checked all the surrounding surveillance. No one was seen moving anything. Yuan Gang frowned. Not an outside thief, so an inside job? Instructor Hong sighed. Even if there was an inside job, that's an entire warehouse of weapons. If they weren't taken out of the training camp, where could they be hidden? Instructor Han nodded. We've searched everywhere. Not even a screw left. We were about to dig up the training ground. At this point, Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed. Wait a minute, I think I know. There's someone who could hide an entire warehouse of weapons without anyone knowing. In a dense forest, sounds of battle occasionally rang out, but soon fell silent. In the woods, a blonde woman stood there, with a large mysterious creature that had just died lying in front of her. The woman took out a paper and examined it carefully, saying, "Must get him. The dual god agent ranked first in the training camp, and with the star medal on him. This Lin Chie's potential is too great. We must kidnap him too." At this point, the woman paused, perhaps realizing her word choice was inappropriate, then continued, "No, recruit him to our Phoenix squad." The glasses-wearing man behind her saw this scene and sighed. "Captain, can you calm down? Our squad isn't short on people right now." The woman shook her head. "Even if we don't need people, we have to recruit him. Once this Lin Chie grows up, he'll definitely become a terrifying existence, surpassing me and King Face. Our Phoenix squad absolutely cannot miss such talent." The glasses man frowned. But according to regulations, special squads can't recruit new soldiers unless there are significant personnel losses. The woman frowned. "Oh right, what should we do about that?" Suddenly, the woman's eyes lit up as she stared at the glasses man. The glasses man's heart went cold, and before he could say anything, the woman pulled him over. "How about this? I'll beat you up first, then report personnel losses and kidnap Lin Chie too. After that, I'll help you recover. Isn't this a perfect solution?" The man broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking, is the captain dropping the act and going for a straight kidnapping? At another battlefield, a giant octopus-like mysterious creature lay lifeless on the ruins of a tall building. Two figures stood leisurely on its head. Tianping looked at King Face. "Captain, Lin Chie is about to graduate. Should we apply to transfer him over?" King Face shook his head slightly. "No need." Tianping was slightly surprised. "Why? We have a good relationship with Lin Chie. If we extend an invitation, he should agree." King Face chuckled. "Someone like him is destined to form his own special squad. Joining other squads would only limit his growth." Back at the recruit training camp, Bali Fatty returned to the dormitory looking dejected. Lin Chie saw his expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Called away early in the morning and only coming back now. Fatty was also confused. "I don't know. As soon as I entered, the instructor checked my unrestricted airspace." Lin Chie immediately guessed what happened and asked casually, "What did the instructor say?" Fatty looked equally puzzled. Didn't say anything. "Just let me go after checking," with a look like he'd seen a ghost. Lin Chie's heart finally settled. The matter of summoning the mummy to empty the weapons warehouse shouldn't have been traced back to me. Suddenly, assembly whistle sounded. Lin Chie and Fatty were startled. "That's strange, isn't training over? Why are we still assembling?" But the two still headed outside. Soon, all the recruits had assembled in the training ground. Yuan Gang scanned the group and announced loudly, "Today is your last assembly, not for training but to announce your transfer orders." Hearing this, Fatty said with slight excitement, "Don't know where I'll be assigned. Hope I can return to Guangzhou or Shenzhen." Cao Yuan beside him shrugged. "I don't really care. It would be best if I could be assigned with Kie. He should be assigned to Shangjing or a special squad." Yuan Gang began reading the transfer orders, soon saying, "Molly transferred to Gusu City 017 squad. Bali Fatty transferred to Guangzhou City 010 squad. Shen Qingzhu transferred to Shangjing City 006 squad. Cao Yuan transferred to Huaihai City 007 squad." At this point, Yuan Gang paused and continued. "Lin Kie transferred to Kangyan City 136 squad." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. Fatty and Cao Yuan were especially astonished. Fatty said incredulously, "How is that possible? Kie came in first." Cao Yuan was also confused. Is there some mistake? At this moment, Shen Qingzhu made a disdainful sound and spat his bubblegum on the ground. All of this fell into Yuan Gang's eyes. He frowned and said, "Shen Qingzhu, do you have a problem?" Shen Qingzhu raised his hand. "Report." "I object. Lin Chie came in first. Why would he be transferred to a place like Kangyan? He's stronger than me. If someone of his level can only stay in Kangyan, then what right do I have to go to Shangjing?" At this moment, light rain began to fall from the sky. Yuan Gang stood in the rain and said, "I know better than any of you that Lin Chie is the one who most deserves to be valued. But we are soldiers, and soldiers must obey orders." Fatty looked at Lin Chie with some concern. But Lin Chie smiled and shook his head. Don't comfort me. Being able to stay in Kangyan is exactly what I wanted. My goal was never to protect humanity or get ahead. I just want to fulfill my promise to Zhao Kongcheng. Cao Yuan was about to say something when he suddenly paused. Wait, don't you all feel like the ground is shaking? Hearing this, Lin Chie crouched down and felt with his hand. You're right, it is shaking, and the amplitude is getting bigger. At this moment, Instructor Han came to Yuan Gang's ear and whispered something. Yuan Gang's expression changed dramatically upon hearing, "What did you say?" Then he turned to shout at the recruits below. 10 minutes ago, a sudden earthquake occurred near Jinan Mountain, causing massive landslides and affecting 7 surrounding villages. Right now, our training camp is the only place that can quickly mobilize large numbers of personnel. Everyone needs to use your city protecting abilities to support the disaster victims. Below Jinan Mountain, the villages swept by landslides were already in ruins. A man stumbled toward his home, but when he got close, he was filled with despair. His home had been crushed beyond recognition by rocks and soil. He ran up close in terror, calling his daughter's name while desperately digging through the rubble with his hands. He dug while crying, "Someone please come save us." Suddenly lights appeared behind him, and several military trucks stopped behind him. Footsteps sounded as recruits got off the trucks. The leader shouted, "Great Xia soldiers are here. Death retreats. The living shall survive." Below Jinan Mountain, at the Night Watch temporary command post table, Instructor Hong was marking on a spread map saying, "Our squad's rescue target is here." Then he pointed to the marked area on the map. "This is village number 1 in the Jinan Mountain heartland. Vehicles can't get in, so we must reach the destination on foot within 24 hours. Lin Kie and others saluted yes. In the rainy night, the Night Watch's superhuman physical abilities allowed Lin Chie's group to rush toward their destination almost unaffected by the conditions. Just as the group turned a corner on the mountain road, Lin Chie stopped abruptly and shouted, "Careful! Landslide on the right!" As he spoke, boulders from the collapsing mountainside were already crashing toward them. Molly reached for her sword, but Bailey Fatty grabbed her wrist. Fatty said seriously, "No, the mountain structure is too fragile now. Using your forbidden ruins will only accelerate their collapse." Then Fatty walked to the front of the group and raised both hands toward the air. The Yaoguang on his chest burst forth with intense golden light. Instantly, a golden barrier appeared, protecting everyone inside. No matter how many boulders fell like rain, it remained unmoved. Molly looked at Fatty's back and somehow felt that today he seemed different. On the other side, at the general command post, an instructor was reporting the rescue situation to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang looked at Jinan Mountain and murmured, "Maintaining this rainfall for so long will definitely cause another landslide. They must." Before he could finish, the raindrops around him suddenly stopped in midair. An elegant yet sinister voice rang out. "Hello there, Chief Yuan." Following the voice, Yuan Gang saw a person wearing a polite, squinting smile. That person bowed slightly to Yuan Gang with a smile. Yuan Gang's face darkened. "You ancient god, one of the 3 oldest gods in the church, and also the creator of believer contracts." Yiyu smiled. "I didn't expect to be remembered by you, the deputy captain of Shangjing City Squad. What an honor." Yuan Gang continued asking, "This disaster was all you're doing, wasn't it? What's your target, Lin Kie? Just a pawn-forbidden rookie, yet you'd personally intervene." Yiyu elegantly waved his hand. "Personal intervention is too strong a term. After all, what stands here now is just my nightmare projection. As for Lin Kie, he should be making contact with my believers soon. My task is much simpler, just to delay you. So, Chief Yuan, sink into my nightmare." As soon as he finished speaking, purple light flashed around Yuan Gang, enveloping him, and the next second he vanished. Meanwhile, Lin Chie's group had reached the target village and completed the rescue. Team leader Instructor Hong reported the situation to headquarters, but when he heard the response from the radio, he was stunned. Then Instructor Hong said with a serious expression, "According to headquarters, the chief seems to have disappeared." Everyone was shocked at this news. Fatty said incredulously, "He's a sea-forbidden powerhouse. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? Maybe he left early for something?" But Instructor Hong shook his head. "Rest in place for a day and wait for rescue forces. If you discover any abnormal situations, you must not act on your own. In this situation, the chief couldn't possibly abandon us who are still rescuing. Something must have happened." Molly was comforting a rescued little girl at this moment. "Don't be afraid, little one. We're here to protect you. What's your name?" The little girl nodded. "My name is Yaya." After comforting the little girl, Molly brought her out. Fatty suddenly asked, "By the way, Yaya, where are your parents?" Yaya pointed at Jinan Mountain in front of them. "Daddy went into the mountain this morning, then it started raining heavily. Mommy went up the mountain to find Daddy, and they haven't come back yet." Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Shen Qingzhu said, I think we should go look for them. We can split into 2 groups. At this moment, Instructor Hong's voice rang out, no! With the chief missing and the situation unclear, splitting up now would definitely not be a rational choice. And their location when they entered the mountain was too close to the landslide epicenter. It would be almost impossible to escape under those circumstances. Instructor Hong came to Yaya's side and patted her. Night Watch are also human, not gods. We can't save everyone. Then he looked at everyone. You've all worked hard for so long. Everyone go back inside to rest. When the follow-up rescue arrives, we'll go down the mountain. Hearing the instructor say this, everyone headed inside. But Instructor Hong suddenly patted Shen Qingzhu's shoulder and said, I still remember when you rookies first entered camp, weak and sentimental. Especially you, Shen Qingzhu, with your bad temper, and that looked like you couldn't stand anyone. Now you can all run this long to come rescue people in the deep mountains. You're really different. Witnessing your growth firsthand might be the joy of being an instructor, but Shen Qingzhu was emotionally down. After running so long, we still couldn't save everyone. Instructor Hong shook his head. But your growth is still far from enough. You're too naive, too young. Shen Qingzhu, when you can completely calm down and control your emotions, that's when you'll truly grow up. In the middle of the night, Lin Qie was dozing against the stairs. Suddenly, Fatty sneakily came to his side and whispered, Qie, trouble. Brother Shen is missing. Below Jinan Mountain, a figure was rapidly racing up the mountain. Zooming in, you could see it was a figure in Night Watch uniform. It was Shen Qingzhu going alone up the mountain to search for Yaya's parents. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu heard shouts from behind. Brother Shen, wait for us. We can't run anymore. Only then did Shen Qingzhu notice someone behind him. Looking back at the approaching figures, they were the Li Jia and Li Liang brothers. Shen Qingzhu was surprised. How did you get here? Li Liang explained. We knew Brother Shen wouldn't be able to let it go and would secretly come look for Yaya's parents. So we used the excuse of going to the bathroom to sneak out. Shen Qingzhu acted casual. I was just tired of sitting and came out for some air. Before Shen Qingzhu could say much more, Li Jia suddenly shone his flashlight and said, Brother Shen, look at this. Shen Qingzhu followed the light and saw a shoe that had fallen on the ground with no signs of weathering, obviously left there after the landslide. Li Liang said with joy, Really, Yaya's parents aren't dead. Shen Qingzhu stopped pretending and nodded, very likely. Let's split up and search the area for any other clues. On the other side, after hearing Lin Qie's explanation, Fatty asked in surprise, So you're saying they secretly ran off to find people? How did you know? Lin Qie casually said. With Shen Qingzhu's personality, how could he not go? Fatty thought about it. Qie, should we also sneak out to help them? Lin Qie smiled. I'll definitely help, but blindly rushing into the mountains like them won't work. We need to be strategic. Don't worry, I've already started searching the mountain. At this moment in the dark night, countless bats with a touch of night attached to them were flying through all of Jinan Mountain. Shen Qingzhu's group had now split up to search. Li Jia was searching through the woods with his flashlight. At this moment, rustling sounds came from the forest beside him. Li Jia changed direction and walked toward where the sound came from. After a few steps, Li Jia's face suddenly lit up with joy. He saw a blurry figure carrying something behind the trees. He quickly approached and asked, Are you Yaya's father? The person was a bald man carrying a giant axe. He stared at Li Jia with a sinister smile. What Yaya? I don't know any. But you, little boy, your head looks quite ripe. Time to harvest it. Then, under Li Jia's terrified gaze, he raised the axe he was carrying. The next moment, Shen Qingzhu and Li Liang heard Li Jia's piercing scream. Li Liang asked worriedly, Brother Shen, that sound... Shen Qingzhu turned around with a serious expression. That's Li Jia's voice. Let's go! Then he led Li Liang racing toward where the sound came from. As the two rushed through the forest, getting closer to the incident, that tall figure appeared before them. When they got close to the figure, he laughed. Let me see, which other disobedient child has come? It was the same burly man Li Jia had encountered, and at this moment he was holding Li Jia's fear-stricken head in his hand. Seeing this scene, Shen Qingzhu's eyes filled with blood, his canthus splitting. The burly man looked at Shen Qingzhu and the other and laughed again. Good, good, good. 2 ripe heads, harvest them. Shen Qingzhu was furious to the extreme. Hearing this, he cursed, Harvest your grandpa, and immediately snapped his fingers. This time, Shen Qingzhu could be said to have gone all out. The massive explosion almost echoed throughout the mountains. This huge sound was naturally heard by everyone down the mountain. Instructor Hong looked toward the explosion and said angrily, What's happening? There's trouble in the mountains. Lin Qie had just finished listening to the bat's report and said, It's Shen Qingzhu and the others who went up the mountain to find people. Somehow, they suddenly exploded as soon as they reached the mountain. And there are enemies in the mountain, more than one. From the mental energy fluctuations, 3 of them are river forbidden, and 1 has mental energy too strong to estimate his realm. Very likely sea forbidden. Hearing this, Instructor Hong was also shocked. What a big setup. 3 river forbidden, 1 sea forbidden. Where are they now? Lin Qiye thought. 1 has already made contact with Shen Qingzhu's group. 2 others are farther away, seemingly looking for something. As for the suspected sea forbidden one, he's been sitting on the mountaintop, not sure what he's doing. Instructor Hong checked his sword and said, "You all stay here and wait for rescue. Don't run around. I'll go save them." But Lin Qiye said, "It's not that simple. The chief disappearing and enemies appearing, it's all too coincidental. And from the enemy's movement patterns, their target is very clear. This place. More precisely, they're coming for me." Instructor Hong was startled at this and had a bad feeling. "What do you want to do?" Lin Qiye nodded. "I'll draw away the 3 enemies, and you go save Shen Qingzhu and protect the survivors." Instructor Hong immediately refused. "No, they're genuine river forbidden. Different from the pseudo-river forbidden mysteries in the previous exercises. Any one of them could unilaterally crush you, let alone with a sea forbidden there." Lin Qiye shrugged. "This is the only way. If I don't actively expose myself, they'll definitely find their way here. I'll draw away those 3 enemies, and you go save Shen Qingzhu and protect the survivors." At this moment, on a distant mountain peak, a figure sat cross-legged. He said quietly, "Want to risk yourself to save others? This dual god agent is interesting." This person was none other than Ma Tianyi, the highest-ranked member of the ancient god church in this operation, a sea forbidden believer ranked 14th. At this moment, he looked toward where Lin Qiye and the others were, revealing a mysterious smile. Ma Tianyi was quite confident in his abilities. This time, the ancient god church had sent 4 people, with Ma Tianyi being the highest-ranked. As a sea forbidden believer, he held the 14th seat among ancient god church believers. This time they came to eliminate Lin Qiye, and the other 3's primary target was indeed this dual god agent Lin Qiye. But Ma Tianyi had a different mission. Behind him, that huge cave occasionally emitted waves of scorching breath, like breathing. And in the deepest part of the cave, located almost underground in the magma, lay a sleeping giant dragon-like creature. This was Ma Tianyi's real target for this mission. On the mountain path, Instructor Hong was racing alone up the mountain to reinforce Shen Qingzhu and the others. Just as he was about to reach the explosion site, Instructor Hong suddenly felt his feet pause. Vines from somewhere had wrapped around his ankles. Then the vines suddenly exerted force, swinging Instructor Hong up into the air, and then slamming him heavily to the ground. Only because the instructor had good constitution could he survive this. Any recruit would have been spitting blood and unconscious. Instructor Hong struggled to crawl out from the smoke and dust, then looked ahead. There stood a tall, thin figure, beneath whose arms were plant-like intertwining roots, looking at Instructor Hong with the gaze of a predator. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face. "I was originally looking for some unfortunate child, but unexpectedly, I caught an instructor instead." Suddenly, a pillar of light that reached from earth to sky erupted from deep within the mountains, illuminating the surrounding sky. A figure on the giant tree saw this scene and clicked his tongue. "It seems this is divine pressure. As long as I kill this dual god agent, I'll be able to gain a place among the believers." Just then, a reflection flashed on the ground in front of him. Curious, he came to the mirror and pulled out the reflective metal piece. But the moment he pulled it up, he heard a clear click sound. He was stunned. Why does this sound like... Before he could think further, a massive explosion erupted from beneath his feet, creating enormous flames. When the smoke gradually dispersed, the man lay on the ground coughing incessantly. "If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have gone to meet God. But who the hell is so wicked, planting anti-tank mines in this deep mountain forest for no reason?" Watching the man's weak roar, Lin Qiye and Mu Mu hiding in the tree canopy were overjoyed. However, this was just a test. After all, he was a river-forbidden fighter, so Lin Qiye didn't expect a single anti-tank mine to kill him. He looked at Mu Mu and whispered with a smile, "Mu Mu, it's your turn to perform." Mu Mu nodded, raised his hand, and a rocket launcher extended from the bandages on his arm. Not sure who he learned from, but his posture was quite skilled. He aimed at the man for a while, then pressed the trigger. The rocket shell whistled as it flew toward the man. The rocket's sound was too loud, and the man discovered it before it reached him. Seeing this scene, cold sweat broke out. What the hell? How is there even a rocket launcher? And Lin Qiye took advantage of the explosion's gap, shouldered Mu Mu, and fled at full speed. The man rushed out from the smoke, cursing angrily, "You little thief, don't run." Then he chased in Lin Qiye's direction. Lin Qiye was really using all his strength to run wildly, having no time to launch attacks. But no need to worry, he was still carrying the mobile arsenal Mu Mu. At Lin Qiye's command, Mu Mu's hands directly transformed into Gatling guns. Although they didn't emit blue fire, their power was equally formidable. The man shook the long blade behind him, and surprisingly, the blade decomposed into numerous small metal fragments, rapidly circling around him, striking down the incoming bullets one by one. However, the man was also quite shocked. He only saw Lin Chie carrying something that looked like a mummy, but how does this thing keep pulling out hot weapons? Although Lin Chie didn't turn his head, with his darkest divine ruins, he could detect everything behind him. The scene of the man using blade fragments to defend against bullets naturally came into full view, but he didn't know now whether this was the man's forbidden ruins or if the blade itself was a forbidden object. Suddenly, Lin Chie had a flash of inspiration. No, the bullets and rocket shells weren't decomposed, which means this man can only decompose that blade, and he should only be able to decompose that blade. At this moment, the pursuing man was also truly enraged, cursing, "Damn it, is this ever going to end?" But he suddenly noticed that Lin Chie, who had been constantly fleeing, had suddenly stopped, standing not far from him. Lin Chie smiled at this moment. "If my guess is correct, then things will be much simpler." As the pursuing man stopped, the blade fragments of various sizes around him also suspended in the air. Then he roared, "Go!" Those fragments shot toward Lin Chie like countless flying knives. Lin Chie looked at the incoming blade fragments and frowned. With this quantity, rocket shells can't block them, and the darkest divine ruins can't control this number either. Just when the man showed excitement, thinking he was about to succeed, Lin Chie suddenly waved his hand toward Mumu and said something. Then Mumu's body rapidly expanded, finally becoming a tall giant. Even more outrageous, he held a large yield explosive pack in each hand. The explosive packs then detonated with a roar, the massive thrust launching Mumu into the air, while Lin Chie, lying behind him, also escaped danger. The man was dumbfounded. "Holy shit, you can play it like this? What kind of power brick flying plot is this?" On the other side of the battlefield in front of Shen Qingzhu was a huge crater he had blown out. Li Liang was also knocked unconscious by the shockwave. The axe-wielding strongman slowly walked out of the crater. "Little boy, your power is still lacking. But for your realm, it's already quite outstanding. By the way, do you know a little boy named Lin Chie? How about this? If you help me catch that little boy, I'll spare your life." "How about it?" Shen Qingzhu sneered. "Spare our lives? You kneel down and kowtow, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse." After saying this, Shen Qingzhu suddenly gripped his hand, and a vacuum zone instantly appeared around the strongman. The strongman laughed coldly. "Such a young age, such big words. Your vacuum is too small and fragile, it can't trap me at all." After saying this, he directly swung his giant axe to shatter the vacuum zone. The axe light that shattered the vacuum didn't lose momentum and chopped toward Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu hastily dodged, but was still grazed by the axe light on his arm, with flesh and blood flying. The axe light even directly cut through countless giant rocks and trees behind Shen Qingzhu. The strongman laughed. "I don't have your fancy forbidden ruins. Just pure strength, sequence ranking only 356. But sometimes the simpler it is, the more powerful." But just then, the sky above the giant man suddenly darkened, with countless dark clouds gathering with lightning above his head. Then several thunderbolts struck directly at the strongman on the ground. The strongman hadn't realized what was happening when he was engulfed by the roaring lightning and hurricane. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu was stunned. He saw what seemed to be a human figure in the tornado. The next second, Bailey Fatty came rushing out of the wind, carrying a broom and riding a flying sword, shouting, "Brother Shen, your master is here to save you!" While in midair, his eyes swept around, and he saw Shen Qingzhu. With a drift, he flew to his side. Before he could speak, Shen Qingzhu spoke first. "Fatty, did you bring the forbidden scroll? The one used to seal Cao Yuan? Lend it to me." Fatty was stunned. "What do you want this for?" Although asking, Fatty still reached out and pulled out the forbidden scroll, throwing it to Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu caught the tape and gritted his teeth. "Don't worry about it, just take Li Liang and leave first." Fatty was stunned and looked around, confused. "Where's Li Jia?" Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened, then immense anger filled his eyes. "By Li Fatty, I, Shen Qingzhu, have never begged anyone in my life. Now I'm begging you to take Li Liang away." Seeing this, Fatty directly shouldered Li Liang and asked, "What about you?" Shen Qingzhu's face was grim. "Don't worry, I won't die. My path isn't finished yet. How could I fall here?" Seeing this, Fatty nodded firmly. "All right, Brother Shen, don't worry. I'll definitely come back soon." After saying this, he carried Li Liang on his back, stepped onto the flying sword, and flew straight to the camp. Just as Fatty left, there was a loud crash from behind. The strongman had actually shattered Fatty's lightning tornado with just a giant axe. Seeing this scene, Shen Qingzhu directly tore off part of the forbidden scroll and roared, "I want you to pay for my brother's life." The strong man smiled disdainfully. Pay for his life? Little boy, how are you going to make me pay? Shen Qingzhu wrapped both arms with the forbidden scroll and muttered to himself. Originally, we were both injured. Before that fat guy came, I was prepared to die together with you. But now it's different. With the forbidden scroll, I can isolate my body's air pressure from the outside world. The strong man was confused. What the hell are you talking about? Shen Qingzhu slowly raised his arms. Don't you think the previous vacuum environment wasn't exciting enough? In that case, let me show you what true air annihilation is. After saying this, Shen Qingzhu slowly snapped his fingers. In an instant, the strong man realized something was wrong. This vacuum environment is so large, it's impossible to split open. Instantly, the strong man reached Shen Qingzhu. As long as I kill the Forbidden Ruins owner, the Forbidden Ruins ability will naturally collapse. But just then, the strong man felt his body stiffen and lost all strength. Blood bubbles kept emerging from under the skin at his chest wound. Shen Qingzhu said to himself, in a vacuum environment, there's a pressure difference between inside and outside the human body. If there are wounds on the body surface at this time, the pressure will rapidly expel blood from inside the body. Even if you're river forbidden, you're essentially still human. With wounds and prolonged exposure to vacuum, you will definitely die. The strong man, severely blood depleted and severely oxygen deprived, couldn't even stand and knelt on the ground. Shen Qingzhu picked up the strong man's giant axe. Forget it. Telling you all this is useless anyway, you can't hear in a vacuum. The strong man was now grabbing Shen Qingzhu's clothes in agony, but the figure reflected in his pupils slowly raised the giant axe, his mouth seeming to say, your head is also ripe. Time to harvest it. Then came a crack and gushing blood. Shen Qingzhu threw down the giant axe and reached toward the sky, as if trying to grab something. Li Jia, brother Shen has avenged you. After saying this, Shen Qingzhu swayed, and also collapsed to the ground, unconscious. On the other side, Lin Qie was also in a bad situation. The person controlling the blade fragments had caught up with him again. Suddenly, Lin Qie heard another light footstep in the forest beside him, and quickly said to the little mummy Mumu on his body, Second River Forbidden. Mumu, attack! Without a word, Mumu shouldered the rocket launcher and fired a shell into the forest. Immediately, flames shot up and wood debris flew everywhere. But the next second, Lin Qie's pupils constricted as he saw a menacing figure rush out from the explosive flames, heading straight for him. In his panic, Lin Qie could only put down Mumu, raise his knife to block, and immediately felt his hand go numb, thinking, such strong power. And looking at this person's form, he's already transformed into metal. This should be a Forbidden Ruins that can change form. Now I'm facing two River Forbidden fighters simultaneously. I have no chance of winning like this. It seems I can only ask Nyx for help. Just as Lin Qie was about to call upon Nyx, the ground suddenly began to shake. Then the ground began to crack rapidly, and the entire earth began to tilt, with increasing amplitude. In his panic, Lin Qie stabbed his long knife into the ground to prevent himself from falling. But with the shaking, the long knife also came loose from the ground, and Lin Qie fell uncontrollably. Seeing this, Mumu quickly enlarged and wrapped Lin Qie within himself. After a dizzying fall, Lin Qie and Mumu descended for a full dozen seconds. Before Mumu's form hit the ground with a loud crash, Lin Qie inside was completely unharmed. When Lin Qie stood up and felt the surrounding heat and the lava flowing on the ground, he was full of questions. Where the hell did we end up? Is this still Jinnan Mountain? In the god's mental hospital, everything was now harmonious, with blue skies and green water, and the occasional sound of mahjong could be heard. Zhu looked at the tiles in her hand, then at Li Yifei, and timidly asked, Can I touch? Li Yifei smiled. Of course you can. Feel free to touch. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu stood up and bowed to Li Yifei. Director! This startled Li Yifei, who turned to see Lin Qie standing behind him. That, Director, I'm having the patients do recreational activities. Nyx also smiled. Donatos, you're here. My good grandson is teaching us to play games. Lin Qie looked at the nervous Li Yifei and Zhu, and couldn't help but sigh. Why are you so nervous? Expanding recreational activities and pleasing the patients' minds is a good thing. I'm not some black-hearted boss who would dock your wages. Of course, the premise is that you have wages to dock. Merlin glanced at Lin Qie and frowned. Director, your fortune shows you've encountered difficulties. Someone is hunting you now, and they're all much stronger than you. About 2. No, it should be 3. Lin Qie nodded. Master Merlin, you're right. Is there any way to break through this situation? Merlin shrugged. I'm just a scholar trapped here. I can't help you much. But I know that realm isn't always the only standard for measuring combat power. Perhaps you can use some wonderful little tricks. Like this magical hospital, like them. As he spoke, Merlin raised his hand and pointed at Li Yifei and Zhu. Lin Jie frowned. "But the orderlies can't be brought out of here, I've already tried." Merlin pushed away the mahjong tiles in front of him and smiled. "You still haven't broken out of that circle, Director. You can't always follow rules and regulations. To become strong, you must learn to use your wisdom to break the rules." Lin Jie murmured, "Break the rules? Could it be?" As he spoke, Lin Jie's eyes lit up as he looked at Li Yifei and Zhu. "This scared the two quite a bit, Director. What do you want to do?" Lin Jie chuckled. "Nothing much, don't worry. I just want to sign another contract with you." In the underground cave, apart from the sound of flowing lava, there was only silence. Bailey Fatty, who had also fallen down, rubbed his head and woke up. If not for Yao Guang's protection, he would probably be a meat pancake by now. Suddenly Fatty was startled. "Holy shit, where's Brother Shen?" Only then did he realize that Shen Qingzhu was already unconscious beside him. Seeing Shen Qingzhu's poor condition, Fatty gritted his teeth, took out a pendant and hung it around Shen Qingzhu's neck. "Damn it, you're getting a bargain. I'm taking a big loss this time." After saying this, he carried Shen Qingzhu on his back and ran into the cavern. After running a short distance, Fatty's jostling woke up Shen Qingzhu. He murmured, "Fatty, where's Li Liang?" Fatty smiled. "Don't worry, I already took him back. Molly is treating him. He won't be in life-threatening danger." Shen Qingzhu was relieved. "Thanks." Fatty pouted. "Thanks my ass, he's also my comrade. Saving him is only natural. Don't make it seem like I owe you some huge favor." Shen Qingzhu nodded silently and asked, "Where is this?" Fatty shook his head. "I don't know. The whole mountain just turned upside down. This seems to be some kind of cavern." On the other side, the two from the ancient god church had also fallen into the cavern. The metal man said, "It looks like there's an earth dragon in Jinnan Mountain." The blade controller was stunned. "Earth dragon? What's that?" The metal man explained. "That's a powerful mystery, usually only existing in famous mountains or ancient deep mountains, with realms ranging from River Forbidden to Klein. Legend has it that when an earth dragon turns over, it will transfer the creatures originally on its back to the underground cave where it resides." The blade controller was somewhat disdainful. Where would an earth dragon come from in this wilderness? Suddenly the metal man pressed down on him and whispered, "Wait, there's a bloody smell, very strong." On the other side, Shen Qingzhu on Fatty's back also whispered, "Quick, put me down, there's a situation." Before Fatty could react, Shen Qingzhu jumped directly from his back. As soon as he landed, countless metal fragments swarmed toward them, rushing at the two. The two didn't hesitate and immediately turned to run. Fatty also controlled Yao Guang, forming a light shield behind them. Those fragments crashed against the light shield, clanging chaotically, shattering the light shield to pieces in moments. The metal man had also positioned himself, and like an arrow from a bow charged toward Fatty and the other. Seeing the approaching enemy, Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth and stopped. Fatty was stunned and exclaimed, "Shen Qingzhu, are you suicidal?" Shen Qingzhu's expression was serious. "I'll hold them off, otherwise we'll both die." Fatty naturally wouldn't run away alone. Just as the two were ready for battle, the top of the cavern suddenly exploded, and a figure holding a long knife boldly descended, chopping directly at the metal man's neck. There was immediately a loud crash. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Lin Jie holding a long knife and the metal man who had blocked the attack with metal. Seeing that his strike didn't succeed, Lin Jie immediately retreated, and without looking back said to Fatty, "You take Shen Qingzhu and go first. Leave this to me." Without a word, Fatty took Shen Qingzhu and ran. After running far away, Shen Qingzhu asked, somewhat surprised, "Aren't you afraid Lin Jie will die in there?" "Those are two River Forbidden fighters," Fatty said while panting. "If it were someone else, they'd definitely be dead. But he's Lin Jie, so he absolutely won't die." Shen Qingzhu said helplessly, "That's blind worship." Fatty shook his head. "No, that's trust." At these words, Shen Qingzhu felt his heart clench hard. Once upon a time, there was someone who trusted him so much, but he couldn't do anything. Thinking of this, Shen Qingzhu couldn't help but clench his fists. Fatty saw him like this and asked, "Brother Shen, what's wrong?" Shen Qingzhu's gaze was ice cold. "If we can get out of this alive, I, Shen Qingzhu, will personally destroy the entire ancient god church in this lifetime and make all of them pay for my brother's life." In the underground cave, Lin Jie held his long knife, facing off against the two pursuers. The blade controller raised his long knife and pointed it at Lin Jie. "I was wondering how to find you, but you actually delivered yourself to us. You're really seeking death." After saying this, he swung his long knife, and it quickly crumbled into countless fragments. That came crashing down on Lin Jie. Lin Jie slowly raised his left hand, which bloomed with magical light, and a crystalline cube appeared in his hand. It was the Rubik's Cube. Then the Rubik's Cube began to rotate rapidly. The two from the ancient god church felt everything around them spinning wildly, with constantly changing scenery. The blade controller was shocked. "What the hell is this?" The intelligence didn't say the dual god agent had this ability. The blade fragments that were about to reach Lin Qiye suddenly flashed and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the two ancient god church members. The metal man quickly stepped forward to deflect the incoming fragments and angrily scolded, "How are you controlling the hunting knife?" The blade controller was completely confused. "I didn't do this. No, it must be this dual god agent playing tricks." He was right, it was Lin Qiye's doing. He had summoned the Rubik's Cube into reality and used its ability to change the surrounding space. Seeing that the blade controller's attack failed, the metal man directly leaped toward Lin Qiye, preparing for close combat. But while still in mid-air, he felt another transformation around him and knew he had been tricked. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a scene in the transformation, and in desperation turned his arm into a hook, throwing it toward that opening. But how could he know that all of this was within Lin Qiye's calculations? As soon as the hook touched the cover, it was bounced back by a transformation. The next second, he appeared in the center of countless fragment attacks. This hit was quite substantial. If not for his metallic form, this blow could have killed him. But it still hurt him enough to roar angrily, "You idiot, stop your hunting knife!" The blade controller was also shocked. How is this happening again? Does this guy have the ability to change space? Lin Qiye saw the metal man was right there with those fragments, so he simply had the Rubik's Cube bury them all underground. Just like that, when the metal man opened his eyes, he was already trapped underground with the hunting knife fragments. The metal man couldn't see anything and only confirmed he was underground after feeling around. On the other side, the blade controller couldn't sense his hunting knife fragments at all, as if they had lost connection. Lin Qiye walked up to him in a few steps. "No need to look. Your hunting knife is underground." After saying this, he directly raised his long knife and chopped down at the blade controller's head. The blade controller was fast and quickly retreated to dodge the strike. Lin Qiye's eyes focused, worthy of River Forbidden, quick reflexes. Then he quickly struck, directly throwing the long knife at the blade controller. The blade controller hadn't even steadied himself and couldn't dodge in time. The knife pierced directly into his chest. The blade controller also had strong survival instincts and grabbed the blade as soon as it entered his body. As long as it didn't hit the heart, everything's fine. Suddenly, his hand pulling the knife paused. Then Lin Qiye gripped a long knife and forcefully pushed it in, completely through, with his heart thoroughly chilled. Looking at the blade controller who had fallen dead, Lin Qiye looked toward the stone pile. "There's still one more." He directly ordered the Rubik's Cube. "Don't let him out, just suffocate him in the dirt." The Rubik's Cube began to rotate, and countless dirt and stones smashed toward the rising stone pile. Underground, the metal man was desperately digging toward the surface. His breathing was already becoming difficult. The Rubik's Cube outside slowly stopped rotating. "My power is used up. He's still alive and still trying hard to climb up." Lin Qiye nodded. Very persistent. A respectable enemy. After saying this, he slowly drew his long knife. The metal man who was frantically digging underground suddenly saw a beam of light ahead. His expression was filled with the joy and happiness of surviving a disaster. The next second, a long knife shot out from that beam of light and pierced directly through his skull. Blood dripped as Lin Qiye's voice sounded again, but unfortunately that's useless. In the underground cave, lava carried scorching heat waves, filling the entire cavern. The flame-vein earth dragon had awakened, its eyes full of killing intent and anger, staring at the floating figure before it. This person was none other than Ma Tianyi, a Sea Realm believer of the ancient god church. Half of his body was already burned. Though both he and the earth dragon were Sea Realm, he was still completely overpowered. This was racial suppression. In this underground world, the earth dragon was king, and this flame-vein earth dragon was the king among earth dragons. As long as Lord Yiyu can subdue him, the ancient god church will gain at least one more disaster-level fierce general. Thinking of this, Ma Tianyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. This merit is no less than killing the dual god agent. Getting two top-level merits at once, what great luck! The flame-vein earth dragon suddenly lowered its head and took a deep breath, then spat a scorching dragon's breath toward Ma Tianyi. This dragon's breath could melt even steel. Ma Tianyi didn't dare take it head-on and quickly dodged. But even without a direct hit, the dragon's breath exploding in mid-air severely injured Ma Tianyi. Ma Tianyi quickly pulled out a pearl-like bead from his pocket and murmured, "Time to notify Lord Yiyu, otherwise I might really die here." Looking at him now, his entire right arm had been blown off. On the other side, in the nightmare world, the surface exploded with a huge crater. Yuan Gang now stood in the crater, facing off against Yiyu in the distance. Yiyu nodded appreciatively, worthy of being the deputy captain of the Beijing team. To persist this long in my nightmare. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Gang had already moved like lightning to his front, raising his fist to strike. But this punch hit nothing, and the force of the punch cracked the ground. Yu floated in midair, looking down at Yuan Gang. The world thinks you're just entering Sea Forbidden, but unexpectedly, you're only half a step away from breaking through to Infinite. It's a pity you're too old. Even if you enter Infinite, you're destined to be stuck at this realm for life. Otherwise, I would have wanted to recruit you as my subordinate, to become my believer. My divine body can turn all nightmares into reality. After saying this, Yu waved his hand toward Yuan Gang, and the nightmares gathering behind him rushed toward Yuan Gang like a flood. As those nightmares hit the ground, they immediately kicked up huge purple-black smoke. Yu smiled elegantly in midair. In this nightmare, I am the world's master. You cannot possibly defeat me. Just then, a pearl-like bead appeared beside Yu. Yu looked down at Yuan Gang on the ground, smiled slightly. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Alright, let's stop playing today. After saying this, Yu directly dispelled the nightmare space. Yuan Gang fell uncontrollably, and when he landed again, he was back near the command post. His wounds were still there, meaning that if he had truly died in the nightmare, he would have really died. A rushing instructor looked shocked. Chief, where did you go? Why are you covered in wounds? Yuan Gang shook his head. That's not important. Immediately report the situation in the mountains to me. On the other side, Yu had already reached the underground cavern, arriving beside Matianyi, opposite the Flame Vein Earth Dragon. Looking at the Flame Vein Earth Dragon, Yu smiled. Indeed a Flame Vein Earth Dragon. Although its current realm isn't high, it has great potential. When cultivated to Infinite or Klein, it should be quite useful. Well done, I'll put in a good word for you when we return. Matianyi was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. The Flame Vein Earth Dragon was having none of it. You two little ones are too full of yourselves. It immediately roared. With lava surging around its body, several streams of lava forming swords, attacking Yu and the other. Yu spread his hands, shooting out several iron chains, firmly entangling those lava swords. Yu's eyes flashed. Hell Path, become my believer. Instantly the dragon's pupils, originally full of anger, were completely covered by pitch blackness. And the dragon also lowered its proud head before Yu. Matianyi also sighed inwardly, using the soul to directly control the opponent's mind, forcing them to sign a believer contract, making them a slave from the thought level. This is Lord Yu's specialty. Yu stroked the now submissive dragon and asked, where is that dual god agent? Matianyi shook his head slightly. Originally it was Zhuang Qi and the others who went, but just now, their life signals disappeared. That agent is very likely still alive. Yu couldn't help but tisk, really a bunch of useless people. Matianyi quickly bowed his head. I'll go kill him immediately. Yu smiled. No need, I've already used nightmares to change the layout of the underground cavern. They'll soon deliver themselves to us. This time I might be able to collect a few more monsters to become my believers. At this moment, Lin Qiye was running wildly through the cavern with a bat. The bat was saying something in Lin Qiye's ear. Lin Qiye was stunned. There's a dragon in the lava, and it's fighting with a sea-forbidden man? In another part of the cavern, Fatty and Shen Qingzhu had already met up with Instructor Hong. The person blocking Instructor Hong had naturally been killed by him. Shen Qingzhu was somewhat worried. I wonder how Lin Qiye is doing. Lin Qiye's voice sounded behind him, all handled. Only that sea-forbidden enemy remains. He's now fighting a dragon. Fatty directly hugged Lin Qiye's leg. Shen Qingzhu asked helplessly, when did you get here? Lin Qiye shrugged. When you just met up with Instructor Hong. Instructor Hong was stunned upon hearing Lin Qiye's words. A dragon. If that's the case, then it makes sense why we were transferred here. What we're currently in is probably an absolute Earth domain created by a Flame Vein Earth Dragon. Bailey Fatty looked confused. Absolute Earth domain? What the hell is that? Instructor Hong organized his words and said, it's a powerful forbidden zone unique to the Earth Dragon lineage, capable of creating its own space underground. Every time an Earth Dragon turns over, it drags surface creatures into this space. Shen Qingzhu moved his neck. Then we just need to break through the soil layer to return to the surface, right? Instructor Hong sighed. Where's it that easy? This place is at least 2 kilometers from the surface. With just us, it's almost impossible to break through the soil layer all the way back. Fatty looked bewildered. Then what should we do? Lin Qiye thought for a moment. Such a big commotion from the Earth Dragon turning over must have been noticed outside. I think waiting for rescue is the safer approach. Instructor Hong also agreed with this proposal, so the group decided to rest in place. Deep in the cave, Yu discovered through the Earth Dragon that these people had stopped moving, and couldn't help but smile. They actually chose to wait for rescue in place. That's somewhat clever. But in the face of absolute power, nothing they do matters. With that, he looked up at the Earth Dragon. Go, bring those guests here. The group that was still resting suddenly felt the ground begin to shake, and the amplitude grew larger and larger. The next second, the scenery in front of them changed, and they found themselves in the depths of the cave. Instructor Hong looked to one side with a serious expression. You're from the ancient god church? Yi Yu stood in front of the earth dragon, looking at the group brought here by the dragon, and sneered. Who would have thought, besides the dual god agent, there's also a super high-risk individual, and the young master of the Bailey family. If I could turn you into my believer, wouldn't the entire Bailey family be within my grasp? Fatty put his hands on his hips. Before you control me, I'll definitely end myself. Don't think you can harm anyone from the Bailey family through me. Yi Yu was slightly surprised upon hearing this. They say you're a playboy young master who's frivolous and carefree, but you actually have quite some backbone. Instructor Hong stepped in front of Fatty, protecting him, and said, just a stray dog being hunted by Lin Mei's squad, yet you dare to show off in front of juniors now. Yi Yu wasn't angry upon hearing this, smiled slightly, raised his finger and shot out a chain, instantly binding Instructor Hong tightly, then said, you want to sacrifice yourself to buy time for the juniors? How about I kill the dual god agent first, then control the other two to kill you? Are you satisfied with this script? Lin Qiye held back Shen Qingzhu, who was about to rush forward, and asked, why do you want to turn those two into believers, but insist on killing me? As a dual god agent, my value shouldn't be lower than theirs, right? Yi Yu smiled. Precisely because of this, I must kill you. Your soul has already signed a contract with the gods. I can't make you become a believer to join the ancient god church, unless you do so voluntarily. Lin Qiye thought for a moment. Then what if I say I'm now voluntarily joining the ancient god church? Would you believe it? Yi Yu shrugged. Stop wasting time trying to delay. We have 3 sea forbidden practitioners here. You have no chance. I'm quite curious though. How did you become a dual god agent? Was it coincidence or something else? It's fine if you don't say, I'll personally enter the depths of your soul to see your secrets. Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement and 7 parts weirdness flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. However, Yi Yu interpreted this look as fear. Before me, souls are nothing but playthings. I can manipulate your soul. Naturally, I can also enter it. Lin Qiye couldn't help but laugh. Oh my, I'm so scared. Yi Yu frowned, playing mysterious. He raised his hand and condensed a substantial nightmare, directly slapping it onto Lin Qiye's head. The others around were startled and rushed toward Lin Qiye. At this moment, the earth dragon roared loudly, activating its skill, causing the surrounding ground to crack again. And at this time, Yi Yu had already entered Lin Qiye's soul through the nightmare link. He was somewhat surprised. Why is there so much mist in this soul? It seems this Lin Qiye indeed has many secrets. Interesting. I've changed my mind. I won't erase your soul first. I'll wait for my main body to come here, then personally unveil your secrets. After walking for a while, a magnificent building appeared before Yi Yu. Yi Yu broke out in cold sweat. How is this possible? How could there be such a massive building in the depths of a soul? What's going on here? When he got closer and saw the 6 large characters on the plaque, Yi Yu fell into deep confusion. God's mental hospital. Who hides a mental hospital in their soul? Looking at the half-open gate before him, Yi Yu didn't dare to enter. This place is too strange. I'll wait until the main body arrives before exploring. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Qiye appeared behind him and kicked him right into the mental hospital. As soon as Yi Yu landed, he knew he was in trouble. Things are indeed fishy. He looked up and saw Aju humming Supo Love's Idol's smile as he ran past him. Yi Yu was even more confused. What's the situation? There are actually gods living in the building deep within the soul? Aju then noticed Yi Yu and finding this person unfamiliar came over to him, asking, are you also a child laborer tricked here by the black-hearted director? Just as he finished speaking, Aju spotted Lin Qiye behind him and was greatly startled. Quickly kneeling down, director. I really didn't badmouth you. Lin Qiye could guess this was definitely Li Yifei's teaching and didn't blame Aju, letting him go work. Aju picked up his bucket and ran off like the wind. Lin Qiye turned back to look at Yi Yu, revealing a mysterious smile. Welcome to my mental hospital. Yi Yu looked at Lin Qiye. Interesting, your secrets indeed exceed my imagination. But you dare to appear directly in front of me, how foolish. With that, he raised his hand and struck directly at Lin Qiye's chest. But this attack only fluttered Lin Qiye's clothes and didn't even break his skin. Yi Yu was shocked. The attack is ineffective? How is this possible? Lin Qiye reached out and grabbed Yi Yu's wrist, staring into his eyes with a smile. You're in my mental hospital and still want to hurt me? With that, he turned and gave Yi Yu an over-the-shoulder throw. This move nearly knocked the wind out of Yi Yu. When he stood up with a carp leap, he found the scenery around him had changed and he was now outdoors. Looking up, he saw a noblewoman lying on a rocking chair not far away, completely without presence. This ghostly place made Yi Yu feel very uneasy. Attacks on Lin Qiye are ineffective, so I can only think of other methods, like this noblewoman before me. Thinking this, Yi Yu raised his attack toward the noblewoman. Just then, Nyx turned her head to look at Yi Yu, then stretched out both hands toward his head, and the next moment pulled Yiyu to her chest. Great-grandson, you came to see great-grandmother? As Yiyu stood there bewildered, a terrifying force firmly gripped him, his form rapidly shrinking as his soul was being frantically absorbed by Nyx. Before Yiyu could react, Nyx waved her hand, and the sweater she was still knitting wrapped around Yiyu, binding him tightly. An indescribable agony spread from his body, causing him to wail involuntarily, and Nyx stood behind him, looking down at him coldly from above. Just as Yiyu was about to die miserably, Lin Kie spoke, "Mother, don't kill him, I still have use for him." Nyx, who had been cold-faced, immediately became radiant with smiles. "All right, Thanatos." With that, she picked up Yiyu and said coldly, "You dared to hurt my child, you should have your soul scattered. Since you're still useful, I'll spare your life for now." With that, she threw Yiyu to Lin Kie. Soon after, Lin Kie brought Yiyu before Merlin. "Lord Merlin, what do you think?" Merlin closed the middle-aged and elderly health guide in his hands and said, "He's just a projection. Even if destroyed, it would only cause weak effects on the main body. Killing him isn't worth it." Lin Kie raised an eyebrow. "Then is there any way to affect his main body?" Looking at Yiyu struggling to get up on the ground, Merlin thought, abyssal magic could work, like forcibly stuffing a soul from a distant plane into his soul. Lin Kie understood immediately. One body, two souls? Merlin nodded. If the other soul is troublesome enough, it can reduce the main body's control over itself, causing mental confusion. In severe cases, it might even force suicide. Lin Kie suddenly thought of something. "By the way, will the main body know what happens to this projection?" Merlin shook his head. "No. Although they come from the same soul, they're not connected." Lin Kie nodded and bowed slightly. "Then I'll trouble Lord Merlin." Merlin raised his hand, and magical light began to condense. "Abyssal magic belongs to the Forbidden School, specializing in souls. You should go out first, or you might get caught in the crossfire." Lin Kie nodded and went to the courtyard to accompany Nyx. Just then, Li Yifei brought tea to Nyx and asked, "Kie, what happened?" Lin Kie shrugged. "Nothing much. A rat got into the hospital, and Merlin is teaching it to be human." Then he looked down at Nyx. "Mother, I might really need you to take action later. There's still a flame-vein earth dragon and a sea-forbidden practitioner outside. Even if I summon the orderlies, there's no chance of winning." Nyx stood up and said, "Thanatos, my godhood isn't complete right now. Going out with a soul body, your world might not necessarily win. So I have a better proposal. Infuse my soul power into your godhood." Lin Kie was stunned. "Godhood? Where do I have godhood?" Nyx smiled and pointed at Lin Chie's chest. "Of course you do." With this touch, Lin Chie's darkest ruins automatically spread beneath him. Nyx smiled. "This is part of my godhood. Although I don't know why you have my godhood, since you possess it, you can bear my soul." Lin Chie was curious. "What will happen after bearing the soul?" Nyx patiently explained. "If my soul is infused into your godhood, you'll truly possess part of the knight's authority." Upon hearing this, Lin Chie excitedly said, "Then will I become a night goddess like you?" Nyx smiled indulgently, only temporarily. "My soul is too powerful, so each use will overdraw your soul power. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to use it." Lin Chie could only nod, indicating he understood. While they were chatting, Merlin had already come to the courtyard, somehow getting a pug and leading it out. Lin Kie asked, "Lord Merlin, is it done?" Merlin nodded. "I've already stuffed a wonderful soul from another plane into the main body's mind." Lin Chie was slightly surprised. "What about the projection?" Merlin squatted down and petted the pug. "Here it is, right here." Lin Chie looked incredulous. "You turned it into a dog?" Merlin shrugged. "I originally planned to scatter the soul, but then thought this hospital lacked some life, so I directly used transformation magic to turn it into a dog. It can be entertaining when there's nothing to do." Li Yifei came over, squatted down and said, "Doggy, sit." Whether the dog understood or not, its tail wagged even more enthusiastically. Lin Chie was somewhat speechless. "Merlin says this dog is a bit improper." Merlin was also speechless. "Can't help it. There might be some mental issues." Lin Chie laughed. "Merlin says as long as you're happy. I'm leaving now. They're probably getting anxious outside. Time to give them a big surprise." In the cave, the flame-vein earth dragon stared at the little figures before it. Lin Chie and Yiyu stood facing each other, motionless. Matiani stood beside Yiyu, while Instructor Hong, Fatty, and Shen Qingzhu had somehow been bound and thrown to one side. Matiani looked at Yiyu with fanatic eyes. Without Lord Yiyu, believers wouldn't exist. The ancient god church couldn't have reached where it is today. He can't possibly fail. Just then, a fluctuation flashed between Lin Chie and Yiyu. Matiani was overjoyed. "It's over. Worthy of Lord Yiyu, a mere dual god agent." His words stuck in his throat, because it was Lin Kie who woke up, not Yiyu. Yiyu's projection soul had already been turned into a dog trapped in the mental hospital, the chains binding Fatty and the others. naturally lost their effect and all broke apart. Fatty and the others were shocked. Lin Qiye actually defeated a sea-forbidden practitioner? But Lin Qiye said seriously, I'll explain these things later. Right now there are still two big problems. The flame-vein earth dragon, sensing its master's soul was gone, immediately roared in fury. Lin Qiye knew that if they couldn't get past this obstacle, they'd still be doomed. Suddenly, the flame-vein earth dragon flapped its wings forcefully and the entire dragon rose from the ground. Its massive form brought an oppressive feeling, deeply shocking the group. Ma Tianyi had already backed against the rock wall, continuously seeping inward. The earth dragon was now unleashing this move, clearly not caring about his life at all. Instructor Hong had already taken out his Ghost God Guide badge. This earth dragon's next move will probably destroy the entire cave. He said, listen to me, everyone. I'll forcibly break through to Sea Forbidden, then use all my strength to create a passage through the rock surface. You run inside as fast as possible. I don't know if I can avoid this strike, but this might be the last chance. Fatty was stunned. Us? What about you, instructor? And how can you forcibly break through to Sea Forbidden? Instructor Hong couldn't be bothered to scold Fatty for not paying attention in class, saying, that's not important. You juniors just need to run. Leave the rest to me, your senior. With that, he pressed the badge and stabbed it fiercely toward his neck. But the next instant, Lin Qiye grabbed his wrist. If darkness falls, I shall stand before 10,000 people. Blade drawn toward the abyss, blood staining the sky, right? I won't watch the same tragedy happen again. Saying this, he turned and walked toward the earth dragon. Instructor Hong wanted to say something, but Lin Qiye shook his head. Leave the rest to me. As Lin Qiye's darkest ruins spread, Nix's phantom slowly emerged, gradually merging with Lin Qiye's figure, which was exactly the soul bearing that Nix had mentioned earlier. Lin Qiye slowly floated up at this moment, his hair becoming thick and flowing, carrying a hint of nobility and elegance. Fatty and the others were stunned seeing this scene. Fatty even whispered in shock, holy shit, did Qiye turn into a woman? The flame-vein earth dragon's attack was fully charged, opening its mouth wide and spitting out a massive fireball at Lin Qiye. But Lin Qiye just casually swung his blade, and the fireball in mid-air, bright as the sun, instantly split in two, then imploded with a roar and disappeared without a trace. Lin Qiye raised his arm pointing upward and said, this place is too small, let's change locations. Then light flashed from his hand, and the next instant, a beam of light broke through the cave and shot straight into the sky. Lin Qiye sheathed his blade, stepped forward and pressed against the earth dragon's body, then disappeared from the cave together with the flame-vein earth dragon. Fatty looked up. Qiye created a passage back to the surface. We can follow this passage back. Instructor Hong was stunned. Can you fly? Fatty patted his chest. Leave it to me. Then the three of them chattered as they stood on Fatty's flying sword, slowly ascending upward. Fatty was a bit embarrassed. I've never carried 3 people before, seems a bit heavy. On the other side, Lin Qiye, bearing Nix's soul and power, was confronting the flame-vein earth dragon in the air. Lin Qiye looked calm and composed. Now it's my home field. The earth dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out towering fireballs toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye just slightly dodged and easily avoided them. Away from the earth, your power is indeed greatly reduced. With that, Lin Qiye raised his long blade and charged toward the sky above the earth dragon's head, then suddenly fell, spreading his darkest ruins, striking the earth dragon's head with one blow. The earth dragon shook its head in pain, flinging Lin Qiye away. Lin Qiye retreated while waving his hand toward the earth dragon. Countless night colors condensed into sharp blades, all aimed at the earth dragon. This was Nix's night judgment. Those night-colored blades fell like doomsday, and even the earth dragon's massive body couldn't withstand such attacks, its body being pierced through repeatedly. Lin Qiye raised his index finger, pointing at the earth dragon, murmuring, disappear silently in the night. Instantly, starlight shone in the sky behind him, and those stars rapidly fell, even knocking the earth dragon's huge body from the sky. Nix's falling 1,000 stars was unleashed by Lin Qiye. Although it didn't have Nix's world-ending power, it was enough to bring down this small earth dragon. Lin Qiye's figure flashed in mid-air, his long blade like a gorgeous moonlight, sliding down from the sky and severing the flame-vein earth dragon's massive head. With the earth dragon's head and body separated, the battle came to an end. Lin Qiye appeared before the earth dragon, murmuring, a sea-forbidden peak earth dragon corpse, excellent summoning material, can't be wasted. But before Lin Qiye could act, he felt his body weaken. Then massive weakness struck, nearly overwhelming him into unconsciousness. Nix's soul phantom emerged from his body, her voice sounding, child, your flesh and soul have reached their limits. Continuing would cause irreparable damage. You need to rest quietly for a while now. You absolutely cannot bear my soul again for half a year. With that, she disappeared. Lin Chie lay on the ground unable to move, his mind still fixated on one thing. The dragon corpse hasn't been collected yet. This is a huge loss. Totally screwed. Thinking this, he fell into a deep faint. On the other side, Instructor Han was already rushing toward the Earth Dragon's crash site with another instructor. They still didn't know what had fallen, but judging by the size, it should be some kind of mystery. Thinking this, Instructor Han instructed, "Be careful no matter what. There are still ancient God Church people in this mountain. The chief and others are trying to rescue the #1 rescue team. Let's quickly determine what fell," but when they got close, they were deeply shocked by the scene before them. Instructor Han murmured, "It's actually an Earth Dragon. At least a sea-forbidden Earth Dragon. With this strength, even the chief might not be able to kill it." Instructor Han looked around and saw Lin Chie lying on the ground. The two instructors quickly ran to check on Lin Chie, finding he wasn't dead but had just fainted, and both sighed in relief. Instructor Han picked up Lin Chie. "Looks like he went through a fierce battle and won." The other instructor wondered, "Where's the enemy's corpse? Did the opponent not die?" Instructor Han shook his head. "Impossible. The ancient God Church shouldn't just let him go like this." Suddenly, both thought of something and stopped, involuntarily looking toward the Earth Dragon's corpse. Damn, no way. In the cave, the three were still slowly ascending. Fatty worried, "Chie won't be in trouble, right?" Instructor Hong nodded. From the strength he just displayed, there shouldn't be a big problem. Shen Qingzhu looked confused. How did he do it? Instructor Hong sighed. There are many methods to explosively increase potential and raise realm in a short time. The Night Watchman's badge is one of them. But someone like him who directly jumped to sea forbidden in one breath, I've truly never heard of. Moreover, when he acted just now, I sensed a hint of divine presence. Fatty was stunned. Divine? Was the god he represents helping him? Instructor Hong shook his head. I don't know. But undoubtedly, the secrets on Lin Chie far exceed our imagination. Fatty looked at Instructor Hong with some concern. I think after we get out, this matter. Before he could finish, Instructor Hong said, "It's better not to mention it." Shen Qingzhu tapped his chest. "Don't worry, my mouth is tighter than a dead man's." Instructor Hong continued, "Although the Night Watchman is an open organization, it becomes very extreme when dealing with mysterious matters. Lin Chie is a good seedling, both in character and potential. He's not a bad person. I'm very clear about this in my heart." Fatty sighed in relief. Sitting on the giant sword, I thought Instructor Hong would report it. Seems I was overthinking. Instructor Hong looked exasperated. "In you, Junior's eyes, am I that rigid?" Just as they were chatting, one side of the cave suddenly exploded, and a figure burst out. It was ancient God Church believer Matiani. He seized the opportunity and punched Fatty, sending him flying. Without anyone controlling it, the giant sword instantly disappeared. Shen Qingzhu and Instructor Hong also began falling. Instructor Hong, while in midair, turned and grabbed the wall with his left hand, reached out with his right hand and caught the falling Fatty. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu had already found a gap and grabbed onto the wall. Matiani stood on the wall, looking at Shen Qingzhu and Fatty with gritted teeth. One dual god agent got away. "Even if I return alive, I won't have a good ending. But if I bring you two back, maybe I can make up for it." With that, he waved his hand, and countless stone spikes shot out from the wall. Shen Qingzhu moved nimbly, dodging several stone spikes. Instructor Hong grabbed Fatty around the waist and also avoided the attacks. Matiani looked at the embarrassed group and sneered. "My forbidden zone can assimilate myself with the environment. In this environment you can't beat me." Instructor Hong whispered. "He's already severely injured." At his last gasp. "If we go all out, we might not lose to him." Shen Qingzhu started with his spirit needle, directly snapping his fingers toward Matiani. Immediately, a massive explosion and firelight obscured Matiani's vision. Instructor Hong used both hands to throw Fatty like a human cannonball toward Matiani. As soon as the smoke cleared on Matiani's side, he saw a fat guy charging at him with a short blade. Bailey Fatty threw the short blade at Matiani. Matiani summoned stone blocks to knock Fatty away, but the short blade still pierced his chest. Suddenly, Matiani felt soul-deep pain surge up and roared, "This blade attacks the soul!" Before he could react, Instructor Hong was already in front of him. "Dare to hurt my students? You're fucking dead!" In the bottomless pit, the sound of thunderous rumbling continued, as Instructor Hong's fists rained down like a storm on Matiani's body. Finally, he reached out and grabbed Matiani's collar. His eyes filled with endless rage, he suddenly swung his fist, smashing it into Matiani's big face. This punch used his full strength. Matiani's head buzzed and he flew out. Instructor Hong moved his feet, caught up to Matiani still in midair, and kicked him right in the stomach. This made Matiani fall even faster, disappearing into the depths of the cave in the blink of an eye. Shen Qingzhu across from him looked pained. He could barely support his body anymore. At this moment, Shen Qingzhu's arm gripping the wall loosened, and he began falling. Instructor Hong's arm suddenly reached out and grabbed Shen Qingzhu. He clung to the wall, carrying Baili Fatty on his back, gritting his teeth as he held Shen Qingzhu. "Not one of you can be left behind." Finally, he carried the two of them, using all his strength to continuously jump toward the cave entrance. Even though his legs were incredibly sore, he never stopped. He knew he had to reach the surface as quickly as possible. His body was nearing its limit. But just then, massive flames suddenly erupted from the depths of the cave, continuously burning upward at extreme speed. Reaching near the three of them in just a breath, Instructor Hong looked down to see a human face emerge above the flames. It was Ma Tianyi. His painful screams echoed, "Even if I die, I'm taking all of you with me." Shen Qingzhu looked incredulous. This guy is actually still fucking alive? Instructor Hong frowned. His mental energy fluctuations are completely chaotic. He must have taken some drug to forcibly extend his life. He's like a mad dog. With that, he placed Shen Qingzhu and the unconscious Fatty on a small protruding platform, saying to Shen Qingzhu, "You stay here with Baili Tuming and wait." His expression was extremely serious. Lin Chie's black light just now was conspicuous enough. Other instructors will definitely arrive soon. With that, he stood up and walked toward the cave. Shen Qingzhu behind him shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Instructor Hong put his hands in his pockets to do what an instructor should do. "I rarely got to act cool earlier but was interrupted. Didn't expect the second chance to come so quickly." Shen Qingzhu naturally knew what he intended to do, and took off the ring Fatty had lent him earlier, staring at it in a daze, saying nothing. But Instructor Hong, who had only taken 2 steps, felt around his pockets and found his night watchman badge was missing. "Shit, where'd it go? I clearly put it in this pocket." Suddenly, a figure flashed beside him. It was Shen Qingzhu, leaping down toward the depths of the cave. In his hand was Instructor Hong's badge. Instructor Hong shouted, "What are you trying to do, kid?" Shen Qingzhu threw himself toward the flames that Ma Tianyi had become, shouting, "Hong Hao, I don't like you, but I have to admit you're a good instructor. Good people shouldn't die." With that, he gripped the badge tightly and stabbed the needle fiercely into his neck. Instantly, Shen Qingzhu's eyes widened, bloodshot, his blood vessels bulging. His realm skyrocketed, jumping directly to the peak of River Forbidden. He swung his hand in midair, and the ring instantly transformed into a long blade. Shen Qingzhu laughed loudly. "Being buried in the same mountain as my brothers doesn't seem too bad." With that, he raised the long blade and chopped down fiercely. In an instant, the flames that Ma Tianyi had become were split in half, but more flames surged toward Shen Qingzhu. Instructor Hong on the platform watched all this with tears in his eyes, roaring heartbrokenly, "Shen Qingzhu, you opposed me in training, opposed me in assessments, and now when it's my turn to make a heroic sacrifice, you're still trying to steal the spotlight." Shen Qingzhu, gradually being consumed by flames, hazily remembered something and murmured, "Speaking of which, I didn't even attend the Night Watchman oath ceremony. I wonder if taking the oath now would still count." As he spoke, he raised his hand toward the sky. "I, Shen Qingzhu, swear under the red flag of Great Xia, if darkness shall fall, I will stand before millions." Before he could finish, he was once again consumed by flames. Instructor Hong wiped away his tears, took one last deep look, and carried Fatty on his back as he continued running toward the exit. "One has already sacrificed himself before my eyes. The other absolutely cannot die." In the flames, a figure already charred black seemed to sense something, slowly raised his hand, continuing the unfinished oath, blade drawn toward the abyss, blood staining the sky. As his words fell, he snapped his fingers one last time. The Forbidden Zone's mist rushed outward rapidly, enveloping all the flames within. Without oxygen supply, the flames were extinguished almost completely in an instant. The charred corpse lay motionless. Only the warm jade pendant on his neck glowed with a faint light. By this time, Instructor Hong had already carried Fatty near the cave entrance. He felt the flames beneath him disappear, knowing that Shen Qingzhu had used his forbidden ruins to extinguish the flames in his final moments. "I absolutely cannot let Shen Qingzhu's sacrifice be in vain." He forced his trembling legs to continue moving toward the cave entrance. Just as he was exhausted beyond measure, a figure with a flashlight appeared at the cave entrance. "Instructor Hong, is that you?" Soon after, Instructor Hong and Bali Fatty were rescued by the arriving rescue team. Fatty was carried away on a stretcher, while Instructor Hong collapsed on the ground, completely drained. Instructor Hong looked toward the cave entrance. "Just how deep is this place?" Instructor Hong said quietly, 2 kilometers. Several instructors were shocked upon hearing this. 2 kilometers? How did you get up? In moments, Instructor Hong enjoyed the same treatment as Fatty, being carried away on a stretcher to the command headquarters. Instructor Han found Yuan Gang, Chief, The team sent to search for Shen Qingzhu has returned. Yuangang turned around, but what? Instructor Han sighed. But the cave has collapsed completely. We can't find Shen Qingzhu at all, and we can't detect any life signs. Shen Qingzhu's death has been confirmed. Instructor Hong was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's withdraw. Leave the rest to the cleanup crew." After an unknown amount of time, Yiyu's true form appeared in Mount Jinan. He gazed down at this mountain range, as if sensing something. After a while he murmured to himself, "That projection's aura disappeared underground here." It was from that moment that my mind became uncontrollable. What exactly happened here? Suddenly his right arm stretched out uncontrollably. Then his left arm did the same. A voice whispered in his mind. His body gradually slipped from his control. Then he shouted, "Patrick, let's go catch jellyfish!" The ancient god church's Yiyu was truly going insane now. The yellow sponge in his brain kept crashing against his taut nerves, and the slightest carelessness would cost him control of his body. Seeing he was about to be controlled again, Yiyu quickly slapped himself, snapping himself back to clarity. His mind was now filled with nothing but extreme confusion and extreme rage. What the hell is happening to me? Who the hell did this? No matter who it is, I'm going to kill them. Suddenly, Yiyu's form paused mid-air as he looked toward a certain spot on Mount Jinan. Once he landed, his gaze fixed on the empty ground before him, murmuring, "Super high-risk forbidden ruins, quite a promising seedling." Then he reached out and drew through the void. A body burned like charcoal appeared before him. He was slightly surprised, burned this badly yet still breathing. Thinking this, he crouched down and said, "I know you can hear me. Your talent is quite good, and surviving injuries like this is practically a miracle. I've decided to give you another chance. I can heal all your injuries completely, and even make you stronger, for just one small condition. Believe in me, become my follower. Make your choice now, die miserably here, or follow me to start a new life. Come, tell me your answer." The charred body on the ground struggled to open its mouth, and from the dry cavity came a single word, "Yes." When Lin Qiye woke up, he was already on a hospital bed in the infirmary. He sat up and looked around, confirming this was indeed the infirmary. Just as he was observing his surroundings, Fatty's voice came through, "He can't be dead. I gave him the heaven-returning jade. Even if the king of hell himself came, he couldn't possibly die." Hearing this, Lin Qiye went next door. "Fatty, who are you saying is dead?" Instructor Han saw Lin Qiye walking unsteadily and quickly went to support him. Lin Qiye asked anxiously, "What happened? Who died?" Instructor Han sighed. "Shen Qingzhu, to save Instructor Hong and Bai Li Tuming, took an instructor's badge and jumped into the burning cave." Before he could finish, Fatty jumped up from the bed and ran outside. "He must be trapped somewhere underground. I'm going to find him now. I'm going to dig him out." Instructor Han grabbed him. The logistics team has already turned the entire underground upside down. They only found large amounts of charcoal debris, and through DNA comparison, part of it came from that believer. The other part came from Shen Qingzhu. Hearing this, tears streamed down Fatty's face. He still refused to give up. "But you didn't find his body, did you?" Instructor Han roared. "Wake up, Bai Li Tuming, accept reality. Shen Qingzhu is dead. The heaven-returning jade isn't an immortality elixir. It can only sustain someone on the brink of death, but it's useless for someone who's already dead. Bai Li Tuming, Shen Qingzhu is dead. Do you think we instructors feel good about this? Reality isn't some invincible power fantasy. We are night watchmen. Sacrifice can happen at any time." Lin Qiye came to Fatty's side, patted him, and said to Instructor Han, "Instructor Han, leave this to me." Instructor Han sighed and walked out. "Only by bravely facing reality can we living honor the sacrificed properly. Tomorrow, after the oath ceremony ends, the recruits will graduate. You two should rest well tonight." With that, Instructor Han left and closed the door. Lin Qiye turned to look at Fatty. "So, can you tell me exactly what happened?" While the few were talking deep in Mount Jinan, Yiyu looked at Shen Qingzhu, who had been restored to his original state, and said with some surprise, "I thought the first thing you'd do after recovering would be to attack me." Shen Qingzhu showed no expression and shrugged. "I can't beat you." Yiyu smiled and pointed to the forest behind him. "Then why don't you try escaping? Maybe you'll succeed." But Shen Qingzhu shook his head. "No, I won't run. I want to join the ancient god church." Hearing this, Yiyu was somewhat surprised. "You're quite surprising." With that, he extended his finger, and a blue light appeared at his fingertip. "This is a soul contract I personally created. Once branded into the soul, you'll become my true believer. But don't worry, you're a good seedling. I won't interfere too much with your thoughts." He then pressed the blue light orb toward Shen Qingzhu's forehead. Once the orb disappeared, Shen Qingzhu's form shuddered, and he bowed to Yiyu. "Believer Shen Qingzhu will forever follow in your footsteps." Seeing this, Yiyu nodded with satisfaction. "Good, get up." Suddenly, Yiyu frowned, looking toward the distant sky. "Time to go. I'll take you back to the ancient god church headquarters. If we stay longer, those annoying spirit medium teams will catch up again. With that, he waved his hand, and a portal emanating gray light appeared out of nowhere. Yiyu stepped through without hesitation. Standing behind him, Shen Qingzhu thought to himself, "Fool, I bet right." The Jade Piece fatty gave me blocked Yiyu's soul branding. I'm probably the only believer who's escaped this fool's control. Looks like I owe that fat guy another favor. Goodbye, Night Watchman. With this thought, Shen Qingzhu no longer hesitated and walked through Yiyu's portal. The scene returns to Lin Chie's side. He sat on the bed, listening to Fatty's account, and couldn't help but feel melancholy. Seeing his low spirits, Fatty suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, Kie, I discussed with Instructor Hong and decided to keep your ability to transform into a woman secret. Let's get our story straight so we don't get caught." Lin Chie was stunned. "Wait, what? How do I transform into a woman?" Fatty said with certainty. "You really did transform back then. Your hair grew longer, your skin became whiter, even your Adam's apple disappeared." Just then, there was a clang sound from the doorway, and the fruit plate in Cao Yuan's hands dropped to the floor in shock. He stared straight at Lin Kie. "Kie, you can transform into a woman?" Lin Chie rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Let's just talk about getting our story straight." After discussing it thoroughly, the three gathered on the rooftop and started grilling skewers. Fatty ate while saying with some confusion, "Are we going to get in trouble for this tomorrow?" Cao Yuan laughed. "If we get in trouble, so be it. It's the last day anyway. Running laps on the field until dawn wouldn't be bad." Fatty protested. "Easy for you to say, but we're still patients. Running all night, are you trying to kill us?" Cao Yuan chuckled and winked at Lin Kie. "Kie, won't you really transform into a woman to open your brother's eyes?" Lin Chie sighed and uttered one word, "Screw off." Fatty stuffed a few more skewers in his mouth and sighed. "Who would have thought that I, the young master of the Bailey family, would become a night watchman one day?" Lin Chie thought for a moment. "What are your plans after tomorrow?" Cao Yuan shrugged. "I'm in Huaihai City, pretty close to Kanyan. I can visit any time." Fatty made a shocking statement. "Kie, why don't you just form a special squad? You're a dual god agent, being a special squad captain shouldn't be a problem, right? I'm the young master of the Bailey family, practically a forbidden item collector. Being a special squad member wouldn't lower your standards, right? This idiot Cao Yuan, though we don't get along, has super high-risk forbidden ruins, #1 under the Divine Void Realm." Hearing this suggestion, Lin Chie couldn't help but consider it seriously. "Your suggestion does seem pretty good, but which special squad would let a recruit be captain? And this isn't something we can decide." Hearing this, Fatty felt deflated. "You're right about that." But then he smiled again. "However, when you get a chance to form a special squad someday, you must come find me in Guangshen." Cao Yuan also smiled. "And me, I'll be waiting in Huaihai City." Lin Chie raised his glass and smiled. "It's a deal." On graduation day, the weather was perfect. Yuan Gang stood solemnly on the platform, looking at these recruits who were about to leave the training camp and join the Night Watchman. Feeling somewhat dazed, after composing himself, he announced loudly, "In this rescue operation, your performance was exceptional, displaying the glory of our great Shia military and Night Watchman. Therefore, we award every recruit who participated in the rescue with the Spark Medal." The recruits below naturally rejoiced upon hearing this. Though the Spark Medal was the lowest level medal, its value was significant. At this point, Yuan Gang's expression darkened slightly, and he said solemnly, "But we lost 2 warriors. One of them voluntarily gave his life to protect his comrades. His name was Shen Qingzhu. He was a hero of the Night Watchman. Here, we posthumously award Shen Qingzhu the Ash Medal." With that, all the instructors saluted in unison. The recruits below stood in respectful silence, also saluting to see off this fallen comrade. In the crowd, Li Liang's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Brother Shen, rest in peace." After the moment of silence, Yuan Gang patted the black case in his hands and continued, "The Starblade cloak and badge. These 3 items are the most important standard equipment for us Night Watchmen. The Starblade is forged from special materials, will never break, rust, melt, or freeze. No external force can damage its internal structure. It's a weapon you can absolutely trust. The cloak is made with the most advanced nanotechnology, effectively resisting cold, heat, humidity, bacteria, and other harsh environments. It's the defensive shield that helps you adapt to various combat environments. The Night Watchman emblem can temporarily activate all potential, even allowing you to instantly improve your realm. It has only one purpose, to die together with the enemy at the final moment, creating a chance for your teammates to survive. Weapons, shields, and the ability to make a final stand. These are what we can give you." At this point, Yuan Gang surveyed the entire assembly and shouted, "Now, I declare the oath ceremony officially begins." As the red flag fluttered, the crowd below was stirred. "I, Lin Chie, if darkness shall fall, I will stand before millions." Blade drawn toward the abyss. blood staining the sky. After the oath ceremony ended, the recruits had officially completed their year-long training camp and would go their separate ways to report to their assigned night watchman squads. Cao Yuan packed his luggage and bid farewell to Lin Qiye. Qiye, I'm leaving. Remember to come find me in Huaihai City. Lin Qiye pushed his suitcase and called out, don't worry, take care on the road. Just after seeing off Cao Yuan, he saw a fatty running toward him with 3 or 4 bodyguards and a pile of suitcases, shouting with tears in his voice, Qiye, I'm leaving too. Don't think about me when you sleep alone. Looking at Fatty hanging on him, Qiye said helplessly, without anyone snoring, I can actually sleep quite well. Don't be too indulgent after you return to Guangshen, or you'll be in trouble during combat. Fatty pounded his chest. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When you come to Guangshen, private jets, 5-star hotels, beautiful ladies, I'll arrange everything perfectly for you. After a few more exchanges, Fatty left with reluctant backward glances. With all his companions gone, Lin Qiye felt somewhat lonely. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind. Qi. Lin Qiye turned around to see Hong Ying leaning against a car, and immediately smiled. Sister Hong Ying, how did you get here? Hong Ying pulled Lin Qiye close. Of course I came to pick up our squad 136's new member. The captain has been calculating your graduation date since last month, mentioning you every day like a monk chanting. Only that guy Leng Xuan keeps a straight face saying, our Qiye shouldn't be transferred back to Kanyan, he should go to higher places. Lin Qiye didn't mind much, and smiled as he got in the car and fastened his seatbelt. But as soon as Hong Ying got in the car, she stared straight at Lin Qiye, then inexplicably patted his shoulder. You know what, you're pretty cute. Lin Qiye looked confused. Sister Hong Ying, what are you doing? Hong Ying looked embarrassed. The captain told me to comfort you, that not getting good grades in training camp isn't shameful. Everyone believes in your potential. But I really don't know how to comfort people. I thought about learning from the captain by patting your shoulder, but I didn't know what to say. Then Hong Ying shyly shouted, so annoying, and slammed on the accelerator. She floored it immediately, and with the car's excellent performance, this move sent the vehicle shooting forward like an untamed horse or arrow from a bow with a whoosh. Lin Qiye gripped the handle with only one thought, I'm done for. I was like a fish in water at the training camp, faced the ancient god church without changing expression, stood heroically before the earth dragon. But my lifetime reputation is going to die in Sister Hong Ying's car today. On the other side, in the Kangnan Night Watchman squad office, a guest was discussing the events at Mount Jinan with Chen Muye Wu Shangnan. Chen Muye finished his account and concluded, Master Chen, this is all we know about the Mount Jinan incident. You'll need to ask Chief Yuan for specific details. Master Chen smiled. No matter, this isn't urgent. I hear your squad has a new member, Wu Shangnan explained. Actually, we've known Lin Qiye since the Ghostface incident. This kid is sensible and extremely talented. Hearing this name, Master Chen's expression became somewhat mysterious. Lin Qiye, time really flies. Chen Muye suddenly coughed and said, Shangnan, go make some tea for Master Chen. Wu Shangnan was startled but immediately understood. All right, I'll go right away. Once Wu Shangnan left, Master Chen looked at Chen Muye and said something seemingly inexplicable. Captain Chen, these 10 years have been hard on you. Near dinner time, Squad 136 members had already gathered around the dining table. As soon as Lin Qiye and Hong Ying entered, Lin Qiye stood at attention with a snap and announced loudly, Night Watchman Squad 136 Lin Qiye reporting for duty. Wu Shangnan heard this and played along teasingly. Oh, Captain Chen, we have a new recruit reporting. Chen Muye came out of the kitchen carrying dishes and smiled helplessly. All right, there aren't so many formalities. Sit down, dinner will be ready soon. Lin Qiye sat down and Wen Qimo immediately came over to console him. Coming back is good. Those big city night watchman teams have so many rules and regulations, plus heavy missions and high casualty rates. How can they compare to our Kangnan? Leng Xuan also nodded. Temporary setbacks don't matter. Gold will always shine. Hearing this, Lin Qiye realized Squad 136 had completely misunderstood, thinking he was transferred back due to poor performance. I should really find time to explain. Just then, Hong Ying suddenly asked, by the way, I heard there was another mysterious creature in the city today? Wen Qimo nodded. This morning, someone reported finding a body in the backyard of a tavern in the East District. The deceased had his index finger cut off and was nailed to the wall. It was quite gruesome. Lin Qiye was puzzled. Based on just that, it's hard to say it was done by a mysterious creature, right? But Wen Qimo shook his head. Actually, this is already the 4th victim this month. All killed the same way, even with identical facial expressions. But what really confirmed supernatural involvement was a camera. Lin Qiye and Hong Ying both looked puzzled. How does a camera come into this? Seeing Lin Qiye's interest in the case, Wen Qimo explained in detail. On the night of the incident, the tavern was holding a wine celebration, and the tavern owner used a camera to record the event. Since this type of gathering doesn't allow recordings, the owner was filming secretly, but after the celebration ended and the place closed, the owner forgot to take the camera. This very camera captured the entire incident. No second person appeared in the footage, but the victim was suddenly pressed against the wall out of nowhere, and iron nails on the ground flew up by themselves, piercing his limbs and heart. Then the victim's index finger seemed to be gnawed away by something, disappearing completely within seconds. Wu Shangnan nodded. No wonder. That's definitely not something humans could do. He then looked up at Wen Qimo. Any progress after you went to the scene today? Wen Qimo shrugged helplessly. This is too bizarre. I don't even know where to start, not to mention constantly being on guard against the secret thief. Lin Chie was startled. Who is the secret thief? Hong Ying explained. Recently, every time we clear out mysterious creatures, parts of their bodies get stolen. So far, he's stolen body parts from 4 mysterious creatures, so we're calling him the secret thief. Lin Chie asked curiously. What does he want mysterious creature corpses for? Hong Ying shook her head. We don't know, and every time he steals a body, he vanishes without a trace. No clues whatsoever. That's not all. Last month we found a Dark Knight murderer that had already been killed, and similarly, half its body was taken. Lin Qiye frowned. So he's gone from stealing mysterious creature corpses to actively hunting them? Wu Shangnan sighed. If he keeps this up, we'll all be out of jobs. Just then Chen Wuye's voice came through. Regardless of who he is or what his purpose, clearing mysterious creatures is the Night Watchman's responsibility. What he's doing isn't proper. Leng Xuan nodded. I'll definitely catch him this time. Lin Chie was thinking this secret thief doesn't seem to have malicious intent. Chen Muye poured wine while smiling. Let's not talk about that for now. Today is mainly to welcome our Kie back to Squad 136. Everyone raised their glasses at these words, toasting and chatting merrily. That night, lying in bed, Lin Chie's spirit entered the mental hospital. After arriving, he went straight to the dungeon, where he saw the flame-veined earth dragon chattering away, crammed into the cell, which he found rather amusing. Does this cell have a slimming function? I was worried it might burst the cell. He then pulled up the flame-veined earth dragon's stats, seeing the terror value of 84. Lin Chie knew the Mount Jin in battle had probably traumatized this dragon. But what can I do with this guy after recruiting him? Thinking this, Lin Chie asked, Can you cook? The dragon shook its head like a rattle drum. Lin Chie asked again, What about sweeping? Yard maintenance? Making old ladies happy, singing and dancing, making beds? The dragon kept shaking its head as it listened. Lin Chie was somewhat speechless. Don't tell me you can't even speak? This time the dragon nodded. Lin Chie sighed deeply, saying with some regret, As the first Sea Realm mysterious creature in this hospital, it would be a shame to just kill you. But aside from guarding the gate, you really don't seem useful. Suddenly hearing this, the dragon began glowing intensely. The light was like a high-beam flashlight in Lin Chie's face, nearly blinding him, forcing him to turn away until it subsided. As the light gradually faded, a graceful silhouette slowly emerged, and finally a stunningly beautiful woman with an explosive figure, long black hair, and wearing nothing appeared in the cell. Lin Chie was dumbfounded and roared, You're hired! Definitely hired! Soon after, Lin Qiye led the dragon beauty, now dressed in a nurse's uniform, to the courtyard where Aju and Li Yifei were. Li Yifei looked over the dragon beauty and gave a thumbs up. Qiye, you really have excellent taste in choosing nurses. Aju also sighed. Big sister, you're so beautiful! While the dragon beauty was interacting with Aju, Lin Qiye said to Li Yifei, Treat her well. This fourth nurse has a special situation. Then he turned to the dragon beauty, A name? Since you're a flame-veined earth dragon, you'll be called Air Niu from now on. Hearing this, the dragon beauty's entire body seemed to reject the idea. Lin Qiye pouted, Don't like it? Then how about Hong Yan? Li Yifei approached Hong Yan. Hello, I'm Li Yifei, the head nurse here. Before he could finish, Hong Yan bit down on his hand. This bite left Li Yifei stunned. Then he reacted with a scream, My hand! Lin Qiye sighed. I told you her situation is special. Just then, Aju pulled Lin Qiye over. Director, look at this. Turning around, he saw Hong Yan crouched on the ground, having already swallowed the head of Li Yifei's split-form puppy. Li Yifei rushed over and grabbed the puppy's body, trying to pull it out. Holy crap, Hong Yan, you can't eat this. This really isn't food. The whole hospital counts on him for entertainment. Spit it out. But Hong Yan wouldn't let go. Lin Qiye had a massive headache. Why does it feel like there are more and more patients in this mental hospital? It's an illusion, definitely an illusion. The next morning, Wen Qimo took Lin Qiye to the crime scene. The area had been sealed off by police, so there was no worry about scene contamination. Standing in front of the wall where the victim was found, Wen Qimo opened the file. This is the crime scene. The victim was Sun Xiao, male, 28 years old, had worked as a waiter at this tavern for 2 years. According to the autopsy report, time of death was between 3 and 4 a.m. The victim had 5 nails in his body, piercing his limbs and pinning him to the wall, with the final nail piercing his heart, the fatal wound. Additionally, the victim's index finger was completely severed with a very clean cut. No murder weapon has been found yet. Lin Kie looked at the marks on the wall with some surprise. A mysterious creature that likes cutting off people's fingers. That's really unheard of. Then he turned to Wen Kimo. What about the blood at the scene? Wen Kimo handed Lin Kie a photo. There wasn't much blood at the scene, mostly from the severed finger. This photo has the record. Lin Kie looked at the photo and was even more puzzled. Strange. Don't you think there's too little blood? The photo showed a man nailed to the wall, with very little blood around his limbs and chest, as if he'd just scraped off some skin. Wen Chimo was searching for something while explaining. Human fingers don't have many blood vessels. Even if severed, it wouldn't cause major bleeding. The small amount of blood is understandable. Finally, he pulled out a small camera and handed it to Lin Kie. Anyway, let's watch the recording first. Maybe we can find clues about the mysterious creature. In the camera footage, victim Sun Xiao was diligently cleaning the bar. Suddenly, the lights began flickering. Sun Xiao looked around in confusion. Then the screen started showing static, making everything unclear. Just as Lin Chie was about to ask what was happening when Timo said, "Keep watching." When the image cleared, Sun Xiao was already floating in midair by some unknown force. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. Then the Sun Xiao in the footage began screaming. Nails flew up one by one, piercing his body. Then his index finger began gradually disappearing, and Sun Xiao died on the spot. Lin Kie stared at the screen, frowning deeply. Something's wrong. When Timo was puzzled, "Kie, what's wrong?" Lin Kie explained. In the recording, the victim's finger didn't get cut off all at once. It disappeared bit by bit. But the autopsy report says his finger was cleanly severed by some sharp instrument. When Timo thought about it, the footage was too dark to see all the details. Maybe it was cut off bit by bit with a blade. Lin Kie countered. Then where did the severed finger go? Are there no cameras nearby? When Timo pointed outside, the only camera is at the street corner, but during the time of the incident, no suspicious people approached. Lin Kie surveyed the surroundings. I feel like something's off. When Timo shrugged. Anyway, we can basically deduce this mysterious creature's characteristics now. Has invisibility or telekinetic abilities, likes cutting off people's fingers, can affect nearby electronic devices. Lin Kie nodded. I need more information. If possible, I'd like to see the victim's body. When Kimo and Lin Kie arrived at the police station handling the case and communicated with the investigating officers, what they didn't see was a rat under the streetlight in front of the station, staring straight at them. The investigating officer checked Lin Chie's credentials and nodded. Follow me. He led them to the morgue, just as they passed a worker pushing a body away. Lin Chie frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt something was off about this worker. So he asked the investigating officer, "Do you often have body transportation here?" The officer shook his head. Not really. Generally, only cases involving homicide have bodies sent to the morgue for autopsy. After all, Kanyan is a small place, and it's usually quite peaceful, so this kind of thing is naturally rare. As they spoke, the group pushed open the door to the morgue and walked in. The forensic examiner in the morgue saw them and asked, "Is there something you need?" Lin Chie took out his credential and showed it. "I'm here to investigate the severed finger case. I need to examine the body from this case." The forensic examiner was stunned. Wasn't it taken away by the forensic examiner from the neighboring city? He showed his credential and said the higher-ups wanted to send the body to Weihai City for further autopsy. The case officer who came along was shocked upon hearing this. "Old Jia, are you confused? The higher-ups never issued an order to transfer the body." Lin Chie stopped the case officer who was about to continue speaking and quickly asked, "When did this happen?" The forensic examiner also realized something was wrong and said, "Just now, before you came in." Damn, that nurse really is problematic. Upon hearing this, Lin Chie turned and ran outside. Before long, Lin Chie found the suspicious person who was transporting the body, but he didn't alert him and followed from a distance. The person stealing the body was none other than Qingyu. He also noticed Lin Chie behind him and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Lin Chie wants to catch me? Let's see if you have what it takes. He started the car and drove away at lightning speed. Seeing this, Lin Chie quickly followed, and Qingyu drove quite wildly, swerving all over the road. Lin Chie leaped and bounded across the rooftops, running while keeping an eye on the vehicle below. Suddenly, Qingyu made a sharp right turn and drove into an old residential complex. Seeing this, Lin Chie also leaped down from the rooftop and looked around. He found that this place was full of abandoned old buildings with nothing else. When he reached the car, he found the trunk wide open and completely empty. Lin Chie walked closer and observed the traces on the ground, frowning as he muttered to himself. Moving a body would definitely leave traces, but now there aren't even any pressure marks. To disappear in such a short time, like a ghost. But even if you are a ghost, as long as you're in Canyon, I will definitely find you." With that, he waved his hand, and countless bats hidden in the darkness flew out, spreading throughout Canyon City. At this time, in Canyon City's underground drainage system, at a certain dead end, several cultivation tanks displayed mysteriously different corpses, and right in front of a huge autopsy table, An Qingyu stood there, with the victim Sun Xiao's body placed before him, and Qingyu examined it carefully and said, "No, it's different." At this moment, a centipede appeared at An Qingyu's feet. He was startled, then immediately stepped on it. There are too many bugs today. The moment the centipede died, Lin Qiye, who was controlling it, sensed it. He could already feel that the person he was looking for was in the sewers. Lin Qiye extended his hand, and a summoning circle appeared out of thin air, as the little mummy Mumu made a brilliant entrance. The little guy was very affectionate and immediately bounced and jumped toward Lin Qiye upon appearing. Lin Qiye crouched down and patted Mumu's head, saying somewhat apologetically, "Sorry, Mumu, there's no food this time either. Just help me go underground for a trip, and I'll let you eat your fill afterward." Mumu felt a bit wronged upon hearing this, but still obediently followed Lin Qiye underground, and Qingyu's informants were also spread throughout Canyon. As soon as Lin Qiye went down into the sewers, and Qingyu knew he had entered, he surveyed the surrounding equipment and mysterious corpses, muttering helplessly to himself, "Looks like I probably can't hide this time." Turning around, he put on his black windbreaker and walked toward the direction Lin Qiye was coming from. "There's bound to be a fight later, better not destroy my own place." At this time, Lin Qiye had already brought Mumu, who had transformed to human size, and was walking through the passage toward An Qingyu's location. Suddenly, dense surging sounds came from deep in the passage, and somehow those sounds made one's scalp tingle. When they could see clearly, they found countless rats rushing toward Lin Qiye's direction like a tide. Lin Qiye waved his hand, and Mumu understood, firing 3 rocket rounds straight at the swarm of rats. A huge explosion thundered, and the rat swarm was blown to smithereens. But Lin Qiye watched the surging smoke and dust before him without relaxing his vigilance at all. Then, a figure in black clothes stepped through the smoke and emerged from the depths. Lin Qiye's eyes focused. "Got you!" But the next second, the ground beneath Lin Qiye's feet suddenly cracked, and countless pale vines shot out, coiling toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes instantly became pitch black. It was the darkest erosion. Under the control of the darkest erosion, these vines were all frozen in place, unable to move. Mumu even directly aimed the rocket launcher at the ground, since neither Lin Qiye nor he were afraid. This thing exploded right there on the spot, blowing the vines to pieces, and Qingyu had never seen anything this outrageous. A mummy that could use weapons. Who wouldn't be confused seeing that? Suddenly, the smoke in front of An Qingyu parted abruptly, and Lin Qiye leaped out wielding twin blades, slashing at An Qingyu. The dazzling blade light made An Qingyu momentarily dazed. By the time he reacted, the blade light was already close. Fortunately, his speed wasn't slow. The instant the blade light reached his body, he suddenly disappeared from in front of Lin Qiye. And Qingyu retreated extremely quickly, and as soon as he landed, his right hand slapped the ground. In an instant, countless ice shards appeared out of nowhere in his hand, quickly condensing into an ice sword. At this moment, Lin Qiye's second slash came, and Qingyu raised his ice sword to block, but Lin Qiye's strike was extremely powerful. Even though An Qingyu blocked it, he was still sent flying by the tremendous force. An Qingyu was in midair when he used his sword to stab the ground, barely managing to stabilize himself. He was truly somewhat shocked now. You must know he had fused the power of the Nanda Snake Demon and the Murderer, yet he could still be sent flying by Lin Qiye. Close combat won't work, so let's try ranged attacks. Thinking this, An Qingyu suddenly waved his hand at Lin Qiye, and ice spikes quickly emerged from the ground, stabbing toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye didn't even move, and the ice spikes that reached him shattered with a boom. And Qingyu stared at Lin Qiye standing there and thought to himself, something's not right. Just how many forbidden ruins does Lin Qiye have? But Lin Qiye didn't give him time to think. He had already leaped up and was in front of An Qingyu in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, An Qingyu didn't choose to defend this time. But this didn't prevent him from taking down the person in front of him, so he slashed at An Qingyu with his blade. Fortunately, he controlled his strength and position, so he didn't cut An Qingyu in half. At this moment, An Qingyu was clutching his shoulder wound, facing Lin Qiye from a distance. He spoke, "I thought that even if I couldn't beat you, it should at least be a draw. Who would have thought I'd be beaten this badly?" As he spoke, the wound on An Qingyu's shoulder healed at a visible speed, and in moments, not even a scar remained. Seeing this scene, Lin Qiye frowned deeply. This is super speed regeneration? An Qingyu suddenly laughed and looked at Lin Qiye. Long time no see, Lin Qiye. Only then did Lin Qiye recognize the person before him. An Qingyu? How could it be you? You should have had your memory erased and returned to normal life. and Qingyu smiled. Come with me. You're the first visitor here in over a year. Seeing this, Lin Qiye sent Mumu back to the summoning space and asked, what exactly happened to you after the Nanda Snake Demon incident? And Qingyu organized his thoughts and said, after you all left that day, I secretly took the Nanda Snake Demon's head and hid in the sewers, avoiding the Night Watchman's search. Later, I awakened my forbidden ruins and built an underground laboratory here. Lin Qiye asked, somewhat puzzled, you just displayed several types of Forbidden Ruins abilities. Is your Forbidden Ruins ability to copy mysterious abilities? And Qingyu shook his head slightly. It's different. The essence of my Forbidden Ruins is analysis. Through extensive dissection and experimentation, analyzing the characteristics of mysteries, after fully understanding their operational principles, I can not only use these abilities but also improve upon them. For example, the Nanda Snake Demon's snake seeds, the Giant Lizard's regeneration, the Murderer's combat instincts, and the Ice Vine's freezing ability. Lin Qiye was even more puzzled. So what exactly is your Forbidden Ruins ability? And Qingyu shrugged. My Forbidden Ruins isn't in the sequence catalog. Only sequence 315 feats. True Sight Eye is similar, but the function is completely different. Lin Qiye was shocked this time, that is to say, this is a completely new Forbidden Ruins that has never appeared before, and Qingyu nodded somewhat proudly. It should be. I call it the only correct solution. Lin Qiye looked confused. Why do you give such weird names? And Qingyu pushed his glasses. This is a science and engineering man's pursuit of truth. You wouldn't understand. When Lin Qiye followed Qingyu to his secret base, he couldn't help but admire how well equipped it was. The two came to the autopsy table, where the victim's body lay. Lin Qiye scanned the area and looked at the mysterious remains in those cultivation tanks, saying somewhat enlightened, these are the stolen mysterious corpses? You're that corpse thief? And Qingyu pushed his glasses somewhat unhappily. First, I don't agree with your use of the word steal. It should be borrow. These are necessary means used in pursuit of truth. Second, that last murderer was my personal kill, a trophy of war. I risked my life to achieve results for the Night Watchman, only keeping half a mysterious corpse for myself. This is true mutual benefit. Lin Qiye shrugged. What you say does make sense, but the Night Watchman won't just let you continue your activities. Once caught, you'll only have two choices. Forced recruitment into the Night Watchman, or imprisonment in the fasting place. And Qingyu looked at Lin Qiye. So, now that you've caught me, even though you know I won't harm society, you're still going to turn me in, right? Lin Qiye asked, somewhat puzzled. With such a unique Forbidden Ruins, why don't you want to join the Night Watchman? And Qingyu spread his hands. I'm not interested in being a Night Watchman. I only want to freely dissect mysteries and understand the truest side of this world. If I join the Night Watchman, I'll be bound by various rules and waste time on meaningless things. Lin Qiye nodded inwardly, understanding Qingyu's thoughts. I have one more question. Was it you who passed me information during New Year's? And Qingyu nodded. Yes, just a small favor. Lin Qiye helplessly scratched his head. It wasn't so simple for me. I owe you a favor, so I won't turn you in. But if you ever do anything harmful to society, I won't stand by and watch. And Qingyu smiled. Good, it's a deal. Getting back to business, and Qingyu pointed seriously at the body on the autopsy table. This is the victim's body. I secretly infiltrated the scene and discovered some strange things, so I simulated the scene at the time of the incident based on the crime scene. Speaking, he pointed to two cups with different amounts of blood. The left is my simulated blood loss. The right is the blood amount I reconstructed from the scene. Don't you find that the blood at the scene is abnormally little? But Lin Qiye was stunned. Wait a minute. You simulated the blood loss at the time of the incident? How did you simulate it? Did you actually cut off your own finger? And Qingyu waved dismissively. I have the lizard's super speed regeneration. Finger regrowth isn't difficult. Lin Qiye couldn't help but exclaim, you really are a madman. And Qingyu acted as if he didn't hear and continued analyzing. The direction of this corpse's index finger cut is from the back of the hand toward the palm. Hearing this, Lin Qiye vaguely felt something was wrong and asked, what does this indicate? And Qingyu raised his hand and began gesturing. That is to say, the deceased must have cut off the finger from the back of the hand like this. But judging from the wounds the nail made on his hand, the nail was driven from the palm through to the back of the hand. The direction the nail was driven and the direction the finger was cut are opposite, which means, Lin Qiye understood at this point, this means he had his finger cut off first, then was nailed to the wall. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Qiye's mind, and a bold hypothesis gradually became clear. He murmured, wait, in the video he was nailed to the wall first, then had his finger cut off, and Qingyu nodded. You've already verified the authenticity of the video, so now there's only one possibility left. Lin Qiye said decisively, the person who died in the video isn't this Sun Xiao, and Qingyu nodded approvingly. That is to say, someone else wearing Sun Xiao's clothes was nailed to death on the wall by a mystery. Later, someone used Sun Shao, who had his finger cut off, to replace the original person. But why would they do this? Lin Chie was puzzled at this point, but our reasoning still has one fatal problem. According to this logic, there should have been 2 different victims nailed to the wall, but at the scene we only extracted Sun Shao's DNA, and if a second victim appeared that night, who exactly died? Where is his body? Hearing this, and Qingyu also began to think carefully. Suddenly, Lin Chie's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a message from the deputy captain, saying they had found some clues, and Qingyu nodded. You should go back first. This case is more complex than imagined. I'll also go back to the crime scene to take another look. Lin Chie suddenly entered a string of numbers on his phone and held it in front of Qingyu. This is my phone number. Call me if you find anything. And Qingyu tilted his head. I don't think I said I'd help you solve the case. Then he turned back to see Lin Chie glaring at him menacingly, and could only surrender helplessly. All right, considering you didn't turn me in to the night watchman, I'll tell you as soon as I find anything, okay? Before long, Lin Chie returned to the office. Wu Xiangnan took out a pile of materials to explain to everyone: invisibility, telekinesis, paper cutting, and electronic device interference. I searched through the entire database and couldn't find any mystery that fits these conditions. When Chimo scratched his head, so we might be facing a type of mystery that's never been recorded? Wu Xiangnan nodded. Possibly. However, I tried searching for rituals related to severed finger murders and found some incredible clues. In an ancient Western legend, there's a ritual for vengeful spirit advancement. To complete this ritual, you must first sacrifice a human soul, cut off his index finger, and his feet cannot touch the ground when he dies. Importantly, the sacrifice time for this ritual must be at 3:33 am. Lin Chie frowned deeply, so the time of death and method completely matched this case. Wu Xiangnan pushed his glasses. Within 2 days of sacrificing the human soul, you must inject a large amount of soul power. At the same time, thus completely completing the ritual, allowing a weak, vengeful spirit to be reborn and become a powerful ghost. Hong Ying was confused. What is a large amount of soul power? Wu Xiangnan's expression was serious. You can understand it as sacrificing the souls of several hundred ordinary people. Of course, some people have extremely powerful souls. One can equal dozens, like people with forbidden ruins. Chen Muye's hand holding the materials couldn't help but tighten. He suppressed his anger and said, so to complete the ritual, they need to kill several hundred people at once? Wu Xiangnan nodded. Not only that, the ritual location also has strict requirements. It must be exactly 13 kilometers due west of the first sacrifice site. Speaking, he drew a red circle on the map. Hong Ying was stunned when she saw this. Isn't this the residential complex next to my house? There are many residents there, no wonder they chose this place. Lin Chie calculated and said, based on the timing, tonight, that is, at 3:33 a.m., he's going to act. Chen Muye seriously tapped the table. Tonight our 7 people will scatter in different directions, constantly monitoring this area. We must catch this mystery before the ritual begins. On the brightly lit night, Lin Chie stood on the rooftop overlooking all of Kanyan City. Chen Muye's voice came through the earpiece. Chie, how's the situation on your end? Lin Chie said, nothing abnormal here. There are only 2 hours left. Why is there no movement from this mystery at all? Wen Kimo said, the hotel owner booked a flight for tonight, planning to leave Kannan by plane. He said that since Sun Shao's death, he keeps seeing ghostly shadows around him, making him restless, so he wants to go out and hide. Chen Muye continued scanning the surroundings while saying, ghostly shadows? Could there be multiple ghosts wanting to perform the ritual? Kimo, you personally escort him. If there really is mysterious aura around him, report to me immediately. When Kimo nodded and quickly left. On the other side, in the hotel still cordoned off with police tape, several rats emerged, and Qingyu came to the crime scene again, finding it stranger the more he looked at it. At this time, he turned to look at the wall where the victim was nailed, moved a suitable chair to stand on, and began gesturing, finally even taking out a surgical knife and expressionlessly cutting off his own finger. After comparing, and Qingyu leaned against the bar and murmured, still not right. Where exactly is the problem? His finger was rapidly growing back at a visible speed. Suddenly, and Qingyu had a flash of inspiration. I see, I understand now. At the same time, Lin Chie's phone suddenly rang on the rooftop where he was keeping watch. He answered the call. And Qingyu, what did you discover? And Qingyu said, I sent you a video, take a look. Lin Chie opened the video to see Qingyu standing against the wall in the same position as the victim. Suddenly, his finger slowly and smoothly disappeared, just like in the victim's video. Seeing this, Lin Chie was shocked. How did you do that? And Qingyu looked at his completely restored palm and explained, as you said, that video did happen for real, but he made a very simple edit, which was to reverse it. Lin Chie was stunned. Reverse? Do you mean? And Qingyu nodded. Exactly. That video doesn't show a person being killed by a mystery at all. but rather a person with a severed index finger rapidly healing, Lin Qiye said with realization. No wonder the finger in the video wasn't cut off all at once but was gradually consumed. That mystery with invisibility, telekinesis, paper cutting, and signal interference never existed from the beginning. And Qingyu felt around the wall as if looking for something, replying, exactly. Everything in the video was just a self-directed performance by someone with regenerative abilities. Lin Qiye was somewhat puzzled, but why did he go through all this trouble to record this video? And Qingyu came to a wall and felt around on it. Suddenly he pressed a brick, and that wall slowly rose, revealing a hidden door behind it. And Qingyu also said at this time, before thinking about your question, I think we should first consider who did all this. Hearing this, Lin Qiye's eyes focused. The only person who could reverse and swap the original video is probably one person. And Qingyu nodded, exactly, the tavern owner. Speaking, he raised his palm and pressed it against the hidden door in front of him. A large amount of frost and cold air quickly spread, and in an instant the entire wall was covered with frost. The wall structure also became extremely brittle from the low temperature and crumbled with a thunderous crash. Lin Qiye on the other end of the phone heard the sound and asked, "What was that sound? Where are you now?" And Qingyu said, "I'm still at the tavern. More precisely, at the first crime scene. When I was analyzing the overall layout of the tavern, I found that its floor area seemed to be missing a few square meters. That's when I thought, perhaps the first crime scene is hidden within the tavern, it's just that the police overlooked it during their search." Lin Qiye was somewhat puzzled, but the tavern owner is human. This kind of advancement ritual would be useless to him. Could he be performing the ritual for a mystery? Is he being controlled by a mystery? But to complete the ritual, the tavern owner would definitely come to this area. Why would he leave Kenyan? Going through all this trouble to set up such an elaborate scheme, would he just give up like this? Suddenly, the roar of an airplane came from the sky. Lin Qiye suddenly looked up at the plane in the high sky, his expression somewhat horrified. Wait, could it be? At this time, Wu Xiangnan's earpiece carried Lin Qiye's anxious voice, "Deputy Captain, what time is that plane the tavern owner booked?" Wu Xiangnan thought, "Takeoff time is 3:20, 10 minutes from now." "What's wrong?" Lin Qiye leaped down from the rooftop while explaining, "Stop that plane, don't let it take off, this is all the tavern owner's doing. He will indeed come here to complete the ritual, but not on the ground, in the sky. He's not taking the plane to leave Kanyan, but waiting for the plane to fly over this area to complete the ritual on the plane. There are only about 200 passengers on the plane. He's afraid there aren't enough souls, so he tricked Wen Qimo into coming along too." Hearing this, Chen Mui immediately ordered, "I'll contact the airport right away. Xiangnan, Hongying, Qiye Xiaonan, go to the airport now and arrest him. Leng Xuan, you stay here with me in case this is a diversion." And Qingyu, who hadn't hung up the phone, heard Lin Qiye's voice again, "Are you still at the tavern?" And Qingyu walked outside while saying, "Still here, what's wrong?" Lin Qiye quickly said, "You're close to the airport. Go to the airport first and find that 3:20 flight. The tavern owner is on it." And Qingyu hung up the phone and checked the time. 5 minutes left, barely enough time. He took off his outer clothes while muttering, "What a hard life. But thanks to that lizard's body, I now have not only rapid regeneration, but also superhuman speed and mobility." As he spoke, and Qingyu's appearance also changed, becoming somewhat human and somewhat ghostly. Lin Qiye, who also hung up the phone, checked the time, 5 minutes. Conventional methods definitely won't make it in time. So he found a place with no one around and summoned his caretaker Aju with a wave of his hand. Whether we can make it in time depends on him. Aju's first reaction upon being summoned to reality was confusion, utter confusion. Then he saw Lin Qiye come in front of him and crouch down saying, "Come on, transform." Aju was bewildered. "No, Dean, what are you talking about? Have you been watching too many tokusatsu shows?" Then Lin Qiye said something shocking. "Transform back to your original form, I need to ride you." Aju broke down. "Dean, even though I'm a mystery, by human age standards I'm still a child." Finally, he even sold out the head caretaker. "Dean, if you really want to ride something, go ride Li Yifei. He's sturdy and can handle it." Now it was Lin Qiye's turn to be confused. "No, what are you talking about? Besides Hongyan, you're the fastest among all the caretakers. I can only rely on you now. Too bad Hongyan is in the sea realm, I can't summon her now." Aju looked surprised. "Dean, is that what you meant?" Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. "What else would I mean? What kind of weird stuff have you been learning from Li Yifei?" Aju didn't dare explain and directly transformed back to his original form in a flash of light, a giant spider 4 to 5 meters in size. Lin Qiye rode it as it swayed left and right through the buildings, advancing at incredible speed. Lin Qiye even felt for a moment like he had become Spider-Man. But while others ride dragons, tigers, and horses, how did he end up as a spider knight? Before long, the airport appeared in the distance in front of Lin Qiye. At this time, Lin Qiye's phone rang. He answered and immediately asked, How's the situation? And Qingyu's somewhat helpless voice came from the other end. There's been a slight accident. I successfully got on that plane, but before Qingyu could finish, a huge roar passed overhead from far to near. It was a massive passenger plane. Lin Qie was stunned. They took off early? You're inside now? And Qingyu's end carried the sound of tremendous wind and some helplessness. To be precise, I'm currently on the outside of this plane. Lin Qie hung up the phone, looked at the plane rapidly flying away in the sky, and asked, Aju, can we get up there? Aju assessed the situation and nodded. Should be possible. Speaking, he leaped with all his might toward the plane's direction, and at the highest point, he shot out spider silk with full force. The spider silk accurately hit the plane, quickly carrying Aju and Lin Qie, who was riding on his back, through the air. Aju quickly retracted the spider silk and clung to the fuselage. But Aju seemed to discover for the first time that he was afraid of heights. Looking down at the ground, tears even flew out. No good, Dean. I'm afraid of heights. His trembling body couldn't stabilize itself, and started sliding backward along the fuselage, finally only managing to shout, Save me! Save me! And a series of screams before falling off the fuselage. At the critical moment, Lin Qie quickly used the darkest divine ruins to fix the unconscious Aju in mid-air, then reached out with his right hand to grasp the gap in the plane's rear door, and with his left hand caught Aju, who almost fell. Immediately after, Lin Qie sent Aju back to the hospital, thinking, this little guy is somewhat unreliable. Almost got myself killed. Then, Lin Qie drew a line in the void and summoned the Rubik's Cube. He didn't forget to remind, I'm counting on you this time. I hope you're not as unreliable as Aju. And Qingyu, who was on the plane's tail wing, was still thinking about how to get inside the plane. Suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. He turned around and saw it was Lin Qie. Just as he was about to ask how Lin Qie got here, he noticed the scenery around them change, and the two were already inside the plane. And Qingyu looked around and said, somewhat surprised, You can also do spatial movement? Is this the ability of a forbidden object on you? Lin Qie didn't answer, but first spoke into his earpiece. I have successfully infiltrated the target aircraft. Hong Ying, who was frantically driving on the ground, praised, Well done, Qie. We didn't make it in time and can only drive following the plane now. Chen Muye, who was guarding the target area, also said seriously, Qie, you're the only person on the plane now. The task of rescuing Wen Qimo and the passengers can only be completed by you. Lin Qie glanced at Qingyu and replied, Understood. By the way, I never had a chance to tell you all. Actually, when I was at the training camp, my results ranked first. After Lin Qie hung up, he saw Qingyu staring at him with a strange expression. Why are you looking at me like that? And Qingyu shrugged. I just wanted to ask, are you always this stiff when showing off? No transition at all. This comment left Lin Qie speechless. And Qingyu didn't continue teasing Lin Qie. He grabbed a passenger's wrist to sense and said, Just unconscious, probably affected by some kind of mental forbidden ruins. Lin Qie stared toward the cockpit and slowly drew his long blade. Looks like the target is in the cockpit. At this time in the cockpit, the control tower was still continuously calling the plane that had taken off early, calling 0312. This is ground control, please return immediately. Repeat, please return immediately. Then came a gunshot, and the control panel was shot full of holes, still smoking. The tavern owner blew the smoke from his gun barrel and smiled. Very noisy, isn't it? Wen Qimo was hanging in front of him and said sternly, Even if you sacrifice me and all the passengers on this plane, there still won't be enough souls to complete the ritual. The tavern owner smiled wickedly. Indeed not enough, but what if we add the people on the ground? Wen Qimo was shocked, You madman. Are you planning to crash this plane into a residential area? The tavern owner let out a maniacal laugh. To revive the great Belkrand, sacrificing their lives and souls is their honor. He is a powerful mystery from the Western Mist, master of desire and spirit, an existence possessing supreme power. In his prime, he could make everyone in Kangyan kill each other within 10 minutes. Wen Qimo snorted disdainfully, just a dying worm that escaped from the Western Mist, and you dare call it great? The tavern owner was instantly enraged upon hearing this, directly pressing his gun against Wen Qimo's chin. But suddenly he smiled and withdrew the gun. Very good, trying to provoke me with this method to sabotage the ritual? You've got guts. He glanced at the time, 3:29 already. 10 cut child, make your move. Slowly cut off his fingers. Let him feel more pain. The ghost child who had been standing behind him drew his long blade and walked toward Wen Qimo. Wen Qimo broke out in cold sweat but still said, Unfortunately, with my teammates around, your ritual is destined to fail. The tavern owner burst into laughter. Teammates? Where are your teammates? Oh right, those idiots are still foolishly waiting on the ground for me to go kill people in the residential area. Who's going to save you? Just then, the cockpit door made crackling sounds, then was rapidly covered with frost, finally exploding open. Those shattered ice shards shot out like weapons, catching the tavern owner completely off guard. Then Lin Chie and Qingyu appeared at the doorway, glaring at the tavern owner and saying, "You bastard, you're really here!" The first thing Lin Chie did after rushing into the cockpit with Qingyu was to rescue the bound Wen Kimo. Wen Kimo looked at Lin Chie's concerned gaze and shook his head slightly. "I'm fine." Then he looked at Qingyu. "Who is this?" Lin Chie raised an eyebrow slightly. "This is a friend, came to help." At this moment, the tavern owner had stood up, covering the wound at his waist where he was hit by ice shards, looking coldly at the group. After Wen Kimo sat down, Qingyu smiled and whispered, "Since I'm the helper, there should be payment, right?" Lin Chie nodded. "2 corpses, 1 each." Hearing this, Qingyu immediately became interested. "Oh, you're also interested in corpses?" Lin Chie looked speechless. "Don't compare me to a madman like you, I just have other uses for them." The tavern owner spoke up at this moment. "Interesting to actually discover my flaw and find this place." Then he roared, "Kill them! I'll continue the ritual." Upon hearing this, 10-cut child let out a shriek. His body began to writhe as if something was trying to break out. Finally, he actually became 3 identical 10-cut children. The tavern owner took this opportunity to rush toward the pilot, and Qingyu's hands emanated cold air. "Leave this one to me, you handle that, boss." Lin Chie nodded. "All right." The tavern owner had already rushed to a pilot's side, flipping his palm to produce a long nail, driving it toward the pilot's head. But just then, a cold blade light suddenly appeared, slashing toward the tavern owner. The tavern owner's expression changed, suddenly leaning back to dodge the flying blade. But the next second, Lin Chie followed up, a flying knee strike hitting the tavern owner's head, with such force that it punched a hole through the cockpit. The tavern owner's figure wavered, then was sucked out by the tremendous wind and air pressure at high altitude. Though he was in midair, he wasn't panicked at all. His left hand grabbed toward the plane. 5 red silk threads shot out, firmly anchoring to the aircraft's fuselage, preventing him from falling. Lin Chie poked his head out through the hole, seeing the dangling tavern owner, frowned and said, "Silk threads?" He simply leaned out through the hole, flying toward the tavern owner. The tavern owner was also startled seeing this scene, chasing so relentlessly. But thinking it over, he sneered coldly, raising his right hand with another 5 silk threads, like writhing venomous snakes attacking Lin Chie. Lin Chie's long blade danced impenetrably, cutting through the incoming silk threads one by one. He landed on the aircraft fuselage, crouching slightly, reducing his wind resistance, looking at the tavern owner and asking, "Forbidden object?" The tavern owner had already secured himself to the fuselage with silk threads. He sneered and raised his hand. "Just a low-tier toy. Sequence 351 Ghost Silk. Inject spiritual power, and you can control it at will. Useless to others, but for me with super regeneration, it's the strongest weapon." With that, the tavern owner poured all his spiritual power into the ghost silk. Those red threads exploded like a waterfall, roaring toward Lin Chie. Lin Chie crouched slightly, his long blade continuously dancing, precisely striking each incoming silk thread, occasionally sparking. Suddenly, darkness flashed around Lin Chie's body, and the next moment he appeared in front of the tavern owner, stabbing his chest with the blade. As Lin Chie pulled out the long blade, large amounts of blood gushed out. Lin Chie wiped his blade while watching the tavern owner rapidly recover. Couldn't help but feel helpless. Really troublesome. The tavern owner retreated while pulling out a handgun from behind his waist, then fired frantically at Lin Chie like a madman. But Lin Chie's eyes flashed with black light, and those bullets stopped 10+ centimeters in front of him, unable to advance further. The tavern owner screamed in terror. "What the hell are you?" The only answer was Lin Chie's ice-cold blade flash and the tavern owner's head flying high. In the cockpit, Qingyu looked at the corpse of 10-cut child before him, pondering to himself. The other corpses disappeared, so only this one is the real body? What he didn't notice was that behind him, in the crystal ball the tavern owner called Belkrand, a faint glow flickered on the worm's body. At the same time, in the passenger cabin, the originally sleeping passengers stood up like marionettes. They lifted one of them high, and the man's fingers began to slowly disappear, as if being devoured by something invisible. On the ground, Hong Ying and the other's vehicle had already stopped by the roadside. Wu Shangyan looked at his watch and said, "It's already 3:33, time for the ritual to begin." Hong Ying was somewhat anxious, wonder how Chie is doing. Then Leng Xuan's voice came through the earpiece. "He's fine, he's already held up the tavern owner." Hong Ying was stunned hearing this. "How do you know?" Leng Xuan's tone carried some shock because they're fighting on top of the plane. Hong Ying and Wu Shangnan looked at each other. Plane? On top? Looking up carefully, they could see 2 figures standing on top of the aircraft. Hong Ying couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy shit, that's too badass." At this moment, the headless tavern owner's corpse suddenly twitched, Then several silk threads dropped from the neck's severed opening, connecting to the head on the ground. In moments, the tavern owner was restored to normal. However, when he looked at Lin Chie's long blade still stained with his own blood, he still felt involuntary fear, so he raised his gun again, about to shoot at Lin Chie. But the clip was already empty. Lin Chie slowly walked toward him, saying, "In the end, you're just a stray who accidentally awakened a forbidden ruin and has been hiding among civilians. Whether in combat skills or mentality, you're far inferior to real River Forbidden." With that, Lin Chie slightly activated his forbidden ruin, and the gun in the tavern owner's hand turned into a pile of parts. Lin Chie raised his hand to summon the little mummy Moo Moo, saying, "If not for the ghost silk, you'd just be an infinitely respawning target dummy with no attack power." Just as the tavern owner glared at Lin Chie through gritted teeth, Lin Chie suddenly smiled mischievously. "Tell me, how many kilograms of explosives would it take to blow you into mush?" Seeing this scene, the tavern owner didn't hesitate for a second and directly leaped off the plane. He now had only one thought: there's something seriously wrong with this guy. Lin Chie quickly had little mummy Moo Moo act. Bandages shot out rapidly, binding tightly to the aircraft. Then Lin Chie jumped off the plane with Moo Moo on his back, chasing after the tavern owner in midair. Seeing this scene, Hong Ying and the others on the ground were shocked. Although night watchmen were stronger than ordinary people, without flight-type forbidden ruins, jumping from this height would be certain death. Lung Xuan, seeing clearly through his telescope, said, "Don't worry. He tied something like a rope to the plane, should be fine." Only after he said this did everyone relax. But the rapidly falling tavern owner was stunned. "Holy shit, this madman actually jumped down after me." But thinking it over, no big deal. After all, someone who jumped later couldn't possibly catch up to him. Little did he know Lin Chie had technology. Moo Moo on his back raised both hands, revealing 2 high-powered propulsion devices. Then flames flickered. Massive flames jetted out, the recoil greatly increasing Lin Chie's falling speed. The tavern owner's eyes nearly popped out, thinking, "Holy shit, you can do that?" The next instant, Lin Chie wielded his long blade, tracing a beautiful arc in midair, once again severing the tavern owner's head. Ghost silk extended from the tavern owner's neck, connecting to his head in midair. Suddenly, Moo Moo let go. Lin Chie pulled out a string of grenades, rushing onto the tavern owner's back. Then, with one hand grabbing the ghost silk, he looped that string of grenades around the tavern owner's neck. Then, with a forceful push, he leaped high up, returning to Lin Chie's back. The tavern owner's head had just recovered when that string of grenades began emitting blinding light, finally exploding thunderously in midair. Lin Chie, holding Moo Moo and wrapped in bandages, muttered to himself, "With this amount of explosives detonating from inside, even if he has C-forbidden regeneration, he couldn't possibly survive." When Lin Chie returned to the cockpit, he saw An Qingyu holding a scalpel, gesturing over 10 cut child's body. Seeing Lin Chie return, An Qingyu didn't even look up as he asked, "That tavern owner dealt with?" Lin Chie nodded. "Dealt with. Pity about that forbidden object called ghost silk. Got swept to the ground by the explosion's shockwave." And Qingyu nodded. "As long as it's still in Canyon, we'll definitely find it." Lin Chie looked at the crystal ball on the ground. "Now's not the time to discuss this. There's still one mystery unsolved, called Belkrand, right?" With that, Lin Chie walked to the front and picked up the crystal ball. Only then did he discover that the crystal ball already had a hole broken in it, and the worm inside was nowhere to be seen. And Qingyu also walked over, examining the crystal ball and saying, "This was broken from the inside. He's already escaped. Didn't you say he was already dying?" Lin Chie nodded. He was indeed down to his last breath before. Never mind breaking the crystal ball. Whether he could survive was questionable. In such a short time, how did he recover? The ritual time has also passed. It shouldn't suddenly... Lin Chie's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "Oh no!" When Lin Chie and the others arrived at the passenger cabin, there wasn't a single living person left in the entire cabin. All passengers had their index fingers missing and were dead beyond dead. And Qingyu frowned. All dead? Just now they should have been mentally controlled by that Belkrand. Completing this ritual, Lin Chie shook his head. These ordinary people's souls shouldn't be enough. Before he finished speaking, the entire aircraft began shaking violently. The two looked at each other and roughly guessed what was happening. At this moment, the passenger plane had begun diving down, rushing toward the downtown residential area. The pilot, who had been unconscious, now had red eyes, roaring as he controlled the aircraft. Lin Chie rushed over at this moment, striking the pilot's neck with one palm, knocking him unconscious. And Qingyu flipped over and sat in the pilot's seat. Lin Chie was stunned. "You can fly planes too? When did you learn that?" And Qingyu shrugged. 3 seconds from now, watching the plane roar toward downtown. Wu Shangnan on the ground said gravely, "If this continues, in at most 10 seconds, the plane will crash into the residential area. The resulting casualties could reach thousands." On the rooftop, Chen Muye also stared grimly at the aircraft, asking, "Xiangnan, what's that plane's number?" He pulled out an ancient parchment scroll from his chest, emanating sinister aura. Wu Xiangnan was stunned, but still said, "AR 401, Captain, why are you asking this?" Chen Muye didn't answer, but slowly raised the scroll, the sinister aura growing thicker. At this moment, Leng Xuan shouted, "Wait, Captain, the plane is climbing." Indeed, the originally diving aircraft had begun to climb, finally soaring high again after scraping off 2 antennas. Hong Ying saw this scene and couldn't help but clutch her chest, breathing a long sigh of relief. "Thought we were going to die. Scared me to death." Chen Muye watched the departing aircraft, showing a slight smile, putting the scroll away again. In the cockpit, Lin Qie still hadn't quite recovered, while Qingyu said nonchalantly, "See, I told you leaving it to me would be fine." When Chimo, seeing the two had relaxed, asked, "All settled?" Lin Qie crouched down and said, "Belcround escaped. Don't know if the souls of the tavern owner and 10-cut child were absorbed by him. If so, with 2 river forbidden souls, perhaps the ritual has been completed." When Chimo smiled and patted Lin Qie, "You've already saved so many people. That's already very good. As for that Western mystery from the mist, that's Phoenix Squad's responsibility. They'll handle it." When the passenger plane safely landed at Kangyan Airport, ambulances immediately took Wen Qimo away. Lin Qie looked at Qingyu. "You really won't come back to the night watch with me? You made great contributions this time. They won't pursue your corpse stealing, and you won't have to hide underground anymore." But Qingyu shook his head. "The night watch isn't suitable for me. I'm just a madman who likes dissecting corpses. Besides, I don't trust them. I'm leaving. If I stay any longer, I won't be able to leave." With that, Qingyu smiled and waved goodbye to Lin Qie, then left alone. Qingyu had just left when Hong Ying and the others arrived. Hong Ying rushed up directly, hugging Lin Qie. "You look so cool jumping off the plane to kill the tavern owner. Can I learn that move?" Lin Qie smiled helplessly. "How would I teach that? Where would I get another living mummy?" Chen Muye approached and gave Lin Qie a thumbs up. "Well done. Our 136 squad really struck gold this time." Just as everyone was laughing and chatting, Chen Muye's phone suddenly vibrated. As he picked up the phone to read the message, his expression grew increasingly grim. At the same time, a horse carriage raced along the road, its speed even surpassing cars, leaving car drivers dumbfounded. The young coachman's chest produced a phone ringtone. He picked it up, looked at it, then lifted the carriage curtain saying, "Master, Commander, he wants us to return." The master inside was stunned. "Return? Return where?" The young man handed the phone to the master while saying, "Return to Kangyan." The master was somewhat puzzled. "I just came from there. Why go back?" "Forget it. Let me talk to him." But after he took the phone and carefully read the message, he sighed softly and said, "Turn around. Back to Kangyan." The young man obeyed, pulling tight the reins, and the carriage turned around, racing toward Kangyan. The next day, all of 136 squad were at the office. Wu Xiangnan turned on the TV to watch the news. But suddenly the channel switched, and the TV's female host smiled and said, "Really? I don't believe it." So Wu Xiangnan turned to look at Hong Ying, who had changed the channel. Hong Ying was stunned. "Why are you looking at me?" Wu Xiangnan pointed at the TV. "Change it back. I want to watch the news." Hong Ying pursed her lips. "What's so interesting about news? Isn't interviewing Uncle Jackie Chan better? He's Daxia's best action actor." While the two were arguing about what to watch, the others were gathered around the table doing their own things. Lin Qie looked at the crow in the bird cage before him and asked, "This is the crow of disaster?" When Qimo nodded, "That's right. As a living forbidden object, this thing is extremely rare in Daxia. It's said that in all the night watch, only major cities like Shangjing, Guangshen, and Huaihai have them." Lin Qie was somewhat puzzled. "Then how does our Kangnan have one? This is just an ordinary second-tier city." When Qimo shrugged, "Don't know, this was brought by the captain when he came to take office in Kangyan. It can predict a city's fate. If a great disaster is coming, it will shriek in advance as warning." Lin Qie nodded. "Has it ever called out so far?" When Qimo shook his head. "From when I came to Kangyan until now, I've never heard it call. Hope we never have to hear it." Just as everyone was idle, Chen Muye appeared before them. He scanned the room for the crew and finally smiled. "Pack up. It's been a long time since we've been to a reunion." So everyone packed up and soon appeared in a scenic area dense with vegetation in the suburbs. Leng Xuan was flying a kite. Hong Ying sat with Lin Qie on the picnic blanket resting, while Chen Muye displayed his culinary skills, barbecuing. Wu Xiangnan helped him. Hong Ying stretched hard and sighed. "It's been so long since we went camping, so nostalgic." Lin Qie laughed. "Why, Sister Hong Ying, did you guys often come out for reunions before?" Hong Ying sat up and said, "Yeah, not just camping. We also went fishing, barbecuing, watching movies, playing mahjong." Lin Qie was puzzled. Mahjong can be played at the office too, right? Hong Ying wagged her finger with a "you don't understand" expression, saying playing in a card room has better atmosphere. At this moment, Chen Muye and Wu Xiangnan walked over. "Come on, everything's grilled. Try some." Hong Ying picked up a skewer and took a bite, immediately bubbling with delight, eating while saying, "Captain, your cooking is really amazing." When Kimo and Si Xiaonan also returned carrying bags. When Kimo raised the bag in his hand, bought the drinks, but Hong Ying's gaze fell on the green flower in Si Xiaonan's hand. She asked curiously, "What's this? Never seen this flower before." Wu Xiangnan glanced at it. "This is red spider lily, also known as higanbana." Hong Ying was somewhat puzzled. "Aren't red spider lilies red? This one's green." Wu Xiangnan scratched his head. "Red spider lilies aren't just red, they come in many colors. Red ones symbolize longing, memories, and the beauty of death. Blue ones represent sorrow and separation." Hong Ying nodded with sudden understanding. "What about green ones?" Wu Xiangnan recalled for a moment and said, "I remember now, the meaning is endless hope." Chen Muye heard this and his eyes flickered, saying meaningfully, "That's a nice meaning." Lin Qiye caught this scene. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Chen Muye stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "I have something to announce. This morning I received notification that the Shangjing City Garrison Squad has invited our 136th Squad for observation and learning. After we return today, everyone pack your luggage and prepare to leave for Shangjing tomorrow morning." Hong Ying cheered happily upon hearing this, but Wu Xiangnan was somewhat puzzled. "If we all leave, what happens if mysteries appear in Kangyan?" Chen Muye pulled out a stack of documents. "Qiye and I will stay behind, you don't need to worry. All expenses during the observation will be reimbursed by Night Watch headquarters." "This is an order from headquarters." Wu Xiangnan was somewhat doubtful. "Why would Shangjing City invite us for observation and learning? We're not familiar with them, and we've never had any contact." Chen Muye smiled and explained, "Headquarters has been planning this for a long time. It's to enhance the professional capabilities of U.S. second-tier night watchmen. It's just that Qiye only officially joined us a few days ago, so his quota wasn't included in the initial registration." As vice captain, Wu Xiangnan was still worried about leaving just 2 people on guard, saying, "You and Qiye staying behind, won't that be too much? How about I stay too?" But Chen Muye firmly refused. "The observation must be led by the vice captain. This is headquarters order, you must go." "All right, you've all eaten enough, go back early to pack, depart at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow." The next morning, Kangyan Airport, Lin Qiye and Chen Muye waved goodbye to the other team members. After everyone disappeared through the security checkpoint, Chen Muye turned and walked while saying, "Let's go, we should head back too." But Lin Qiye didn't move. "Captain, why did you lie to them about going to Shangjing?" Chen Muye's heart jumped, but he still asked, "What are you talking about?" Lin Qiye smiled. "Captain, did you forget about my forbidden ruin? When you were secretly forging documents in the office yesterday, you were right within my forbidden ruin sensing range." Chen Muye, seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, sighed and said, "The documents were fake, but the observation and learning is real. I know someone in the Shangjing squad. He'll take them around Shangjing for a few days. Once everything is over, they'll come back." Lin Qiye was stunned. "Everything is over?" Chen Muye's expression became serious. "Qiye, in the next few days something might happen in Kangyan, or rather, a disaster. So I don't want them involved. Actually, if possible, I'd want you to leave with them too. But for certain reasons, you can't leave Kangyan City. This is also an order from headquarters. 300 kilometers above Kangyan City, a military aircraft hid in the clouds, flying toward Kangyan. Inside the cabin, 8 figures in golden cloaks sat on either side. One bespectacled man held documents saying, "That's all the case information about the foreign mystery Belgrand. Does anyone have questions?" As soon as he finished, a blonde beauty raised her hand. Me, I do." But the bespectacled man's gaze directly ignored her, continuing to ask the others, "So does anyone else have questions?" The blonde woman was very displeased. Standing up and pointing at the bespectacled man angrily, "Kong Shishi, you dare ignore the captain's questions. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." The bespectacled man sighed. "Then, Captain, what questions do you have?" the blonde woman said excitedly. "This time when we go clean up that whatever belt guy, can we kidnap Lin Qiye to our Phoenix squad?" The bespectacled man was speechless but still explained. "First, the target isn't belt guy. Second, Lin Qiye has already joined 136 squad and couldn't possibly join us." Suddenly, the transport plane began tilting slightly, actually turning around to fly back. The blonde woman looked out the window, frowning. "What's happening? Weren't we going to Kangnan to eliminate the foreign mystery? Why are we turning back?" Just then, a uniformed person appeared at the cockpit door. He saluted and said, "Sorry, just received orders from headquarters. From now on, Kangnan is cut off from all outside contact." Phoenix squad members looked at each other. The bespectacled man stood up, specifically emphasizing, "We're a special squad." The soldier remained expressionless, calmly saying, "The order specifically mentioned that special squads are no exception." At this time on Kongyun's eastern seaboard, layers of dark clouds seemed about to crash to the ground, so oppressive one could barely breathe. Below the clouds, seawater raged around the entire coast, as if wanting to swallow the whole sea. On the reconnaissance helicopter, two soldiers said with grim faces, "This scenery looks like the end of the world." Massive waves were already crashing against the shore, the towering waves like beasts wanting to destroy the city. One man looked at the scene before him, murmuring, "What kind of thing could cause such a huge disaster? This has to be at least infinite level, right?" The other man shook his head. "Infinite? You've got to be kidding. It's not just our Kongyun. Dozens of cities along the entire eastern seaboard have become like this. Even Klein couldn't do this." The man, hearing this, seemed to think of something, saying somewhat incredulously, "You mean this is—" Before he could finish, a serious voice came through everyone's earpiece. "Target appears! Repeat, target appears! Everyone stay put. Do not attempt to attack the target. Don't do anything unnecessary. Maintain radio silence. Someone will handle all this." With that, the radio fell into long silence. And just then, on the mostly evacuated streets, a figure carrying a wooden case walked against the crowd toward the direction of the massive waves. Reaching the position, he placed the wooden case on the ground. Then a crisp sword cry rose to the sky, even drowning out the sound of the massive waves. Instantly, the ocean seemed angered. A huge wave crashed toward the man. The man looked at the approaching wave without panic, saying, "Ahead lies Daxia territory. Gods are forbidden to pass." With that came another sword cry. The wave before him was instantly split in two. Behind the wave revealed a magnificent figure. He held a trident standing on the sea surface, his beard flowing over his chest, and with every gesture, terrifying pressure emanated. He looked down at the young man before him. "Mortal, do you know who I am?" The young man calmly replied, "Divine Code 009, Sea God Poseidon." Hearing this, Poseidon's voice carried anger. "Absurd. Arrogant nation, nameless people, how dare you arbitrarily number the gods?" The young man remained expressionless. "What's trustworthy about you gods? Besides my sword, I, Zhou Pin, trust no one." With that, he patted the wooden case beside him. Poseidon looked at him and said, "Zhou Pin, I admit that among all mortals I've seen, you are the strongest. But do you really think that with your mortal body, you can stop the sea god's advance?" Zhou Pin thought for a moment. "I can try." With that, the wooden case beside him suddenly opened. A blinding light burst forth. Terrifying sword intent accompanied by sword cries soared to the sky. Instantly, that terrifying sword edge flew toward Poseidon's head, embedding into the dark clouds overhead. This sword made even Poseidon's expression change slightly. He roared, "Shiva's grudge is a divine artifact representing destruction. If it falls into evil gods' hands, it will surely cause great disaster." With that, he pointed his trident's blade at Zhou Pin. "Your godless Daxia cannot protect him. Only by letting me take him back to Olympus can disaster be avoided." Zhou Pin gently rotated the long sword in his hand. "Daxia's affairs don't need you Greek gods to worry. I'll say this one last time. Within Daxia's borders, gods are forbidden to pass. Meanwhile, in Daxia's northern borderlands, on the snow-covered mountain ranges, countless skeletons that had been dead for unknown ages, carrying death aura so thick it couldn't dissolve, moved stiffly but quickly toward Daxia's interior. A man sat on a large stone, facing the undead army about to reach him. He unhurriedly pulled out a lighter from his pocket, slowly lighting the cigarette in his mouth. As the flame sparked, the space behind him gradually twisted. A golden wheel of light appeared, covered in incomprehensible Sanskrit. Then, intense golden light burst from him as the center, sweeping toward all directions, passing over rows of undead. Skeletons farther from him were directly shattered, while those closer had already turned to dust. He picked up the star blade, slowly rising, looking toward the mid-air above the distant undead, smiling. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the Supreme Commander of Daxia Night Watch, Yi Fan." In the mid-air above the undead, a black cloak gradually materialized. Those undead, as if witnessing their king, all knelt down toward that figure. The figure spoke, "Venerable Yi Fan, I know you. 10 years ago, in that divine war, your body was shattered by Gaia. I never expected you to still be alive." Yi Fan could hear the sarcasm in this figure's words, but still smiled and said, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Being able to survive is also part of my destiny. But what about you all? 10 years have passed. Why are you still so obsessed with this Shiva's grudge?" The voice grew colder. "That thing is too dangerous. Only Olympus has the right to safeguard it." Yi Fan took a drag from his cigarette and sneered. "Right. After the mist descended, you Greek gods preserved yourselves the most completely. Let me guess, besides sacrificing all your citizens, how many of your own gods did you sacrifice? Thanatos, the god of death, Hypnos, the god of sleep, Hemera, the goddess of day, one of the 5 primordial Greek gods. Nyx's children have almost all been killed by you, haven't they? Speaking of this, Ye Fan suddenly remembered something, with a hint of malicious amusement in his tone. Oh right, perhaps you don't know yet. Nyx appeared within the Great Xia's borders half a year ago. I just wonder, when she fully returns, will Gaia be able to withstand her fury? Hearing these words, the black figure visibly trembled, his voice filled with horror. Impossible. That woman is already dead. Ye Fan smiled. You are the famous Hades. No one understands death better than you. He shrugged. But you also know that within the mist, nothing is impossible. The death aura around Hades grew thicker as he stared at Ye Fan and roared, Enough! Hand over Shiva's grudge. Otherwise, I'll turn this entire nation into my underworld's dead soil. And this time, you won't be as lucky as you were 10 years ago. Ye Fan raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Is that so? But you all don't seem as strong as you were 10 years ago either. After all, this sudden mist has cast you gods down to the mortal realm. As long as you remain within the mist, you'll only grow weaker. Perhaps in another 100 years, you'll become no different from mortals. Speaking of this, Ye Fan could barely suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. I suppose Gaia didn't come this time to preserve her strength by hiding in Olympus, right? Just like a dog clinging to life. The death aura around Hades began to churn violently due to his anger. He pointed at Ye Fan and said coldly, Foolish mortal, I'll make you know that gods will always be gods. As his words fell, countless skeletal spirits suddenly accelerated, charging toward Ye Fan. Facing this terrifying scene, Ye Fan gently threw away his cigarette butt. Meanwhile, on a desolate highway 20 kilometers from Kanyan, a convertible sports car was roaring down the road toward Kanyan. The young man in the driver's seat didn't notice at all that behind him, a figure in a yellow uniform riding an electric scooter was rapidly approaching. In moments, it was parallel with the car. The young driver was confused. He was going 130 to 140 km/h. What kind of electric scooter was this? The delivery person took out a pizza box and said, Hello, this is your delivery. The young driver roared, Are you sick? I didn't order any delivery. The delivery guy checked the order and confirmed, Divine number 018. Loki, the god of mischief, right? This is your delivery. The pizza box suddenly popped open, revealing neatly arranged explosives inside. The young man in the driver's seat instantly froze. But before he could curse, a massive explosion thundered, completely obliterating the entire car. On a distant mountain peak, a blonde woman seemed to sense something and looked over. Another one of my avatars killed. This great Shia is quite interesting. But Shiva's grudge, I'm bound and determined. At the same time, in the office, the Raven of Calamity suddenly seemed to sense something, followed by a piercing shriek. Lin Chie, who had been lying in bed, instantly became alert, while Chen Muye also came to the Raven of Calamity's side, watching this scene with a grim expression. The Raven of Calamity's voice became increasingly shrill and piercing. When it reached its peak, it suddenly trembled all over, then collapsed headfirst, completely dead. Seeing this, Chen Muye couldn't help but close his eyes. It seems what I feared most has happened. Lin Kie, who had just approached, asked, Captain, what exactly happened? Chen Muye sighed deeply, looked at Lin Kie and asked, Kie, have you ever heard of Shiva's grudge? Lin Chie was slightly surprised. Shiva's grudge? Chen Muye nodded. A top-tier forbidden object carrying the forbidden zone of the Indian god Shiva, sequence 008. Its true form is an ancient parchment scroll. As long as you pay a sufficient price, any concept written on it will be directly erased. 10 years ago, a divine war broke out on Great Shia's border to seize this super forbidden object. Later, some things happened, and after going round and round, this forbidden object came to be safeguarded by me. Hearing this, Lin Chie was truly shocked. So Shiva's grudge has been in your hands all along, Captain? Chen Muye nodded slightly. The law of destruction involved in this forbidden object can only be suppressed by my Forbidden Ruins black impermanence, borrowing the might of the King of Hell's palace. Lin Chie was even more surprised. So you've been suppressing it for a full 10 years, Captain? Chen Muye sighed slightly. Over these 10 years, its power has been constantly growing, and suppressing it has become increasingly difficult. Speaking of this, Chen Muye couldn't help but clench his fists. A few days ago, when the plane was about to crash, I peeled back a corner of Shiva's grudge. I didn't expect its aura to leak out, attracting the attention of outer gods. This led to the current situation. Lin Kie patted Chen Muye's shoulder. Captain, this isn't your fault. Even if you hadn't done that, Shiva's grudge would have soon broken through your suppression anyway. What can we do now? Chen Muye uttered one word. Wait, Lin Kie said in surprise. Wait? Chen Muye nodded slightly. A battle of this level is not something we can interfere with. All we can do is wait for those few. If anything happens to Kanyan City during this time, we must buy them time. On the other side, in the pitch-black dreamscape, a seductive voice kept repeating, "Do you think you can really escape from all this? No matter how hard you try to forget, you are still you. Come, return to my embrace." Si Xiaonan, lying in bed, suddenly awakened from the nightmare amid these eerie calls. Hong Ying, who was also sleeping lightly, woke up and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Xiaonan, another nightmare." Seeing Si Xiaonan nod, Hong Ying smiled and embraced her. "I never thought you'd be so particular about where you sleep. How about we go out for a walk? We only got halfway through our afternoon stroll." At this moment there was a knock on the two girls' door. Both were slightly puzzled. Hong Ying got out of bed and opened the door, finding Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qimo, and Leng Xuan standing outside. She asked in surprise, "Weren't you guys supposed to be experiencing massages? Why are you back?" Wu Xiangnan pushed his glasses. "Something's not right." As soon as we entered the massage parlor, we heard the front desk say that all trains and flights to Kanyan have been suspended. Hong Ying was stunned. Suspended? Didn't we just arrive in Shangjing yesterday? How could they be suspended? Wu Xiangnan shook his head. "We don't know. We went to the airport, train station, and bus station, and found that all routes to and from Kanyan have disappeared. It's as if Kanyan City has vanished into thin air. I can't get through to the captain either. It shows out of service area. Something has probably happened to Kanyan. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, the mental hospital was always under blue skies and white clouds, peaceful and serene. 2 patients and 3 caregivers were gathered around playing mahjong. Li Yifei drew a tile. It was exactly the 3 circles he needed to win, and immediately laughed loudly. Self-drawn 3 circles. "I win!" Naturally, there was no money in the hospital, so the chips the players put out were Aju cleaning coupons, Aju cooking coupons, and Aju bedwarming coupons. Li Yifei collected the 3 coupons and smiled. "Aju, tomorrow's cleaning and cooking are yours, and tonight you're coming to my room to warm the bed." Aju was somewhat displeased. "This is clearly a 4-person mahjong game. Why are all 3 people's chips my work coupons?" Li Yifei smiled cunningly. "Seniors always need to give juniors more opportunities to show themselves. This is our corporate culture." Hearing this, Aju became even more upset. "You're just bullying me. Hong Yan came even later than me. Why doesn't she have to do these things?" Li Yifei crossed his legs. "Hong Yan can only do simple work now. Our hospital still has to rely on you. Aju." Then he turned to Hong Yan, bring Grandma a cappuccino, and bring Senior Merlin a cup of fine Biluochun tea. Hong Yan looked completely confused, not understanding what he was talking about at all. Li Yifei gave up and just said, "Just bring us 3 cups of water." Hong Yan indicated okay. Soon, Hong Yan brought over 3 cups of water. Merlin picked up his water cup and looked at it, saying, "Xiao Li, why is there no goji berry in this water? It's not healthy at all." Li Yifei smiled bitterly. "Senior Merlin, our hospital doesn't produce goji berries either." At this moment, Aju exclaimed, "Sister Hong Yan, you can't eat that." Hearing this, everyone quickly looked over, and found Hong Yan chomping on mahjong tiles one by one, eating them with such crispy sounds. Li Yifei shouted, "Holy crap! Hong Yan, stop! No wait, stop eating!" Nick saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. "My great-granddaughter really has good teeth." Li Yifei, who rushed over to stop Hong Yan, saw a figure approaching and couldn't help but shout, "Kie, you're finally here! You need to control Hong Yan. This is already the 66th set of mahjong she's eaten." Lin Chie pushed Li Yifei aside and said seriously, "I'm here for something very important this time." Then he looked at Merlin. "Mr. Merlin, may I have a word with you in private?" Merlin smiled. "Of course. I've been waiting for you." In Merlin's room, Lin Chie and Merlin sat facing each other. Merlin frowned tightly, as if pondering something. Lin Chie sat in front of him, looking at him with some anticipation. Suddenly, Merlin opened his eyes, and a golden gleam flashed by. His face darkened as he spoke 2 words, "Death Omen." Lin Kie frowned slightly and asked, "Is this the result of the prophecy?" Merlin shook his head slightly, to be precise. "The tribulation in your fate is coming." Using the word tribulation is more appropriate because it's not necessarily fatal. Lin Chie breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "Then Mr. Merlin, do you have a way to resolve it?" Merlin shook his head again. "If it were someone else, I could indeed use prophecy to give advice, but I cannot see your future clearly." Speaking of this, Merlin's brow furrowed, but strangely, "Although I cannot see your fate clearly, my own fate seems about to have a closer connection with yours. Perhaps the key to your resolution is related to me." Lin Chie's thoughts raced. Generally speaking, patients' fates don't affect the outside world, unless, could Merlin actually leave here? But Merlin's current treatment progress is only 41%. To quickly push the progress bar to 50% would be extremely difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Chie couldn't help but sigh. It seems I still need to address the root of his condition. After bidding farewell to Merlin, Lin Chie returned to his office. The three caregivers were pressed against the door trying to peek inside. Aju whispered, "After meeting with Merlin, the director has been in there all afternoon. Could he be sick?" As soon as he finished speaking, the director's office door was pulled open. The three lost their balance and fell forward, ending up in a pile at Lin Qi's doorway. Aju looked up to see Lin Qie standing in the doorway, and his first reaction was to apologize. "Director, I wasn't cursing you to be sick." Lin Qie ignored the three and walked toward the hospital courtyard. Soon he came beside Merlin, who was sunbathing in the courtyard. He looked at Merlin's sleeping face, gently leaned down, brought his mouth close to Merlin's ear, and then whispered like a demon, "Merlin, have you found the secret of the real world? How can you sleep if you haven't found it?" The three caregivers who rushed over heard this and were immediately horrified, thinking this was the end. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Merlin didn't even open his eyes but jumped straight up from his chair, howling loudly. Then a net appeared in his hand, and his clothing transformed in a puff of smoke. Patrick Star form Merlin made his shining debut. He raised his net and shouted, "SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish together." On the other side, in a large ancient god church stronghold, Yiyu sat in his chair, roaring in fury. "Two idiots! Such a simple task and you nearly failed, and two followers died for no reason. If Shen Qingzhu hadn't intervened in time, that thing would have really fallen into the night watchman's hands." A follower slightly raised his head and defended, "Sir, it really wasn't our incompetence. Those two died too mysteriously. We checked carefully and found no trace of enemies." Before he could finish, Yi Yu slammed his fist down and interrupted, "Shut up, you two useless fools. When will you ever give me peace of mind like Shen Qingzhu? Forget it this time, but next time we must catch jellyfish." The two followers who had been keeping their heads down looked up in confusion. Yi Yu had already covered his mouth. Another soul within him was becoming active. The followers below didn't know what was happening and were speculating about what jellyfish might be code for. Yi roared, "Idiots, I'm talking about delicious Krabby Patties." The followers below were even more confused. "What's a Krabby Patty? Why does our leader speak in half sentences?" Yi completely broke down and roared, "Get out! All of you get out! Go find Patrick Star to catch jellyfish." The three followers, including Shen Qingzhu, quickly ran out of the hall. Shen Qingzhu looked back slightly, listening to Yi arguing fiercely with himself in the hall. He knew that Yi's mental state was indeed problematic. At this time, Merlin's spirit had arrived at that familiar island. Following the island down into the deep sea, Patrick Star Merlin ran in crazy circles. "SpongeBob, when will you come find me to catch jellyfish?" Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Patrick Star Merlin, grabbing his net with his right hand, and grasping Merlin's hood with his left. Lin Qiye lifted up Merlin and said, "So you're the little sea star that has occupied Merlin's body?" Lin Qiye now understood that the essence of Merlin's condition wasn't anxiety about not finding the real world, but that he would enter a second personality after becoming anxious. And this second personality was originally a sea star. After this sea star took control of Merlin's body, it would instinctively use transformation magic to change its appearance back to its original form. Therefore, the best treatment method was to use designated summoning magic to extract this second personality. As Lin Qiye took action, a blue light emerged from Merlin's body, and Merlin also returned to his original state. But just then, Lin Qiye's body shook, and the blue light drilled back into Merlin's body. Merlin transformed back into Patrick Star form, then rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Lin Qiye smiled bitterly. "It seems it's still not working. These two souls are too tightly entangled." The Merlin soul connected to the sea star instinctively fought back. "With my current power, I simply cannot suppress the soul power of a deity." Suddenly, Lin Qiye sensed something. "Wait, it seems I did extract half of the sea star's soul." The progress bar really moved forward. It's now at 62%. Lin Qiye looked around. Strange, where did that half of the sea star's soul I just extracted go? On the other side, Yi had spent great effort suppressing the yellow sponge soul in his body and was already somewhat exhausted. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Someday, I'll make you, this broken sponge, completely leave my body." He slowly stood up, preparing to find a place to rest. But just then, he felt his whole body shake, as if something had drilled into his brain. The yellow sponge that had been dormant in his body instantly erupted. Two different voices spoke from his mouth. "Patrick Star, you finally came. SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish." "Let's catch jellyfish, great idea." "Patrick Star, let's catch jellyfish. Catch jellyfish." In the mental hospital, Lin Qiye looked at the sleeping Merlin with some guilt. Although the method was a bit inhumane, at least Merlin's treatment progress has advanced to 62%. Now I can extract Merlin's divine abilities again. The familiar wheel appeared again, floating before Lin Qiye. It displayed all of Merlin's various divine abilities, including his prophecy and astrology. Lin Qiye nodded and said, "Extractability." The wheel spun rapidly, then slowly stopped on Transformation Magic Mastery. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye reached out and touched the magic he had drawn. The entire wheel transformed into intense blue light, surging into Lin Qiye's body. Transformation Magic Mastery, Phantom Magic God Void. Can transform oneself into any creature or object seen before, and can imitate their abilities and characteristics to a certain extent. Lin Qiye was delighted to see this magic. Then he closed his eyes, feeling the flow of the magic. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, and a red magic circle appeared beneath Lin Qiye's feet. When the three caregivers looked at the scene before them, they were all startled. Li Yifei was even stuttering from fright, because Lin Qiye had completely transformed into Li Yifei's appearance. Then the magic circle at Lin Qiye's feet changed, and in a blink he had transformed into Aju's appearance, even matching Aju's height. Then it flashed again, transforming into Hongyan's appearance. Li Yifei grinned and came to Lin Qiye's side. "Qiye, I have a bold idea." Lin Qiye knew exactly what she was thinking and directly refused. "No, you don't." Then Lin Qiye thought he might try something else. With this thought, the magic circle beneath Lin Qiye's feet rapidly expanded. An enormous magical current swirled around. The next moment, the three caregivers were shrouded in shadow. The three looked at the massive figure before them, unable to say anything for a moment. Lin Qiye in front of them had transformed into an ancient frost dragon, even emanating wisps of dragon's might. But the next second, the dragon suddenly began spraying water, and its body seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, rapidly shrinking. A few seconds later, Lin Qiye had returned to his original form. He couldn't help but feel somewhat troubled. It seems completely replicating abilities and characteristics isn't that simple. At this time in Kangyun City, large numbers of troops were advancing toward the outskirts and coastal areas, and soon reached their designated positions, standing ready in formation. The golden-haired Loki was now outside the city, looking at these formations. She smiled contemptuously, with such laughable power. "You think you can stop me? Then let's see how I force out Shiva's grudge." With that, she suddenly raised her hand, then clenched it tightly. The space around her shook violently, creating pitch-black cracks. From within emerged not only the cold winds from Jotunheim, but also enormous frost giants, roaring as they crawled out of the fissures. Loki smiled. "Fall into chaos. The more chaotic the better, the more opportunities there are." Lin Qiye had already left the mental hospital, but when he came out he didn't see Chen Muye, so he searched around the office. Suddenly he heard the sound of horse hooves outside. He was somewhat surprised and opened the door. Outside stood an ancient-style carriage, and the young driver nodded slightly to him. An elderly voice came from within the carriage. "Are you Lin Qiye?" Lin Qiye recalled briefly and guessed who this person was. "May I ask, are you Master Chen, one of the 5 human sealing fighters?" The person in the carriage chuckled. "Just call me Master Chen. Sealing sounds too unpleasant. Get in the carriage. I have something to discuss with you." The young driver got down and gestured for Lin Qiye to enter. Lin Qiye naturally had no reason to refuse and lifted the carriage curtain to get in. What appeared before him was a Chinese-style hall that could be 50 or 60 square meters large. This scene looked nothing like what could fit inside a carriage. Inside the carriage, Master Chen poured 2 cups of tea and said, "Sit." As Lin Qiye sat down, he asked, "Master Chen, where are we?" Master Chen smiled slightly. "On a bridge, yet not on a bridge. My forbidden zone can replace the external scenery with the scenery in my heart. Spatially speaking, we haven't moved, but from another perspective, we've already transferred into my mental realm." Then he said to the young driver, "Drive." The young driver obeyed, pulled the reins, and the carriage flew off. Lin Qiye held his teacup, still somewhat puzzled. "Master Chen, why are you looking for me?" Master Chen took a sip of tea, the divine aura that appeared a few days ago. "Was that your doing? Did you also kill the flame vein earth dragon?" Lin Qiye dared not admit. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Master Chen smiled. "You can play dumb or deny it, but facts are facts. Even if someone helped you create false evidence, your blade won't lie. Even if the rain washed away the blood, dragon blood still left traces on it. These little tricks might fool others, but they can't fool me. Lin Qiye, you're not ordinary. We've known this for a long time, even earlier than you realized it yourself. That you don't want to admit it is good. It shows you're cautious. In fact, I'm not here to interrogate you either." Lin Qiye still didn't understand. "So why exactly are you looking for me?" Master Chen smiled. "Simply wanted to see you and have tea with you." On the other side, Chen Muye stood on the rooftop, gazing out over all of Kangyun, this city he protected. He took out his phone and dialed a number. After connecting, a woman's anxious and hopeful voice came from the other end. "Muye, is that you?" "Muye?" Chen Muye lowered his voice, asking somewhat tremulously, "How have you been lately?" The woman on the other end, confirming it was Chen Muye, cried out excitedly. After all these years you finally called me. All these years I didn't dare refuse any calls, afraid it might be you calling and I'd miss it. Do you know, little Yang is starting first grade this year. In class he always says his father is a narcotics officer. Chen Muye's face showed guilt as he slowly said, I'm sorry. But before Chen Muye could say more, a massive explosion thundered outside the city, and blinding light nearly illuminated the night. Chen Muye knew it had begun. He took a deep breath and said to the phone in as calm a voice as possible, Soon, there will be money transferred to your account. It should be enough for you and the child to live comfortably for life. The woman on the other end panicked. Muye, what's wrong? I don't want your money, I just want you to come back. Before she could finish, Chen Muye hung up the phone. A scalding tear slid down Chen Muye's cheek as he murmured, I'm sorry, miracles must eventually come to an end. Outside the city at this time, countless frost giants from Jotunheim charged out of the rifts, rushing toward the army. The army naturally wouldn't sit idle and began firing at the giants, but those shells hitting the giants were like scratching an itch, causing no damage whatsoever. The giants, on the other hand, threw their massive axes, directly cleaving the heavy armored tanks on the ground in half. Reconnaissance helicopters in the sky watched all this, and the soldiers on the aircraft roared into their radios. It's frost giants. It looks like Loki has entered Canyon City's range. The radio asked, How many are there? The soldier scanned around and said, Over 200 just now. Each one is River Forbidden Realm and more keep appearing. Our weapons can't stop them at all. If they enter the urban area, it'll be a catastrophic disaster. What about Phoenix Squad? Didn't headquarters order them to come support Canyon? The radio said, That's the problem. The aircraft carrying Phoenix Squad has gone missing. The soldier immediately became angry. Without special squads, what are we supposed to use to stop these giants? Suddenly, the frost giants that had been slowly advancing seemed to sense something and all stopped. Then a carriage appeared before the giants. In the distance, the soldier saw the carriage and rejoiced. Master Chen is here. Master Chen's voice also came from the carriage. Foreign vermin, petty tricks. With that, a teacup flew out from the carriage toward the giants. The teacup spun in midair, spilling the tea within. The tea water then enveloped the giants. In just an instant, the heads of several frost giants at the front were directly severed by this gentle tea. The soldiers on the helicopter, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel chilled, breaking through hundreds, staining thousands with blood. This is the power of a human ceiling. Loki, standing on a distant mountain peak, naturally took in everything, that old man again. But you won't have a chance for a second strike. My next piece has arrived. With that, she looked toward the lightning-filled sky. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the center of the battlefield. The soldier on the aircraft saw this scene and was startled. Lightning? Is this Thor? Another person objected, it can't be Thor. Thor has always been in the good god faction and wouldn't conspire with Loki. Then they saw a dark-skinned deity covered in scripture slowly descending from the thunderclouds. Divine Sequence 016. Indra, the Indian god of thunder and rain, second only to the god king in Indian mythology, ranking just below Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. Indra glanced sideways at the ground, staring at Master Chen's carriage, and spoke in a voice like thunder, hand over Shiva's forbidden object. Then a bolt of lightning struck toward Master Chen's carriage. A golden light appeared on the carriage, deflecting the lightning. Lin Kie in the carriage heard some sounds and asked in surprise, Master Chen, what was that sound just now? Master Chen remained composed. Nothing, don't mind it, just continue drinking tea. Then he turned to the young driver, go. The young driver tightened the reins and drove the carriage directly in another direction. Indra's form moved slightly in mid-air, transforming into lightning and chasing after Master Chen's carriage. The soldier on the aircraft thought this was bad, this is terrible. Without the ceiling's restraint, these giants are heading toward Canyon City again. Soon the giants had reached not far from Canyon's border. Chen Muye was already waiting there, holding up a road sign and shouting, I am a night watchman, Captain Chen Muye of Canyon City's 136th Squad. No entry ahead. With that, he raised the road sign high and drove it into the ground, activating the unbounded airspace. Then he drew his long blade, activated his black impermanence forbidden zone, and the massive phantom of the palace appeared behind him. Then he charged toward the frost giants. Getting close, he swung his blade upward, directly slashing open one giant's chest. Another giant raised its massive axe and struck at Chen Muye, who blocked it with his blade. Suddenly, an attack appeared from behind Chen Muye. But the target wasn't Chen Muye. The attack passed over him, directly striking a giant preparing to ambush him from the side, cutting it in half with one blow. Chen Muye looked back and asked, Who are you? And Qin Yu straightened his clothes and said, Haven't you all been looking for me? After saying this, He walked towards Chen Muye. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, Chen Muye pondered for a moment and then realized, "You're a secret thief? Why are you helping me?" And Qingyu shrugged. "Captain Chen, I think you've misunderstood. I'm just fulfilling the duty that a citizen of Canyon City should fulfill. After all, if my home is destroyed, I really would have nowhere to go." Hearing this, Chen Muye nodded slightly. "You're younger than I imagined. Young people always have hope, even without miracles." After saying this, he took the lead and charged towards the frost giant, and Qingyu followed closely behind. Both rushed directly towards the nearest frost giant. The giant was also preparing to swing its fist at them, and Qingyu overtook him, running up along the giant's swinging arm, and finally landed steadily on the giant's head. Throughout this run, Qingyu had already figured out the frost giant's body structure quite well. Then he leaped up from the giant's head, and suddenly thrust an arrow forward. This arrow stabbed directly and deeply into the frost giant's forehead. The giant's body paused, swayed slightly, then fell heavily to the ground. And Qingyu landed steadily and called out loudly, "Captain Chen, these giants' fatal weakness is at the forehead." Chen Muye chuckled lightly. "It doesn't matter. For me, they're all one-hit kills anyway." As he spoke, a frost giant suddenly appeared behind him and lunged at him. And Qingyu seemed to sense something and smiled. "There's also good news. Your teammates have arrived." Chen Muye was stunned upon hearing this. Then a streak of fierce fire swept across, targeting the giant trying to ambush Chen Muye from behind, instantly burning the giant's entire head to ashes. The flames then slowly converged towards an arm. Hong Ying gracefully swung her spear and looked at Chen Muye with a smile. "Captain, bet you didn't expect this. We're back again." The other team members also appeared behind Hong Ying. When Chimo complained, "Captain, you're really unfair, secretly sending us away like that." Wu Xiangnan sighed deeply. I felt something was wrong with his expression then, but I still fell for his trick. Chen Muye looked incredulous. "Weren't you already in Beijing? How did you get back?" Hearing this question, the team members exchanged somewhat embarrassed glances. When Chimo asked with a bitter smile, "Captain, how much do you think we'd have to pay for crashing a civilian airliner?" Upon hearing this news, Chen Muye was immediately dumbfounded. "What the hell? You stole a plane and flew it back yourselves?" Hong Ying smiled. "Captain, this money should be reimbursed, right?" Chen Muye looked utterly defeated. "Should, probably, maybe, possibly will be." Wu Xiangnan and the others came up to Chen Muye and teased. "Who would have thought? Chen Muye, you thick-browed, honest-looking guy would do such a foolish thing. Playing hero alone. What kind of hero is that?" When Chimo said with a smile, "Kangyan is our Kangyan. If we're going to be heroes, it should be all of us from Squad 136 together. Isn't that right, Captain Chen?" Seeing this scene, Chen Muye burst into laughter. "I really can't do anything about you guys. In that case, let's be heroes together." After saying this, Chen Muye took the lead. Squad 136 assembled completely and launched an attack on the frost giants. Hong Ying's fierce fire soared skyward, directly severing a giant's neck. Seeing the giant fall, Chen Muye asked, somewhat surprised, "Hong Ying, did you break through?" Hong Ying explained while fighting, "This trip to Beijing wasn't without progress, you know. That captain called Xiaoping is quite impressive." When Chimo clasped his hands together and smiled, "Not just Hong Ying, I also broke through to the River Forbidden Realm." As he spoke, countless black light bands bound the giant in front of him. Then came a gunshot, and a bullet pierced through the giant's forehead. It was Leng Xuan who fired that fatal shot. Even though all of Squad 136 were going all out to hunt these giants, they kept emerging endlessly, as if infinite. And Qingyu looked at the battlefield scene and shouted, "Too many! If we don't solve the problem at its source, I'm afraid we won't last much longer." Just then, a military transport plane flew over their heads. Immediately after, several figures in golden cloaks leaped down from the plane. Chen Muye recognized them at a glance. This was Phoenix Squad. The leading captain Xia Simeng laughed wildly in the wind as she descended. "Lin Qiye, this lady has come to kidnap you." "Don't resist. Obediently join our Phoenix Squad." Kong Shang roared behind her. "Xia Simeng, you crazy woman. Do you know what a serious crime hijacking a military transport plane is?" Just then, flames surged in the eyes of one Phoenix Squad member, and a huge flaming phoenix appeared out of thin air. The Phoenix Squad members landed on the phoenix's back and slowly descended toward the ground. Kong Shang said helplessly, "We'll have to face a military tribunal again when we get back." Xia Simeng shrugged indifferently. "So what if we do? It's not like we haven't been there before, but the situation in this city seems a bit off." Kong Shang nodded and said, "Captain, your business of finding Ling Qiye will probably have to wait." Xia Simeng also nodded. "Save people first. They can still hold on. Let's go destroy the portal first, otherwise it's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause." The people fighting on the ground at this time also saw the flaming phoenix flying toward the portal, knowing they were going to destroy it. Loki on the mountaintop saw this scene and smiled. A special squad, just slightly bigger ants. So what if they destroy the portal? Besides, I've already found what I was looking for. After saying this, Loki's gaze looked directly at Chen Muye fighting on the ground. Just as Loki was staring ominously at Chen Muye fighting below, a familiar beeping sound suddenly came from behind. Loki turned around somewhat surprised, and saw that familiar electric scooter that could reach 134 miles per hour stopped right in front of her. The delivery guy in yellow uniform smiled. "Hello, your delivery has arrived." He then pulled out a familiar pizza box. Loki raised an eyebrow. "How do you keep finding me again and again?" The delivery guy took out an order slip. "Because your name is right here on my order. Meituan delivery, mission accomplished." Loki tilted his chin up slightly. "Just you alone can't stop me." The delivery guy smiled. "I know I can't beat you. I just need to hold you back. That's enough." Loki laughed wildly. "You think holding me back will let that ragtag squad and special squad turn the tide? You know nothing about my power, about Asgard's power." After saying this, divine power surged around Loki, and a huge portal shimmering with starlight and rainbow colors appeared behind her. Then, massive claws emerged from the portal and landed heavily on the ground. Next, a crimson, fierce-looking hellhound squeezed out of the portal. Seeing this hellhound, the delivery guy frowned. "Garm, the hound of the underworld?" This wasn't over yet, as massive blue-green tentacles also surged out from the portal. As more and more tentacles appeared, a huge figure squeezed out of the portal. The delivery guy's face changed dramatically. "This is the deep-sea monster Kraken." Looking at the writhing sea monster and the fierce hellhound, the delivery guy was somewhat speechless, thinking, even the Norse sea monster was brought over. 2 Klein-level mythical beasts. Even Phoenix Squad could barely handle one. Loki looked at the delivery guy's ugly expression and smiled. Now, who's holding back whom? At this time, lightning kept rolling and striking down from the sky above Canyon. In the city, a carriage was speeding through the streets, with a black-robed, bald figure flying in pursuit behind it. Inside the inner realm, Lin Chie and the master sat facing each other at a tea table, leisurely drinking tea. Lin Chie picked up a cup and was about to drink, when suddenly the inner realm shook, and all the tea in Lin Chie's cup splashed on his face instead of going down his throat. Looking up again, he saw the master had also gotten a face full of tea. He asked somewhat helplessly, "Master, aren't we in your state of mind? Why is your mental journey so turbulent?" The master coughed twice. "A small accident, no big problem." Lin Chie's face became serious. "Master, what exactly happened outside? Why won't you let me leave?" As he spoke, the entire inner realm shook again. The master remained calm. "You're overthinking it. Nothing happened." Lin Chie steadied himself against the tea table to avoid being knocked over by the inner realm shaking and said, "Master, this is what you call nothing happened. I feel like this carriage is about to fall apart." The master took a sip of tea. "Staying with me is safer than going out. Though I'm not good at combat, when it comes to defense, I'm definitely the strongest in Great Xia." Lin Chie stood up. "I want to go back. My family and comrades are still in this city." The master shook his head. "You're too weak. Even if you joined the battle, it wouldn't change anything." Lin Chie's eyes were determined, perhaps, "But I want to try." Hearing this, the master sighed lightly. "Commander Yi asked me to protect you. If you insist on wading into these troubled waters, I don't want to stop you. But you have to bear so much responsibility. The truth of the matter is far more cruel than you imagine. Lin Chie, are you really prepared to participate in this battle?" Lin Chie nodded firmly. The master nodded slightly. "Good. But you must promise me, no matter what you encounter, absolutely do not leave Canyon City." In the sky outside the carriage, Indra was in the midst of thunderclouds, reaching out to grab a bolt of lightning from the air, then hurling it down fiercely toward the master's carriage. The carriage flashed with golden light, once again blocking the descending thunder. The master's voice came from inside the carriage. "If I don't fight back, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" While Indra was fiercely battling the master, Lin Chie had already taken advantage of the chaos to reach a distant high-rise rooftop. He surveyed Canyon and said in surprise, "That's the Thunder God? The master's state of mind can't even be broken by a god? And when did 2 Klein-level gods appear in this city?" Phoenix Squad had now intercepted that crimson hellhound. Seeing this scene, Lin Chie slowly closed his eyes and softly called out in his heart, "Mother, Lord Merlin, I need your help." As 2 different divine power fluctuations spread out, 2 phantoms appeared before Lin Chie, Merlin and Nyx. Lin Chie looked at Kraken and asked, "Is there a way to kill him?" Nyx shook her head slightly. "That's a mythical beast that's almost become a god. With our current state, we can't kill it." Lin Chie thought for a moment. "What about carrying a soul like last time?" Nyx still shook her head. "Thanatos, it hasn't been long since the last soul carrying. If you carry one again, your soul won't be able to withstand it." Lin Chie looked at Merlin. "What if I carry Merlin's soul?" Nyx looked helpless. This isn't about whose soul to carry, my child. Your soul can no longer bear the weight of a deity. Lin Qian pondered briefly and asked, Lord Merlin, if I carry your soul, what are the chances? Merlin thought for a moment. The probability of killing him is almost zero, but if it's just restraining him, that's not difficult with magic. Lin Qian's thoughts churned. Is holding back this beast really feasible? Will anyone come to support us? Perhaps I could take Aunt and a Jin far away from here. Images of Squad 136 members flashed through his mind. Would they abandon this city and just leave? Lin Qian pulled out a long blade and smiled. If I just left like this, I'd probably be cursed to death by you after I die, right? The long blade in his hand was engraved with a name, Zhao Kongsheng. Suddenly, Lin Qian's eyes flashed with divine light as he planted the long blade in the ground. He stared at the long blade and said, This time, old Zhao, you just watch from here and see how I protect this city for you. Then he turned his head slightly and said, Lord Merlin, please lend me your power. Outside Kangyan City, because the portal was destroyed, no new frost giants appeared. Finally, with the efforts of Squad 136 and Qingyu, they managed to eliminate all the giants. Before everyone could catch their breath, they saw the deep-sea monster Kraken rampaging in the city. Wu Xiangnan's face was serious. Captain, that's a Klein Realm sea monster. Chen Muye nodded. It's coming for me. I have what he wants, and I absolutely cannot hand it over. Speaking of this, Chen Muye suddenly smiled. But this is also good. As long as I stay away from the city, the people in the city won't be in danger. Squad 136 members surrounded him. We'll go with you. Chen Muye slowly shook his head. That's a Klein Realm mystery. Following me would only be sending you to your deaths. Hong Ying looked stubborn. Captain, we won't abandon you. A family should stay together. Wen Qimo also said, it's better to act together. Maybe we can buy more time. Chen Muye lowered his head. Thank you, but one person is enough for a suicide mission. After all, I've been a dead man since 10 years ago. After saying this, Chen Muye raised his long blade. A huge phantom of Yama's hall rose from the ground, its gates wide open, and several iron chains flew out from the pitch-black interior. Before Squad 136 could react, they were bound tightly by the chains. They roared, What are you doing, Captain? Let us go! Hong Ying even directly activated her forbidden ruins, but the rising flames couldn't do anything to these iron chains. Chen Wei said, Don't waste your energy. After all of you together couldn't beat me. I'm very happy to have been your captain. After saying this, he turned and headed toward the outskirts of the city. As Chen Muye ran toward the city outskirts, the monster Kraken sensed something and also chased in Chen Muye's direction. Suddenly, Chen Muye stopped. Not far in front of him appeared a blue orb of light. The next second, a figure floated out from the light orb. It was Lin Qian carrying Merlin's soul. At this moment, magical fluctuations surrounded his entire body. Lin Qian had obviously heard Chen Muye's earlier words and said half-jokingly, Captain, I'm also very happy to be your team member. As he spoke, he raised his hand toward Chen Muye, and a golden magical array appeared beneath Chen Muye, instantly immobilizing him. Chen Muye looked at Lin Qian and roared, Lin Qian, what do you think you're doing? I'm the captain of Squad 136. Leading away the sea monster is my mission. Lin Qian also cast protective magical arrays on the other Squad 136 members and said, Leave the rest to me. Then he turned to look at the pursuing Kraken. At this close distance, he could feel even more the oppressive presence from this deep-sea monster. Lin Qian, with the magic god's power, faced it without fear. Big octopus, I won't let you pass. Chen Muye and the other Squad 136 members were transported to safety by Lin Qian's teleportation magic. Looking at the surrounding protective magic, Wen Qimo was somewhat puzzled. What's Qian's situation? When did he become so strong? Hong Ying had already approached Chen Muye, ready to give him a good beating. Chen Muye quickly said, About what just happened, let me explain. No, let me clarify. Wu Xiangnan also looked somewhat angry. Comrade Chen Muye, we'll deal with your recent actions later. Right now I'm more worried about Qian's situation. Lin Qian, floating in midair, raised his hand, and 3 magical arrays of different sizes appeared in his palm. He looked down at Kraken and whispered, Abyss Magic, Triple Rashomon. As his words fell, Kraken suddenly felt its body become much heavier, and 3 huge magical arrays appeared out of nowhere, pressing down on Kraken. Lin Qian could feel the magical arrays wouldn't last long. After all, even carrying Merlin's soul, he was only at the infinite realm. It was only a matter of time before the Triple Rashomon was broken. But Lin Qian wasn't afraid. Since quality wasn't enough, he'd make up for it with quantity. Thinking this, Lin Qian raised his hand again. Abyss Magic, Dimensional Banishment. A spatial rift suddenly appeared above Kraken's head, and tremendous suction came from within, pulling Kraken's massive form upward. Kraken used the suction cups on its tentacles to grip firmly to the ground. The abyssal magic around Lin Qiye suddenly dissipated, replaced by bone-chilling cold, ice-type super magic, eternal ice seal. As Lin Qiye suddenly threw his punch, Kraken's massive body was directly frozen within a huge iceberg. Phoenix Squad in the distance saw this scene and were deeply shocked. Xia Simeng murmured, "What is that thing?" Kong Shang asked, "Captain, did you sense it?" Xia Simeng nodded. "It's the aura of a god, and one that's never been observed before." Kong Shang found it incredible. "How is this possible? How could a human emit a god's aura?" Xia Simeng stared at the figure in midair, and suddenly asked, "Do you think that could be Lin Qiye?" Kong Shang said in surprise, "Isn't Lin Qiye the agent of Angel and the goddess of night? How could he be connected to other gods?" Xia Simeng smiled. "I don't know, but my intuition tells me that's Lin Qiye." Speaking of this, Xia Simeng became even more excited. "This is definitely a genius. I must persuade him to join our Phoenix Squad." Kong Shang looked at the frenzied Xia Simeng, then frowned at Kraken's direction. "Is that sea monster really so easily subdued?" On the other side, Loki was somewhat surprised at this time, turning to look at the delivery guy. Someone intercepted Kraken. "You guys still have tricks up your sleeves?" The delivery guy actually didn't know who it was either, but still said, "You underestimate us too much." Loki suddenly seemed to think of something and burst into laughter. "I see. He's that person. I was wondering why, when Gaia clearly wrote that name on Shiva's grudge 10 years ago, but now suddenly." Speaking of this, she glanced at the moon in the sky. He really did interfere. But it's been 10 years already. This miracle should be nearing its limit. "Do you think I'll have a chance to see the miracle shatter today?" The delivery guy's face was serious. "Loki, I won't let you see him." Loki lightly raised her finger, as if manipulating puppet strings, and grinned wickedly. "Do you really think this can stop me? You're really underestimating me, the god of mischief. Awaken, you can never escape from me. Return, my agent, inheritor of trickery and deception, Xixionan." On the rooftop, Chen Muye gazed at the distant battlefield. Wu Xiangnan said, "Qiye actually managed to stop that sea monster. What exactly happened to him?" Chen Muye shook his head. "I don't know, but this kind of unimaginable power always comes with an unimaginable price." At this time, Xiaonan was crouching on the ground, enduring the pain brought by the whispers in her head. Suddenly, Xiaonan's expression changed and she slowly stood up. Hong Ying looked somewhat surprised. "Xiaonan, what's wrong with you?" Xiaonan raised her hand and pointed at the squad 136 members, and terrifying pressure instantly erupted. Squad 136 members had no idea this would happen and were immediately pressed to the ground. When Kimo said in shock, "This is Klein Realm?" Chen Muye struggled to support his body. "Is this some kind of mental control?" Wu Xiangnan shook his head. "No, mental control wouldn't suddenly give someone Klein Realm power." Xiaonan spoke coldly and slowly. "He's right. I was never a night watchman from the beginning. All the files about me are fake. Xiaonan never existed from the start. And I am the agent of Loki, god of mischief." After saying this, Xiaonan waved her hand, and Klein Realm pressure spread out, knocking all squad 136 members unconscious. Xiaonan walked up to Chen Muye, crouched down, and pulled out that ancient worn parchment scroll from Chen Muye's chest. "Shiva's grudge. Shiva's grudge. I must take it." Soon the sound of rapid footsteps echoed in the corridor. Leng Xuan, who had rushed back, suddenly pushed open the door and saw Xiaonan about to leave. He called out, "Xiaonan!" Xiaonan's expression paused, then became cold again. "Leng Xuan, you're just an ordinary person. Don't try to stop me." Leng Xuan asked incredulously, "Xiaonan, why are you doing this?" Xiaonan replied expressionlessly, "I am the agent of the god of mischief. Deception is my specialty. I came to Kangyan to find Shiva's grudge. The Xiaonan you all knew was just my disguise. I used all of you." But Leng Xuan shook his head slightly. "You're lying. If all this was just exploitation and deception, then why did you deliberately keep your distance from us? You always stood alone in the distance watching us, your eyes full of longing but not daring to approach. Why? If you were gathering intelligence, you should have tried to build good relationships with us." Speaking of this, Leng Xuan held Xiaonan's arms and continued, "Because you were afraid. You were afraid that if you got too involved with us, when this day came, you would soften. You've already grown to love this place, haven't you?" Xiaonan suddenly exploded, roaring, "Shut up!" The powerful pressure directly sent Leng Xuan flying, but Leng Xuan, lying on the ground, smiled. "You see, even at this point, you still didn't kill me. No matter who you used to be, during these 2 years in Kangyan, you were Xiaonan of Squad 136. Our little Nan has always been a good child." Hearing this, Xiaonan, who had been about to open the door and leave, stopped. Her slightly trembling arms showed her inner turmoil. Finally, she gritted her teeth and turned back, roaring, "Leng Xuan, do you really think I don't dare kill you?" As she spoke, she launched a fierce attack, severing Leng Xuan's right arm with a single strike. Xiaonan said coldly, "Don't say any more, or next time I'll take your life." After saying this, Xiaonan turned and headed for the door, but Leng Xuan still chased after her. Xiaonan turned back with a palm strike. "I already told you." Before she could finish speaking, a box fell from Leng Xuan's chest. Inside were old photographs. There was her awkward self when she first joined, the scene of everyone raising glasses when Lin Qiye joined, and the group photo Hong Ying took during their picnic. Everyone's face in those photos showed different smiles, and even her own frozen heart smiled so brilliantly. Those photos were all her memories. Leng Xuan's warm body embraced her, and his gentle voice whispered in her ear, "It must be painful to bear all this alone, right? Take me with you. From now on, whatever happens, I'll bear it with you." Xiaonan slowly embraced Leng Xuan, as if making some kind of decision, her voice carrying unwillingness and hatred. "Leng Xuan, do you trust me? I have a very big, very dangerous plan." When Chen Muye woke up from unconsciousness, he was still shocked by Xiaonan's situation, but when he reached into his chest, he pulled out the Shiva's grudge that Xiaonan should have taken. This Shiva's grudge was thinly covered with something like gauze. It was Xiaonan's Wu Yuan Sha. Chen Muye was greatly shocked. If this is the real Shiva's grudge, then what did Xiaonan take? On the other side of the battlefield, the giant ice-sealing kraken kept making cracking sounds. Phoenix Squad members heard this sound, and knew Lin Qiye's side couldn't hold much longer. But they couldn't go support him right now. They hadn't dealt with their own hellhound Garm yet. After all, it was an existence about to become a god, not something that could be subdued quickly. Xia Simeng shook her head slightly. "No time left. If we can't resolve this big dog quickly, when Kraken breaks free on the other side, facing two Klein-level beings, we have no chance of winning." Kong Shang smiled at this point. "Has this day finally come?" Xia Simeng also grinned and asked, "Any regrets?" Kong Shang shook his head. "Of course not. This is our mission," Xia Simeng shouted loudly. "Phoenix Squad, are you willing to fight to the death with me?" The Phoenix Squad members' lips curved slightly upward as badges appeared in their hands, and they called out loudly, "We are willing!" They stood in the wind, looking at the hellhound before them, their bodies erupting with unprecedented fighting spirit and solemnity. On the other side, the huge iceberg shattered with a thunderous crash, and Kraken's tentacles finally broke free, surging out from the iceberg. The North Sea monster broke free, its ear-splitting roar echoing across heaven and earth. Lin Qiye was deep in midair, a flash of determination in his eyes. He also took out that badge and smiled bitterly. "In the end, I still walked the same path as you." Then he looked up at the rampaging North Sea monster and murmured, "If the dark night." But before he could finish, a thunderous roar came from within the city. Hearing this roar, even Garm and Kraken couldn't help but tremble. Lin Qiye was also stunned. Looking back, a huge black hellhound, with mystical silver runes outlined on its body, came charging from the city, treading on air. Phoenix Squad's Xia Simeng hadn't figured out what was happening yet and said helplessly, "How is there another mythical beast? How are we supposed to fight three of them?" Kong Shang saw the truth and said, "This hellhound shouldn't be summoned by Loki." It charged out from the city. In moments, the black hellhound had reached Kraken's vicinity, opened its massive jaws and charged up with a roar. With just one bite, dark blood sprayed out accompanied by Kraken's wails. Kraken fought back fiercely, enduring the severe pain as it wrapped its tentacles around the black hellhound. The black hellhound's eyes flashed with divine light. Its jaws clamped down even harder, then its entire body sparkled with divine lightning, giving the Kraken wrapped around it a full-body electrical treatment. It's no exaggeration to say that after this lightning display, Kraken's tentacles were basically medium rare. The black hellhound stepped on Kraken's massive head, bit down with its giant mouth and tore with force, ripping off a huge chunk of flesh, causing Kraken to roll and wail in pain. But the next second, the black hellhound spat that huge piece of flesh onto the ground, then actually spoke in human language, garbage outer god meat. Even dogs won't eat it. Lin Qiye floating in midair was stunned. This dog can actually talk? Wait a minute. And it's speaking fucking Chinese. The black hellhound on the ground no longer wanted to continue fighting. Lightning coursed through its body as it charged at Kraken again. This bite hit Kraken's weakest spot on its head, and the black hellhound lifted its head upward with force, tearing off Kraken's entire head. The deep-sea monster Kraken had fallen. At this moment, Lin Qiye saw a scar on top of the black hellhound's head, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Why does it look so much like that little black mangy dog that my aunt's cousin Yang Jin keeps? On the other side, Loki also sensed the black hellhound's power and frowned, muttering to herself, "What is that thing? Where did it come from?" But then she shrugged and looked at the approaching Xiaonan and Leng Xuan with a smile. "Forget it, none of it matters. I've already got what I wanted anyway." When the two approached, Loki looked at Leng Xuan and frowned. "Who is he?" Si Xiaonan replied expressionlessly, "My believer." Loki looked Leng Xuan up and down and patted Si Xiaonan's shoulder. "Having a servant is fine, but don't have too many. The fewer people traveling with us, the better." Si Xiaonan took out Shiva's grudge and handed it to Loki. "Here's what you wanted." The delivery guy nearby was alarmed. "How did Shiva's grudge end up here?" Loki looked at Si Xiaonan and laughed loudly. "Well done. Worthy of being the one I chose." Then she turned to look at the delivery guy and mocked. "I told you, the Shiva's grudge will definitely be mine." Suddenly the delivery guy's figure flashed, charging fiercely toward Loki, more precisely, toward the Shiva's grudge in her hand. Loki was extremely fast and dodged the delivery guy's sneak attack in one step. She laughed. "Your ability is quite interesting. Just by touching an object, you can read its timeline and send it back to a past point in time. The rider of time reversal, what a pity. I won't let you touch it. I've already got what I came for, and it's time for me to exit. But before I leave, there's one more interesting little fellow to deal with." In the city, the black giant hound had already confronted Garm, the hound of the underworld. Whether in terms of aura or intimidation, the black giant hound completely suppressed Garm. The black giant hound suddenly burst forth, directly pouncing in front of Garm, biting Garm's neck in one bite, making Garm howl in agony. Kong Shang was shocked. Who exactly is this black giant hound? Garm and the Kraken were already close to becoming gods, yet it can completely suppress them, and even killed the Kraken in just 2 bites. In existing mythology, is there such a terrifying canine creature? Jia Simeng pondered. There actually is one, it's just that Kong Shang is a bit off. Kong Shang, there really is one. Which one? Jia Simeng looked at the black giant hound in the field that was about to crush Garm's neck, and slowly said, "Great Xia mythology, the howling celestial hound." Kong Shang was shocked. The howling celestial hound? That sun-devouring divine lord? Speaking of which, he did seem to speak Chinese just now, but weren't all the gods of Great Xia missing? Xia Simeng gazed at the howling celestial hound, her eyes filled with expectation. Since they're missing, there will always be a day when they return. On the other side, Lin Qiye floated in midair, watching the battlefield that was nearing its end. Just as he slowly landed and was contemplating something, he suddenly heard the sound of running footsteps nearby. When he turned around to look, he found that Chen Muye had rushed over. "Chen Muye Qiye, why are you still here?" Lin Qiye was startled. "Captain, how did you get here? What happened?" Chen Muye gritted his teeth. "Si Xiaonan has defected. Come with me quickly to pursue her." When Lin Qiye heard this, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. "How is that possible?" Chen Muye reached for Lin Qiye's arm and said, "There's no time to explain. Come with me quickly." But just then, a binding magic circle appeared under Chen Muye's feet, trapping him in place. Immediately after, several giant ice spikes rose from the ground, sealing toward Chen Muye. In an instant, Chen Muye was sealed within a massive block of ice. But the next second, countless cracks appeared on the giant ice, with eerie green light seeping through the fissures. Then, with a loud crash, the entire ice block shattered completely. And where was Chen Muye's figure? Only the god of mischief, Loki. Loki stared at Lin Qiye, the corner of her mouth curling up, asking, "Interesting. How did you figure it out?" Lin Qiye stared at Loki. The captain would never use the word defected to describe his own team member. Loki's smile grew wider. What if she really had defected? Lin Qiye shook his head slightly. Then he would only say, "Xiaonan left, but she will come back." Loki raised an eyebrow. "Her position in your hearts is actually that high?" Lin Qiye shook his head. "This isn't about position. This is just Team 136. While Lin Qiye spoke with Loki, his hands behind his back were slowly gathering magic. Loki suddenly let out a pfft, as her laughter grew louder and louder. As her laughter gradually stopped, she looked at Lin Qiye. What laughably pathetic luck. "Also, don't bother trying to escape. If I let a little guy who hasn't even reached Klein level get away, I might as well stop being the god of mischief." Qiye stared intently at the god of mischief before him, quickly thinking, "This guy in front of me is indeed Loki. She's not someone I can fight against. I need to find a way to leave." Lin Qiye stared at the god of mischief Loki before him, thinking about how to escape while asking, "You want to take me away from Kang Yin?" When Loki heard this, she raised an eyebrow. "Oh? It seems you already know everything. Since that's the case, why are you still unwilling to leave this place? This city will only hold back your progress." Lin Qiye shook his head slightly. "This is my home. I won't leave here." At this moment, Lin Qiye was even more puzzled. Why does she say it will hold back my progress? What does that mean? But speaking of it, I really have never left Kanyan. Loki suddenly grinned, smiling brilliantly. "But now, haven't you already left?" As soon as Loki finished speaking, Lin Qiye felt the scenery around him change. When he could see clearly again, he was already several kilometers outside Kanyan City. Seeing Lin Qiye's shocked expression, Loki laughed with great joy. "Don't forget, I am the god of mischief. Deceiving space, deceiving you couldn't be simpler. Look at that city. Now it's truly beautiful beyond compare, isn't it? As she spoke, all the buildings in Gangneung were like flowing sand, actually slowly dissipating. In the city, a woman saw this scene and was extremely shocked. Even more shocked was her daughter, who cried out "Mama," because at this time the woman herself was also gradually dissipating. The woman looked at her continuously dissipating body. What's happening? She hugged her daughter, who came over, and suddenly remembered, could it be? I see. She smiled, but tears couldn't stop flowing. Tiantian, Mama's time is up. These 10 years, the happiest thing for Mama was having you. For the days ahead, you'll have to face them alone. As she spoke, the woman completely turned into a golden light and disappeared from this world. And this scene was happening in almost every household in Gangneung at this time. The miracle had finally come to an end. A thunderbolt struck down, blocked by the golden light outside the carriage. The child driving the carriage saw the scene in the city and exclaimed, "Master, the city is disappearing." The master sighed deeply. This day has finally come. The child asked in confusion, "Master, what's happening? Is it another god attacking this city?" The master shook his head, slightly. All of this is simply because this city should never have existed in the first place. 10 years ago, Zeus, the Greek god king, peered into worldly fate and prophesied that a blasphemer would be born in Gangneung city of Great Xia. To eliminate the blasphemer, the Norse evil gods attacked Great Xia, but were stopped by the 5 strongest humans. Gaia, the Earth Mother, did not hesitate to expend her power to write a name on Shiva's grudge. Gangneung city, an entire city, millions of people, were just erased like that. The child was even more confused, but Master, isn't this city right here? The master sighed slightly. The reason it still exists is because of Lin Kie. After the entire Gangneung was erased, only one person survived, and that was Lin Kie. There, we found a silver bracelet, a shattered crystal ball, and a ring of peculiar design. The reason Lin Kie could survive might be because of these 3 divine artifacts, but we still don't know who left them. After Gangneung was erased, the god Michael chose the sole survivor. Lin Kie became his agent. After inheriting the divine ruins, tremendous divine power was infused into his body. Then a super large divine ruins covering the entire Gangneung city expanded. That was the mortal divine domain. Lin Kie carrying the mortal divine domain was like a walking terminal, subconsciously using divine power to reshape the entire Gangneung city. He is the soul of this city. This city exists only because of him. But everything that happened in these 10 years was real. Every person in the city was also living and breathing. They could work, could leave Gangneung to go to other places, could even marry and have children. Most importantly, their offspring existed completely beyond the mortal divine domain. That is to say, even if the divine domain disappeared, their children could still live. These 10 years were 10 years of bloodline continuation. The little child, hearing this, was already shocked beyond measure. This mortal divine domain actually has such powerful abilities? The master nodded slightly. If sequence 008 feats Shiva's grudge represents destruction, then 003 feats mortal divine domain represents miracles. This city, these 10 years, is the greatest miracle that existed because of Lin Kie. The child's expression was complex. The residents of Gangneung city were unknowingly erased, then revived, enjoyed 10 years of life, and left behind their offspring. Lin Kie's merit is truly great. The master picked up his teacup and said, "Not everyone was unaware. There was one person who knew all of this from the beginning. He is the most hardworking, and also the most tragic person, in this city." On the other side, on the rooftop of a tall building, Hong Ying looked at Chen Muye with tears in her voice. "Captain, Lang Xuan is also gone, and Xiaonan Shi." Chen Muye patted Hong Ying's shoulder and comforted. "Xiaonan didn't betray us. She just temporarily left to do what she wanted to do." Wen Qimo also nodded. "I also believe that Xiaonan wouldn't betray us." Wu Xiangnan then noticed the situation in the city and exclaimed, "What's happening? Why are all the people starting to disappear except for the children?" Wen Qimo quickly examined himself. "Not everyone. I'm fine." Hong Ying also said, "I'm fine too." Chen Muye smiled. "Because you came to Gangneung too recently. Only those who have stayed here for 10 years will disappear." Wu Xiangnan thought about it and broke out in cold sweat. "I remember that among us, the only one who has stayed in Gangneung for 10 years is..." Everyone looked at Chen Muye in unison. And at this time Chen Muye had already begun to turn into flowing sand, gradually disappearing. He looked at the sad crowd and smiled. "Don't be sad. It's okay. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." In the sky full of dissipating golden light, the 4 members of Squad 136 stood on the rooftop, watching this scene. Wu Xiangnan's eyes were full of confusion and shock. What exactly is happening? Why exactly? Chen Muye sighed deeply. That was 10 years ago, when I was still in Shangjing and received orders to go to Gangneung. The mission was to find the person who could overthrow divine authority as prophesied by Zeus and bring him back to Shangjing. Unexpectedly, in the divine war at the border, Gaia actually didn't hesitate to damage her own power, acting madly, and directly used Shiva's grudge to erase the entire Kangyan city. And at that time, I happened to be in Kangyan. When Chima was even more confused, Captain, are you saying that 10 years ago the entire Kangyan was destroyed? Then how is it now? Chen Muye's face showed a smile. This is all thanks to Lin Kie, that I had a chance to live. Speaking, he reached into his bosom and took out the real Shiva's grudge. Xiaonan didn't take away Shiva's grudge. She's not a bad person. Next, I probably won't be able to protect this thing anymore. Hong Ying, you keep it for me, and when the higher-ups come, hand it over. Speaking, Chen Muye handed Shiva's grudge to Hong Ying. Hong Ying took the item, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Chen Muye took out his night watchman medal and whispered, I, Chen Muye, have guarded this city for 10 years. Now, it's time to leave with it. Hong Ying rushed toward Chen Muye, crying and reaching out her hand, as if trying to catch those dissipating points of light. Captain, there must be other ways. But when her hand touched Chen Muye, it went straight through. Chen Muye no longer had a physical form. Chen Muye's gaze swept over everyone, and he smiled. By the way, when you see Lin Kie again, thank him for me. Thank him for giving me, my child, and everyone in this city a miracle. These 10 years, I, Chen Muye, have no regrets. With the voice dissipating, Chen Muye's body also completely turned into points of golden light, gradually gathering with those golden light points into a torrent, bursting with brilliant light in the sky. In the old district of Kangyan City, in Yang Jin's room, the air was filled with the aroma of food. Auntie placed a large bowl of hot dishes on the dining table and called loudly, Jin, time to eat! Yang Jin was standing on the balcony at this time, staring blankly out the window, not knowing what he was thinking about. Auntie came to Yang Jin's side and muttered, You child, I called you to eat, why no response? Yang Jin finally turned around. Got it, Mom, at the table, looking at the steaming hot food on the table. Yang Jin sat down with pursed lips, saying nothing. Auntie chattered. Xiaohei doesn't know where he went to play, he hasn't come back yet. Not hearing Yang Jin respond, Auntie looked over and found him dazing there, so she asked, Eat, what are you dazing about? What's wrong with you today? You're absent-minded. Yang Jin nodded. Nothing, Mom, you eat more too. Auntie was startled. I am eating. You eat more yourself. Speaking, thunder roared outside with faint golden light points flickering in the sky. Auntie listened to the thunder and murmured, What's wrong with the weather today? Thunder and earthquakes, half the day has passed and not a bit of sunlight can be seen. Speaking, she looked at Yang Jin. By the way, you'll have to cook dinner yourself tonight. Mom has night shift today and won't be back for dinner time. At this time, Yang Jin put down his chopsticks and looked at Auntie. Mom, you've worked hard raising me and my brother for over 10 years, living a lifetime of hardship. Do you regret it? Auntie first laughed when she heard this, then scolded with a smile. What silly talk are you saying, child? Having such understanding children like you two. Mom is too happy to regret it. How could I regret it? Besides, Mom has lived a hard life since childhood. If Mom had to live in those big houses, Mom wouldn't be used to it. Speaking, she looked around the house with a smile. Home is still the most comfortable place to live. Yang Jin tried hard to maintain the smile on his face. Then when everything is over, when brother comes back, we'll go back to the old house and live together, okay? Auntie smiled and patted Yang Jin's hand. Mom would like that. But you're both at the age to marry wives. How can you continue living with this old woman in such a place? As long as you come to see me often in the future, Mom will be very happy. Speaking of this, Auntie suddenly froze. When she looked down, her body had already begun to turn into golden light points, gradually dissipating. Yang Jin supported Auntie's hand, his voice trembling slightly as he comforted. Mom, don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Something seemed to appear in Auntie's eyes. Those memories sealed by the mortal divine domain gradually returned. Auntie said softly, Jin, is Mom leaving? Yang Jin finally couldn't control himself, hugging the mother in front of him, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes, choking. Mom, I'm sorry. 10 years ago, we were still in reincarnation and couldn't stand in front of you to stop this tragedy. We failed to save these millions of lives and failed to save you. I'm sorry. Auntie looked at Yang Jin and the divine light that flashed in his eyes, murmuring, Jin, you are... I see. I actually had such a special child in this lifetime. Yang Jin stood up and slowly stepped back 2 steps, his face full of sorrow. Your child Yang Jin begs forgiveness from all the victims of Kangnan City. As his words fell, Yang Jin heavily knelt down. Bowing to Auntie, we came too late. Auntie stood up and helped Yang Jin up from the ground. Silly child, it's good that you're back. Yang Jin took a deep breath. Don't worry, Mom. Thanks to brother, today we have another chance to save everyone. Speaking, he opened his hand. Light flashed in his palm, and a gray cloth bag appeared in his hand. This is the soul bag, a treasure of the celestial venerable, capable of containing the souls of all the victims in this city. Use it to collect all the souls, and when the celestial venerable reshapes their physical bodies, you can all be revived. Mom, please bear with the inconvenience for a while. One day our family will be reunited. Auntie gently caressed Yang Jin's face. Mom believes in you. Jin, take care of yourself. Take care of your brother. Mom will wait for you to come home. With the last words falling, Auntie completely turned into points of golden light floating upward. And at this time above the city, countless golden lights gathered in mid-air, like a golden torrent, carrying longing for loved ones. Yang Jin took the soul bag and came to the balcony. Opening the bag's mouth, he shouted loudly, "Souls, return!" As his words fell, the golden light in the sky seemed to find its destination, surging into the soul bag. Downstairs from Yang Jin's building, a child in red clothes with 2 pigtails was waiting for someone. The bright red hoodie had 2 large characters printed on it. Rebel. This was the reincarnated Marshal of the Central Altar, 3rd Prince, Nasia. Yang Jin came downstairs and immediately saw Nasia, raising an eyebrow. "Nasia, what are you doing here?" Nasia shrugged. "Whatever you're going to do, I'll do too." Yang Jin frowned. "Nonsense. How much power have you recovered? Are you going to throw your life away?" Nasia squinted. "Among us gods, you have the most complete recovery, but even so, you may not be able to fight against a foreign god with complete power. It's no different from suicide." Yang Jin spoke flatly. "I still have the power of 100 years of reincarnation." Nasia was startled and frowned. "You're actually going to overdraw your divine essence? Do you know the consequences?" A burst of golden light erupted from Yang Jin's forehead. "I only know that I am Great Xia's Erlang Shen. We disappeared for 100 years. We must use the most direct, most shocking way to announce to the world. Great Xia's gods have returned," with that golden light on his forehead suddenly bursting forth, turning into a golden divine eye. Yang Jin patted Nasia. "As for you all, slowly recover your power. In the future, this country will still need you to protect it." Speaking, he put his finger to his lips and whistled a clear, loud note. Soon after, the black giant hound that had slain 2 Klein demigod beasts in the sky flew toward this direction. When it got close, it had already shrunk to the same size as an ordinary dog. Yang Jin touched the howling celestial hound's head and murmured, "Let's go." A golden light rose from beneath Yang Jin, and his realm began to rapidly ascend at a terrifying speed. Cup forbidden, river forbidden, sea forbidden, infinite, Klein, godhood. He reached into the void, and a 3-pointed double-edged blade surrounded by golden lightning appeared in his hand. Erlang manifesting sage true lord Yang Jian descends to the mortal world. His 3 eyes blazed with light, brilliant divine radiance bloomed around him. The divine light piercing heaven and earth. "Come, let's slay gods." On the other side, the master stood in front of his carriage, his chest heaving continuously, and on the ground beside him were scorch marks caused by lightning strikes. In the dark sky, Indra floated in mid-air, the corner of his mouth curled in a disdainful smile, mocking, "If you had continued hiding in your carriage, I truly might not have been able to do anything to you. But you insisted on seeking death, coming out to fight me. Can you still escape now?" As Indra's words fell, a thick golden lightning struck down from the sky toward the master on the ground. The master snorted coldly, his ruler in hand meeting the lightning head-on. With a loud crash, the master's ruler actually shattered the lightning, and the master was also knocked back several meters. The master gradually straightened his back and declared loudly, "Killing my people, invading my land. If I still avoid battle at this time, what face would I have left as a son of Great Xia?" Then he raised his ruler and pointed at Indra in the sky. "Great Xia's territory. How dare you act so wantonly?" Indra laughed loudly. "Ridiculous. A group of ants truly overestimate themselves. Don't forget, Great Xia has no gods. Who gave you the courage to actually dare provoke us deities? Mere ants dare to challenge gods. Are you worthy?" Speaking, several lightning bolts struck down in succession. The master swung his ruler, deflecting the incoming lightning, and was finally gradually overwhelmed by lightning and smoke. When the smoke cleared, the master coughed up blood and staggered back 2 steps, but he still gripped the ruler in his hand tightly, looking at Indra and roaring, "Today, even if I sacrifice this old body, I will let you foreign gods see what it means that Great Xia cannot be bullied." Speaking, the space around the master surged like a bloody abyss, as if some extremely terrifying thing was about to appear. Suddenly, a pillar of light reaching from earth to sky rose from Canyon City, completely tearing apart the dark clouds that had been hovering in the sky. Both Indra and the master were attracted by this sight. The master's eyes flickered. Could it be? In the pillar of light, a human figure gradually appeared, walking on air. He wore silver armor, held a 3-pointed double-edged blade, and a black vicious dog circled around him. The figure spoke, his deep voice echoing throughout Canyon. "I am Yang Jian, who says Great Xia has no gods." Just as his words fell, Yang Jian moved like covering 1,000 li in one step, reaching Indra's front. Terrifying killing intent swept out, directly locking onto Indra. Indra's pupils suddenly contracted, and before he could react, Yang Jian's arm had already shattered the protective lightning around him, grasping Indra's throat. Yang Jian looked at Indra in his grip, his voice ice-cold. "Just with you lot, you dare call yourselves gods?" Immediately, Yang Jian exerted force, lifting Indra and directly slamming him toward the ground. the speed so fast it created a sonic boom. The moment Indra hit the ground, massive shockwaves swept out. Indra, fallen on the ground, was just about to get up, when he felt a white shadow flash before him. Yang Jin stepped toward him. You bunch who rely on sacrificing your people and abandoning your lands to barely survive in the mist are simply defiling the word God. With this step, Yang Jian drove the ground down dozens of meters. He stepped on Indra's chest, looking down at him with cold disdain, and all of Indra's attempts to escape as lightning failed. Yang Jian bent down and again grabbed Indra's throat, forcefully throwing him into the sky, directly hurling Indra into the high altitude. Immediately after, Yang Jian's figure flashed, like a silver lightning bolt, catching up to Indra in the high sky. He swung his right hand, the three-pointed double-edged blade carrying a silver gleam, and Indra's right hand immediately became a severed hand, divine blood splattering everywhere. Indra's features twisted from intense pain. He roared and extended his left hand with lightning, attacking Yang Jian. The thick lightning in the sky immediately enveloped Yang Jian, but Yang Jian didn't even move. Just as Indra was secretly pleased, Yang Jian's figure reappeared. He had actually used his three-pointed double-edged blade to directly cleave through the lightning. At this moment, Yang Jian was like a fierce god descending. He stared at Indra and whispered, "The gods of my great Xia sacrificed their life's divine power and physical bodies, becoming 9 nation-guarding divine monuments to guard the borders, preventing the mist from entering Great Xia's territory by even an inch, protecting Great Xia's people from the disaster of mist. The gods of my great Xia live and die with the people of Great Xia." Speaking, Yang Jian had already reached Indra's front. The three-pointed double-edged blade swept horizontally, severing Indra's neck. Yang Jian took a deep breath and roared, "Having a land to protect, people to protect, faith to protect, this is what it means to be a god." Indra's divine blood splashed across the sky, and his headless corpse fell from the high altitude. Yang Jian grasped Indra's head, standing proudly in the 9 heavens. The 100 years of reincarnation have passed. Today the gods of my great Xia return once again. At this time on the eastern coast of Kanyon City, towering waves carried the might of the sea, charging toward the shore with unstoppable force, and Zhou Pin stood beneath the giant waves, expressionlessly gazing at them. Suddenly, heaven and earth fell silent. A clear sword cry echoed through heaven and earth. Zhou Pin drew his sword. With just one strike, he directly severed those towering waves, revealing Poseidon standing behind the waves with a surprised expression. Zhou Pin looked directly at Poseidon and said in a deep voice, "Don't waste your effort. I said you can't pass today." Poseidon looked at him with some surprise and said, "I have to admit, you indeed have the strength to fight me." Before he could finish, Yang Jian's mighty roar had already swept over. The 100 years of reincarnation have passed. Today the gods of my great Xia return once again. Hearing this voice, Poseidon's face was filled with shock. He sensed slightly and discovered that Indra, who had come with him, was now dead. Poseidon's eyes carried deep horror. He murmured, "Indra is actually dead? Great Xia's gods have really returned?" He struggled internally, but finally retreated several steps. The waves around him surged, and Poseidon's massive form slowly sank beneath the sea. Zhou Pin raised an eyebrow, pointing his sword at Poseidon. "What, not going to continue trying?" Poseidon squinted, stared at the young man before him, and said in a deep voice, "Mortal, don't be too arrogant. Even if your great Xia gods have returned, it doesn't mean Olympus will fear you. As for the battle between you and me, it's far from over." After speaking, Poseidon's form disappeared on the sea surface, leaving behind a calm sea. Zhou Pin saw Poseidon completely leave, breathed a long sigh of relief, slowly crouched down, hugged his legs into a ball, and murmured, "Finally can go home and rest." And at the same time in Great Xia's northern border, on the snowy plains, the lord of the underworld who controlled countless royal bones, had also heard the declaration of return from Kanyon, and stopped his advance. Yifan took a drag of his cigarette, stared at Hades before him, and smiled. "What's wrong? My great Xia gods have returned. Why isn't this lord of the underworld moving forward? You're not scared, are you?" Hades stared at Yifan from under his hood for a long time, then said coldly, "You don't seem surprised. But don't get too cocky either. There are quite a few gods remaining in this world. Your great Xia gods' return is destined to break the original balance and will become a target for all." Yifan clicked his tongue and exhaled white smoke. "That's not for you to worry about." Hades snorted coldly and suddenly disappeared into the wind and snow. The royal bones he controlled also began to retreat rapidly like a tide. And at this time, Yifan turned to look in Kangyon's direction, his expression complex as he murmured, "Yang Jian, Kanyon City." The entire city was in ruins. Many buildings had already disappeared. Only some newer-looking streets and high-rises remained. Yang Jian was now staggering through the streets, no longer radiating divine light. Even the silver armor on his body flickered between bright and dim. The howling celestial hound followed beside him, Whimpering from time to time, full of worry, young John found a wall and slowly sat down, murmuring, "The power of 100 years of reincarnation has been completely consumed, and I've completely lost my divine essence. In this life, I've reached my end." Looking at the worried, howling celestial hound, he touched its head and smiled. "Xiaohei, it's okay. Fortunately, this battle completely established the reputation of my great Xia gods. From now on, when those foreign gods come again, they'll have to carefully consider their own heads. This period should be enough for others to recover their strength and replace me in guarding the nation's gates. I, Yang Jian, have no regrets in this life." Speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and the aura around him began to rapidly dissipate. Just then, the sound of light footsteps approached, like straw sandals walking on the ground. Young Jian slowly raised his head and was suddenly shocked to see who had come. "Celestial Venerable, why have you come?" The newcomer was an elderly man, dressed elegantly in spotless white coarse cloth Taoist robes, with celestial aura swirling around him. Walking slowly in straw sandals, he smiled at young Jian, sighing somewhat helplessly. "You youngster, why are you still so reckless in your actions? Why risk your future to kill an ordinary foreign god?" Young Jian was about to say something, but the Taoist looked up to the sky and laughed. "However, what you did was indeed quite satisfying. Wonderful. Wonderful." With that, he took out a pill surrounded by celestial energy and glowing with subtle light, handing it to Yang Jian. "Don't worry, with this master here, you'll be fine. Take this pill, and when you return, have Lao Jun send you into the furnace to reconstruct your divine essence." Then, he placed Yang Jian on the back of Howling Celestial Hound, which had grown larger, instructing, "Never act recklessly again in the future. Leave the rest to us." Young Jian was startled upon hearing this. "The rest? Us? Celestial Venerable, what are you talking about?" The Taoist smiled slightly. "Do you really think you're the most completely recovered among all the gods of Great Xia?" With that, he turned to look in the direction where the foreign gods had departed, cold light flashing in his eyes. "The foreign gods have retreated, but that doesn't mean this matter ends here. Great Xia is not a place they can come and go as they please. These mere foreign gods dare to trespass into our Great Xia. They must be prepared to pay the price." On Mount Changbai, the bitter wind blew across the summit like the howling of doomsday. At this moment, a figure stood on the peak. The man was bare-chested, holding a longbow in his hands. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, locking onto a figure retreating in the distance. In the next moment, he drew out a golden feathered arrow, nocked it on the longbow, and slowly drew the bowstring. Immediately after, the feathered arrow transformed into a brilliant golden light, shattering the void and whistling away. In the endless deep sea, Poseidon rode the dark currents, traveling along the seabed toward Olympus. As the sea god, he moved extremely fast underwater, covering thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. But just then, Poseidon seemed to sense something, and saw a golden light breaking through the water flow, whistling toward him as if encountering no resistance at all. Poseidon quickly accelerated in the water, constantly changing his trajectory, reaching the deep sea in an instant. But the feathered arrow seemed to have locked onto him. No matter how Poseidon twisted and turned, it stayed firmly locked on him. What made Poseidon even more alarmed was that the golden feathered arrow's speed in water was actually considerably faster than his own. Seeing the feathered arrow getting closer, Poseidon simply stopped moving and faced the arrow, taking a deep breath. Then he raised his trident, divine power rippling out from it. The surrounding seawater spun rapidly, forming walls of water blocking in front of him. But all this was in vain. These water walls that could easily block Klein's attacks were like paper before the golden feathered arrow, pierced through in an instant, reaching Poseidon's front. Seeing this, Poseidon roared and directly smashed his trident toward the feathered arrow. Immediately, a tremendous sound rang out underwater. Poseidon's hands were shaken numb, unable to grip his trident, which flew from his hands. But in that instant, the second feathered arrow also arrived, giving Poseidon no time to catch his breath. All he could do was desperately adjust his position to avoid vital areas. Even so, Poseidon's left arm was still struck by the feathered arrow and torn off completely. At this moment, Poseidon's face was extremely grim as he clutched his severed arm's wound. He knew this was retaliation from Great Xia, and also a warning. Since you dare to intrude into Great Xia, you must be prepared to pay the price. He stared in Great Xia's direction, gritting his teeth. Great Xia, I'll remember this grudge. With that, he quickly departed, rushing toward Olympus. On the other side, Hades had already returned to his own underworld. It must be said, only here could he feel comfortable. The human world's environment was simply torture for him. But his situation wasn't good either. A monk had appeared in his netherworld, and whenever he approached, the surrounding spirits were all converted and disappeared without a trace. Hades broke out in cold sweat, saying grimly, "Who are you? How dare you block my path?" The monk rubbed the prayer beads in his hand and chanted a Buddhist invocation. Amitabha. This poor monk's dharma name is Jin Chanzi, sent here under orders to convert the benefactor. Your underworld's 100,000 vengeful souls, Hades sneered coldly. The netherworld is transformed from my divine kingdom, converting my 100,000 vengeful souls here. Do you have that ability? Jin Chanzi smiled slightly. Whether I do or not, we'll know after trying. With that, Jin Chanzi's body blazed with Buddhist light. This single point of Buddhist light illuminated almost half the underworld, and even Hades felt that power of conversion. In Kannan City, now a scene of devastation, the howling celestial hound carried Yang Jian, following beside the celestial venerable, walking toward the distance. Yang Jian was somewhat worried at this time. Celestial venerable, what about the Norse god of mischief? Are we just letting her leave like this? The celestial venerable spoke slowly. Don't worry, I've already locked the surrounding space. She can't escape. The rest depends on that child. Hearing this, Yang Jian frowned slightly. You mean, my brother? He's just a night watchman below the river forbidden level now. No match for that god of mischief. The celestial venerable looked up at the sky and said, don't forget, this city vanished half a month earlier than predicted. This means that inside Lin Chie's body right now, there's divine power capable of maintaining the mortal divine domain for half a month. At this point, the celestial venerable sighed. Yang Jian, we are gods of Great Xia, but that doesn't mean we can protect Great Xia forever. Too much interference isn't good. Only under pressure can they improve themselves fastest. This time we've announced our existence, enough to deter those foreign gods for a while, so there won't be major crises in the short term. After returning, we should also reconstruct the heavenly court. Yang Jian was startled upon hearing this. Reconstruct the heavenly court? Can we do that? The celestial venerable smiled slightly and nodded. Now that the 100-year period has ended, the great Xia gods who entered reincarnation back then will begin awakening one after another. Our great Xia's divine kingdom should also see the light of day again. Yang Jian seemed to think of something, his eyes darkening as he said, if that monkey were still alive, perhaps we wouldn't have such difficulties. Unfortunately, he never even entered reincarnation. The celestial venerable raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Yang Jian with a half-smile. Not entering reincarnation doesn't mean complete death. In this mist, anything is possible. Seeing that Yang Jian seemed about to ask something, the celestial venerable slowly shook his head. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. Outside the desolate and dead Kannan City, Loki looked toward the city's direction with a cold smile, then looking at the blue-robed, silver-haired youth in front of him, whose body continuously surged with golden divine power. Loki smiled. Remnant divine power from Michael? Do you think you can kill me with just this? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Chie had already appeared in front of her in an instant. The long blade in his hand seemed to cut through space itself, emitting sharp screams as it slashed straight toward Loki's neck. But Loki simply extended 2 fingers and lightly caught Lin Chie's blade edge. No matter how much force Lin Chie applied, the blade couldn't advance an inch. Loki smiled contemptuously. A mere mortal weapon, and you think it can harm me? Lin Chie stared at Loki, light flashing in his eyes. In the next instant he gripped the blade in reverse, sliding it diagonally downward through the gap between Loki's 2 fingers. The bright blade light slid down like the Milky Way, forcibly deflecting Loki. Loki's expression changed as he looked at his finger, where a clear knife wound was visible, blood slowly dripping from within. Loki's face darkened, his brow furrowed. With just this broken blade, you can actually wound me? But I clearly cast trickery, rewriting the reality of you harming me. Why does the wound still exist? Lin Chie let his blade tip hang low, divine blood slowly dripping from it onto the ground. He spoke. Mortal weapons cannot harm you, but I did it. You rewrote reality, yet the impossible wound still exists. Overturning all unreasonableness, this is a miracle. This is the true, mortal divine domain. He raised his long blade, pointing it at Loki, his voice filled with icy killing intent. Now, I, a mortal, am going to slay a god. Tell me, is that possible? Loki looked at the blade tip pointing at him, eyes narrowing as he pondered for a moment, finally snorting coldly and speaking. Your divine domain is strong, but this divine power doesn't come from you. Once you've used up all the divine power, you'll just be an ordinary person. Lin Chie raised his palm, pointing it at Loki. Don't worry, before the divine power runs out, I will definitely kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, several magic circles instantly appeared around Loki, with terrifying magical fluctuations stirring within them. In the next instant, these magic circles erupted together, with thunder, divine flames, extreme cold and other magics bombarding where Loki stood. The boiling elements directly engulfed Loki's form, but in a moment, an even more eerie and cold aura erupted, tearing apart these magical elements. Loki walked out slowly, completely unharmed. As Loki advanced, he also raised his hand toward Lin Kie, that cold trickery aura bursting along his arm, transforming into several evil serpents that struck toward Lin Kie. Looking at the approaching serpents, Lin Kie's brow furrowed tightly. He could feel that if these serpents bit him even once, he would surely die. The current Lin Kie only temporarily possessed divine power. That didn't mean he had become a god. At most, he was just a infinite realm divine power container. Relying on his mortal divine domain, Lin Kie's figure flickered as he dodged those serpents one by one. He originally couldn't avoid such attacks. It was entirely due to the mortal divine domain's miracles that he barely managed to dodge. But the mortal divine domain consumed enormous amounts of energy. If he kept dodging like this, his divine power would be exhausted before he could even reach Loki. Lin Kie knew he couldn't continue like this. Thinking this, he dodged the last serpent sideways, then forcefully hurled his straight blade toward Loki with his right hand. Loki sneered coldly and simply tilted his head slightly to avoid the flying straight blade. But just then, a flash of magical light suddenly appeared on the handle of the thrown blade. It was the reverse-targeted summoning magic Lin Kie had left on it. Lin Kie was instantly summoned by the summoning spell, appearing behind the completely unprepared Loki. The long blade in his hand slashed without hesitation. The blade light shone like illuminating scattered stars, striking Loki's chest. Immediately, blood splattered. Loki clutched the wound on her chest, retreating several steps, staring at Lin Kie with eyes full of unwillingness and anger. Her voice was ice cold. A mortal who can break through trickery. You're the first. Suddenly, the space above Loki's head twisted, and cold aura mixed with strange fishy smell came rushing forward. Then, a massive figure squeezed out from that portal. A terrifying giant serpent appeared behind Loki, the Midgard serpent Jormungandr from Norse mythology. Loki gently stroked Jormungandr's cold scales, speaking calmly, "Kill him, my child." Upon hearing this, Jormungandr's body curved and rapidly crawled toward Lin Kie. The massive body almost blocked out the sunlight, leaving only a cold shadow chasing after Lin Kie. Lin Kie ran and dodged while grabbing a handful of sand and stones from the ground. Comparing summons, Merlin has never been afraid of anyone. As he used those grains of sand and stone as the price, casting a series of random summoning magic. Slippers, spiders, leaves, playing cards, all sorts of inexplicable things kept popping out of Lin Kie's palms. This scene left Loki completely bewildered. What is this supposed to be? Just then, golden light flashed in Lin Kie's hand, followed by dazzling blue light bursting forth. Random summoning magic fused with miracles, ultimately creating a magical miracle. A terrifying figure emerged, its shadow enveloping Loki. Giant feet landed on the ground, causing the entire surface to crack and crumble. The monster raised its head and let out an earth-shaking roar, blue atomic breath shooting straight into the sky. That's right, atomic breath. What appeared before Loki now was none other than Godzilla. An hour earlier, at the Gangneung border, Lin Kie stared somewhat dazedly at the gradually disappearing city before him, his entire being immersed in confusion. Then, the scenery before him changed, surrounded by gray earth with craters of various sizes all around. In the dark firmament above, besides those countless stars, there was also an extremely familiar blue planet slowly rotating. If the rotating one was Earth, then where was he? Suddenly golden light burst forth, and a massive figure appeared before his eyes. 6 pristine jade-white giant wings spread behind it, radiating golden light. That was praise from the sun. Lin Kie was somewhat uncertain for a moment. The scene before him was almost identical to what he had seen 10 years ago. Could he really be on the moon now? Suddenly, that sculpture-like perfect massive figure opened its eyes and an ancient, grand voice rang out, "You've come!" The angel's sun-like dazzling light nearly made Lin Kie stumble. The angel said, "Don't fear my light. 10 years ago, I infused the mortal divine domain and divine power into your body. From that moment on, you would no longer fear my light." Lin Kie forced his eyes open and asked, "Is this memory or reality?" The angel slowly explained, "This is consciousness hidden deep in your heart. Only when you completely inherit my divine domain will this consciousness appear." Hearing this, Lin Kie opened his eyes to look directly at the angel and asked, "What exactly happened? Why did Gangneung disappear as soon as I left it?" The angel spoke calmly, "Because Gangneung ceased to exist long ago. 10 years ago, all of Gangneung was erased by the Shiva's grudge, and only you were somehow saved by a girl, becoming the sole survivor." Lin Kie was stunned upon hearing this. "Erased? You mean Gangneung was already destroyed? But I lived there for 10 years. So the current Gangneung," the angel said, "it still exists because of your mortal divine domain. The so-called mortal divine domain is miracles created in the mortal world. Resurrection of the dead, restart of all things, all impossibilities belong to the category of miracles." Hearing this, Lin Kie murmured, "Mortal divine domain." Then he looked up at the angel again. "So you created all this. But why would you do these things?" The angel seemed to remember something, saying, "By rights I shouldn't interfere with Earth's affairs. I'm not helping you either, but fulfilling my promise. 100 years ago, when the mist first appeared, someone found me. He called himself Great Shia's Celestial Venerable and made a deal with me to choose the sole survivor as my agent when Kongyan was erased, and infuse divine power into his body." Lin Qi's heart shook upon hearing this name. Celestial Venerable. Isn't that one of the 3 heavenly lords in Great Xia mythology? The angel looked at Lin Qie with slight amusement in his eyes. "Now, you've become my agent, possessing the complete mortal divine domain. Kongyan has also been maintained in your divine domain for 10 years. My task is complete, and there's still some of my divine power left in your body. Before it dissipates, you can still do what you want to do." Lin Qie suddenly remembered the angel's words and quickly asked, "Wait, you just said resurrection of the dead, so these Kongnan residents." The angel spoke calmly. The Shiva's grudge erased the concept itself. It erased Kongnan, naturally destroying everything related to Kongnan. Hearing this, Lin Qie stood there like struck by lightning. 10 years ago, Aunt and a Jin no, it can't be. Then golden light burst from his body, and when he reappeared, he was back in the devastated Canyon City. Before him was a field of ruins, and here should have been his home. At home there was Aunt, there was Ah Jin, and there was the Xiao He. But now, his home was gone. In the next instant, he seemed to go mad, kneeling in those ruins, continuously clawing at the soil with both hands, as if trying to find traces that this place had once existed. His eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming continuously. Finally, he could only kneel silently on the ground. The people are gone. Where is home? Suddenly, Lin Qie seemed to remember something, raising his head and murmuring, "Since 10 years ago, I could use the mortal divine domain to revive everyone in Kongyan. Then now I can definitely revive you too." Then Lin Qie activated his mortal divine domain. He still had large amounts of divine power in his body, enough to maintain Kangyan City for half a month. But even when Lin Qie pushed the mortal divine domain to its limit, with golden light points swirling around him, he still couldn't find Aunt and a Jin's remnant souls. Lin Qie sat there dazedly, murmuring, "Why? Where are the souls? How can I revive them without souls?" He pounded the ground hard with his fists, roaring, "Even if Kongyan was destroyed, the souls should still be there. Who took them away?" At this moment, Lin Qie's entire body was trembling with grief, pain, and rage, negative emotions nearly drowning him. Just then, Merlin's figure appeared behind him, bitter helplessness floating in his eyes, as he raised his hand to cast 3 mental spells on Lin Qie: Clear Heart, Calm Spirit, Lock Emotions, and Seal Thoughts. After the 3 spells, Lin Qie's emotions gradually stabilized. He took a deep breath. "Thank you, Lord Merlin. Now there's only one thing left I can do." At this moment, endless killing intent burst from his eyes as he roared out a name: Loki. On the other side, Loki looked at the dead and silent canyon, the corner of his mouth bearing an evil smile. "Yes, this is what this city should look like. Miracles will eventually fall. This is the destiny of all things. So what if the great Xia gods return? You can do nothing." With that, he burst into laughter. After laughing enough, Loki pointed at the void in front of him, about to tear space and teleport away. But no matter how she tore at space, the surrounding space remained solid as rock, completely motionless. Loki's expression grew serious. "This space is locked?" Then she saw Lin Qie, who had already reached her front, those eyes burning red like fire. "Loki, you can't escape." Loki saw him and was slightly stunned, then thought of something and smiled. "I see. They want me to be your whetstone. Laughable. Why do the great Xia gods value you so much? Could it be, you're the one from the prophecy? No, impossible. The one from the prophecy should have been erased along with Kangyan City." Lin Qie pointed his long blade at Loki, his voice ice cold. "I don't care what you're talking about, but today you must be buried with this city." Looking at the king of monsters that suddenly rose from the earth and appeared on the ground, Phoenix Squad Captain Xia Simeng was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that this is Godzilla? Where did this thing come from? Seeing the massive Godzilla, Jormungandr didn't attack rashly for a moment, coiling in place, full of vigilance. Instead, it was Godzilla who pressed closer step by step. Seeing this, Jormungandr hesitated no more, roaring at Godzilla and opening its giant maw to strike. Godzilla saw this and let out a roar, raising its giant claws and suddenly reaching out, grabbing hold of Jormungandr's body. Then, a humming sound came from within Godzilla's body, its dorsal fins lighting up in sequence, finally converging at its head. In an instant, Godzilla's pupils blazed with blue light, deep blue energy rapidly gathering in its mouth. Then, Godzilla aimed at Jormungandr's head, the deep blue atomic breath like a giant pillar of light spraying toward Jormungandr's head. Just as these 2 giant beasts fought each other in a completely apocalyptic scene, Lin Qie on the ground was also staring intently at the god of mischief Loki before him. Lin Chie knew well that he didn't have much divine power left. After all, using miracles to summon a creature like Godzilla consumed enormous amounts of his divine power. Moreover, Lin Chie's body still carried Merlin's soul, and without the miracle's divine power maintaining it, his soul would have probably collapsed long ago. Thinking this, Lin Chie hesitated no more. Gripping his long blade and charging toward Loki. He had to use miracles to kill Loki before his divine power disappeared. Seeing this, Loki chuckled lightly, and with a wave of his hand, a silver longsword appeared in his grasp. He raised his hand slightly and used the longsword to block Lin Chie's strike aimed at him. Then, Loki applied slight pressure with his hand, and Lin Chie immediately grunted and was sent flying backward. Lin Chie steadied himself and frowned. This longsword's power is so strong? Lin Chie simply opened his domain fully. Nightlight flashing in his eyes as the darkest divine domain spread out, instantly enveloping Loki. With Lin Chie's original darkest divine domain, it would be impossible to have any effect on Loki. But now with divine power enhancement, that was another matter entirely. While thinking, Lin Chie suddenly clenched his fist and yanked it backward. Loki's longsword suddenly made a crisp sound, and the entire blade actually snapped in half. Loki looked incredulous. This is a longsword from the divine realm Asgard. It was actually snapped by a human using a divine domain. In the next instant, Lin Chie's figure kept enlarging in his pupils, instantly reaching his front. Then, a section of long blade pierced through from Loki's back. Divine blood splattering. The straight blade blazed with scorching flames. That was divine power condensed from the angel. Those flames drilled into Loki's body through the wound, beginning to burn her form madly. Loki, lying on the ground, felt the pain within his body, staring at Lin Chie with venomous eyes. "Don't think you've won just like this," he laughed somewhat maniacally. "After the angel's divine power is exhausted, you're nothing but an ant. I'll come back for you." Before Loki could finish his threats, Lin Chie stabbed the straight blade into Loki's heart again. Loki's body suddenly trembled, convulsing a few times before becoming still. Lin Chie looked at him coldly, saying calmly, "I'll be waiting." On a distant mountain peak, Lang Xuan looked at the scene in his telescope and said, "Loki is dead, and it was Kie who killed him?" Si Xiaonan beside him shook her head. "She's the god of mischief. How could she die so easily? Among all the gods, her survival ability is the strongest. Even if Kie has god-slaying power, what he killed was just her avatar," Lang Xuan pondered. "Then what do we do next?" Si Xiaonan looked in a certain direction, indecipherable thoughts in her eyes, as if thinking about something. Then she said, "Come back with me." Lang Xuan was stunned. Back? Back where? Si Xiaonan's voice was emotionless. "Asgard. Loki's true body is there. Moreover, the next step of the plan must also be carried out there." Lang Xuan asked no more questions, nodded, and disappeared into the night with Si Xiaonan. Lin Chie watched as Loki was completely burned away by the divine fire, sighing somewhat regretfully. As he had expected, this wasn't Loki's true body at all. After all, as the god of mischief, how could she possibly venture alone into a foreign country? Suddenly, Lin Chie spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the divine power in his body rapidly disappearing. Lin Chie smiled bitterly to himself, forcibly carrying Merlin's soul for so long, and using divine power for so long. "I'm already approaching my limit. Once the carrying ends, the soul backlash alone would be enough to make him completely scatter, and he could only bury a miracle within his body to see if it might be useful." At this moment, Lin Chie seemed to think of something, waving his hand to open a portal and walking inside. On the rooftop of the Peace Affairs office, Wu Shangnan, Hong Ying, and Wen Qimo sat desolately looking at the devastated Kannan city before them, silent for a moment. Just then, a portal opened behind the three, and Lin Chie stepped out from within. Seeing the three, he was slightly stunned, frowning. "Where's the captain? Where are Xiaonan and Lang Xuan? What happened?" Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qimo remained silent. Hong Ying couldn't hold back anymore, and rushed forward to embrace Lin Chie, crying, "Captain!" Captain and the others disappeared together. Xiaonan took Lang Xuan away somewhere. Hearing this, Lin Chie's entire body shook, disbelief appearing in his eyes. Could it be Captain also? He suppressed his emotions, releasing Hong Ying and speaking as gently as possible. "Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying. They will come back." Hearing this, Hong Ying's crying gradually subsided. She looked at Lin Chie, asking uncertainly in a small voice, "Really? Can Captain really come back?" Lin Chie nodded firmly. "Since all this was a miracle I created, then someday I can create another miracle to bring them all back." Lin Chie comforted Hong Ying, but he also knew how low the success rate was. Unless he could find those people's souls, otherwise even with miracles, he couldn't create an identical Kanyan. Wu Shangnan stepped forward, forcing a smile on his pale face toward Lin Chie. The captain said, "Thank you for giving this city, giving him a miracle." Lin Chie trembled slightly, also forcing a smile. "Vice Captain, give me your hands." Wu Shangnan didn't know what Lin Chie wanted to do, but still extended both hands. Lin Qie raised his hands and infused divine power into Wu Xiangnan's hands. A flash of light passed, and the 2 wounds on Wu Xiangnan's palms from the divine sword Amino Murakumo actually disappeared. Wu Xiangnan looked up at Lin Qie, somewhat dazedly. Qie, this is, Lin Qie smiled warmly. Perhaps, this is the last miracle I can leave behind. No matter what the future becomes, I'll wait for you all. After Lin Qie used miracles to heal Wu Xiangnan's hand injuries, he nodded and turned toward the portal. When Kimo asked, Qie, where are you going? Lin Qie's pale face forced some semblance of a smile. I still have some things to handle. Going ahead first. With that, he walked into the portal without looking back, finally disappearing into the night. Several kilometers away in the ruins, the portal appeared out of nowhere in the night, and Lin Qie stumbled out, immediately collapsing to the ground. His condition was extremely poor now, unstoppable sweat on his face, his whole body trembling violently. The divine power in his body had completely disappeared, and he had reached his absolute limit. Yet even so, he had returned here, to this place that was once home. He looked at the ruins before him, murmuring, Ah Jing Aunt, I've come back to see you. Everything from the past flashed before his eyes like slides. Ah Jin and the Xiao Hei greeting him at the door, an ant bustling about in the kitchen. For the current Lin Qie, the spiritual pain was more agonizing than the physical. Merlin's 3 emotion-suppressing spells had failed as the carrying ended. Extreme grief and immense pain returned, filling his entire soul. He cried in pain, lying on the ground, continuously pounding the earth, yet still couldn't stop that pain from spreading. At this moment, several golden figures appeared in the distance. Phoenix Squad had arrived. Xia Simeng walked closer and saw Lin Qie on the ground, quickly approaching. Kong Shang asked, Captain, how is he? Xia Simeng's eyes were full of disbelief and shock. His body is severely overdrawn. His soul is like it's been thrown into a blender, continuously torn apart and separated. By rights, he should scatter completely. But at the same time, there's another power within him, miraculously repairing his soul. It's very much like a person jumping off a building to commit suicide, but being forever frozen in the 2 seconds before death, only able to experience the pain of dying repeatedly, yet unable to transcend. Just hearing this analogy made Kong Shang feel cold all over. He continued asking, can we save him? Xia Simeng shook her head helplessly. We have no way to deal with this kind of injury. Suddenly, Lin Qie's body arched as he struggled, roaring, Don't die! I won't let you die! A golden divine domain spread from within his body, but it flickered extremely unstably before slowly dissipating again. Kong Shang saw this divine domain and pondered, This is the mortal divine domain? He is Lin Qie? What is he doing? Xia Simeng sighed. He's trying to use his divine domain to create miracles. He must have unfulfilled wishes. Then she gently asked Lin Qie, What do you want to do? Lin Qie's eyes were unfocused as he murmured, I want to revive. I want them to come back. Suddenly, Phoenix Squad members felt an invisible force envelop them, their bodies firmly restrained, unable to move. Xia Simeng looked at that distant, profound figure, her heart greatly alarmed. As someone at the infinite level, she couldn't even move in front of this person. The approaching figure was the Celestial Venerable who had saved Yang Jian. The Celestial Venerable reached Lin Qie's side and traced something that he sent into Lin Qie's body. Approval appeared in his eyes, Lin Qie. Only after passing this trial can you truly embark on your own path. At this moment, Lin Qie gradually calmed down and quietly collapsed to the ground. The Taoist nodded, and his figure quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. Once the Taoist left, the power that had restrained Xia Simeng and the others also vanished. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. Xia Simeng quickly examined Lin Qie's body again and said in amazement, His soul has actually stabilized. Who was that person? How did he do it? Kong Shang suddenly thought of something. Even a human ceiling couldn't suppress us all with just a glance. Do you think that person could be? Xia Simeng carried Lin Qie on her back and shook her head. It doesn't matter who he is anymore. As long as we know he's a friend, not an enemy, that's enough. As for the rest, naturally someone else will worry about it. Then she looked at Lin Qie, who had awakened on her shoulder. How do you feel? Lin Qie's eyes were completely lifeless, filled with confusion. After a moment, he suddenly raised his hand as if trying to grasp something and murmured, Aunt, I'm back. Kong Shang opened his mouth, saying somewhat uncertainly, has he gone mad? Before long, ambulances dispatched by the Night's Watch from surrounding cities arrived in Canyon City to rescue the survivors who had made it through alive, and Lin Qie was sent to the Night's Watch's specialized medical unit. Outside the hospital room, members of both Squad 136 and the Phoenix Squad were waiting. As soon as the doctor came out, Hong Ying hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is he? The doctor shook his head. Not good. Right now his consciousness is rejecting all reality, constructing another world in his mind and hiding himself inside it. And currently his body is still subconsciously activating the mortal divine domain, restoring the surroundings to resemble his mental world, when Chimo had already guessed something and asked somewhat uncertainly, "So?" The doctor nodded. "We can basically confirm that he has now suffered a mental breakdown. Moreover, the mortal divine domain is also on the verge of losing control. If his emotions undergo any further changes, it could very likely go berserk." The doctor turned around and said seriously, "According to Night's Watch regulations, Lin Chie has now become an extremely unstable, dangerous individual. Before his mental recovery, he must be escorted to the fasting place for custody." Upon hearing the words fasting place, Wu Shangnan frowned. "Isn't that a prison for malicious ability users? Lin Chie hasn't committed any crime, why send him there?" Kong Sheng spoke up at this time. "Vice Captain Wu, the fasting place isn't entirely a prison. It's a place that can effectively suppress forbidden ruins, and there's a hospital there specifically for treating mentally disturbed forbidden ruins owners. Codenamed Sunshine." The doctor nodded. "That's right, the mortal divine domain is too powerful. Once it goes berserk, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only the fasting place can suppress it, and there are Dashia's top psychiatrists there. They're the best choice for treating Lin Chie." At this moment, Hong Ying, tears streaming down her face, asked timidly, Can I go in and see him?" The doctor initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Hong Ying's condition, she could only sigh and say, "All right, but don't stimulate him." Hong Ying nodded repeatedly and carefully pushed the door open. At this moment, the room was no longer a hospital ward. There was a faint smell of wood in the house, and the floor was somewhat old wooden boards that creaked slightly when stepped on. This was Lin Chie's home. Hong Ying came to Lin Chie's side and gently sat on the edge of the bed. She softly called out, "Ki," but Lin Chie just stared blankly out the window, motionless. Hong Ying suppressed the emotions in her heart and spoke as calmly as possible. "Old Zhao is dead. The captain is gone. Xiaonan and Leng Xuan have left too. Now you're also leaving this place. When do you think we'll see each other again?" As she spoke, she wiped away fallen tears, murmuring, "If all of this were just a dream, then when we wake up, would everyone come back? Didn't we all agree that next time we celebrate New Year together, we'd all get drunk?" Lin Chie looked out the window, silent as a sculpture. Suddenly a breeze blew, and a small green flower flew from somewhere, gently landing beside Hong Ying. Hong Ying was slightly stunned. It was a green spider lily. In a trance, Hong Ying seemed to remember something. She picked up the flower. A serene smile appeared on her face, her voice full of determination and tenderness. "No matter what the future becomes, I'll wait for you all." Canyon City Peace Affairs Office. At this moment in the conference room, Wu Shangnan and Kong Shang, the two vice captains, seemed to be waiting for something. Then the door was pushed open, and Xia Simeng walked in with a frown, saying, "The orders from the higher-ups have come down. The Phoenix Squad is responsible for escorting Lin Chie to the fasting place." Kong Shang was stunned when he heard this. "We're escorting him? Isn't this a bit too ceremonious?" Xia Simeng shook her head. "No, not ceremonious at all. Lin Chie's potential is too great, now that he's mentally unstable and has lost his ability to protect himself. If the ancient god church and those outer gods interfere, relying solely on the logistics team for escort would have unthinkable consequences." Kong Shang smiled bitterly. "Speaking of which, we originally hijacked the plane to Kangyan to take Lin Chie away. In the end, we accidentally achieved this in such a way," Xia Simeng suddenly said somewhat awkwardly. "Speaking of hijacking, Commander Yi wants us to prepare these next 2 days. We'll see each other in military court in a few days." Kong Shang heard this and, aside from being speechless, said nothing else. After all, this wasn't their squad's first time in military court. Once familiar, twice comfortable. Xia Simeng coughed twice and continued, "By the way, Lin Chie wasn't the only one who received transfer orders." She then handed the document in her hand to Wu Shangnan. Wu Shangnan was stunned, took the document and flipped through it, saying with some surprise, "The higher-ups want to recall me to headquarters? Why?" Looking at the puzzled Wu Shangnan, Xia Simeng shrugged. "Who knows? Someone with a simple mind like me can't figure it out either. But it seems they discovered some secret about Takamagahara. There were too many suspicious points about the Blue Feather Squad's annihilation back then. To solve these mysteries, only you, a former Blue Feather Squad member, can do it. After all, you're the only human who entered Takamagahara and came back alive." After a long while, Wu Shangnan sighed deeply. "But if I leave, Squad 136 will only have 2 people left." Xia Simeng glanced at Hong Ying, who was secretly crying outside the door, and Wen Qimo beside her, who remained silent, and continued, "You can't let go of them, and you can't let go of Blue Feather either, right? After this incident, the aura of divine war will linger here, enough to suppress all mysteries that are about to appear. For the next 3 years, this place will be a pure land. You don't need to worry about them. Wu Shangnan remained silent for a long time, and finally nodded silently. One day later, a gentle breeze swept across the mountains and fields, gently dispersing the dust in the cemetery. Fresh flowers were placed in front of 2 cleaned tombstones. One was Zhao Kongcheng's, the other was Chen Mie's. Hong Ying and Wen Qimo stood before the tombstones, their eyes full of complexity. Wen Qimo spoke. "We didn't find the vice captain, but on the desk in his room, I found this letter." Hong Ying looked at the 2 tombstones in a daze, letting tears slide down her cheeks. She murmured, "The vice captain is gone too. Now squad 136 only has us left." Wen Qimo was silent for a while, then asked, "What do we do next?" Hong Ying looked at the green spider lily in her hand, took a deep breath, and said, "I'll stay. I believe everyone just went to do their own things. When the dust settles, they'll come back." She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her gaze gradually becoming firm. "From now on, I, Hong Ying, am the captain of squad 136. Wen Qimo looked at the girl in a daze, then suddenly smiled and shook his head. "In that case, I'll reluctantly be the vice captain." Hong Ying turned and walked out. "Vice Captain Wen Qimo, let's go. Let's go back and wait for them to return." The green spider lily was left in front of the 2 tombstones, swaying gently in the breeze, as if saying goodbye to former comrades. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a year had passed. Looking at the medical chart in his hand, the doctor sat on a stool, asking the young man in front of him, "Lin Qiye, right? Age 19? Lin Qiye corrected, "No, I'm 17 this year." The doctor nodded. "Then there might be an error in the medical record information." "It's not a big problem." He continued asking about seeing the angel 10 years ago. "What do you think about it now?" Lin Qiye shook his head. "It was all delusion. That day I accidentally fell from the eaves and might have injured some nerve." The doctor's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued asking, "Do you still remember the Night's Watch?" Lin Qiye was slightly stunned. "Night's Watch? What's that?" The doctor mentioned many names in succession: Mortal Divine Domain, Shiva's Grudge, Loki, Chen Muye. "Do you remember any of these?" As soon as the doctor finished speaking, thunder roared outside the window, and Lin Qiye's body trembled, showing a pained expression as he held his head and murmured, I don't know." The doctor stood up, came to Lin Qiye's side, gently patted his shoulder, and said in a magnetic voice, "It's okay. I was just asking casually. You don't need to mind it. Just forget what just happened." As Lin Qiye gradually calmed down, the scenery outside the window returned to normal. The doctor walked to the door and turned back. "The follow-up examination ends here. Your illness is no longer a problem. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well." As soon as the doctor left the bedroom, he saw his aunt carrying prepared dishes, smiling. "Dr. Li, thank you for your hard work. Please stay for dinner." Dr. Li politely declined his aunt's invitation and walked out with a smile. The moment he closed the door, Dr. Li's smile disappeared completely, his face serious. Outside the door was now a huge laboratory, with more than 10 people in white coats busily working inside. Dr. Li looked back at the big screen, which showed the real appearance of Lin Qiye's room, completely a room made of unknown silver-white metal, essentially a special prison cell. Dr. Li said, "It still doesn't work. We've used all treatment methods, but we can't wake him from his mental world." Another person in front of the screen, looking at the young man fixed with restraints on the screen, couldn't help but sigh. It's been a year since the Kangnan incident. With that, Ye Fan scratched his head and asked, "Have you tried using Forbidden Ruins to directly wake him up?" Dr. Li shook his head. "Apart from making his mortal divine domain go berserk, it has no effect. It's as if his consciousness isn't in his own body at all." Ye Fan looked puzzled. "Not in his body. Then where else could it be?" Dr. Li said helplessly. "That's the problem. If his consciousness were still in his body, waking him wouldn't be difficult. But in his mental world there's nothing but endless mist. God's mental hospital." Now it was a sunny day. Aju sat on the steps holding a broom, looking at the sleeping figure, and sighed. "When do you think the director will wake up? Won't he get hungry after sleeping for so long?" Li Yifei suddenly grinned mischievously. "Why don't you contribute a pig's trotter? When the director wakes up, we'll nourish him properly." Aju jumped up in fright and hid behind Hongyan. "Sister Hongyan, he's bullying me again." Hongyan protected Aju behind her, stammering, "He cannot eat." Then she pointed at Lin Qiye with worry. When wake," Li Yifei sighed. "Who knows? Why don't we see who wins between Uncle Merlin and Grandma today?" At this moment in the courtyard, Merlin walked slowly toward the sleeping Lin Qiye, but his eyes were fixed on Nyx, who was knitting beside Lin Qiye. Merlin approached slowly, staring at Nyx, and said, "It's been a year. He should wake up." Nyx didn't even look up. "Let him sleep a bit more." Merlin frowned slightly. "What needed to happen has happened. Escape won't solve any problems. You and I both know he can't hide in a comfortable little world forever." Nyx put down the knitting in her hands and looked up. "He's just too tired. If the sky falls, there's me, his mother, to hold it up. Just let him rest a bit more." Merlin stared at Nyx for a long time, magical energy beginning to surge around him. "No, I must wake him up today." Nyx let the magical fluctuations wash over her, calmly replying, You can't do it. On the other side, the three caretakers sat on the steps, watching the scene unfold. Li Yifei yawned. What do you think about today? Zhu thought for a moment. I think Great-Grandma will win today too. Hong Yan nodded, saying same. Li Yifei looked at the scene in the courtyard and raised an eyebrow. I actually think there might be a change today. At this moment, Merlin in the courtyard was already floating in mid-air, emanating magical elements that seemed endless, surging wildly. Nyx in the rocking chair put down her knitting and slowly stood up. Since you're getting serious, I'll accompany you to the end. Nyx pointed at Merlin, and the entire knitting seemed to transform into a night sky, enveloping the surroundings. Stars twinkled in the darkness. As Nyx became serious, the divine power in the entire hospital increased several times. With strong winds raging, blowing away all the hanging laundry, the three caretakers hugged each other. If not for Hong Yan's quick reflexes, Zhu would have been blown away. Suddenly a dull roar came from the courtyard, and the pressure from both gods instantly disappeared, while the dark night and blue magical fluctuations also vanished completely. Nyx seemed to sense something and turned back, seeing Lin Chie's eyelids flutter slightly on the rocking chair, clearly on the verge of awakening. The pressure from both gods was also subconsciously suppressed by Lin Chie using the hospital's abilities. Nyx turned back abruptly, looking at Merlin with slight anger. You planned this? Merlin landed and bowed slightly. I apologize, Lady Nyx, but aside from using energy fluctuations, I couldn't think of any other way to wake him. Canyon City Old District. It was now dusk. After waiting at a traffic light, Lin Chie walked home along the crosswalk. Suddenly the entire ground shook violently. Lin Chie steadied himself, somewhat surprised. Was that an earthquake? But when he looked up, the sky around him had already darkened, with only the red light from the traffic signal flickering eerily in the darkness. The originally bustling street was now empty, without a soul in sight. Just then a voice rang out, "You should wake up." Immediately the street beneath Lin Chie's feet suddenly cracked, and the entire world shattered like a mirror, everything turning to nothingness. Lin Chie fell into an abyss. Countless memories flashed by him like streaks of light. The warmth of Squad 136, the hard work at training camp, and the disappearing Canyon City. Countless sealed memories flooded into Lin Chie's mind, and pain appeared between his brows. He remembered. As those memories returned, Lin Chie seemed to make some kind of resolution. Whether real or fake, this is the last chance. Golden light burst from Lin Chie's eyes, and his falling figure suddenly stopped. Soon after, he returned home. His aunt, who was cooking, turned back with a smile. "Xiaoqi, did you buy the soy sauce?" But when his aunt turned around, she saw Lin Chie standing at the door with tears streaming down his face. She quickly came out of the kitchen to Lin Chie's side, wiping away his tears. "What's wrong with you, child? How did buying soy sauce turn you into this?" Lin Chie opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His aunt led Lin Chie to the dining table and spoke gently. "Are you hungry? Sit down. Dinner will be ready soon." Soon after, his aunt brought 2 steaming hot dishes to the dining table. "Eat while it's hot." Lin Chie stared at the food on the table, remained silent for a moment, then picked up his chopsticks and began eating heartily. His aunt advised from the side, eat slowly, don't choke." At this moment, his aunt's body was already glowing with a faint golden light, and light mist was rising throughout the room. The surrounding environment was gradually disappearing, leaving only the dining table area. Lin Chie slowly looked up. "Aunt, I want to eat your cooking again in the future." His aunt smiled. "Silly child, whenever you want to eat. When wouldn't your aunt cook for you?" Lin Chie gently put down his bowl and chopsticks. "I will definitely bring you all back." As his words fell, everything around disappeared into nothingness, leaving only Lin Chie standing alone in the mist. He lifted his eyes slightly. "I should wake up." Meanwhile, the outside world was in chaos. Piercing alarms rang throughout the laboratory. Abnormal brainwaves detected in patient. Resting energy rising linearly. Large amounts of mental fluctuations detected. Dr. Lee, standing in front of the screen, sighed deeply. He's finally about to awaken. He asked his assistant beside him, "How is his condition?" The assistant quickly swiped through the tablet in his hands, saying, "Heart rate, blood pressure, brainwaves, and mental power have all returned to normal." And just in that moment, his mental power strength jumped directly from Pond Forbidden Realm to River Forbidden Realm. Dr. Lee nodded after hearing this, not surprising. After all, he's been using mental power to maintain the mortal divine domain in his mind for this whole year. With such long-term training, breaking through in one go isn't unexpected. Dr. Lee walked to Lin Chie's door and said, "Open the door. I'm going to talk with him." Immediately, the heavy door of the ward slowly opened. On the other side, Lin Chie in the ward was gradually awakening. He looked around with some confusion and bewilderment, only to discover he was bound with restraints. Aren't these things only found in mental hospitals? How did they end up on me? When he tried to use his forbidden ruins, he found they seemed suppressed by something and couldn't be activated. This feeling was exactly like being at the training camp, or even stronger. Then Lin Chie tried his other forbidden ruins, and finally only the mortal divine domain could be activated slightly. He channeled his divine power. Golden light flashed. and the restraints on his body broke apart and scattered to the floor. Lin Chie struggled to get up, almost stumbling and falling. His legs had some muscle atrophy from long periods of inactivity. He was now even curious about how long he had been asleep. Just as he was wondering, a voice spoke in front of him, worthy of Sequence 003's mortal divine domain to actually break through the suppression of the ruins suppressing monument here. Lin Chie looked at the person's face and was slightly stunned. "You're Dr. Li?" Lin Chie looked at the illuminated ward and asked again, "Where is this?" Dr. Li adjusted his glasses and explained, "This is deep within the fasting place, a mental hospital codenamed Sunshine." Fasting place? He had heard Cao Yuan mention it. It was a prison for Forbidden Ruins possessors who had committed crimes. Wait. Lin Chie suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, "Mental hospital? Why would I be in a mental hospital?" Dr. Li spread his hands with a strange expression. "You're in a mental hospital because you have a mental illness." Lin Chie was about to refute when Dr. Li said, "You want to say you don't have mental illness, right? Every mental patient here says that." He pulled out a stack of medical records from somewhere and read quickly. Patient Lin Chie, in a prolonged state of mental dissociation, vacant stare, dilated pupils, unable to respond to external stimuli, often talks to himself in the air, unconsciously activates mortal divine domain to change surrounding environment. During treatment, his Forbidden Ruins went berserk, destroying medical equipment worth over 500,000, due to his severe delusions and self-isolation, and potential negative impact on the outside world. He is classified as an extremely dangerous severe mental patient, receiving long-term treatment at our hospital. After Dr. Li finished reading, 2.5 minutes had passed. Lin Chie was somewhat at a loss, because what Dr. Li said seemed to be all true. He said somewhat awkwardly, "How much longer do I have to stay here?" Dr. Li glanced at him. "About another year." Lin Chie's face changed when he heard this. "A year? Why do I have to stay so long?" Dr. Li shrugged. "Mental illness observation periods are usually quite long, and your identity is special. If problems are left behind, it'll be troublesome when you grow stronger. But don't worry, you'll have a lot of freedom this year. I'll renovate the ward to be more livable, give you a TV, air conditioning and such from your home." Lin Chie opened his mouth but didn't know how to refute. Dr. Li continued, "But you definitely can't have a phone. Since this is an extremely classified location, someone will take you out for exercise at scheduled times. Oh right, together with those criminals confined in the outer areas. Since the fasting place only has so much activity space, everyone has to share. Oh, and the cafeteria too." Lin Chie couldn't help but interrupt. "Wait, what's the difference between me and those criminals then? Isn't it just like being in prison?" Dr. Li blurted out. "Of course there's a difference. Although it sounds similar, mental patients and prison criminals are essentially different. For example," at this point, Dr. Li himself was stunned, thought for a moment and said, "For example, you have a TV." Lin Chie was completely speechless. "Do you think what you're saying makes sense?" Dr. Li adjusted his glasses, trying to establish this point from another angle. "And you wear a patient gown, not a prison uniform like them." Lin Chie raised an eyebrow. "What's the difference?" Dr. Li looked matter of fact. "Of course there's a difference. Patient gowns look better than prison uniforms." Lin Chie rubbed his forehead speechlessly. He felt his future days in the mental hospital would probably be dark. Lin Chie sighed deeply. "I still think a year is too long." Dr. Li looked puzzled. "Do you have something urgent to handle?" Lin Chie was stunned by this question. Yes, what urgent matters were there left? Kang Yan was gone, Squad 136 was scattered, and his relatives were all gone. After leaving here, where could he even go? Before he knew it, Lin Chie had become completely alone. Beijing Night's Watch headquarters. Several high-ranking officials sat in the conference room. One asked, "Commander Yi, any news about the great Xia gods recently?" Yi Fan shook his head slightly. "None. Since Yang Jian's incident a year ago, there's been no news of great Xia gods, as if they collectively disappeared." Another high-ranking official, built like a strong man, looked puzzled. Strange. The great Xia gods had clearly emerged, so why are they gone again? Are they going to disappear for another century? The high-ranking official sitting beside Yi Fan shook his head. "Perhaps they just don't want to contact us." Yi Fan nodded. "Zuo Qing. Elaborate." The man called Zuo Qing nodded. "Yang Jian's emergence proved the conjecture that great Xia gods truly exist. Then why haven't they appeared for a century? There are only two possibilities. Either they're trapped in some predicament and can't manifest, or they deliberately avoid our sight, wanting to keep us always on the edge of danger." The strong man was slightly stunned. "Could it be to train us?" Zuo Qing nodded. "Very likely. They don't want us to become overly dependent on them, so they deliberately concealed their existence. Only at critical moments of life and death would they intervene. Think about it. If Great Xia had divine protection a century ago, would there be 5 human ceiling-level fighters capable of battling gods now?" At this point, an elder tapped the table. "There's another important matter. The number of mysterious incidents across the country has increased this year. The current special squads probably aren't enough. Hearing this, Zuo Qing couldn't help but laugh. Captain Xia Simeng of the Phoenix Squad has called me over 20 complaint calls this month, saying we're exploiting labor, being inhumane, and that they want to rise up and overthrow us. Ye Fan also laughed when he heard this. Captain Xia is still so interesting. The elder also smiled rarely and continued, it seems reorganizing the 5th Special Squad is an urgent task. The strong man sighed deeply. Reorganizing a special squad. Easier said than done. Do you have candidates for a new captain? Zuo Qing also nodded. There's no shortage of talent among the younger generation of Night's Watch, but being a special squad captain requires more than just talent. Such people are too rare. Ye Fan suddenly spoke at this moment. Perhaps I have a candidate. What do you think of Lin Qie? The high-ranking Night's Watch official's eyes all focused when Ye Fan mentioned Lin Qie. Lin Qie's reputation had long reached Night's Watch headquarters. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ye Fan continued. He's the agent of Angel Michael and Night Goddess Nyx, possessing Sequence 003's mortal divine domain. In terms of talent and potential, he absolutely qualifies to be a special squad captain. Not only that, his past experiences show he's highly intelligent with top-tier strategic abilities. He graduated first in his training camp class, and his theoretical exam scores broke records at the camp. Hearing Ye Fan's introduction, some high-ranking officials nodded repeatedly, but others held different opinions. The scarred elder frowned. In terms of potential, he certainly qualifies, but his experience is too shallow. He graduated from training camp less than 2 years ago, and actually participated in Night's Watch work for less than 6 months. Zuo Qing also looked puzzled. And didn't he develop mental illness a year ago? Ye Fan nodded. True, but I just received news from the fasting place that he's awakened, and from his behavior, there don't seem to be major problems. Hearing Ye Fan say this, naturally some disagreed. No major problems? That's too imprecise. If Lin Qie has mental issues, then critical decision-making errors could destroy an entire special squad. As the entire conference room became noisy, 2 hours passed like this. Ye Fan came outside looking exhausted, slowly lit a cigarette, and sighed deeply. Commander, Zuo Qing's voice came from behind him. I knew you'd be here. He walked to Ye Fan's side and smiled. Still thinking about Lin Qie? Ye Fan nodded. Zuo Qing looked somewhat surprised. You value him that much? Ye Fan spoke calmly. If it were other special squads choosing captains, I wouldn't be so insistent. But for the 5th Special Squad captain, it has to be him. Zuo Qing thought for a moment, and agreed. True, considering this squad's special function. But if others disagree, what can we do? Ye Fan flicked his cigarette ash. Others' objections to Lin Qie mainly focus on experience, realm, and mental stability. These aren't actually hard to resolve. Zuo Qing raised an eyebrow. You already have an idea? Ye Fan's eyes narrowed. Yes, but this idea might be somewhat risky. Whether it can be done depends on Lin Qie himself. Meanwhile, Lin Qie's consciousness had entered the mental hospital. Li Yifei, who was walking toward him, saw Lin Qie and was stunned, quickly walking over with concern. Qie, are you all right? Lin Qie smiled and patted him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Did anything happen in the hospital this year? Li Yifei scratched his head. How should I put it? Aside from Nyx and Merlin often fighting because of you, nothing else really happened. Lin Qie was stunned. Fighting? Why? Li Yifei shrugged and said honestly, Merlin wanted to wake you up, but Nyx wanted to let you rest more. Naturally, they fought. Yesterday was also because of their fighting that you reacted. But before you could open your eyes, you disappeared. Lin Qie nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the dark and blue sky in his fantasy world was caused by Merlin and Nyx's battle. Suddenly, Lin Qie heard a voice filled with joy. Thanatos, I knew you'd be fine. Lin Qie turned back to see Nyx running toward him with a joyful smile. When she reached him, Nyx gently hugged Lin Qie. Lin Qie smiled slightly. Mother, thank you for staying by my side this whole year. Nyx looked at Lin Qie with eyes full of longing. This is what I should do, my child. Just then, Merlin also approached slowly. Lord Director, Lady Nyx, please forgive my previous rudeness. Lin Qie smiled. Not at all. If not for you two, I'd probably still be trapped in that fantasy world. Nyx hesitated for a moment, then asked, When Merlin returned before, he told me about what happened then. Now that your divine kingdom has disappeared, what are your plans? Lin Qie's expression darkened, and after a long silence, he said, I still have 2 enemies to kill. Nyx and Merlin exchanged glances. Do you need our help? Lin Qie shook his head slightly. I'm still too weak now. Even revenge will have to wait a long time. What I should do now is welcome the next guest to this hospital. The 3 of them went up the stairs to the floor where the wards were located, and the nameplate of this 3rd ward was a harp. Lin Qie stood with Nyx and Merlin at the door of this ward. He took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the ward door. Almost the moment the door opened, melodious harp music began playing from inside. The music had a lingering quality, each pluck making hearts sway with it. But just as the 3 were immersed in the music, a rough, sharp, and even off-key human voice rang out. This jarring voice had ups and downs, but sounded like a duck trying to sing. If the harp music was a delicacy, then when this human voice appeared, it was like someone smiling while carrying an entire vat of sewer rats, forcing open your mouth with a spreader and violently pouring it in. Ling Qiye endured the piercing sound and slammed the door shut, then turned to look at Nyx and Merlin. Seriously, I think this guest is better off not coming out. Nyx and Merlin nodded repeatedly in agreement, and Merlin even pulled out his staff, preparing to add several layers of seals to the door to prevent whatever was inside from escaping. Just then the ward door was pushed open again, and a golden-haired head poked out. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Lin Qiye expressionlessly closed the door again, as if he hadn't seen the previous head, and said, Lord Merlin, make your move. At this moment, the door handle Lin Qiye was gripping shook frantically, even making harsh scraping sounds from excessive force, showing the person inside's determination to come out. After struggling like this for a while, there was suddenly a crisp snap. Lin Qiye felt the handle in his hand lighten, and when he looked down in surprise, he found that half the door handle had been twisted off. Suddenly the door was pushed open forcefully, and the golden-haired handsome man who had poked his head out earlier walked out, stylishly flipping his hair and showing a brilliant smile. Hello everyone, I'm Bragi. Lin Qiye's mouth twitched as he hid the broken door handle behind his back, looked at Bragi's status panel, and after thinking about the name, Lin Qiye said with some realization, You're Odin's ninth son, Bragi, god of poetry and music? Bragi bowed slightly like a gentleman. That's me. Lin Qiye nodded and asked directly, So what's your illness? Bragi looked confused when he heard this. I'm not sick. Lin Qiye nodded expressionlessly. Seems quite severe. Think again. Is there anything unusual recently, like being particularly interested in something, or suddenly liking to turn into a pink starfish and run around? Merlin beside them was speechless. I suspect you're mocking me, and I have evidence. After Lin Qiye said this, Bragi couldn't help but think carefully. If you must say something's unusual, there actually is one thing. Lin Qiye immediately became serious. If patients understand their condition, it's very helpful for treatment. But Bragi flipped his hair again and struck a handsome pose. I think I've gotten more good-looking lately. Lin Qiye really had to resist the urge to stuff this guy back in the ward and have Merlin put 8 or 10 seals on him. Taking a deep breath, he said, Forget it, just stay here for now. I'm going out for some air. When Lin Qiye came out of the mental hospital, he opened his eyes in the hospital bed. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. This Bragi is going to be troublesome. At this moment, a caretaker came to Lin Qiye's side. Patient Lin Qiye, it's time for free activity. Would you like me to take you out for a walk? Without any hesitation, Lin Qiye immediately sat up from the bed. Let's go. When they reached the special metal door, Dr. Li blocked the password lock with his body and input more than 10 digits in succession before opening the door. What he didn't notice was that behind him, Lin Qiye's mouth curved up, and a barely visible golden glint flashed in his eyes. Just like that, Lin Qiye left the iron box that had confined him under Dr. Li's escort, heading toward the free activity area. Lin Qiye is now very clear about his mental condition. After waking up from the fantasy world, he doesn't need to continue treatment and observation. But Dr. Li in front of him doesn't believe it at all. He refuses to let him go no matter what. It is clear that he is determined to eliminate all the hidden dangers in his body. He will definitely not let him go before the 1-year observation period. But on this night, Lin Qiye had already thought everything through clearly. Although he had nowhere to go after leaving this place, there were still many things he needed to do. Kill Gaia and Loki to avenge everyone in Kanyan, resurrect his aunt and cousin, and resurrect the captain, recreate an eternal mortal divine realm. But to accomplish all of this, his current self was still too weak and needed to possess even greater power. However, this place was like a cage, keeping him trapped like a lab rat for a year, which would be a complete waste of time for him. Lin Qiye glanced at Dr. Li walking ahead of him. Since they wouldn't let him leave, he couldn't be blamed for what came next. The only feasible path was prison break. Lin Qiye squinted his eyes, following behind Dr. Li while secretly memorizing the entire structure of the research facility. When his gaze fell on a particular spot, his face showed confusion. It was an empty room, somewhat similar to the one Lin Qiye was staying in, with no light inside, as if it had been abandoned. Lin Qiye pointed at the room and asked, Excuse me, what is this place used for? Dr. Li recalled for a moment and said, Oh, that one. It's the same as yours, used to contain extremely dangerous mental patients, but this one has been abandoned. The patient inside left several years ago. After thinking more carefully, Dr. Li continued, I remember the patient who lived there was a young man, though he was younger than you at the time. I think his name was Cao Yuan. Hearing this name, Lin Qiye was stunned, his mind conjuring the image of that young man who refused to draw his sword and was always gloomy. So he had lived here before too? Meanwhile, at the top floor of the tallest and most luxurious building in Guangshan City, a chubby man in a bathrobe stood in front of floor-to-ceiling windows with an excellent view, overlooking the entire city of Guangshen. Suddenly, Bailey Fatty's phone rang. He answered the call, and Cao Yuan's voice came from the other end. "It's me." Hearing this voice, Fatty curled his lips. "Cao Yuan, why is it that every time you call me, it's right after I finish showering? Something's not right with you, brother." Cao Yuan fell into speechless silence for a moment. "Let's talk business. How's your investigation into Qie's whereabouts going?" Fatty narrowed his eyes. "Ever since Canyon disappeared, I've been using my family's connections to investigate his whereabouts. I can confirm that Qie definitely didn't die, but he's not in Canyon anymore either." Cao Yuan sighed lightly. "You don't need to tell me that. I've already been to Canyon and turned the place upside down. Tell me something I don't know." Fatty chuckled. "Don't be impatient. Even if you hadn't called me, I was going to contact you tonight anyway. I just received news this morning that Qie has been contained in the depths of the fasting place as a mental patient. He just woke up last night and is still under observation. They say he needs to stay there for a full year." Hearing the words fasting place, Cao Yuan fell silent. Fatty continued talking to himself. "If he hadn't woken up and the Night's Watch higher-ups hadn't made a move, I really might not have been able to find out his whereabouts." Suddenly, Fatty lowered his voice and said, "Old Cao, dare to do something big?" Cao Yuan was startled. "What do you want to do?" Bailey Fatty chuckled lowly. "Prison break. Old Cao, let me tell you, I heard the fasting place is quite chaotic, and you can't even use forbidden ruins there. You know, with Qie's looks. This concerns Qie's chastity. We can't just ignore it." Cao Yuan listened on the other end, completely speechless. After holding it in for a long time, he finally couldn't help but say, "Actually, it's not that chaotic there. I stayed there for several years." Hearing this, Fatty slapped his thigh. "So you see, are you normal now?" Cao Yuan finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "You're the one who's not normal." After cursing back and forth for a few exchanges, Cao Yuan continued, "The fasting place is Great Xia's only prison specifically for containing superhumans. Its security measures are absolutely top tier. Forget about just the two of us. Even if Klein-level powerhouses came, they wouldn't be able to break in." Hearing this, Bailey Fatty smiled slightly. "Who said we're going to force our way in?" Cao Yuan was stunned. "You already have a plan?" Fatty shook his head. "Nope." Cao Yuan was instantly speechless. Fatty waved his hand. "Plans are something we'll have sooner or later. Old Cao, Qie's chastity can only be protected by us." On the other side, a loud crash echoed from the giant crater in Canyon City, and an ice-blue metal plate suddenly flew out, bouncing several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Near the metal plate, a similarly silver-blue metal cabinet was shrouded in a mist of cold air, like a coffin, and that metal plate was clearly the coffin lid. Moments later, a pale hand reached out from the metal cabinet, gripping the edge. A figure slowly sat up from inside, muttering to himself. Finally completed, inside the Peace Affairs office. Hong Ying looked up at Wen Qimo with some surprise. Suspected mysterious appearance? That's not right. The aftermath of the God War is still lingering. There shouldn't be any mysterious appearances. Wen Qimo shrugged helplessly. "Captain, would I joke about something like this? The rats in the Eastern District are practically becoming a plague. This definitely isn't something natural phenomena could cause." Hong Ying carefully reviewed the documents and stood up. "Then let's go take a look." Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of a newly built factory in the Eastern District. Hong Ying looked up at the factory before them and nodded. "This factory only started construction a year ago. It was supposed to be completed recently, right?" When Qimo nodded, originally yes. But because of the sudden rat infestation here, construction had to be halted. There should be no one inside now. Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. Rat-type mysterious? Their combat power is usually not very high. The two of us should be enough to handle it. Let's go in and see. With that, she and Wen Qimo headed toward the factory. The two didn't have keys to the factory gate, but this wasn't much of a problem for Hong Ying. She kicked the entire iron door flying with one foot. As the iron door flew out, a large number of rats scattered in all directions, making Hong Ying frown. Behind the iron door, a figure stood motionless in the darkness. Hong Ying pointed her spear. "You're the one behind all these rats, aren't you?" The dark figure lifted his hood, revealing in Qingyu's face, "It's me, Captain Hong Ying. I'm sorry. This was the only way I could get a chance to meet with you." When Qimo recognized in Qingyu, "You're that young man who fought alongside us a year ago? What do you want from us?" And Qingyu nodded. "I want to find Lin Qie. Please tell me where he is." A helpless look flashed in Hong Ying's eyes. "He's not in Kangyan. A year ago he was contained in the fasting place, and Qingyu was stunned upon hearing this name, the fasting place. Isn't that a prison? How did he get locked up? What did he do wrong?" When Qimo scratched his head, he didn't do anything wrong. He just had some mental problems, and is receiving treatment there. And Qingyu was dumbfounded. Mental problems are treated in prison? What kind of logic is that? Hong Ying thought for a moment. Anyway, he's not in Kengyan now. If you want to find us next time, just go directly to the Peace Affairs office. Don't create these rat nests anymore. With that, she and Wen Kimo headed toward the factory exit. Just as the two were about to leave the factory, and Qingyu behind them called out, "Wait!" The two turned around to see Qingyu extending both hands. "I am a thief of mysterious creatures." Hong Ying nodded with surprise. "I know, but you also helped us protect Kanyan. We won't pursue what happened before, so don't worry." And Qingyu stubbornly shook his head. "No, I stole several mysterious corpses, obstructed Night's Watch operations, and seriously endangered public safety. According to Night's Watch regulations, I need to be arrested and sent to the fasting place." The two were stunned. When Kimo spoke up, "You want to go to the fasting place to find Lin Qiye? That's a prison. Once you go in, you can't come out." And Qingyu shrugged. "If he really has mental illness, I can help him. I'm quite skilled at cranial surgery. If he's not sick and is just being detained, then perhaps I'm the only person in this world capable of helping him break out of prison." Hearing this, Wen Kimo and Hong Ying exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Hong Ying couldn't help but ask, "Why would you help him like this?" And Qingyu shrugged. "I owe him a favor, and my favors carry a lot of weight." Hearing this, Hong Ying's face showed a smile. "Since you want to go so badly, I'll send you in. If you see Qiye inside, remember to give him my regards." The two made a show of searching Qingyu thoroughly, leaving him quite speechless. Finally, Hong Ying took out a pair of handcuffs and gently placed them on Qingyu's wrists. "Malicious superhuman, and Qingyu, I declare you under arrest." Inside the fasting place, Lin Qiye followed the orderly through the winding corridors and finally arrived at a special door. The overhead camera spoke. "Worker number 39,180, please provide today's password. What does the lamp bearer want to eat most today?" The orderly nodded. "Taro milk tea with boba that's so good it makes you go meme." The camera's voice responded. "Password correct. Please proceed." Lin Qiye beside him was speechless. What kind of password verification is this? This whole way has been high-tech, but in the end, this becomes the most primitive yet unsolvable password checkpoint. As the door opened, the orderly gestured for Lin Qiye to proceed, smiling. "Please, this is the fasting place activity area." After Lin Qiye stepped through the door, he seemed to remember something and asked, "This activity area is shared with those prisoners, right? How's the security?" The orderly obviously hesitated, then kindly reminded, "To be honest, it's not great. As you know, the fasting place holds malicious superhumans. They can roughly be divided into 3 categories. One type consists of brutal and vicious criminals, who, after gaining forbidden ruins, engaged in murder, arson, robbery, and all manner of evil. These make up the majority in the fasting place, and they're the most troublesome. Another type consists of organized terrorists like believers. Although they can't use forbidden ruins here, they've received professional and systematic training, so even barehanded, they're extremely dangerous. The last type consists of Night's Watch members, who were imprisoned here for various reasons. While they may not necessarily be good people, they were all once soldiers, so they keep a low profile and rarely cause trouble intentionally. But this type is very few in number. At this point, the orderly shrugged. In short, most of those imprisoned here are lawless individuals who are capable of anything, although you're not a prisoner but a patient, and these guys generally won't actively provoke you. It's better to keep your distance. At the basketball court in the activity area, several prisoners gathered together, laughing loudly. At this moment, a sharp-eyed, scarred prisoner saw Lin Qiye emerge and said to the bald strongman beside him with some surprise, "Boss Han, how come there's another patient?" Boss Han put down his dumbbell and looked up at Lin Qiye, his eyes showing an unusual gleam. Another one came. But this one's appearance is quite good. You could say he's top quality. Hearing this, Scarface smiled wickedly. "Boss Han, this kind of premium goods is really rare in the fasting place. We'd better strike first before other bastards get ahead of us." Boss Han squinted. "No rush. These patients are all freaks. Let others test the waters first and see what he's really capable of." Scarface spread his hands. "He's just a mental patient. Look at Wu Laogu, isn't he just a useless lunatic? They can't even use forbidden ruins, so what are we afraid of?" Boss Han glanced at him and sneered. "Have you forgotten how fourth brother died a few years ago?" Hearing this, the surrounding prisoners' faces all changed, looking gloomy and uncertain. Boss Han stood up and swept his gaze over them. Back then, fourth brother was considered the top leader in the fasting place. But who could have imagined that he would be stabbed to death by that lunatic surnamed Seo with a dinner knife? At this point, Boss Han exerted force with his hands, crushing the dumbbell bar to pieces. Boss Han looked up at Lin Qiye in the distance, his lips curling into a cold sneer. "But if he really is a soft target, sooner or later he'll become my plaything." At this moment, Lin Chie had already done over 300 push-ups in the fitness area. He could clearly feel that his physical fitness had weakened considerably during the year he was unconscious, with his strength not even reaching 1/3 of what it used to be. To implement his prison break plan, he needed to quickly adjust his body and restore it to optimal condition. Just as Lin Chie was exercising vigorously, 3 people blocked his path, casting some shadows over him. Lin Chie paused, looking up with some confusion. Among the 3, a tall, dark-skinned strongman led the group. He had to be at least 2 meters tall. He looked down at Lin Chie and asked, "Kid, new here?" Lin Chie stood up, wiped his sweat, and glanced at him indifferently. "Is there something you need?" The capped lackey beside the dark-skinned strongman said shrilly. "Oh ho, kid's got quite an attitude. Since newbies don't know the rules, let me introduce you. This is Brother Meng, the boss of our Black Dragon Gang." Another mohawked lackey pointed at Lin Chie. "From now on, you belong to Brother Meng. Why don't you hurry up and call him Brother Meng?" Lin Chie glanced at the 3 men before him and calmly delivered the most sarcastic words. "This Black Dragon Gang you're talking about. It's not just the 3 of you, is it?" Hearing this, Brother Meng stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chie's collar, staring at him intently and saying viciously, "Kid, I advise you to be smart about this. With your small frame, you're not enough for me to toy with a few times." Lin Chie maintained his calm demeanor. "Oh, and then what?" Hearing this, Brother Meng couldn't hold back. He reached out to yank Lin Chie forcefully and raised his fist to strike. Lin Chie seemed to predict the movement, simply tilting his head slightly to dodge the fierce punch. Brother Meng was immediately stunned, but before he could make another move, Lin Chie stepped forward, grabbed Brother Meng's wrist with his right hand and pulled it back, quickly raising his left arm to deliver an elbow strike right to Brother Meng's chin. With a crack, Brother Meng fell backward. His 2 lackeys rushed forward to help, but Lin Chie's figure flashed as he leaped toward them, delivering a flying kick in midair that sent both lackeys flying. Lin Chie landed gracefully, dusted off his clothes, and walked toward Brother Meng. Brother Meng was still struggling to get up, but the next second, Lin Chie's foot was on his chest. Lin Chie crossed his arms and looked down at him. "Brother Meng, right? Are you tough? Who sent you to test me?" Brother Meng, having been beaten like this in public, shouted in humiliation and anger. "Damn it, you sickly bastard, don't get cocky with me. I was just going easy." Before he could finish, Lin Chie punched him in the face. This wasn't enough. Lin Chie, as if not satisfied, sat directly on top of him and began pummeling Brother Meng's face with punch after punch. The dull thuds drew the attention of nearly everyone in the activity area. Finally, just as Lin Chie was about to deliver a killing blow to make an example of him, Brother Meng spoke up. "I'll tell. Stop hitting me. It was Han." Before he could finish, Boss Han's voice rang out. "It was me." Lin Chie stood up to see Boss Han leading several lackeys, approaching him menacingly. "I sent him. Kid, do you have a problem with that?" In moments, nearly 60% of the criminals in the entire activity area had gathered around. Clearly, all Boss Han's subordinates. Lin Chie glanced around and spoke indifferently. "So you're the top leader here, but your influence is smaller than I imagined." Hearing this, Boss Han glanced at several people on the other side who remained motionless, a shadow passing through his eyes. Then he turned back, grinning coldly. "Kid, don't try to start a war. I admit you've got some skills. Your moves are sharp and practical. You're a Night's Watch member, right? We don't have many Night's Watch members here, but we have quite a few, including some with better and more ruthless skills than yours. But do you know why I'm the boss here?" At this point, Boss Han grinned menacingly. "Because I'm stronger than them." He stared at Lin Chie like a hunter eyeing prey. "Here, talent and forbidden ruins are useless. Whoever has greater strength and more people is the strongest." At this point, Boss Han proudly gestured behind him. "Just you alone, no matter how good you are at fighting. Can you beat over 40 of us?" Lin Chie listened quietly to his speech, then lowered his eyes as a faint golden light appeared. Indeed, one person alone might not be able to beat over 40 people. But who said I can't use forbidden ruins? Just as Lin Chie was about to launch his attack, a low voice came from the distance. "Who said he's alone?" Everyone turned to look, seeing 2 men in athletic wear with upright postures standing nearby. Boss Han frowned at the sight of them. "Are you 2 going to meddle?" One of the men pointed at Lin Chie. "He's one of our Night's Watch. He's not someone you can touch. Han Jinlong, you should back down." Boss Han sneered coldly. "Even if you get involved, that's still just 3 people against over 40 of us. Do you really think you have a chance?" The man assumed a fighting stance. "We'll find out by trying." The prisoners all hesitated. In the fasting place, the Night's Watch members were the best fighters. One of them could take down 7 or 8 prisoners. Unless absolutely necessary, these prisoners didn't want to provoke these people. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Several prison guards rushed toward the crowd with guns. No fighting. Boss Han glared at Lin Chie hatefully. Lucky for you, kid. He then turned and left. A guard came up close, checked the pulse of Brother Meng with his black eyes, confirmed he was still alive, then demanded, "Who did this?" Lin Chie pointed to himself and spoke proactively. "I did it." The guards looked at Lin Chie's clothes, then at the unconscious Brother Meng on the ground, momentarily speechless. Normally, fighting like this would be severely punished, but the one who did the beating wasn't a prisoner. He was a mental patient. How could they make sense of this? It was incomprehensible. The guards puzzled over this for a while, then simply carried away Brother Meng, who was like a pile of mush. Watching as Brother Meng was carried away, Boss Han's face darkened, and he instructed a lackey beside him. "Find an opportunity to take out that waste Lu Meng. Anyone who betrays me won't have a good ending." On the other side, Lin Chie was following behind an orderly, listening to her nagging. "Didn't I tell you not to get too close to those prisoners? You went and had zero distance contact, even knocking one unconscious." Lin Chie spread his hands. "You can't blame me for this. They started it first. I was just defending myself. It wasn't a mental breakdown." The orderly sighed. "Whether it's a mental breakdown or not isn't up to me to decide. Dr. Lee has the final say." As the two were talking, a hunched patient shuffled past them beside the orderly. The patient had a messy bird's nest of hair and was eyeing Lin Chie sneakily. Suddenly, an unusual gleam flashed in his eyes as he waved at Lin Chie with a goofy grin. Lin Chie was startled and asked the orderly beside him, "Are there other patients here?" The orderly nodded. "Yes, he's next door to you, but in a different direction, so you didn't encounter him when you came out this time." At this point, the orderly remembered something. He came here the earliest, even before that Cao Yuan who was discharged. "And he's different from you." Lin Chie raised an eyebrow. "Different? How so?" The orderly shrugged. "Because he actually has mental illness, and it's quite severe." Hearing this, Lin Chie's face lit up with joy. "So, you also think I don't have mental illness?" The orderly looked speechless. "Compared to him, you seem more like a normal person." Then she looked toward the patient walking away. "Everyone here calls him Wu Laogu. No one remembers his real name anymore. But I heard he was once a member of the Psychic Medium Squad," Lin Chie said with surprise. "Psychic Medium? The special squad numbered 002? How did he end up here?" The orderly said helplessly, "I'm just an orderly. How would I know about such things?" By this time, they had reached Lin Chie's room. The orderly opened the door for him. "Go back quickly and don't hit people anymore in the future." Lin Chie nodded, returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and let his consciousness sink into the god's mental hospital. He walked while pondering something, muttering, "Wu Laogu." At this moment, Li Yifei rushed toward him urgently. When he got close, he looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then whispered to Lin Chie, "Chie, let me tell you that Bragi definitely has problems." Soon after, Lin Chie and Li Yifei came to Bragi's door, gently pushing it open a crack to peek inside. In Bragi's room, the blonde figure sat in front of a mirror, carefully applying lipstick. From the sitting posture and silhouette, this didn't look like Bragi at all, but more like a graceful woman. The scene reflected in the mirror made Lin Chie's scalp tingle even more. Though the face was clearly Bragi's, Lin Chie was certain this was definitely not Bragi. A man could never make such seductive expressions. This was beauty that belonged uniquely to women. Suddenly, Bragi seemed to sense something and whipped around to look. By this time, Lin Chie had already closed the door tightly, leaving no trace that it had been opened. Li Yifei and Lin Chie pressed against the corridor wall, not daring to breathe. Li Yifei whispered, "Did you see it?" Lin Chie nodded slightly. "I saw it." That definitely wasn't Bragi. Now Lin Chie was certain. This Bragi was definitely the most severely ill patient here, bar none. Li Yifei considered for a moment and asked Chie, "Do you think he might be a pervert?" Lin Chie was speechless, but considering where they were now, it wasn't unreasonable. He could only say, "Tomorrow morning, try to probe him indirectly and see how he reacts. But don't ask too directly. If you hurt his self-esteem, his condition might worsen." Li Yifei patted his chest confidently. "Leave it to me. You can count on me." The next morning, Bragi came to the courtyard sleepily. He had just greeted Nyx and Merlin, and hadn't even sat down at the dining table when Li Yifei bounced out excitedly. "Bragi, do you know about your cross-dressing last night?" At these words, Merlin immediately spat out the wellness goji berry tea he had just drunk. Nyx also looked at Bragi with some surprise, though she didn't mind much. After all, he was from the Greek pantheon. Greek mythology, you know. Bragi's head was full of question marks. Cross-dressing? What cross-dressing? Li Yifei gestured while asking in confusion. "You know, wearing white stockings, braiding hair and applying lipstick. You have no memory of it at all?" Merlin, who was watching the excitement, showed even more shock in his eyes. Bragi explained helplessly, "I'm a grown man. Why would I apply lipstick and braid my hair? And what are these white stockings you're talking about? Li Yifei scratched his head and looked at Lin Chie. Bragi says he doesn't remember cross-dressing last night. Lin Chie was completely speechless and painfully covered his head. Really, sometimes I regret not killing this bastard one more time. He could only sigh deeply and turn to Bragi. You really don't remember anything from last night? Bragi's expression turned serious. So what exactly happened last night? Li Yifei was about to tell Bragi something excitedly, but Lin Chie quickly covered his mouth. Nothing. You guys eat first, I'll take Li Yifei out for a walk. Then he dragged Li Yifei out of the courtyard. Back in the office, Lin Chie closed the door before releasing Li Yifei's mouth. Li Yifei looked confused. Kie, why didn't you let me tell him? Lin Chie sighed. What kind of indirect probing was that? You practically hit him over the head with it. Bragi's condition is more complex than I thought. The problem should be with that female personality. If we rashly tell Bragi now, it will only cause subconscious resistance, making his condition worse. Li Yifei nodded as if he understood. So what should we do next? Lin Kie pondered briefly. Tonight, I'll try to communicate with that female personality. For everything else, we can only take it step by step. And before he's diagnosed, don't mention this to him again. Li Yifei nodded. All right. Just as Lin Chie was troubled by Bragi's condition, the fasting place welcomed a new prisoner. And Qingyu, wearing prison clothes and shackles, was being escorted to his cell by 5 or 6 guards. The conditions at the fasting place were indeed, as Dr. Li had said, far worse than the mental hospital. Dark iron bars separated individual cells, and the prisoners inside were all sizing up the newcomer and Qingyu. The lead guard took out a file folder, checked the cell number, and said, Prisoner number 07293 and Qingyu, this cell is yours, and Qingyu cooperated fully and walked right in. The guards locked the iron door and turned to leave. And Qingyu looked around his cell, gradually examining every inch of space, then stood motionless in the center. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from behind him. White-haired kid, what did you do? And Qingyu turned around to look at the one-eyed prisoner in the opposite cell, and slowly replied, Nothing major, just stole some things. The one-eyed prisoner looked at Qingyu up and down, his eyes showing some lecherous gleam. Theft? It's rare to see someone locked up here for such a small crime. With that, he licked his lips. Kid, I can see you're fair and clean. Though you're not quite as good as that patient yesterday, I like your type. You should follow me from now on. He then stuck out his tongue and licked it, letting out a lewd laugh. And Qingyu shook his head expressionlessly. I have no interest in the flesh of waste. Hearing this, the one-eyed prisoner flew into a rage, his face twisted with fury as he growled, Kid, looks like you really don't know your place. If you've got the guts, stay in your cell forever and never come out, or you'll get what's coming to you. Soon after, a man's voice came from the prison's speaker system. Free activity time begins. Prisoners wanting to exercise may leave in order. And Qingyu had just stepped out of his cell when he came face to face with that one-eyed prisoner. Kid, you had quite some nerve just now. Once we change locations, I'll teach you some proper manners. In the men's restroom of the fasting place, this was the area with the fewest cameras in the entire facility. After all, this was a prison. What privacy could there be? There were still cameras in the restroom. The one-eyed prisoner had brought in Qingyu here and took out some sticky substance to smear over the camera. And Qingyu sat on the ground looking helpless. Do you do this often? The one-eyed prisoner sneered. The activity area outside has snipers watching, and the cells are full of cameras and guards with no blind spots. The only place in the entire fasting place with the least surveillance is the restroom. As long as we cover up this single camera, whatever happens here in the short term, no one will know. I don't know how many unlucky bastards have died here. I advise you to cooperate with me obediently, or else, as he spoke, he showed that lewd smile again. And Qingyu spoke thoughtfully and calmly. Are you going to kill me? But how would you dispose of the body? There's nowhere to hide a corpse here. Someone would discover it sooner or later. The one-eyed prisoner opened his mouth and flipped out a razor blade from under his tongue. He looked down at Qingyu with a sinister smile. Kid, you're still too naive. As long as I slowly cut you into pieces, grind you into mince, and flush you down through that drain, you'll disappear without a trace, and no one will ever find out. And Qingyu looked at the drain opening and asked in confusion, why is the diameter of this drain so much larger than normal drains? The one-eyed prisoner was stunned, then said angrily, Looks like you still don't understand the situation. Believe it or not, I'll... Before he could finish, and Qingyu spoke calmly, I understand. You just want me to cooperate with you, right? As long as you answer my questions, I'll cooperate however you want. Hearing this, the one-eyed prisoner's eyes flashed with lecherous light. He patiently said, This prison is built on a small island. Decades ago, before this prison existed, this was a secret maritime military base. Later, As malicious superhumans like us became more numerous, it was converted into a prison specifically for containing us. The drainage system here was also converted from the original ship and ocean experiment drainage channels. So no matter how many corpses are flushed down, it won't get clogged. They'll flow directly into the ocean. And Qingyu muttered something and continued asking, if that's the case, haven't you tried escaping from this island through this drainage system over all these years? The one-eyed prisoner scoffed. How would we escape? Make ourselves as small as the opening using some bone-shrinking technique and flush ourselves down? If you're thinking of using a spoon to dig through the wall and crawl into the sewers like in the movies, I'd advise you to give up that idea right now. The floors and walls here are made of special metal specifically designed to prevent malicious ability users from escaping. Forget about spoons. Even if I gave you a military knife, you couldn't dig your way out in decades. And Qingyu nodded, I see. I have one last question. Although that drain opening is larger than a normal sewer entrance, certain parts of the human skeleton still cannot pass through, such as the pelvis, spine, ribs, and so on. Without tools to break these bones, one shouldn't be able to flush down, right? The one-eyed prisoner's expression grew somewhat strange, but he still walked to the corner of the restroom and fumbled around on the ground, lifting up one of the floor tiles. Beneath that tile were axes, hammers, chisels, and other tools, and even on the back of the tile itself, there were traces of fresh blood. And Qingyu's face showed an expression of just as I thought, and he nodded. All right, I have no more questions. The one-eyed prisoner approached and Qingyu reached out to grab his face and kneaded it roughly. Kid, if you serve me well this time, I'll introduce you to a few more big brothers in the future, understand? And Qingyu nodded. Understood. The moment his words fell, blood splattered across Qingyu's glasses, leaving some bloodstains. The one-eyed prisoner in front of him was now clutching his constantly bleeding throat, unable to even make a sound of agony. In just a moment, having lost too much blood, he collapsed to his knees and gradually lost his breath. And Qingyu looked down at the dead one-eyed prisoner before him, murmuring, "Thank you for clearing up my doubts. I will cooperate with you properly." As he spoke, an invisible thread shot out from his fingertip, gleaming with a cold, sharp light. It was in Qingyu's ghost silk. He had embedded the ghost silk inside his body beforehand, evading the detention center's security. This made him the only being in the detention center who possessed a forbidden object. On the other side in the cafeteria, Lin Chie picked up his meal, found a random seat and began eating. It had to be said, the prison food was much better than Lin Chie had imagined. At least the taste and nutrition were quite decent. Just as Lin Chie was focused on eating, a white cloth bag was thrown onto his table. Lin Chie was startled and looked up to see Boss Han leading several followers past him, and it was Boss Han who had thrown the bag there. Lin Chie frowned and opened the bag. Inside was only a torn piece of fabric with a string of numbers 04389 on it. Lin Chie's expression immediately turned cold. This number belonged to Brother Meng, who had provoked him that day. Boss Han's message was clear. His influence was so great that he could silently eliminate someone in this detention center. This was both a show of power and a warning. Just as Lin Chie's brow furrowed tightly, two figures approached and sat down in front of him. They were the same two who had helped Lin Chie out of trouble yesterday. The one on the left spoke first. "I'm Wang Lu, formerly of the Night Watch Team 076 in Guiyang City." The other also introduced himself, Fang Yanghui, formerly of the Night Watch Team 021 in Chuanshang City. Lin Kie nodded. Lin Kie, from Kanyan. After saying this, Lin Kie paused for a moment, then continued. "Formerly of the Night Watch Team 136 in Kangnan City." Wang Lu was stunned when he heard this. "Kangnan? Are you a night watchman from that city that disappeared a year ago?" Lin Kie nodded. "That's right. Thank you both for yesterday." Fang Yanghui waved his hand. "We're all night watchmen. No need to be polite. Besides, you're just a young man. We couldn't just stand by and watch." Wang Lu continued. "Boss Han's influence isn't small, but you don't need to fear him in this detention center. If he really tries to make a move on you, and we're not around, just run outside," Lin Chie asked in confusion. "Outside?" Wang Lu nodded. "The outdoor activity area. There are snipers stationed around there, and Boss Han wouldn't dare cause trouble there no matter how bold he is. But in indoor areas where surveillance is weak, you must be very careful." After hearing this, Lin Kie nodded slightly. "It seems this prison runs deeper than I imagined." Fang Yanghui spoke. "Under the influence of the ruin-suppressing monument, all realms become meaningless. No matter how high your forbidden sequence, it can only be locked away inside your body. Only a few forbidden ruins that can alter one's physique can still function to some extent, bringing extraordinary combat power. Boss Han is one such case."
Wang Lu also agreed. "I heard that before entering the detention center, Boss Han was just a Sea-realm physical enhancement type forbidden ruin holder. In this prison there are imprisoned infinite, and even Klein realm prisoners. Any one of them could easily crush him outside. But here,
Combat power has been completely reshuffled. Lin Qie's expression grew serious. Ruins suppressing monument? Is this the forbidden artifact that suppresses forbidden ruins? Hearing Lin Qie ask about the ruins suppressing monument, Wang Lu nodded and explained, "That's right, it's the ruin-suppressing monument. It's made from extremely rare black stone, possessing the power to suppress all forbidden ruins. The suppression strength of the ruin-suppressing monument is related to the size of the stone itself. To suppress anything below the river realm, something the size of a basketball is enough. But to suppress Klein-level beings, it would need to be at least 8 or 9 meters tall." Hearing this, Lin Qie couldn't help but nod. It seems the ruin-suppressing monument at the training camp was probably only basketball-sized, incomparable to the one here in the detention center. At this point, Lin Qie remembered something and asked in confusion, 8 or 9 meters tall? Such a large target. Aren't they afraid something might happen to the ruin-suppressing monument if it were ever destroyed? Who could suppress so many prisoners in this detention center? Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui exchanged glances and laughed. How could it be that easy? Do you know where the ruin-suppressing monument is? Seeing Lin Qie shake his head, they continued. It's normal that you don't know, except for the warden. No one in this prison knows where the ruin-suppressing monument is located. Fang Yanghui continued. And even if something did happen to the ruin-suppressing monument, not a single prisoner could walk out of this prison alive. At this point, Fang Yanghui lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Do you know who the warden of this prison is?" Lin Qie shook his head again. Fang Yanghui's lips curved upward. None other than one of the 5 human ceiling-level beings, Master Chen. Even if the ruin-suppressing monument really failed, all the prisoners here combined couldn't defeat him. With the old master here, what could possibly go wrong at the detention center? Hearing Master Chen's name, Lin Qie thought of that white-bearded old man who had invited him onto the carriage. He hadn't expected him to have the additional identity of warden. After finishing their meal, Lin Qie parted ways with the two and returned to the activity area to continue his sweaty physical training. With Master Chen here, the difficulty of escaping had shot up dramatically to hell mode. Did he really have to stay for a full year before leaving? The good news was that he'd learned Master Chen wouldn't always be at the detention center. The bad news was that the ruin-suppressing monument had suppressed most of his forbidden ruins as well. Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui watched that figure training non-stop under the blazing sun, their eyes filled with emotion. Wang Lu sighed. Youth is wonderful, so energetic. It reminds me of my days back at the training camp. Fang Yanghui glanced at him, his tone full of teasing. Were you this dedicated in your training back then? Wang Lu coughed twice and began nervously changing the subject, but Boss Han's group surprisingly didn't come looking for trouble with Lin Qie today. Were we overthinking it? Fang Yanghui shrugged. It's not that they don't want to. They just don't have time right now. I just heard that One Eye, one of Boss Han's subordinates, has gone missing. Meanwhile, Boss Han was in the washroom with his scarred subordinate. Looking at the fresh blood stuck to the floor tile in Scarface's hand, Boss Han's brow furrowed tightly. Scarface looked again at the tools under the tile, stood up and said, "Boss, the tools have been tampered with, and this blood looks fresh. I'm afraid it's—" Boss Han suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "Has One Eye provoked anyone recently?" Scarface thought for a moment. "As far as I know, no. But yesterday he took a fancy to a newly arrived young man. Heard he was quite fair-skinned." At this point, Scarface paused. "Boss, do you think it could be that young man?" Boss Han glared and roared angrily. "Like hell it is. A newcomer could silently take out One Eye right under my nose. Is your brain in your ass? Besides, how could he possibly know our killing methods, or where we hide the tools?" Speaking of this, Boss Han pondered for a moment, then said firmly, "Whoever did this must be someone who's been in the detention center for years, someone with deep cunning and ruthless methods. It might even be someone among our own people." And the ruthless person Boss Han spoke of was currently wandering around the detention center, having mapped out about 70 to 80% of the entire facility's layout, but still hadn't found any trace of Lin Qie. And Qinyu sighed helplessly and muttered weakly to himself, "Where on earth is this guy? Fish 3 times out of 5 meals in the cafeteria. I hate eating fish the most." When Lin Qie returned to the ward, he saw a figure in patient clothes crouching in the corner, head down looking at something. Getting closer, Lin Qie realized this was Wu Laogu, the patient who had brushed past him yesterday. Lin Qie asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Wu Laogu made a gesture for silence and whispered, "Keep it down, don't wake them up." Lin Qie also crouched down curiously and lowered his voice. "Wake up who?" Wu Laogu smiled. "Little flower and little potato." Lin Qie was about to say something when he saw a nurse approach with a helpless expression and pull Wu Laogu up. "Wu Laogu, time to go home." Even as he was being led away, Wu Laogu was still saying, "Keep it down, little grass is still sleeping." Lin Qie watched Wu Laogu's retreating figure and asked the nurse beside him, "What exactly is wrong with Wu Laogu?" The nurse shrugged. "No one knows. Except for Dr. Li, no one knows Wu Laogu's condition." Lin Qie watched Wu Laogu's back, pondering something unknown. Returning to his ward, Lin Chie had just closed his eyes and sunk his consciousness into the mental hospital when he heard a piercing voice chanting ancient songs. Though the piano music was beautiful, paired with such a malicious voice, Lin Chie found it incredibly eerie. Lin Chie's mouth twitched frantically as he covered his ears and looked around, noticing someone was missing, so he asked, "Where's Hongyan?" Li Yifei pointed toward the rooftop. Lin Chie looked up to see that golden-haired, handsome figure standing on the rooftop, emanating a maddening sound, and Hongyan, whom he was looking for, had already moved behind Bragi. Then she suddenly kicked Bragi hard in the lower back. Bragi only felt his body lurch suddenly, and by the time he realized what happened, he was already outside the rooftop. Even the god's mental hospital had to obey physics, so Bragi, amidst a wail of shrieks, plummeted straight down towards the building, finally landing headfirst in the ground right in front of Lin Chie. Lin Chie almost shouted good. He had to admit, in all his years of living, this was the first time he felt that sometimes violence really could restore peace and tranquility. Like now. In the director's office of the god's mental hospital, Lin Chie looked at Hongyan in front of him and said earnestly, "Hongyan, what you did was wrong. What kind of place is this? It's a hospital, a place for treating patients and saving lives. What kind of person is Bragi? He's a patient, and patients need our care and help. Though he has mental problems, kicking him off the rooftop was still wrong of you. Speaking of this," he sighed deeply, "if you have issues with a patient's behavior, you could choose more gentle, tactful ways to handle it, like poisoning his throat, sewing his mouth shut, or even directly cutting out his vocal cords." Hearing these words, Li Yifei and Ah Zhu, who had suffered from Bragi's demonic sounds, nodded frantically in agreement. Lin Chie continued lecturing for a few more sentences, then stood up and concluded, "In any case, today's incident was extremely serious in nature. I'm punishing you to eat 2 extra chicken legs tonight. Next time you encounter such situations, I hope you can stay rational and not do anything that damages our hospital's image. Do you understand?" After hearing all this, Hongyan's already limited brain cells died off in large numbers, and she couldn't figure out whether she was being rewarded or punished. Meanwhile, Bragi, who was sitting crooked in his chair in the office, holding his waist and leaning to one side, shouted indignantly, "Outrageous! This is outrageous! You know nothing about the beauty of poetry." Lin Chie walked over to Bragi in 2 steps and spoke very sincerely, "Mr. Bragi, I've already severely punished her, so please don't be angry anymore." Just then, Nyx pushed open the door and poked her head in, saying somewhat puzzled, "Why isn't he singing anymore? I just found needle and thread ready to sew his mouth shut." Lin Chie gave Li Yifei a look, having him take Nyx away first. Otherwise, his dear mother might really start her needlework soon. He turned back to continue speaking to Bragi. "Promise me, Mr. Bragi, please rest well tonight." Tonight, Lin Chie was going to meet the woman inside Bragi's body. Late at night, the god's mental hospital was completely quiet, with only Bragi's room upstairs lit by faint candlelight. In the room, Bragi was once again sitting in front of the mirror, seemingly gazing lovingly at his reflection. Suddenly, the door behind him creaked open slowly. Bragi turned around alertly but saw no one there. Then, wind from the window kept lifting the curtains. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the night wind had blown open the poorly latched door. Just as he turned back to look in the mirror, a white figure appeared behind him in the reflection, and a voice sounded in his ear. "Who are you?" Anyone would be scared half to death seeing a white figure appear in the mirror and speak in the middle of the night. Bragi let out a scream as well. He lay on the ground looking at Lin Chie in panic, making A sounds for a long time without managing a second word. Lin Chie looked at the panic overflowing from those eyes and frowned slightly. "You're not Bragi? Who are you?" Bragi pressed his lips together, lowered his head and hugged his knees, like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look directly at Lin Chie. He said somewhat tremblingly, I'm called Idun. Idun." Lin Chie was stunned hearing this name. It sounded familiar. Thinking more carefully, he was shocked. "You're Bragi's wife from mythology, the goddess of youth. Idun." "Bragi. No, I should say Idun." Idun nodded. Correspondingly, changes occurred on Bragi's patient panel as well. Seeing this scene, Lin Chie realized that the woman before him was definitely not Bragi's hallucination or split personality, but a truly existing life form. Lin Chie asked, somewhat confused, "You're Bragi's wife, so why do you share the same body with him? What's going on?" Idun's face showed confusion and sorrow. "I'm not entirely sure either. 100 years ago, mist of unknown origin invaded Asgard. Weaker gods couldn't resist the mist's erosion and began dying one after another. The power of stronger gods also began rapidly declining, about to vanish from this world. Some powerful evil gods found ways to protect themselves by slaughtering believers and sacrificing souls to reduce the mist's erosion on themselves. Another group of good gods, unwilling to sacrifice their believers, came to me wanting me to give each of them an apple. Lin Qie raised an eyebrow. The golden apples from mythology that could keep gods eternally young? Idun's golden apples from Norse mythology were coveted even by the gods. It's not strange that they could help gods resist mist erosion when the mist descended. Idun nodded bitterly, yes. I gave all my golden apples to them, keeping only 2, one for myself, one for Bragi. But we underestimated the mist's power. Bragi and I weren't particularly powerful gods, and as our divine power gradually weakened, Bragi began falling into a coma, while I could only stand by helplessly. Lin Qie guessed what came next and asked, "But he survived, so what did you do?" Idun raised her head, placed her hand on her chest, her eyes full of deep love. "I gave him my heart." Lin Qie stared at Idun for a long time, then sighed deeply. He finally understood what Bragi's problem was. Having fused with Idun's heart, under the mist's influence, both their souls entered the same body, creating the current situation of one body with 2 souls. This was fundamentally different from Merlin's case of external soul invasion. If he used the method for dealing with Merlin and directly extracted Idun's soul from Bragi's body, Idun's soul would definitely be scattered. But now on the panel, Idun was also part of the patient, so doing this definitely wouldn't satisfy the treatment conditions. The current problem was, how exactly should he treat him? No, wait, them? At this moment, Idun suddenly spoke. "Director, I request that you don't tell Bragi about this. If he knew the truth, he'd go mad. I don't want him to live forever in guilt. As long as you agree, I'll never appear again. I just want to quietly watch over him." Lin Qie hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Don't worry, I won't reveal your existence. You don't need to disappear either. You can still come out when Bragi sleeps at night. Just be careful not to let others discover you." Hearing this, Idun nodded happily repeatedly. At the same time, the treatment progress finally changed from 0% to 1%, enabling the extraction of Bragi and Idun's divine abilities. Lin Qie was speechless. Seriously, this works too? Though Lin Qie didn't understand how, being able to extract abilities was a good thing. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange. All these years, Idun had been hiding in Bragi's body, strictly speaking like a ghost that could only appear at night. Lin Qie's agreement to her request had already changed her from an observer to a patient needing treatment, and Lin Qie's recognition had affected her mental state. Looking at the wheel in front of him, Lin Qie was somewhat surprised. The number of options on this wheel was nearly double that of others, apparently containing both Bragi's and Idun's abilities. Though there were still strange divine powers like Super Handsome on it, Lin Qie was getting used to it. After all, even Nyx's wheel had super fertility on it. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began extracting this round's ability. Watching the wheel spin, he silently prayed, "Please don't be weird abilities like Super Handsome." When the wheel gradually stopped, it landed on an ability called Sky's Bard. Lin Qie was confused. What kind of ability is this? As those 7 characters turned into white light and drilled into Lin Qie's body, the ability's description also surfaced in his mind. Poetry has spirit. Chanting poetry that resonates with one's heart can cause corresponding effects on the surrounding environment. Lin Qie scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. Is this a poetic version of words become reality? I just don't know if this foreign divine power works with Chinese poetry. Returning his consciousness to the director's office, Lin Qie cleared his throat, preparing to test this ability. So he began. Flying streams plunged down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way fell from. Before he could finish, a small waterfall from who knows where poured directly onto his head, soaking him completely. Lin Qie was choked by this sudden splash and coughed for a long time before recovering. Now the good news was that this ability worked on Chinese poetry and songs, and he knew quite a lot of them. The bad news was that this thing seemed to be indiscriminate between friend and foe. Another point was that the current intensity of this ability seemed rather low. Was it because his resonance with the poetry wasn't enough? So he began courting death. Closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, he visualized a magnificent waterfall in his mind, like the Milky Way from the 9th heaven, endless and without end. Lin Qie kept his eyes tightly shut and softly whispered. Flying streams plunged down 3,000 feet. Before he could say the next line, massive water flow like a doomsday tsunami surged in the office, directly blasting open the office windows. This wasn't over yet. Li Yifei and Azu, who were resting in the courtyard, were chatting happily when they suddenly heard this loud crash and looked up. Seeing a 10-meter-high wave bearing down on them with tremendous force, both were dumbfounded. How is there a flood in this place? They were then slapped to the ground by the wave. The water flow rolled them around, carrying them flying all over the courtyard. If Merlin hadn't arrived in time, holding his staff to rescue them both, these two might have ended up hanging from some tree. Merlin slashed at the void, creating a spatial rift. Merlin waved his hand, and the water flows poured into the spatial rift and disappeared without a trace. Only after all the water receded did everyone discover Lin Qie was also in the flow, now lying on the ground continuously spitting out water. Merlin looked puzzled. Director, what happened? Where did all this water come from? Lin Chie looked lifeless, his mouth twitching slightly. Nothing, just a small accident. After returning from the god's mental hospital to reality, Lin Chie couldn't help but scratch his head. He really hadn't expected this power to be so strong. His chanting hadn't even finished, yet the summoned water flow was like cutting a section directly from some great waterfall and pouring it in, washing the entire mental hospital clean. What he needed to do now was test what level he could achieve under the ruin-suppressing monument suppression, as this directly related to his choice of escape methods. He went to a bathroom without cameras and closed his eyes again. Chanting to the mirror, flying streams plunged down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way fell from the ninth heaven. This time he did finish reciting, and water did flow out, but from the faucet in front of him. Lin Chie was stunned. What's this situation? Water coming from a faucet is perfectly reasonable, but Lin Chie hadn't touched it at all. He suddenly thought of something, stepped back 2 paces and chanted, "Wildfire burns endlessly, spring wind blows and it grows again." As soon as he finished speaking, with a sizzle sound, a flame ignited out of nowhere on his finger. Lin Chie smiled. He understood how his ability worked. Chanting poetry that resonates with one's heart causes corresponding effects on the surrounding environment. This effect includes not only creating things from nothing, but also utilizing the surrounding environment to achieve the effect. In the God's Hospital, there were no conditions around, so it could only consume mental power to create a river from nothing. But in the real world, conditions exist, so instead of creating water from nothing, it automatically turns on the faucet to produce the same water flow effect. Though it can't compare to the water flow in the God's Hospital, this was accomplished under the ruin-suppressing monument suppression after all. Now, with the ruin-suppressing monument suppressing me, the darkest divine ruins and illusion demon divine ruins can't be used, but Sky's Bard can be, used properly. Maybe it really could help with escaping. Just as Lin Chie was getting familiar with his ability and lying back on bed to sleep, outside in the prison activity area, Scarface came to Boss Han's side and whispered, "Boss, I've investigated all the suspicious people, but there were no results." Boss Han frowned when he heard this. "What do you mean, no results?" Scarface scratched his head. During the time period when One Eye was killed, they were all together eating in the cafeteria. There was no opportunity to kill One Eye alone. Boss Han's frown deepened. So it really wasn't them. Scarface's face showed some hesitation. "Boss, let me investigate that new kid. I always feel there's something off about him." In a daze, Lin Chie somehow found himself in the detention center's activity area. The entire area was empty. Even the soldiers on duty in the watchtowers were nowhere to be seen. Lin Chie looked at the familiar yet somehow strange surroundings. He then remembered something and pinched his face hard. No pain at all. This confirmed it for Lin Chie. He was in a dream. At this moment, he was startled by a crouching figure at his feet. The figure had a messy head of hair like a bird's nest. Who else could it be but Wu Laogu? Lin Chie sighed helplessly. "I spend all day with mental patients, and now I'm even dreaming about them." He crouched down beside Wu Laogu and said casually, "I'm guessing this time you're looking at little grass." Wu Laogu shook his head. "No, I'm looking at little stone." Lin Chie crouched for a while, then stood up. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Laogu looked at him. "What do you like to eat?" Lin Chie was stunned by this question. "What?" Before Lin Chie could say anything more, Wu Laogu moved closer and said mysteriously, "Tell me, would anyone like to eat fragrant 5-spice spicy spiral ascending turning sauerkraut beef noodles?" Lin Chie was about to complain when he suddenly froze. This weird name. Why does it sound familiar? Before he could think more, Wu Laogu pointed his finger at Lin Chie's head and said calmly, "Dawn is breaking." Lin Chie felt a strong sensation of falling, as if plunging into an abyss. The next instant, Lin Chie's eyes snapped open, and he sat up abruptly with a whoosh. He instinctively pinched his cheek hard again. Pain came through, so he wasn't in the dream anymore. But what did that dream represent? Then came a knocking sound, and a nurse's voice from outside. "Activity time. Do you want to go out for a walk?" Lin Chie got out of bed. As for that dream, Lin Chie temporarily attributed it to having too much contact with mental patients, which led to such a strange dream. Detention center reading room. A voice rang out, "Han Jin Long. Do you know who we are?" Boss Han in front of him, with his gang of followers, sneered, "You, aren't you just believers? Believer 12th seat, 6th seat, and 4th seat. Of course I know." The 4th seat frowned slightly upon hearing this. "You know and still dare to provoke us? People like you. Outside, I could crush a dozen with one finger." Boss Han laughed coldly. "I don't care what seat you are or how high your realm is. This isn't outside. This is the detention center." He pointed at himself. "Here, I'm the boss." Then he waved his hand. "Beat them up." A group of subordinates rushed forward and fought with the 3 men. More than 10 minutes later, Boss Han spat at the 3 believers lying on the ground. He said viciously, "Next time you see me, you'd better call me boss or you'll get beaten again. Dare to mess with me, you're tired of living." Then he left with his followers. The sixth seat got up from the ground, absolutely furious. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. This asshole dares to treat me like this. I'm going to kill him tonight. The fourth seat wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and patted him. Calm down, we can't lose our composure. Have you forgotten what Lord Yu instructed? Hearing the words Yu, both the 6th and 12th seats fell into calm silence. The 4th seat continued. Our mission is almost complete. Since we've endured for so many years, what's a few more days? When we destroy the ruins, suppressing Monument, and the detention center riots, a small fry like Han Jinlong will let him know what it means to wish for death but be unable to die. Meanwhile, in the detention center cafeteria, Qingyu sat quietly at a dining table, looking troubled at the fish on his plate. At this moment, Boss Han's subordinate Scarface approached and sat across from Qingyu. Qingyu raised his eyes. May I ask what you want with me? Scarface looked him over and asked, You know One Eye, right? The one who used to be across from your cell. Qingyu nodded and answered honestly, I know him. Scarface stood up, staring intently at Qingyu. Did you kill him? Qingyu's face showed confusion and incomprehension. What are you talking about? This is a prison. How could anyone kill someone? It had to be said that Qingyu's acting was superb. Scarface couldn't detect any flaws. He now began examining Qingyu's appearance instead. Qingyu said somewhat cautiously, may I leave now? Scarface suddenly smiled, a strange gleam in his eyes. Come with me to see Boss Han. You're quite good-looking, kid. Though you can't compare to that patient, you have your own charm. Hearing this, Qingyu sighed inwardly, his mouth twitching. You mean you want me to cooperate? Scarface smiled even more broadly, very understanding. Yes, just cooperate. Qingyu nodded. Before cooperating, I'd like to use the restroom first. Scarface waved his hand. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. Qingyu stood up, pondered for a moment, then said, How about we go together? When Qingyu returned to the cafeteria to eat, he was alone. As for Boss Han's subordinate Scarface, he had vanished like smoke. Suddenly, Qingyu raised an eyebrow. On the back of his right hand, a few drops of blood had appeared at some point. He raised his hand and wiped it clean, erasing the last traces of Scarface. At the same time, a hand suddenly slammed on the table in front of him. It was Boss Han leading his followers, arriving aggressively to demand answers. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Both One Eye and Scarface were killed by you, weren't they? Qingyu was about to speak when he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned around. Not far away, a familiar figure in patient clothes was leisurely walking into the cafeteria. Boss Han, being ignored by Qingyu like this, became even more furious. He grabbed Qingyu by the collar and roared, You little punk. Before he could finish, Qingyu interrupted, Move aside, I need to find someone. Boss Han grew even angrier. Find someone? I'm talking to you. Do you look down on me? Just then his subordinate looked back and quickly whispered something in Boss Han's ear. After hearing it, Boss Han was first stunned, then seemed to realize something and sneered. So the one you want to find is him. Perfect opportunity. I'll take care of both of you together, save myself the trouble later. On the other side, Lin Chie was about to get a tray for food when he was surrounded menacingly by several men. Lin Chie, our boss wants to see you. Come with us. Seeing Lin Chie not moving, the lead subordinate grinned. What, you won't go? Lin Chie's eyes swept around and spotted that young man in the crowd. Then his expression became quite interesting. Go. Of course I'll go. This scene left all the subordinates stunned. By the time they reacted, Lin Chie had already reached Boss Han. Boss Han's lips curved into a cruel arc. Kid, we meet again. This time those two night watchmen aren't here. Let's see who can help you. But Lin Chie completely ignored him, walking straight toward Qingyu with a smile. Didn't expect to meet you here. I thought you and Kangyan had disappeared together. Qingyu shrugged. 10 years ago, I happened to be studying in the neighboring city and escaped disaster. But you look more normal than I expected, not like someone with mental illness. Lin Chie smiled wryly and shrugged. I never had any illness, or rather, I've recovered. Qingyu looked surprised. Then why not leave? Lin Chie scratched his head. They say I need observation for another year, and won't let me out. Qingyu sighed. That is quite a long time. Boss Han, completely ignored on the side, turned green with rage. Finally he roared. Do you think this is a cafe? Do you think I'm a waiter? Neither of you will leave here alive today. He suddenly lashed out with a punch, smashing a nearby table to pieces. His subordinates skillfully pulled out something sticky and threw it at the cafeteria's surveillance cameras. Lin Chie, who had been interrupted during their reminiscing, was also somewhat annoyed. How about we deal with them first and then continue? Qingyu nodded. I agree. Immediately, a few drops of blood seeped from his fingertips, and invisible threads spread out. Boss Han pointed at the two of them. Get them! Kill those bastards! The lackeys around them rushed forward in a swarm, lunging toward the two men. At that moment, the threads had already woven into a net. The several people charging toward Qingyu suddenly froze mid-motion, their limbs uncontrollably suspended in mid-air. Then, Qingyu suddenly clenched his palm, and the prisoners rushing toward him immediately let out agonized wails, their arms already twisted beyond recognition. On the other side, several prisoners foolishly charged toward Lin Chie without knowing their place. Lin Chie pushed off with his toe, his entire body gracefully spinning in mid-air, landing lightly behind the group. Holding chopsticks in his hand, his low voice echoed, "A hall full of drunken guests among 3,000 flowers, one sword's cold frost across 14 provinces." The next second, a crisp sword cry actually emanated from the chopsticks in his hand. Killing intent erupted, and in an instant, sword energy surged around Lin Chie, sweeping outward. Those prisoners who had rushed forward were all wounded by the sword energy, their charging roars seamlessly transitioning into agonized wails, quite smoothly executed. Boss Han watched this scene, completely dumbfounded. "Isn't this a detention center? Aren't you supposed to be unable to use forbidden ruins? One of you is twisting people into pretzels with bare hands, the other is using chopsticks like a sword. Is this reasonable?" Now the surrounding prisoners looked at these two like they were monsters, but Boss Han was already in too deep to back down, so he could only forcibly activate his forbidden ruins, preparing for a desperate, final battle. "You have your methods, but I'm not without mine. Today I'll show you who's the real boss around here." With that, he lunged fiercely toward the two men. Lin Chie didn't dodge, but slightly bent forward. "My strength can move mountains. My spirit covers the world." Then he met Boss Han's devastating punch head-on with his own fist. The two fists collided, and fierce wind from the impact immediately raged outward. The next instant, Boss Han was sent flying by Lin Chie's forceful blow, crashing heavily onto the ground not far away. At that moment, Boss Han's knuckles were completely red, and his entire hand was trembling. Lin Chie, as if nothing had happened, walked slowly toward Boss Han, who was spitting blood. Boss Han coughed up blood while roaring angrily, "Why can you use forbidden ruins here? This isn't fair. I'm going to tell the guards and have them suppress you again." Lin Chie chuckled coldly, crouched down and said leisurely, "Are you confused about something? I was never a prisoner. I'm a patient. Even if I can use forbidden ruins, that's not the guards' jurisdiction. If you've got the guts, go report me to a mental hospital." After saying this, Lin Chie flipped the chopsticks in his hand and stabbed them directly into Boss Han's right shoulder. He said coldly, "Crippling one of your arms is just a lesson for you. If you dare to mess with me or him again in the future, I'll kill you. After all, it's not against the law for a mental patient to kill someone." Then, ignoring Boss Han, who was wailing there, he turned and walked away. But just at this moment, a hand was placed on Boss Han's left shoulder. Then they saw Qingyun change his angle and stab the chopsticks into Boss Han's left shoulder. "Sorry, he doesn't seem to understand human anatomy very well. But don't worry, now you're completely crippled." At the outdoor activity area of the fasting place, there were only a few scattered people, prisoners moving around here. With Boss Han's group gone, the entire area seemed much more spacious. On a bench under the shade of a tree, Lin Chie, in a patient gown, and Qingyu in prison clothes, sat here, talking like this. "You came looking for me, found Hong Ying and the others, then got yourself sent in here? You're really not afraid of being trapped here for the rest of your life. This place is easy to get into but hard to get out of." And Qingyu smiled and spoke nonchalantly. "It's not entirely for you. I heard this place has a high difficulty level, and I wanted to explore it myself. Besides, this fasting place can't hold me. You came earlier than me, so first tell me your thoughts on how to get out." Lin Chie didn't know where Qingyu got his confidence from, but two people thinking of solutions was better than one. So he organized his thoughts and said, "My range of activity isn't much, limited to the mental hospital and public activity areas. I don't understand the situation on the prison side. From the location, the fasting place should be a huge circle, and the mental hospital is located at the very core of the entire fasting place. From inside to outside, it's the public activity area, then the prison area. As for what's in the outermost layer, I don't know. Just talking about the security measures of the mental hospital, they're already ridiculously tight. Without being able to use forbidden ruins, trying to get out is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Even if I could use forbidden ruins, I wouldn't have complete confidence. Moreover, whether it's the outdoor walls, buildings, or even the ground beneath our feet, they're all embedded with extremely hard special metals. If we wanted to dig a tunnel to escape, it would probably take several hundred years. Not only that, this prison is also guarded by a human ceiling, fundamentally eliminating the possibility of violent prison breaks. The entire fasting place can be said to be an iron plate. Speaking of this, Lin Chie let out a long sigh, helplessness appearing in his eyes. That's it for now. Can't break out violently, tunnels won't work, and forbidden ruins are suppressed. Trying to escape from here is really a big project. And Qingyu nodded, then suddenly asked puzzledly, "There's one thing I've never understood. You're just a mental patient, so why does the hospital insist on bringing you to the prisoner's activity area? And when you encounter trouble, why doesn't the hospital react at all? Isn't this just creating trouble for you?" Hearing this, Lin Chie was stunned, and Qingyu's words instantly enlightened him. Thinking carefully, this matter was indeed strange everywhere. He had felt something was wrong before, but now thinking about it, a mental patient taking exercise time in a prison's activity area was absurd no matter how you looked at it. Even more absurd was that there wasn't even a single person protecting him by his side, as if they couldn't wait for him to encounter some trouble. So what exactly are these people trying to do? At this very moment in the Sunshine Mental Hospital, the big screen was showing the video of Boss Han's group being beaten to a pulp by Lin Chie and Qingyu. And this camera angle was clearly not from the cafeteria surveillance camera, but more like other hidden cameras. Standing in front of the screen was Lin Chie's attending physician, Dr. Li. He was intently watching the video, as if contemplating something. Just then, a phone call came in. He looked at the caller ID, answered the phone and said, "Commander Yi, I was just about to report to you. Just now, Lin Chie encountered a large-scale temporary attack by prisoners, which has met the conditions for observing emergency combat on-site reactions in the third phase." Yi Fan on the other end of the phone was somewhat surprised to hear this. Already the third phase so soon? This kid sure knows how to stir up trouble. Back then, Cao Yuan with that stubborn streak still endured for more than half a month before breaking into conflict with those prisoners. This kid took only a few days? Are the results out? Dr. Li flipped through the documents in his hand, almost done. After analysis under pressure environments and high emotional fluctuation states, all his indicators are normal, and his emotions are very stable. During combat, there were no pathological mistakes, emotional misjudgments, or extreme actions. His speech was clear, logic reasonable, and even his combat process was rigorous and methodical. Hearing this, Ye Fan raised his eyebrows. "So you're saying he really has no more mental health issues? Then I'll immediately arrange for someone to pick him up." Hearing this, Dr. Li frowned. "I don't think that's right. The observation period is still too short. We should wait for the full 1-year observation period to end before we can be 100% certain." Ye Fan let out a long sigh, his words full of gravity. "I understand the time isn't enough, but what we lack most right now is time. After I finish collecting the documents here, I'll personally go to the fasting place to pick him up. During this time, keep an eye on him and don't let anything else go wrong." Ye Fan paused, remembering something, and asked again, "By the way, how has Wu Tongshuan been lately?" Hearing this name, Dr. Li sighed. "Same as always. After all these years, his condition hasn't improved at all. He's the most troublesome patient I've encountered in all my years." Ye Fan was silent for a long time, then nodded, "I understand," and hung up the phone. At this time on the sea surface, the master's carriage was treading on waves, arriving near the fasting place in the blink of an eye. At this time in the fasting place, it was the prisoners' exercise time. A group of prisoners were chatting idly in the activity area, scattered here and there. The carriage was like a ghost, passing through layer upon layer of walls. Those walls made of special metals had no effect whatsoever on the carriage. The prisoners seemed unable to see his existence at all, doing whatever they were supposed to do. In a moment, the carriage stopped beneath a clock tower in the central area of the fasting place, returning to the appearance of an ordinary carriage. A figure dressed entirely in black walked out from within the clock tower, heading toward the carriage. The carriage curtain opened, and the master, wearing a long robe, leisurely stepped down from the carriage, looking toward the approaching figure in black and smiled. "Xiao Shi, while I was away, nothing happened in the prison, right?" Shi Yu hesitated somewhat awkwardly. Until today, indeed nothing had happened. But at noon today, there was a group fight in the cafeteria. More than 20 prisoners were seriously injured, and one was crippled on half his body by chopsticks. Hearing this, Master Chen raised an eyebrow. "A group fight in the cafeteria? What do these guys think this place is? Simply audacious. Who did it? Deal with it seriously immediately." Shi Yu smiled bitterly. "Master, the ones who injured those people were 2 young men." Hearing this, the master became even angrier. "So what if they're young men? Do young men get to ignore the rules? Shi Yu, when I'm not here, all matters of the entire fasting place are left entirely to you to handle. Is this how you manage things?" The embarrassed expression on Shi Yu's face grew thicker. "But master, one of the 2 young men who fought is not our prisoner, but a patient from Sunshine Mental Hospital named Lin Chie." The furious aura on the master's body instantly disappeared, his face changing speed so fast that Shi Yu almost shouted the word outrageous. The master smacked his lips, his tone carrying some helplessness. What kind of people did he beat up?" Shi Yu quickly replied. "The one who was crippled is called Han Jinlong, who is a suspect in several prisoner disappearance cases we suspected before, but we've been lacking evidence. As for the others who were beaten, they're all prisoners who usually associate closely with Han Jinlong." Hearing this, the master frowned slightly. "Prisoner disappearance cases? Didn't you tell me before that you had leads? Why haven't you found evidence yet?" By this point, the master's expression had already turned somewhat unpleasant, and he snorted coldly, walking past Shi Yu. Shi Yu opened his mouth, but in the end could only bow his head in admission of fault. Yes, this subordinate is incompetent. Seeing the master walk past him, Shiyu slightly raised his head to glance at the master, thought for a moment and asked, "Master, how should we deal with the two young men who fought?" The master didn't even turn his head back, speaking lightly. "Fight? What fight? Who fought? It was just a misunderstanding between prisoners. Injuring a few unclean prisoners isn't a big deal. Just let it go." Saying this, he headed toward his office, disappearing up the stairs in a few steps, leaving Shiyu alone in the wind, bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be severe punishment? How did you raise such a high hammer only to put it down gently? Face changing like flipping through a book. On the other side, Lin Chie was slowly opening his eyes. As soon as he became conscious, he realized his current situation wasn't right. Beneath him was a hard plank bed, and the ceiling was also a bare white wall. Nothing like the configuration in the hospital room. When he sat up from the bed and looked around, he felt dazed for a moment. Next to him was another plank bed. This layout looked exactly like his room in the training camp. What's going on? Did I travel back to the past? Shouldn't I get a system or golden finger or something? But looking at the patient gown he was wearing, he guessed most of it, he should be dreaming. And at this time, the training camp was completely silent, not a single person around. Suddenly a figure appeared in Lin Chie's room. Lin Chie was startled, and looking more carefully, it was Wu Laogu with his messy hair. Lin Chie looked at him, remaining silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. "Are you guiding me to dream? Is this your forbidden ruins?" Wu Laogu looked at Lin Chie, scratched his messy hair, and spoke somewhat bewilderedly. "You're dreaming by yourself, and I'm just an observer." Lin Chie was even more puzzled. "Observer? Then what exactly do you want to see?" Wu Laogu, hearing this, also seemed bewildered. He hesitated for a long time, speaking somewhat uncertainly. "I should want to see what kind of person you are." Hearing Wu Laogu's words, Lin Chie felt somewhat confused for a moment. He looked carefully at Wu Laogu in front of him, falling into deeper confusion, his brow already furrowed. This Wu Laogu is too strange. What's strange isn't just his mentally ill behavior, but even stranger and more absurd is that in this fasting place, he can actually deploy his forbidden ruins, coming and going freely in other people's dreams. You should know that Forbidden Ruins abilities here are all suppressed by the Suppression Monument. Moreover, with who knows how many layers of walls between them, and such a long distance, how did he manage to do it? And this Wu Laogu comes into the dream and does nothing, just squats there in a daze? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chie had no clue, so he simply asked directly, "By the way, how do you know the hospital's code phrase? That fragrant 5-spice spicy spiral ascending turning sauerkraut beef noodles." Wu Laogu was stunned when he heard the word code phrase, thought carefully for a moment, then said, "Someone told me this when I was in someone else's dream." Lin Chie pondered briefly, then asked tentatively, "Did the person who told you this say what he likes to eat tomorrow?" Wu Laogu tilted his head, his brow tightly furrowed, as if searching through his messy memories for something. After waiting a few seconds, he then spoke. "It seems to be Bulbasaur. Everyone who eats it says it's wonderfully delicious. Wonderful, wonderful crispy corners." Lin Chie was already somewhat immune to this style of code phrases. He secretly noted down Wu Laogu's words, planning to verify them tomorrow. Then he looked Wu Laogu up and down again and spoke. "So, when you have nothing to do, you often run into other people's dreams?" Wu Laogu thought carefully. "Not really, but I do when I'm bored." Lin Chie sighed helplessly. "Don't enter my dreams anymore. This is privacy. What if someday I dream about something embarrassing and you happen to come? What would I do?" Wu Laogu looked puzzled. "So what if you see it? Aren't we friends?" Lin Chie was stunned by this. Wu Laogu continued, "You accompanied me to look at little flowers, little grass, little stones. Isn't that what friends do?" For a moment Lin Chie didn't know what to say, and finally just shook his head and asked, "If you consider me a friend, then shouldn't you tell me who you really are?" Wu Laogu looked serious. I'm little dog." The next day when activity time came, Lin Chie followed the caregiver to the security door. After the caregiver said that ridiculously long code phrase, Lin Chie listened and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Wu Laogu got it right again. Just as the caregiver was about to leave, Lin Chie suddenly turned and asked, "By the way, did you dream last night?" The caregiver was stunned and answered somewhat hesitantly, "I did dream, why do you ask?" Lin Chie asked seemingly casually. "Just curious about what you dreamed." The caregiver's face turned slightly red, answering somewhat weakly, "Just an ordinary dream." Lin Chie smiled slightly and raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure it was an ordinary dream? You didn't dream about Wu Laogu, did you?" The caregiver immediately looked completely bewildered. "Why would I dream about him? But I have dreamed about him before." Hearing this, Lin Chie's eyes narrowed slightly. "How often do you usually dream about him?" The caregiver was stunned, thought briefly and said, "Now that you mention it, it's strange. The frequency of dreaming about him seems quite regular. I generally dream about him once every 6 days." Lin Chie continued asking, How many caregivers are there in your hospital in total? This time the caregiver answered quickly, including me. There are 7 in total. A glimmer flashed in Lin Chie's eyes, and he already had his answer in mind. Now he's figured out how Wu Laogu knows the discharge code phrases. Lin Chie crossed the activity area, and soon arrived at the cafeteria. At this time quite a few prisoners were already eating. Just as Lin Chie was walking toward the food service window, several exclamations suddenly rang out. "It's Boss Lin! Boss Lin is here!" Then a large group of prisoners came crowding around Lin Chie, and someone even went directly to get food for Lin Chie. However, this group looked rather pitiful, with most of them bandaged, some with casts and crutches, walking somewhat unsteadily. A leading prisoner spoke respectfully. "Boss Lin, Boss An has been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Chie was completely bewildered. Now what's going on here? Why do these people look so familiar? And who is Boss An? The one shouting most enthusiastically, with the most serious injuries, smiled broadly. "Boss Lin, yesterday we all saw your and Boss An's skills. We were blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Now that Han Jinlong has been crippled, we've decided that you and Boss An are the new bosses of all of us." Saying this, they all bowed to Lin Chie in unison, and those with bad legs almost knelt down directly. Lin Chie was completely speechless now. He looked up and saw An Qingyu sitting on a bench not far away, also staring at the fish meat filling his plate, lost in deep thought. He was even considering whether to just finish off all these people, so he wouldn't have to eat fish meat. Lin Chie came to his side, and slowly sat down, then spoke with a mix of tears and laughter. "Did you create this scene?" And Qingyu expressionlessly picked up a piece of fish meat. "I don't have the leisure for such things, but when I came out of the cell this morning, my reaction was not so much worlds apart from your current one as exactly the same." Saying this, An Qingyu put all the fish meat onto Lin Chie's plate. Lin Chie took the chopsticks respectfully offered by a prisoner beside him, and tilted his head thinking, "I always feel something's off." An Qingyu, while picking meat from Lin Chie's plate, glanced at these prisoners. "But you have to admit, this saves us a lot of trouble. Regardless of their motives, at least with so many people helping, our plan will be much easier to implement." Lin Chie thought about it, and indeed that was the case. While eating, An Qingyu asked, "Do you have any new discoveries on your end?" So Lin Chie told An Qingyu everything about Wu Laogu. After hearing this, An Qingyu was somewhat surprised. "You're saying there's a mental patient next to you called Wu Laogu who, under the suppression of the suppression monument, can still deploy forbidden ruins, can freely enter dreams, and even told you the door-opening code phrases?" Lin Chie shrugged. "Indeed, but his mental state doesn't look very stable." And Qingyu seemed to be contemplating something, speaking somewhat hesitantly. "The Wu Laogu you mentioned, is he wearing the same clothes as you? With hair messy like a bird's nest, eyes seemingly unfocused, looking about 30 years old?" Lin Chie was stunned. "You know him?" And Qingyu nodded somewhat helplessly. "On my first night here, he appeared in my dream." Now it was Lin Chie's turn to be shocked. "He entered your dream?" "The prison area and our place are at least 500 or 600 meters apart. How did he manage that?" And Qingyu shook his head somewhat bitterly. Lin Chie became interested in An Qingyu's dream and asked, "So what did he do in the dream?" And Qingyu spoke somewhat helplessly. "In the dream I was crossing a river, and he suddenly floated up from the river like a river god, holding fish in both hands, asking me whether I dropped a crucian carp or a carp." Lin Chie was somewhat speechless. "How did you answer?" And Qingyu thought for a moment. "I said I don't like eating fish, but I'm very interested in it," asking if it could come down and lie on an examination table so we could have a heart-to-heart exchange. Lin Chie was even more speechless, thinking you're really something, describing wanting to dissect someone so refreshingly. But he still continued asking, "What happened then?" And Qingyu shrugged. "Then for some reason, I woke up." Lin Chie stared intently at An Qingyu, thinking that regardless of whether he himself had mental issues, An Qingyu was definitely the one who should be locked up in a mental hospital. And Qingyu thought for a moment, "Since his abilities are so strong, can we try to get him to join us?" Lin Chie pondered briefly. "You mean bring him along to escape?" Wu Laogu's strength is unquestionable, and with his help our success rate would indeed be much higher. But the problem is that Wu Laogu is completely uncontrollable now. His mental state is a ticking time bomb. Used well, it can blow open walls. Used poorly, it'll blow us up. While the two were contemplating, Wang Lu and Fang Yanghui entered the cafeteria, and immediately saw Lin Chie being served like a supreme emperor by a bunch of prisoners, both of them stunned. Wang Lu said somewhat incredulously, "Am I having hallucinations from not sleeping well?" Fang Yanghui smiled. "You're definitely awake. The sky over this fasting place has changed." After the two got their meals, they came to Lin Chie's side. "Didn't expect you to be the young man who crippled Han Jinlong yesterday." Lin Chie smiled and introduced the two to An Qingyu, then seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, do you know Wu Laogu?" The two were stunned when they heard this name. "Wu Laogu? We do know something about him." Seeing Lin Chie's interest, Fang Yanghui explained, We've been in the fasting place for quite a while, and we've seen Wu Laogu a few times. We don't know the specifics, only that he was once a member of the Psychic Medium Squad, but was later expelled from the Psychic Medium Squad for some reason. Speaking of this, Fang Yanghui's expression became somewhat hesitant, but he continued, "When I was outside, I heard some rumors that Wu Laogu's mental breakdown was related to the Psychic Medium Squad, and even now the Psychic Medium Squad is still hunting him." Hearing this, and Qingyu asked puzzledly, "Hunting him? He was once a member of the Psychic Medium Squad, so why would they hunt him?" Fang Yanghui shook his head. "I don't know about that." Lin Qiye thought for a moment. "I feel something's not right. If Wu Laogu is really here receiving treatment, then he shouldn't have committed any wrongdoing. The higher-ups shouldn't allow a special team to kill each other." Wang Lu also nodded. "I think so too. After all, fratricide shouldn't happen among night watchmen." And Qingyu suddenly spoke. "How long has Wu Laogu been in this hospital?" Fang Yanghui thought should be at least 8 or 9 years. When we two came in, he was already here. Hearing this, and Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly. What kind of mental illness requires 8 or 9 years of treatment? Lin Qiye was stunned, seeming to think of something. "You mean?" And Qingyu nodded slightly. "This is a mental hospital within the fasting place. Wu Laogu has been treated here for 8 or 9 years, which is no different from serving 8 or 9 years in prison. This looks like punishment, but more like..." Lin Qiye picked up on Qingyu's words. "More like protection. This place has Dashia's most secure defenses and even has a human ceiling stationed here. If the higher-ups placed Wu Laogu here, it would be safer than anywhere else." With these words, all four fell into silence. The few people at the dining table, hearing Lin Qiye's analysis, couldn't help but fall into silence as well. Combined with the initial rumors, those hunting Wu Laogu must be the Psychic Medium Squad. Wang Lu couldn't help but ask puzzledly, "Even if the Psychic Medium Squad wants to hunt Wu Laogu, isn't this too big a production? They even need a human ceiling stationed here. And since the higher-ups want to protect him, why not just issue a direct order? Special Squad couldn't possibly disobey orders to forcibly hunt Wu Laogu, right?" Fang Yanghui ate while thinking. Other special teams might, but if it's the Psychic Medium Squad, that's really hard to say. Among Dashia's 4 existing special teams, aside from the legendary 001 special team, the Psychic Medium Squad is the most mysterious. They rarely appear before the world, and no one has ever seen their faces. The only thing circulating is their abyss-like black cloaks. Moreover, this team is recognized by all Night Watch higher-ups as the strongest below the human ceiling. Their function differs from other teams, focusing more on hunting extremely high-risk malicious ability users, even including those few gods from the ancient god church. Hearing this, and Qingyu was somewhat surprised. If they're that powerful, no wonder Wu Laogu was placed in the fasting place. Without a human ceiling, other places simply couldn't stop the Psychic Medium Squad's hunt. Lin Qiye shook his head. "I still don't believe Special Squad would kill each other. There must be some secret behind this. And I have another question. And Qingyu, why do you keep giving me all the fish meat? You haven't stopped since earlier. Do you think I'm a cat?" And Qingyu looked carefully at Lin Qiye, then suddenly smiled. "Sure, you can be thousands of kilometers away in a hidden location, under the dark night sky. An ancient and magnificent huge cathedral stood among the mountains. The cathedral was surrounded entirely by towering trees, hiding it within, with only some of the top visible. At this time, a figure in a long robe was walking toward the cathedral's main door. As the door slowly opened with heavy creaking sounds, that spacious cathedral contained no divine statues, but instead had a menacingly shaped throne standing at the deepest part of the hall. A figure wearing a top hat sat on the throne, gazing directly at the entering figure. "You've finally come." The robed figure pulled back his hood, revealing the young face beneath. If Lin Qiye and others were here, they would recognize at a glance that this person was the long-missing Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu bowed his head slightly in respect, speaking calmly. "Believer 15th seat, Shen Qingzhu, at the disposal of Lord Feather." The person sitting on the throne leaned forward slightly, moonlight illuminating Feather's face, making his already feminine features appear even more sinister. He chuckled and spoke. "Everyone's here, so let's get straight to the point. This mission's target is extremely troublesome. Shen Qingzhu, you're a newcomer among the believers, so this operation you'll mainly observe. The two beside you are 2nd seat and 5th seat respectively, and they have much you can learn from." Shen Qingzhu looked expressionlessly at the two believers beside him and nodded slightly. This was his first time executing a mission with 2 higher-ranking believers. He turned to look at Lord Feather. "So our target this time is?" Feather on the throne smiled slightly. "Outside the fasting place. Psychic Medium Squad Vice Captain Wu Tongxuan. Fasting place." Looking at Lin Qiye not far away, sweating profusely from continuous exercise, and Qingyu was somewhat surprised. "Do you night watchmen always train like this? It looks like you don't care about your life." Lin Qiye's eyes showed some reminiscence. "This is nothing. Our training back then was much harder than this. And Qingyu shrugged. Indeed, night watch isn't suitable for me. I prefer using my brain. Lin Qiye wiped his sweat. If we really do get out of here, what do you plan to do? I should remind you that you're still a malicious supernatural being, which makes you a fugitive with additional crimes. Although it won't warrant special squad pursuit, you'd probably have to hide for the rest of your life. Hearing this, and Qingyu couldn't help but feel confused, and finally shook his head. Let's deal with future matters in the future. Lin Qiye was silent for a long time, then sighed. You're a genius, and I've experienced this deeply. The sewers aren't where you belong. Think about it more. Saying this, he headed toward the mental hospital, and Qingyu looked down at his toes, staring blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Qiye walked toward the mental hospital while contemplating Qingyu's situation. As early as during the snake demon incident, he had gotten to know Qingyu. At that time, he already knew this guy was definitely no ordinary person. Later, he demonstrated his unprecedented, heaven-defying forbidden ruins, the only proof, growing alone and quietly to this level in Canyon, that could no longer be described as genius, but definitely a monster. If such a person were buried in the sewers, Lin Qiye could say he felt regret and pity for all-night watchmen. But this was something only Qingyu could decide for himself, and Lin Qiye had no right to make the decision for him. At this time, Lin Qiye looked up and saw the master's carriage. He was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly and walked into the carriage. The carriage was still the same as before, antique and elegant, with a paradise-like scene outside the windows, where you couldn't tell at all that this was inside a prison. Lin Qiye looked down at the teacup and old man before him, and smiled. Master, why are you here? The master gently swayed the teacup in his hand. This is a prison under this old man's management. Isn't it normal for this old man to be here? What about you? How has your recovery been lately? Lin Qiye smiled. Thanks to your blessing, I'm basically fine now. Master Chen nodded slightly. You can already fight in groups in my prison, so you must be mostly recovered. Lin Qiye immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, causing trouble in someone's prison, it wouldn't be excessive for the master to hold him accountable. Looking at Lin Qiye's extremely embarrassed and stiff expression, the master couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, this old man isn't here to settle accounts with you. To tell the truth, this old man quite admires you. He also gestured for Lin Qiye to drink tea. The master let out a long sigh and said with emotion, a year ago, you would rather risk danger than get off this old man's carriage. This old man knew then that your future would definitely not be mediocre. Unfortunately, after that, when this old man saw you again, you had lost your sanity and were unconscious. Although I don't know what exactly happened, this old man always believed that your path would never stagnate. Hearing this, Lin Qiye felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head. Thank you for your concern, Master. The master waved his hand, by the way. Did Dr. Li say when you can be discharged? Hearing this, Lin Qiye opened his mouth helplessly. He said, I need another year of observation. The master heard this and pondered briefly. A year? That's good. More time means more careful observation, to avoid leaving any hidden problems. Hearing this, Lin Qiye was somewhat speechless. Master, don't you think a year is too long? The master paused in his tea-drinking motion, his smiling eyes glancing at Lin Qiye. What, you want this old man to plead for you? Lin Qiye's thick skin also turned somewhat red. If possible, that would naturally be best. The master shook his head. This old man can't interfere with mental hospital matters. This old man is only the prison warden. Although the mental hospital is within the fasting place, it's not under this old man's jurisdiction. As for when you can be discharged, that depends on Dr. Li and the higher-ups' decision. Lin Qiye sighed. He had expected this. Although he had anticipated it when the master actually refused, he still felt somewhat dejected and unwilling. Looks like I still need to plan an escape. Lin Qiye then seemed to remember something, pointing outside and saying, Master, I've always been curious about one thing. Is that black pillar over there the suppression monument? At this time, Lin Qiye was pointing in a direction about 100 meters from the carriage, where a thick black stone monument stood among the dense forest. The master nodded. That's right, that's the suppression monument that suppresses the entire fasting place. Usually this old man worries about accidents, so I simply keep it hidden within this old man's heart realm. This way, even if this old man isn't here, no one can touch it. Lin Qiye nodded. I see. When he had heard earlier that Master was the warden, he had vaguely guessed the reason why the suppression monument was hidden. In fact, the suppression monument had always been there, never moved, but was simply concealed by Master using his state of mind. Now this guess was confirmed. After drinking tea with Master for a while longer, Lin Qiye calculated the time and stood up to bid farewell to Master. Master suddenly spoke. Today, I must make a trip to Huaihai City. If you have any matters in the prison, just go directly to Shi Yu. He is the acting warden. And when I'm not here, all matters big and small are his responsibility. Lin Qiye thanked Master once again, then left the carriage and walked toward the hospital. When he arrived, he found that Dr. Li was actually waiting at the entrance as well. Dr. Li smiled. You met with Master? Lin Qiye was startled. I did meet with him, but how did you know? Dr. Li led Lin Qiye into the hospital while explaining. Of course I know. Master came to the hospital to look for you first, but you weren't there, so I told him to wait for you near the activity area. Before long, the two arrived at the treatment room. Dr. Lee took out a stack of documents. I came here mainly to tell you some news. Your 3-stage observation has ended, so from now on you can choose to be active in the hospital's activity area, and you no longer need to share an activity area with the prisoners. Upon hearing the word stage observation, Lin Chie immediately showed a puzzled expression. The doctor pushed his glasses. The observation is divided into 3 stages in total. The first stage is the 72-hour pathological observation after awakening, which mainly involves comprehensive testing of mental and physical conditions within the first 72 hours after awakening. The second stage is pseudo-freedom solitary observation, secretly observing whether you have any unconscious strange behaviors or unreasonable bizarre actions when alone. The reason I had you go to the shared activity area before was also for this purpose. Only when there's no one monitoring around you is your subconscious most relaxed and most able to reflect problems. As for the third stage, it's the stress combat field reaction observation. This is also the most important part of all the tests, mainly to observe whether your emotions will show abnormal conditions such as sluggishness, aggression, bloodlust, excitement, or depression during combat reactions under high-pressure environments. Only after confirming that you can engage in high-pressure combat can we preliminarily determine that you're capable of normal combat missions. Lin Chie looked completely bewildered. Had he unknowingly been treated as a lab rat? Lin Chie looked at the documents in his hand, then at Dr. Lee, and asked with a confused expression, "So you had me share the activity area with the prisoners just to complete this third-stage observation? You already anticipated that I would conflict with them?" Dr. Lee nodded with a serious expression. "Yes. This is a process that every patient sent here must go through. The mental problems of night watchmen are mostly related to intense combat, so the best observation method is to simulate suitable combat scenarios and try to recreate the night watchman's combat experiences. But to be honest, initially, I expected the stress combat field reaction observation would only require you to fight with about 3 prisoners. So when you fought those 3 prisoners on your second day here, you had already met the requirements." But Lin Chie was slightly stunned. "But what?" Dr. Lee said somewhat excitedly. "But Commander Yi specifically instructed that your stress field reaction observation sample couldn't be too conservative. It had to be bigger and more intense, to ensure that even under extremely high-pressure combat environments, your mental state wouldn't have problems." At this point, the doctor shrugged. "I thought it would take at least over a month to meet this condition, but I didn't expect your ability to cause trouble to be ridiculously strong. In just a few days, you created such a big commotion and subdued most of the prisoners in the fasting place." Hearing this, Lin Chie awkwardly scratched his face. "So, now that the 3 stages of observation are complete, does this prove that my mental state is fine? Can I be discharged now?" Dr. Lee adjusted his glasses and pondered slightly. "No. Theoretically speaking, only after observing for a full year is it safest." Lin Chie's newly ignited hope for freedom was instantly doused by Dr. Lee's cold water, becoming ice cold. Just as Dr. Lee was about to say something more, Lin Chie stood up and asked, "Dr. Lee, starting tomorrow, must I go to the hospital's activity room for activities?" This time it was Dr. Lee's turn to be stunned. "Not necessarily. If you're willing, continuing to share the activity grounds with the prisoners isn't impossible either." Lin Chie nodded. "That's good." With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. When he reached the door, Lin Chie paused slightly, as if remembering something, turned around and asked, "By the way, Dr. Lee, I have a friend—" "No, not me. I heard about a case involving mental illness before." Hearing this, Dr. Lee raised an eyebrow and immediately became interested. "Oh? You're also interested in mental illness? Tell me about it in detail." After listening to Lin Chie's explanation, Dr. Lee frowned deeply. "You're saying there are 2 completely independent souls living in his body?" Lin Chie immediately looked at Dr. Lee with a strange expression. Seeing this, Dr. Lee asked in confusion, "Did I misunderstand?" Lin Chie thought for a long time and managed to say, "No, your understanding is a bit too accurate." When Lin Chie was explaining earlier, he really tried his best to make Bragi's situation sound more scientific, but Dr. Lee immediately got to the essence of the matter with his first words. He truly deserved to be the top psychiatric doctor. Dr. Lee pondered for a while and continued, "I roughly understand the situation. If we're speaking purely from a medical perspective, this situation might not be explainable because this isn't strictly a disease, but leans more toward mysticism and is more complex. Traditional treatment methods would be ineffective. Only unconventional methods similar to forbidden ruins or forbidden objects could separate the two without harming the souls. Of course, this is theoretically the best-case scenario, since I haven't seen the patient. Also, I don't recommend you research this problem too deeply. However, if you're really interested in mental illness, I do have some notes here with my insights from years of studying psychiatric conditions that should be helpful to you. Hearing this, Lin Chie's eyes lit up. Then thank you very much, Dr. Li. Soon after, a nurse walked into Lin Chie's ward carrying a thick stack of notes. The nurse let out a long sigh of relief. These are what Dr. Li asked me to bring you. Lin Chie looked at the notes that were nearly as tall as a person and was completely stunned. Wait, isn't this too much? The nurse wiped her sweat. Too much? This is less than 1/10 of Dr. Li's notes. He was afraid your room couldn't fit them all, so he had me bring you these first. Lin Chie was speechless. Is that wig on Dr. Li's head? With this level of dedication, shouldn't he have achieved the strong man's hairstyle long ago? What Lin Chie found most frustrating now was that with so many notes he couldn't take them with him if he escaped. But if he wanted to thoroughly absorb and read them all, who knows when that would be. Moreover, he couldn't bring these into his god's mental hospital. Suddenly, Lin Chie had a flash of inspiration. He couldn't take them with him, but he could copy them in the mental hospital. He could read and learn slowly later. Anyway, he was bored now, so this was perfect for passing time. In the god's mental hospital, Bragi sneakily ran out of his room, looked around to make sure no one else was there, then carefully walked out holding his harp dot. Soon he rushed to the first room by the corridor. He first carefully pressed his ear against the door to listen, and after confirming there was no sound, he tiptoed to open the door, making only a very slight creak sound, then slowly poked his head in to look, carefully examining every corner of the room. After confirming no one was in the room, he flashed inside like lightning and quickly closed the door, even pressing the lock to secure it tightly. Then he went to the window and carefully poked his head out to look. After confirming that his fellow patients and nurses were all in the courtyard, Bragi finally let out a long sigh of relief. Great. Finally, no one can disturb my singing. Is this what freedom feels like? Bragi was so excited he was almost in tears. He cleared his throat and carefully plucked his harp, producing melodious sounds. Bragi was truly overjoyed now, as he hadn't sung in a very long time. His two roommates, who usually got along well with him, for some unknown reason, showed almost terrifying hostility toward his singing. Every time he sang, they had ways to make him shut up. At this moment, Bragi was completely immersed in his passion for poetry. But before he could finish his first line, the locked door was suddenly opened. It was Dean Lin Chie who opened the door. Although the door was locked, this was his mental world's hospital after all, so he could naturally open the door. Moreover, this was his own dean's office. Lin Chie entered and saw Bragi, both stunned, their eyes meeting in an awkward silence. Lin Chie twitched the corner of his mouth somewhat speechlessly. Bragi, what are you doing in my dean's office? Bragi hid the harp behind his back, remained silent for a moment, and finally managed to squeeze out a two-word question, admiring. Lin Chie couldn't help but roll his eyes. I need to work now. If you really want to recite poetry, go find Merlin and have him set up a soundproof barrier for you. Bragi's eyes instantly lit up, and he rushed out like the wind. Thank you, Dean. At this moment, Lin Chie seemed to remember something and called out, Wait! Hearing this, Bragi stopped and looked back in confusion. Lin Chie thought for a moment. Have you felt any discomfort in your body lately, like inexplicable fatigue or anxiety? Lin Chie paused to think, then quickly added, looking unusually handsome doesn't count. Bragi looked confused and thought carefully, no, I feel energetic every day, with endless enthusiasm, wanting to devote myself to poetry creation. My inspiration is simply bursting. At this point, Bragi's expression darkened, and he said somewhat hesitantly, it's just, I miss my wife. Hearing this, Lin Chie couldn't help but freeze in place. After a long silence, he slowly said, all right, I understand. Go ahead. I need to work. Bragi walked out looking dejected, holding his harp as he headed into the distance. Lin Chie sighed and returned to his desk. Dr. Li's notes were very valuable for reference and study. Since he couldn't take them with him, he might as well copy them in the hospital. He picked up his pen and wrote on paper. A patient once asked whether this world is real. If we cannot determine its reality, how can we determine our own existence? This question is very interesting. I believe that whether the world is real or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether there have been some people, some events, that make us feel that even if this world is false, this false life would still be worthwhile. The empty city was completely silent, with not a single person on the streets. The entire city's population seemed to have suddenly vanished. Those street-side shops were even still lit, but completely empty. Lin Chie walked through the familiar shabby paths and finally saw that crouching figure at an empty intersection. He couldn't help but sigh deeply, his voice full of helplessness. You've intruded into my dreams again. Old dog Wu didn't turn around, just stared at the slash marks on the ground for a long time without speaking, as if he could see the scenes that had once occurred here, a trace of sorrow appearing in his eyes. Finally, he spoke somewhat wearily. This is the deepest part of your dreamscape. Someone very important to you died here, didn't they? Lin Chie's gaze turned to the familiar low house not far away, then to the crisscrossing slash marks on the ground, as if that rainy night was just yesterday, as if that rain-soaked figure holding a blade was right before his eyes, that wanton smile and the cigarette at the corner of his mouth. After a long time, Lin Chie nodded slightly. Yes. So you come to my dreams again and again just to come here? What exactly do you want to do? At this point, Lin Chie was already frowning. Old Dog Wu slowly stood up, turned his head to look at Lin Chie behind him. The turbidity in his eyes had disappeared, instead appearing weathered and profound. He spoke. I just wanted to see if we're the same type of people. Lin Chie asked. And the result? Old Dog Wu nodded. We are the same type of people. Lin Chie stared at Old Dog Wu for a long time, then finally asked, what exactly happened between you and the psychic medium squad? Why were you being hunted? A flash of memory passed through Old Dog Wu's eyes, his expression becoming somewhat painful, then he shook his head. I can't tell you. Seeing this, Lin Chie sighed. Then let me ask a different question. Do you want to get out of here? Old Dog Wu didn't hesitate at all and decisively shook his head. No, there are people hunting me outside, and I can't die yet. But if you want to leave, I can help you. Hearing this, Lin Chie was slightly stunned. Why would you help me? Old Dog Wu shook his head. You shouldn't be trapped here. You don't belong here. But to get out of the fasting place, we need to wait for the right time. Hearing this, Lin Chie frowned slightly. When will the right time come? Old Dog Wu stepped forward and gently patted Lin Chie's shoulder. I don't know, but I'll tell you when the time comes. Looking at Old Dog Wu, whose expression was incredibly clear and even carried a weathered quality, Lin Chie couldn't tell for a moment whether he was pretending to be mentally ill or was genuinely mentally ill. Then, in the next instant, Lin Chie's dreamscape began to collapse rapidly, and his consciousness returned to his body. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in the desert region of northern Daxia, this was a truly uninhabited area where terrifying hurricanes raged violently, rolling yellow sand flew everywhere, and massive sandstorms blocked out the sky, making it almost impossible to see the sun. Suddenly, within the sandstorm's range, a space began to twist strangely. In the next instant, a glowing portal appeared above the desert. Then, a figure wearing a black top hat and tailcoat stepped out of the portal. It was Yiyu from the ancient god church. He slightly turned his head, looking toward the area in the sandstorm where lightning continuously flashed in the sky, his brow furrowing as he clicked his tongue and murmured, "What a bunch of mortal inferiors." Just as he spoke, Yiyu's body actually began to gradually become transparent, as if about to disappear in this desert. Suddenly, 7 thick silver giant pillars descended from the lightning-filled sky with tremendous and terrifying howling sounds. Striking accurately toward Yiyu, Yiyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly raised a protective barrier to block these 7 silver pillars made of unknown metal. Lightning flashed instantly, illuminating the dark desert bright as day. Massive smoke and dust almost engulfed Yiyu, leaving only a rough outline visible. When the smoke cleared, even Yiyu was coughing violently from the choking dust, his clothes showing burn marks, looking completely disheveled. Around him, 7 pillars reached from earth to sky, with half of each pillar deeply embedded in the sand. Even the exposed half looked more than 10 stories tall. Each silver pillar emanated a faint glow in the sandstorm, appearing majestic and imposing. In the next instant, a thick electric arc tore through the darkness, flashing across the 7 pillars. 7 figures in pitch-black cloaks appeared out of thin air at the top of each giant pillar in that flash of lightning. They all kept their heads down, their cloaks covering their faces, like a group of judges in the dark night, silently staring at Yiyu. Yiyu's eyes were full of venom and hatred, his face showing a twisted, maniacal smile. "Spirit medium, it's been 2 years. You've been hunting me for 2 years. What more do you want?" The 7 figures remained silent, standing like lifeless sculptures in complete silence. After a long time, 7 different voices merged into the same word, that voice filled with chilling, killing intent. Kill! As the word kill was spoken, sudden changes occurred, and the wind and clouds shifted. In the already dark sky, terrifying hurricanes like sharp giant wheels appeared out of nowhere. Those blades instantly whipped up endless yellow sand and rushed toward Yiyu. Yiyu's expression looked extremely ugly in the shadows. Dark, mystical light appeared around his body, instantly transforming into an abyss-like black vortex that enveloped him, completely devouring all the attacking wind blades. He stared intently at those figures and suddenly laughed. "Very well. Since you insist on driving me to a dead end, then naturally I must give you a big gift in return." As he spoke, Yiyu suddenly lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Instantly, phantom light surged on the yellow sand, and then dozens of terrifying tentacles covered with strange eyes burst forth, immediately striking toward the surrounding silver pillars. Just then, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly appeared between the giant pillars, flashing rapidly, before striking toward those tentacles. Instantly, terrifying lightning engulfed that mass of strange tentacles, and through the electric light, one could only see those tentacles writhing frantically like they were dancing. Soon, the lightning gradually faded, and that mass of tentacles had been completely obliterated by the lightning, leaving no trace. Along with the tentacles, Yu's figure had also disappeared. On the 7 giant pillars, the leading man narrowed his eyes slightly, scanned around, then locked onto a direction, the direction Yu had fled. He muttered to himself in confusion. He went toward the southeastern sea. Then, as if remembering something, his expression changed dramatically. Oh no. Meanwhile, on the other side, above the turbulent sea surface, 3 figures floated in midair, staring straight at that inconspicuous small island in the distance. The leader slowly lowered his binoculars, nodded, and said, "That direction is the island where the fasting place is located." Behind him, Shen Qingzhu, wearing a mask, looked at that island the size of a black dot, hesitated slightly, then asked, "Can just the 3 of us really break through the most advanced prison defenses in Daxia?" The second seat shrugged, threw the binoculars into the sea, and said, "Of course not with just us, but Lord Yiyu has been planning for this fasting place for years. We're definitely not his only means. Don't overthink it, just follow Lord Yiyu's instructions and get the job done." The 5th seat turned his head and looked at Shen Qingzhu with some confusion. "Newbie, why are you wearing a mask? We believers always show our true faces on missions. There's no need to hide." Shen Qingzhu touched the white fox mask on his face, thinking to himself that he had no choice. There might be acquaintances in the fasting place, and if discovered, that would be terrible. However, he still said, "This was Lord Yiyu's instruction. I'm too young, and my appearance doesn't look fierce enough. For this special mission, it's easy for enemies to underestimate me. Covering my face prevents enemies from seeing through my depths." The 5th seat nodded with some envy. "I see, Lord Yiyu really values you." The 2nd seat interrupted their conversation. Back to business. To create chaos around the fasting place, we must first find a way to get close. As he spoke, the 2nd seat opened a space ripple like a portal in front of him, taking out 3 diving suits and throwing 2 of them to the 5th seat and Shen Qingzhu. He continued, "The fasting place is surrounded by watchtowers, and approaching by sea would be discovered, so the best method is to dive over." The 5th seat looked at the diving suit in his hands and frowned. "Swim over? Why not use forbidden ruins to move directly underwater?" The 2nd seat looked at him coldly. The 300-meter sea area around that place is within the range of the ruin-suppressing monument's effect. If you get close, your forbidden ruins will become ineffective. If we follow your method, we'd be squeezed out of the space when we reach 300 meters away, then immediately shot by the snipers on the fasting place's surrounding walls. The 5th seat nodded somewhat embarrassedly. "I see." Shen Qingzhu examined the diving suit in his hands carefully and noticed many white spots on it. He said in surprise, "This diving suit seems different from normal ones?" The 2nd seat answered while putting on his diving suit. "That's right. The sea area around here is covered by the fasting place's special sonar. Whether it's submarines or fish, even a small fish approaching would be killed on the spot by nano-level torpedoes. Don't worry about them not being able to kill everything. They actually regularly release special substances into the sea to drive away fish schools. Under normal circumstances, no fish schools would approach that area. The diving suits you're wearing were bought at great expense on the black market, made from special materials that can evade sonar detection, allowing us to safely pass through this 300-meter sea area and reach the island where the fasting place is located. By the way, once on the island, immediately hide yourselves and wait for the signal Lord Yiyu mentioned before taking action." Shen Qingzhu and the 5th seat nodded and followed the 2nd seat into the water. At this time, on the other side of the island, huge waves crashed against the rocks, producing continuous rumbling sounds. Soon, a chubby hand emerged from the water, grasping onto the seaside rocks. Then, 2 figures in diving suits struggled out of the water and collapsed on the beach. Bailey Fatty pulled off his oxygen mask with a lifeless expression. "Finally reached this damn fasting place. For Kiai's sake, I'm really exhausted. How is this 300-meter distance so far?" He casually threw the oxygen mask on the ground and asked, "Now that we've successfully landed on this island, what should we do next?" Cao Yuan, who was stretching, looked at him with a twitching mouth corner. "You're asking me? Didn't you say you already had a mature plan?" Bailey Fatty scratched his head. Well, my plan was to get on the island, then improvise." Cao Yuan really had to restrain himself from the urge to hack the fat guy in front of him to death. Finally saying helplessly, "Forget it. I knew you were unreliable. He pointed toward the massive building behind the dense forest and said seriously, "Although we're on the island, we haven't entered the fasting place's range yet. See those high walls? Inside there is the real fasting place. To enter the fasting place, there's only one passage, the main gate. That place is heavily guarded with numerous troops stationed there, extremely secure. So our current priority is to find a way to get in from there. Hey, what are you spacing out for?" At this moment, Bailey Fatty was staring straight at the sea surface, saying somewhat confused, "Wait, why do I see 3 more people coming onto this island?" He even rubbed his eyes. "Am I seeing things?" Xiao Yuan also looked toward the sea surface in a daze, murmuring, "That shouldn't be right. Besides us, how could there be others diving onto this island? Could it be that I've been away too long and this place has been converted into a free diving base?" While Xiao Yuan was puzzled, those 3 figures had already emerged from the sea. Seeing the 2 people on the shore, they were also stunned. The 5 people's gazes collided with each other, and the situation became extremely awkward. They just stared at each other in this standoff for quite a while, the entire scene indescribably bizarre. Finally, Fatty couldn't hold it in anymore. After coughing twice, he tentatively said, "Are you also here for vacation at the diving base?" The 3 believers heard the words diving base and were all stunned at the same time. Diving base. When did the area around the fasting place become a diving base? The 5th seat came to the 2nd seat's side and whispered, "Didn't you say this was the fasting place? What's this diving base thing?" The 2nd seat was also completely confused, whispering back, "The intelligence clearly said it was here. Could the intelligence be wrong?" As for Shen Qingzhu, his expression under the mask was quite spectacular right now. The 5th seat and 2nd seat exchanged glances. Then the 5th seat stepped forward and said, Yes, we're from this diving club, here to have fun. Are you also here to dive?" Fatty and Xiao Yuan looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. Yes, we are too. Welcome, welcome." Both sides kept saying meaningless pleasantries, and the atmosphere couldn't have been more bizarre. Finally, the 5th seat, who couldn't stand it anymore, gave Shen Qingzhu and the 2nd seat a look and smiled. "Well, we're going to look around over there. You continue sunbathing. We won't disturb you." With that, he quickly left with the 2nd seat and Shen Qingzhu. After the 2 groups had completely separated, the 5th seat couldn't help but explode. "What's going on? How did you bring us to a diving base?" The 2nd seat was still somewhat confused. "I don't know either. Could the intelligence be wrong?" But he suddenly paused and said emphatically, "Wait, that's not right. If this isn't the fasting place, why can't we use our forbidden ruins?" Hearing this, the 5th seat was also stunned. "Right, we really can't use forbidden ruins here." So he asked, "You mean this is the fasting place? But if so, what was the deal with those 2 people just now?" The 2nd seat also realized. They were pretending. The diving base thing was all fake. They don't look like guards either. Probably they're also like us. The 5th seat, upon hearing this, growled in a low voice, "We were played. I'm going back to kill them." Just as he finished speaking, Shen Qingzhu, who had been silent, suddenly said, "No." Seeing both looking at him with confusion, Shen Qingzhu's reasoning was simple. Since those 2 people could get onto the fasting place's island, it means they're no ordinary people either. This is the fasting place's periphery, and we can't use forbidden ruins yet. If they have some special life-saving means, we might not necessarily win. Even if we could win, rashly fighting them might cause quite a commotion and expose ourselves instead. Didn't Lord Yu say, "Don't alert the enemy before the time comes"? Actually, Shen Qingzhu knew very well that the 3 of them might not be a match for Fatty and Cao Yuan. Not to mention Cao Yuan, just Fatty's bag of treasures could probably take down all 3 of them. Then his goal of continuing undercover work and destroying the believers from within couldn't be achieved. Shen Qingzhu's argument was logically sound and well-reasoned. The other 2 believers, after thinking it through, understood the stakes involved. The 2nd seat nodded in agreement. "He's right, we really shouldn't conflict with them. As long as they don't interfere with our plan, whatever they want to do has nothing to do with us. We can treat them as if they really came swimming." Although the 5th seat was still somewhat annoyed, he didn't say anything more, and followed Shen Qingzhu in the 2nd seat toward the fasting place. While walking, he glanced toward Fatty and the other's direction, murmuring, "Hope they're smart enough to maintain mutual understanding with us." On the other side of the coast, Xiao Yuan and Fatty sat on the ground. Fatty looked speechless. "I say, old Xiao, what's going on here?" Xiao Yuan was also confused. "Is this really a diving base? That shouldn't be right." But after Xiao Yuan sensed slightly, he discovered the problem. "No, this is the fasting place. There's still the ruin-suppressing monuments pressure covering this range. How could there possibly be a diving base built around the fasting place?" Fatty also realized, "So you mean those 3 people just now?" Xiao Yuan nodded confidently. "They're problematic. They might be like us, also trying to break someone out of prison." Hearing this, Fatty slapped his thigh. I knew it. Especially that guy wearing the white fox mask. He looked like trouble at first glance. If Shen Qingzhu heard this, he'd probably want to beat Fatty up. Fatty saw Cao Yuan looking worried and asked, "Old Cao, what are you thinking about?" Cao Yuan pondered slightly. "I'm wondering if they'll disrupt our plan." Fatty looked surprised. "When did we have a plan? How come I don't know?" Cao Yuan couldn't help but give him a look. "If we rely entirely on you to think, we might as well surrender and maybe we could still see Kie. Now, although we don't have a plan, if they rashly try to break into the fasting place, they'll probably be discovered by the guards. Then they'll be captured and a large number of police forces will be deployed to search the entire island, putting us at a disadvantage." Hearing this, Fatty began rummaging through his belongings. "Then let's go tie them up to prevent them from ruining our business." But Cao Yuan frowned. "This is the fasting place. We can't use forbidden ruins. There are only 2 of us. We might not be able to beat the 3 of them." Before he finished speaking, he looked up to see Bily Fatty holding a pendant emitting golden light, with flowing golden lights circling around Fatty. He looked at Cao Yuan. "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." Cao Yuan was speechless, thinking this is what the landlord's silly son is like? So enviable. No forbidden ruins, no problem. Forbidden objects are always available. Cao Yuan pondered for a few seconds. "I said, let's get them." On the other side, the 3 believers in the woods were moving quickly toward the fasting place. Soon, a massive wall shrouded in shadows appeared in everyone's sight. The entire wall looked exceptionally thick and tall. It's no exaggeration to say that even bombing this wall would probably only cause superficial damage. The 3 stopped in the bushes not far from the high wall, carefully examining the wall structure. The second seat looked around and whispered, "The fasting place's main gate is heavily guarded. Our current task is to hide ourselves and wait for the signal to appear before taking action." Just then, the second seat suddenly stopped and frowned, looking at the 5th seat, which made the 5th seat uncomfortable. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me?" In the next instant, he realized that the second seat wasn't looking at him but behind him.